At the end of September, I stood by the Sisui River. The trees were almost bare, and the wind was strong. I couldn't see any boats to cross the river, and the distant Ruchun mountains were just a vague outline. My face was nearly frozen, but I felt very excited. I had secretly followed my senior brothers down the mountain to find a legendary divine artifact hidden in the Ruchun mountains. We cultivators are taught to stick to our own path. If we lose our way, we might fall into the demonic path. If we succeed, we might become gods, but it's very hard. Only a few have ever done it. I don't know if finding a divine artifact can help me become a god. I'm not very talented, and my sword skills are average. But I once heard that Kingwu Mountain has a divine sword called Zhao Ming that can slay dragons. Just hearing about it made my blood boil. I wanted to see such a powerful artifact. Recently, my senior brothers heard rumors of a divine artifact in the Ruchun Mountains. We decided to go see if it was true, so we secretly left our master and came to look for it. But we were blocked by the wide Sisui River. We tried flying over it with our swords, but we couldn't reach the other side. A senior brother said there might be a barrier. So we waited by the riverbank, huddled under the trees like quails, taking turns to check for a boat. I walked back and saw another quail under the tree, a young man about my age, hugging a long object, looking a bit funny and alone. I wanted to greet him, but my senior brother called me over to ask if a boat had arrived. My senior brothers noticed the young man and said he seemed to be from Kunlun Mountain, famous for their blade techniques. One brother started talking about their head, Lu Chiyuan, but the young man snorted coldly. They almost argued, but we held our brother back. Another senior brother went to check the river. I sat counting leaves when I felt a cold aura. I looked up and saw a man in black approaching. A brother grabbed my sleeve, excitedly saying, "That's In Bing." I realized it was Gu Han from Kunlun Mountain, a famous swordsman. The young man stood up and faced Gu Han. They seemed tense. We stayed quiet under the tree. Gu Han said, "Senior brother asked me to bring you back." The young man shouted, "I won't go back." We learned he was Lu Qingchuan, the son of Lu Chun. They argued until our brother returned, saying the boat had arrived. Lu Qingchuan went to the boat, and Gu Han followed him, saying he'd go with him to the Ruchun Mountains. We boarded the boat, staying aside. As we were about to leave, a clear voice called out, "Boatman, please wait." We saw a man and a woman approaching. They wore white robes and carried swords. The girl looked about my age, cheerful and lively. The man was cold and distant, reminding me of a lonely moon. Gu Han greeted them, and I realized the man was Ruo Jianwei, an elder from Kangwu Mountain, and the girl was his junior sister, Ruo Jin. They boarded the boat. Standing near them, we felt shabby and out of place. Ruo Jin asked Lu Qingchuan if he was also seeking the divine artifact. He said yes. Then she turned to us and asked which sect we were from. We felt embarrassed because our sect is small, but I mustered the courage and said, "We are from Zhuoguang Mountain, also here to seek the divine artifact." Ruo Jianwei said he knew our sect master and praised him. We were surprised and felt more confident. Ruo Jin smiled and said, "No need to be formal. Since your master is an old friend of my senior brother, he'll take care of you." She looked at me with bright eyes, and I blushed again. On the boat, Ruo Jin tried to get her senior brother Ruo Jianwei to talk more, but he remained mostly silent, gazing at the river with a distant look. Gu Han kept glancing at Ruo Jianwei, seeming like he wanted to challenge him, but the time and place weren't right. Beside Gu Han, Lu Qingchuan looked upset and refused to talk to his uncle. I felt the atmosphere growing colder, and it was getting uncomfortable. I thought even standing by the windy river would be better than facing Gu Han's cold expression. Thankfully, Ruo Jin asked us why we were searching for the divine artifact. Lu Qingchuan said he was just passing by. Chun's senior brother replied smoothly, saying we wanted to witness the divine artifact's power. I asked Ruo Jin if she had seen the divine sword Zhaoming in Kangwu Mountain. She smiled and said she had seen it when she was younger but couldn't remember well. She asked Ruo Jianwei to describe it. He said the sword looked simple but had endless sword intent when unsheathed, like the rising sun. We listened but didn't fully understand. Ruo Jin joked that her senior brother talks endlessly about swordsmanship but usually doesn't say much otherwise. Then Guhan asked why they were looking for the divine artifact if they weren't interested in becoming gods. Ruo Jianwei replied that he was searching for someone, and it was his personal matter, unrelated to his sect. Everyone was surprised, especially Ruo Jin. The atmosphere became strange, and no one spoke for a while. Then the boatman called out that we were approaching the Ruchun Mountains. I noticed the scenery had changed. We were sailing upstream, with lush green mountains on both sides. We saw farmers working in the fields, smoke rising from cottages, and children playing by the river. It felt like spring, even though it was autumn outside. Someone exclaimed how the Ruchun Mountains truly are like spring all year round. The boatman proudly said it was because of the protection of the spring god. Hearing that, Chen's senior brother got excited, saying we might see a real god. The rest of us were thrilled too. We asked the boatman how to meet the spring god. He said we should find Meng Li, who communicates the spring god's will to the people. When we got off the boat, the boatman called over a young man named Aiken to lead us to Meng Li. Aiken was a quiet, honest-looking young man. He led us through villages and up a mountain path to a small courtyard. At the courtyard, we saw some people talking. Someone recognized them as members of Yudu Mountain, a major demonic sect. We were surprised and a bit uneasy. The people from Yudu Mountain noticed us. Suddenly, their leader drew his blade and attacked Ruo Jianwei. I didn't have time to react, but Ruo Jianwei pushed me and Ruo Jin aside and effortlessly neutralized the attack with a wave of his sleeve. He calmly asked why the man attacked him. The man accused him of killing their members and wanted revenge. Lu Qingchuan argued with the man, calling them evil, but Gu Han stopped him. As tensions rose, a lazy voice came from inside the house. I just took a nap, and you're already making such a fuss. Are you starting a theater troupe here, old Luo? We looked over and saw a man with silver hair casually draped over his shoulders, wearing a light purple robe with his hands tucked into his sleeves. He had a relaxed smile and seemed unorthodox. We all thought he looked like a charlatan, but Ruo Jianwei was staring at him, as if frozen in place. He tried to get Du Hong to help him, but Du Hong told him to swallow his anger. I couldn't help but laugh at that. For a moment, I worried he might get mad at me, but he didn't seem to notice. Just then, a little girl named Achu ran over, calling brother. She hugged Achun, who had guided us earlier. Behind her was a monk named Master Jing Si from Wuyu Mountain. We were excited to meet such a famous Buddhist cultivator. Achu told us that her grandfather, Meng Li, was not home and suggested we find lodging in the village below. We agreed and left to find a place to stay. That evening, I noticed that Ruo Jianwei seemed distracted after meeting Du Hong. Even his junior sister, Ruo Jin, seemed concerned about him. The next day, we heard that all the people Luo Sheng had sent to search for the divine artifact had disappeared. Luo Sheng was panicking and reported this to Du Hong. I felt uneasy. Not only had we not found the divine artifact, but now people were going missing. I wondered what was really happening in the Ruchun Mountains. I noticed that Luo Sheng seemed quite unlucky lately. He climbed up the ranks in Yudu Mountain through many hardships, but recently his forces were wiped out by Ruo Jianwei. He got a mission to find a divine artifact, hoping to make a name for himself. But unexpectedly, a left protector named Du Hong appeared and took over his mission. When we met them, Du Hong didn't look like a powerful figure. He seemed more like an easygoing person, even a bit lazy. Luo Sheng was upset, but Du Hong told him to just let it go. I couldn't help but laugh at how unexpected this was. Later, a little girl named Achu came running over to us. She told us that her grandfather, Meng Li, wasn't home and we could stay in the village for now. We also saw Master Jing Si from Wuyu Mountain, which was exciting since Buddhist cultivators are rare these days. That evening, I noticed Ruo Jianwei seemed distracted after meeting Du Hong. It seemed they knew each other from before. Ruo Jianwei looked like he had a lot on his mind. The next day, we heard that the people Luo Sheng sent to search for the divine artifact had all disappeared. This made everyone uneasy. Du Hong didn't seem too concerned, but I felt that things were getting more complicated. I wondered what secrets the Ruchun Mountains held and what we would encounter next on our journey. Together with my friends, we searched all over the mountain for the divine artifact. It felt more like a sightseeing trip. As we walked, we chatted. I've been wondering, Since no one has seen a divine artifact before, how would we recognize it if we found one? One senior brother said, divine artifacts carry the imprint of the gods who use them. When you get close, you can sense a strong divine power. So they're not hard to identify. I felt a bit disappointed. Even if we find one, if we can't unlock the divine imprint, we can't see its true power. Another said, but just seeing a legendary artifact would be amazing. It's been a long time since anyone found one. We kept searching but found nothing and started wandering aimlessly. Lu Qingchuan led us to a forest he had seen before. As we approached, we noticed the trees were strange. Most were short, and their roots were large and tangled above the ground. As we walked deeper, things felt odd. I tripped over a root and touched a tree to steady myself. The bark felt weird, not like normal wood. Behind me, I heard two senior brothers whispering about smelling blood. Suddenly, someone bumped into another, and one brother fell against a tree. He was about to complain when he saw a pale human face embedded in the tree trunk. He screamed loudly. We were all terrified. The forest felt more and more eerie. I ran back to find Ruo Jianwei and told him what happened. He and the others came quickly. Using his sword, he cut down the tree, and it transformed into a human body. We looked closely and realized it was a disciple from Mount Hung. If he was here, where were the others? We began to worry. Ruo Jianwei asked Chu, the village girl with us, if she recognized the person or if anyone else had come to the mountain. She seemed confused and scared, saying she didn't know. Gu Han used his blade to uproot more trees, and they all turned into corpses. Some looked fresh, others were just bones. Many were cultivators like us. It was a horrifying sight. Some of us started to cry. Chu was terrified. She didn't recognize any of the people. Suddenly, she tripped over a corpse wearing normal village clothes. We realized it was one of the villagers we had met earlier. Chu began running through the forest, digging up trees with her bare hands. We helped her, and each tree revealed more bodies. Some were villagers we had seen. The forest was full of them. Eventually, she stopped in front of a skeleton. Brother Chun? She whispered. She recognized him by a scar on his arm. She started talking about memories of him, then questioned herself, why didn't I notice? How could I forget? She looked dazed and suddenly fainted. Ruo Jianwei checked her and revealed that behind her was the real Chu's corpse. The girl we had been with wasn't real. I was shocked and scared. The forest was full of bodies, and we didn't know who or what caused this. The realization that even the people we met might not be real left me trembling. What should we do now? The trees here are all transformed from people. So what are the people in the mountains? Yishu was already shocked by what he saw today. Ruo Jianwei looked back at the village at the foot of the mountain. The people there were still living their lives unconsciously. He suddenly remembered the dead tree he saw in the yard of Chu's house and said in a deep voice, since the trees here are transformed from people, the people in the mountains are most likely transformed from trees. But at this moment, Gu Han pointed the ice drink in his hand at where Chu was and said slowly, what it is? We will know after a try. After speaking, he was about to raise the knife to chop it off. Ruo Jin hurriedly picked up the unconscious Chu and protected her in his arms, saying, no. Miss Ruo Jin, Gu Han squinted at her, don't forget, she's not the real Chu. No, it's not like that. Ruo Jin still tightly protected the girl in his arms. She can cry and laugh, likes her brother, feels lonely when no one is with her, and always exudes a sense of spirituality when talking to others. She also wants to go outside the mountain to see the real snow. She is like this. Isn't she the real Chu? Seeing that persuasion was useless, Gu Han was about to continue swinging his knife, but saw a sword coming out from the side and blocking his falling blade. Ruo Jianwei drew his sword to protect Ruo Jin, and then turned around and said, Ruo Jin, take Miss Chu back. Ruo Jin was stunned, then stood up and ran back with Chu in his arms. Gu Han shouted, Taoist Master Ruo. What do you mean? Senior Gu, Ruo Jianwei still said lightly, I think the most important thing at this moment is to find the real murderer who killed these villagers and cultivators. Gu Han looked at him coldly for a long time, and finally put the knife back without saying a word. In this case, how should we find the person behind the scenes? Lu Qingchuan couldn't help but speak. The matter here must be related to the Lord Meng Li who has never appeared, and the god of spring mentioned by the mountain people. If you see the micro way, I wonder if you have discovered that although these trees have turned into people, their roots are still connected to each other. It seems to be gathering in one direction. Let's search along the roots of the tree, Gu Han said. Du Hong and Luo Sheng followed the remnant soul of his subordinate and walked all the way to the depths of the mountain. There were trees all around, and occasionally when the mountain wind blew, there was a rustling sound of leaves hitting the forest, as if there were countless demons hiding in it. Luo Sheng was secretly concentrating on being alert, and suddenly his feet were tripped. He looked down and saw a person lying on the side. The man looked seriously injured, with blood all over his head and his robes tattered. He could vaguely recognize that he was a disciple of Hongshan's sword sect. At this time, he was tripped by Luo Sheng, and his originally drowsy mind seemed to be clear for a moment. He hurriedly grabbed his trouser leg and said, "Help! Save me!" Luo Sheng felt that this man's head was really injured, and he actually asked for help from a person from the demon sect, so he didn't want to pay attention. He saw Du Hong, who was walking in front, turned back and squatted in front of the man, smiling and saying, "Oh, since you know that we are from the demon sect, you still dare to ask us to save you. Why should we save you?" Luo Sheng no longer wanted to understand why this gentleman had nothing to do and wanted to argue with a half-dead man here. The man almost fainted, but he managed to hold on and said slowly, I know the secret of this mountain." Du Hong and Luo Sheng were both shocked. Ruo Jin took Chu and ran to the small house halfway up the mountain. They passed the village at the foot of the mountain along the way. She didn't know if it was because she knew the true face of the people in the mountain. She just felt that the villagers were looking at her, and their eyes contained a hint of hostility. She turned around to avoid it, and saw a villager on the left came up and waved the sickle in his hand at her. She didn't know when she was surrounded by people in the mountain. These villagers looked like ordinary people, and their moves were unsystematic, but they were full of murderous intent. Ruo Jin was holding Chu in her arms, so she had to use the jade sword behind her to resist. However, she was also worried about the villagers' identities, so she was suppressed. Seeing more and more villagers rushing towards her, she was anxious. Ruo Jin was not careful for a moment and was cut by the sickle in the hands of the villagers. She almost knelt down. At this time, there was another killing move coming from behind. She felt a string in her heart that was about to break. She was about to use her sword to fight back, but suddenly she felt a pure palm wind brushing past her and directly dissolving the killing move behind her. Ruo Jin looked at the person who was slowly falling in front of her and said, "Thank you for your help, master." Jingxi nodded at her and used his palm to resist the attack again and asked, "Why are the villagers like this?" "This is a long story." Ruo Jin urged the sword to resist with him. "Master, please go with me to another place to explain it." As she spoke, she looked towards the mountainside. Jingxi understood and said to her, "Follow me." But Jingxi once again used his palm to dispel the attacks of the villagers in front of him. At the same time, he changed his footwork and made a way out of the encirclement. Ruo Jin hurriedly hugged Chu and followed him. The two quickly went to the mountainside. Ruo Jin gently put Chu on the couch and covered her with a quilt. Then he walked into the courtyard. Jingxi was waiting there. She told Jingxi in detail what happened in the forest on the mountain today. After listening, Jingxi pondered for a moment before saying, "It should be a formation." Ruo Jin asked in confusion, "Master, what do you mean by this?" "I have been investigating in the mountains recently and found that the scenery of the four seasons like spring in this mountain is not protected by the so-called divine power, but more like relying on the operation of the formation to maintain the circulation of spiritual energy." Jingxi said, "Combined with what you saw today, I am afraid that the entire Ruchun mountain range is a large formation, and the people who turned into trees in the forest and the villagers at the foot of the mountain are all part of the formation. Now that you have dug out all the trees in the mountain, you have destroyed the operation of the formation, and this girl Chu almost discovered the fact that she was dead, causing part of the formation to become abnormal, which then attracted other parts of the formation to eliminate the abnormality. So the mountain people attacked me? Then, Ruo Jin understood a little bit. She turned her head and looked down the mountain, and saw that the villagers had come up the mountain before. What should I do now? Since the formation has been destroyed, Jingxi lowered his head and looked at her and said, "For now, the only way is to find the eye of the formation and completely break the formation. After breaking it, what will happen to the people in the mountain?" Ruajin said in a daze. Ruajin, my friend, Jingxi's pair of wise eyes seemed to look straight into the depths of her heart. Do you still think they're people? Ruo Jianwei and his group walked along the tree roots to the back mountain. The further they went, the more they felt that more and more tree roots gradually gathered forward, like human blood vessels, dense and crisscrossed, and people's scalps were numb. After walking into another cave, the view suddenly opened up. Everyone looked forward and was shocked by the view in the cave. They were at the bottom edge of a valley. The valley was unknown how big it was. There was light leaking from the top, forming mottled colors. In the middle of the valley, there stood a huge Chinese tun tree, which occupied most of the valley. Half of the tree was full of vitality and aura, with lush branches and leaves, and a green atmosphere. The other half was dead, and the rotten branches were pulled down. The two formed a sharp contrast, which was quite weird. However, what was even more weird was that the roots of the Chinese tun tree were completely exposed on the ground, extending to the entire valley, and some even broke through the mountain wall and extended outward. Those roots were extremely thick, and the few people looked like dwarfs who had strayed into a foreign land against them. Obviously, this huge Chinese tun tree was the gathering place of the roots of the trees in the mountain. What's wrong with this tree? Brother Chin took a long time to find his voice. The person next to him tugged at his sleeve, pointed to the front and asked, "Brother Chin, what is that?" Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw that near the center of the tree roots, there were several corpses. They were actually the subordinates of Yudu Mountain sent by Luo Sheng. Ruo Jianwei came to the side of the corpses after a few jumps, and everyone followed. I saw that the corpses had faint signs of dead wood, and their feet were tightly entangled by the roots of the Chinese tun tree. It seemed that spiritual power was constantly flowing from them to the roots. Ruo Jianwei looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Du Heng and the others didn't seem to be here. He looked up at the tall and strange half-dead tree again. The half of the tree that was still alive still had spiritual energy overflowing, as if it was flowing to the entire mountain. He had a vague guess in his heart. At this time, Lu Qingchuan suddenly shouted, "No, my legs are entangled by the roots." Everyone looked at him and saw that one of Lu Qingchuan's legs was entangled by the roots, as if he was going to drag him back to the center of the roots. Gu Han shouted, "Qingchuan, draw your sword." Lu Qingchuan was suddenly entangled by the tree roots and was confused for a while. At this time, he heard Gu Han shout and calmed down. The long sword in his hand finally came out of the sheath. Lu Chuyuan's sword was called Buhua. The blade was slightly thick, but it did not reduce the sharpness of the blade at all. The long sword was simple and uncarved, which was in line with the essence of Kunlun swordsmanship to return to nature. Lu Qingchuan was Lu Chuyuan's only son and apprentice. Although he was still young and had insufficient foundation, he could not fully control the accumulation of Buhua, but he had already mastered Kunlun swordsmanship. With one move, he started and chopped the tree roots behind him. The tree roots were instantly broken into two pieces. The part connected to the center at the back seemed to be afraid of the sword and quickly retracted. Before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, they saw countless tree roots suddenly rushing out from all around and attacking them. The sword of Zheng Zhaoyu was unsheathed in an instant. Ruo Jianwei jumped into the air and made a sword flower with the sword in his hand. The sword light was like the bright moonlight, and the cold sword in tint surged out, instantly strangling the tree roots that attacked from the air. At the same time, Gu Hinyanbing held ice in his hand, and wherever the blade passed, the tree roots on the ground were also cut off. However, after these tree roots were cut off, new ones soon grew out and continued to surge towards the crowd, seemingly endless. Several juniors also joined in, but still could not reverse the situation. No, Ruo Jianwei urged the sword to strangle the tree roots in the air, while thinking, these tree roots are clearly targeting them. As if they are very clear about the situation of several people, and they choose to attack in the gaps. There must be someone behind the scenes controlling them nearby. He slightly lowered the ground in the gap between the tree roots, retreating and surging up, and looked at Gu Han. Both of them understood each other's plan. The next wave of tree roots attacked again, and Gu Han was still on the ground, slashing with his sword. Ruo Jianwei jumped into the air. Suddenly, Gu Han seemed to move slightly, and an empty door appeared beside him. Then a tree root changed direction and rushed there. In a flash, Gu Han's sword reversed, and he used his famous trick in I Shui Han to twist the tree root into several pieces. At the same time, the Zhaoye sword in the air escaped from the tree roots and went behind the trunk of the Chinese tun tree. Then he heard a puff, forcing the man in the dark to show up. The man was dressed like a priest from an ancient tribal group and looked like he was presiding over some mysterious and solemn ceremony. He had an old face and ravines on his face. Somehow, looking at this face, Yishu thought of the strange and intertwined tree roots all over the mountain. Zhaoye's sword returned to its sheath, and Ruo Jianwei said coldly, "We have come from afar. Is this your way of entertaining guests, Lord Meng Li?" Meng Li covered his left shoulder where Ruo Jianwei had stabbed him. He slowly moved his eyes to look at everyone and said, "You all came here for the artifact." The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and everyone frowned. He suddenly laughed, looking a little crazy. "Ha ha ha! How can you be qualified to hold the artifact of my god, Zhu Mengjuan?" Regarding the 10 gods, there are very few records in the entire Juzhou. The world's understanding of the 10 gods, apart from the famous battle of sealing demons 1,000 years ago, is the record of the artifacts in the Juzhou Chronicles, Natural History, which mentions the names of the gods holding the 10 Directions artifacts. The immortals who get the artifacts may be able to get a glimpse of the true appearance of the original owner through the artifacts, and the rest will only leave their names known to the world. This Zhu Mengjuan obviously belongs to the latter. It was mentioned in the 9 provinces, Natural History, that the artifact held by this god is called Changsui, which is said to be able to eliminate illness, dissolve all poisons, and even prolong life. Therefore, many people have been looking for this artifact. In addition to the ascetics, there are also mortals who come here because of its reputation. However, for hundreds of years, no one has found it. Unexpectedly, it is hidden in this Ruchun mountain range. However, at this moment, the people in the valley did not have a trace of joy to know the whereabouts of the artifact. Gu Han said to Meng Li, "So you killed those who came to find the artifact." Meng Li restrained the madness on his face at this time and said coldly, "They are greedy and dare to covet the artifact. They deserve it. What about the people in the mountain?" Yishu really couldn't understand. "You told them that they would be protected by the god of spring. But why did you kill them and turn them all into trees?" Of course, it was to sacrifice to his Lord of Spring. Am I right, Lord Meng Li? But I saw 3 people coming in from the other side of the opposite valley. The leader had a lazy tone. It was Du Hong and his party. Ruo Jianwei was slightly relieved to see that Du Hong was fine. But the man walking at the end was surprised and said, "Ruo Jianwei, why are you here too?" The man walked out from behind Luo Sheng, and it was the person Du Hong had saved before. Then Ruo Jianwei said lightly, "Long time no see, Brother Zhao." Even though the situation was tense at the moment, Senior Brother Chun still muttered behind him, "Why is it him?" Yishu couldn't help but gossip in a low voice. What happened to him? Zhao Pu, the eldest disciple of Hengshan's sword sect, was very self-righteous and always wanted to compare himself with Elder Ruo. Senior Brother Chun curled his lips in disdain, and Taoist Master Ruo would naturally ignore him. So he specifically said bad things about Taoist Master Ruo behind his back. He was really shameless. Zhao Pu was about to speak, and then he heard Meng Li continue Du Heng's words. "My god Gomang has protected the people in the mountains for thousands of years. I just gave their spiritual energy to my god to help my god resurrect." As he said, he knelt down facing the big cypress tree in the middle of the valley and worshipped devoutly. "My god, I will give you the spiritual power of everyone here." Du Heng's face changed and shouted, "Be careful." But Meng Li stood up and flew to the edge of the valley. Ruo Jianwei thought it was not good and wanted to leave the tree, but it was too late. Suddenly, a formation appeared around the Chinese tun tree, covering Ruo Jianwei and the others at the root. Du Hong saw the others disappear from the spot and suddenly moved in front of Meng Li, grabbed his neck, and said, "Quickly remove the formation." "It's impossible. It can't be removed." Meng Li struggled in his hand, and seeing Du Hong's hand tightening, he couldn't help coughing, cough, cough. "Even if you kill me, they will die." Du Hong threw him aside angrily and retreated. Luo Sheng said to the people beside him, "You didn't tell us. There is also a formation in the valley." Xiaopu felt the murderous intent emanating from Du Hong and swallowed his saliva. "I don't know this either." www.liotngtkaidout. Net Ruajin followed Jing Si and ran around in the mountains. They had destroyed 3 formation eyes, and there were still 2 unknown locations. After they destroyed the formation eyes, many of the people in the mountains had already shown their original forms of trees. They fell to the ground, and a faint white light flowed from their bodies, gradually converging to one place. "What are those white lights?" Ruajin asked. "Spirits," Jingxi replied. "It seems that someone has attached the spirits of the people in the mountains to these trees, allowing them to live like real people." While talking, Jingxi seemed to have sensed something, stopped, and looked at the place where the white light converged. Another formation was activated, like a formation within a formation. Ruajin also followed his gaze and had a sense of foreboding in her heart. They searched for the formation eyes in the mountains, but did not see any traces of Ruajianwei and others. Could they have triggered the formation? But Jingxi had already started walking towards that place. Activating the array in such a large array will consume a lot of spiritual power. The array that can maintain operation for such a long time must have an extraordinary main array eye. "You mean, maybe it is where the artifact is." Du Hong explored the edge of the array, trying to find a way to break the array. Meng Li sat aside and looked at him, laughing hoarsely. "Don't waste your energy. This array can only be activated once. Once activated, it cannot be reversed or broken." Du Hong ignored him and was still groping for something. "Or you guys can also enter the array and offer spiritual power to my god." "Haha, it seems that you are reluctant." He turned his head to look at Luo Sheng and Zhao Pu, and now he was talking like an ordinary old man. "Why don't you listen to my story?" Rua Jianwei and the others felt very strange at this time. They had just seen the formation start up, and a white light enveloped them. But when they opened their eyes again, they seemed to be still in the same place. But when they turned around, they found something different. The half-dead Chinese tune tree in the valley was now green and lush, with spiritual energy overflowing. The skylight shone on it, and the whole tree seemed to emit a soft 5-color light, which made people think of spring. "What's going on?" Yishu asked in confusion. Rua Jianwei looked at where Du Hong was. There was no one there now, which showed that this was indeed not the previous valley. "Look there." Lu Qingchuan suddenly pointed to a place and said. When they looked over, they saw a little boy of 8 or 9 years old stumbling into the valley and sitting down against the trunk of the Chinese tune tree. His foot seemed to be injured. He curled up in one place, buried his head in his knees, and cried softly. Everyone was wondering. Then they saw that at this moment, the tree suddenly shone brightly, and then a girl appeared. The girl looked only 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Ruajin. She had 2 buns on her head with ribbons on them, and she was wearing a green dress. She looked lively and smart, but she was holding a cane in her hand, which made her look a little more mature. The girl stood next to the little boy, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" The boy raised his face full of tears and looked at the girl and said gloomily, I lost my way in the mountains. I can't go home." Everyone looked at the familiar face, and they were all shocked. This boy is Meng Li? What's this? How can a man cry and cry casually? The girl sat down next to Meng Li, put her cane on her lap, and looked at him with her face raised. Just listen to the boy continue to sob and say, "My foot is injured. I can't walk. I won't become a lame in the future." "It turns out that it is like this, so there is no need to worry," the girl said. "I will treat it for you now." "Good." She stood up, picked up the cane, and pointed at Meng Li's injured foot. A soft light came from above and covered Meng Li's foot. After a while, Meng Li's surprised voice was heard. "Wow, my feet really don't hurt anymore. Even the wounds are gone." The girl also smiled and opened her eyes. It's a piece of cake. Meng Li looked up at her, suddenly blushed and said excitedly, Sister, are you the god of spring? I heard my father and mother say that our Ruchun mountain is protected by the god of spring. The god of spring has divine power and can bless us with health, joy, and a good harvest. I went into the mountain this time just to meet the god of spring, but I never thought that I lost my way and injured my foot. You healed my foot all at once. Are you the god of spring? He talked a lot like pouring beans, his eyes sparkling with a hint of child's excitement. The girl leaned on her cane, tilted her head and looked at him and said, Spring god? Is that what you call it? She smiled again and said, I am not a spring god. I am the spirit of this Chinese chun tree. My name is Ruchun. Ruchun. But just now, you pointed the cane at my foot and cured me. Meng Li refused to give up. Isn't this divine power? You said longevity. Ruchun shook the cane. It is made of my branches. The chun tree has longevity, can live for tens of thousands of years, is immortal, and the spiritual power of longevity can cure diseases and heal injuries. Then, can't you protect this mountain? Of course it is possible. Ruchun looked at the huge Chinese chrysanthemum tree. This mountain has nurtured me. I can transform smoothly because of the spiritual energy in the mountain. I naturally protect all things in this mountain. Then you are Lord Spring God. Meng Li's eyes shone with excitement. Hey, you kid. Ruchun is very helpless. Lord Spring God. I really saw Lord Spring God. Meng Li jumped up happily and ran around the chun tree several times, until he was out of breath. You can scream whatever you want. Ruchun held her forehead and said, You can't go home yet. Meng Li then remembered that he had gotten lost and ended up in this valley, and he suddenly withered like an eggplant beaten by frost. Ruchun was amused by his appearance and couldn't help but touched his head. Okay, it's getting late. I'll take you home. As she spoke, she raised her cane and transformed into a butterfly. The butterfly flew around Meng Li a few times and then flew out of the valley. Follow it and you can go home. Meng Li immediately became happy again, ran a few steps after the butterfly, turned around and said to Ruchun, Lord Spring God, can I still come to you? Ruchun replied, Of course. Meng Li ran away as contentedly as if he had found a treasure. After running a short distance, he turned around and waved to Ruchun, his tone full of excitement. Lord Spring God, my name is Meng Li, and I will come to see you again. After saying that, he followed the butterfly and ran out of the valley. Several people looked at Xiao Meng Li's figure gradually running away, and they all fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, Jumangjan's real name is Ruchun, which is actually the spirit of the chun tree in this mountain. Gu Han rubbed his chin and said, Unexpectedly, Jumangjan's appearance is that of a girl. Lu Qingchuan sighed. The artifact longevity actually came from this chun tree. Senior brother Chun was obviously shocked again by this scene. But what happened to Meng Li? Is this him we see before? So where are we now? Yishu felt like his mind was in a mess. Inside the formation, what we see should be from the past. Ruo Jianwei walked up to Jumangjan Ruchun 1,000 years ago, before the Demon Sealing War started. So how to break the formation? But Ruo Jianwei Zhaoyi took out her sheath and stabbed towards Ruchun's figure. In an instant, the surrounding scene shattered like a mirror image, and white light was seen, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Yudu Mountain. It was evening, and the mountains were covered in mist, and the setting sun gave them a burning color. I saw a man sitting alone on the edge of the cliff, lowering his head and carefully wiping the long knife in his hand. The blade of the knife was slender, thin, and light, but it had a curved arc at the end, making it quite strange in shape. At this moment, a person fell behind him, knelt down and said, Master Protector, the master has returned to the mountain gate. The man raised his head, revealing a heroic face, but she was a woman. She had long black hair tied into a high ponytail on the back of her head, with a few strands of broken hair on her forehead. If she looked closely, she could see a few indigo hairs between the black hair on her temples, adding to her whole face. A bit coquettish. This person is none other than Lu Zhenglan, the protector of Yudu Mountain. Then I heard Lu Zhenglan reply, I understand. The subordinate didn't dare to stay long after receiving the reply, and left after paying homage. After Lu Zhenglan wiped the long knife in his hand again, he put it back into the scabbard behind him, then got up and walked towards Fengji's residence. Yudu Mountain is famous in Kyushu for snatching artifacts and causing evil in the world. In the eyes of the world, it is a devil's cave that does all evil. In fact, Lu Zhenglan understands in his heart that their leader is just keen on collecting artifacts, although he has reached a kind of crazy level. Situation: the existence of Du Hong is an example. Most of the murders and arson that were spread in Kyushu were committed by the subordinates themselves. Although Fengji is powerful, she doesn't care much about the affairs in the mountain, let alone Du Hong. Therefore, the one who really manages the affairs of Yudu Mountain is her, the right protector of the wrong person. However, she is not a good person. She will bear the responsibility for whatever her subordinates do outside. If the fairy clan wants to have another demon-sealing war, she will go to a place to suppress the matter. On weekdays, as long as there is no one in the mountain, things happened, and she was happy and at ease. When Lu Zhenglan arrived, Fengji was staring at a sycamore tree in the courtyard in a daze. He had recently gone out to look for clues to new artifacts, but still found nothing. Lu Zhenglan stepped forward and paid homage. "I'm here to see the leader." The man in red in front of him turned around, revealing a young and handsome face. Fengji said to her, "Get up. How are you in the mountains these days?" Lu Zhenglan stood up and replied, "Back to the head. Everything is as usual in the mountain." I heard the person in front of me ask again, "Has Du Hong not come back yet?" "Not yet." Fengji's dark golden eyes narrowed dangerously. Lu Zhenglan hurriedly took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Fengji, saying, "Before he went down the mountain, he told his subordinates that if he failed to come back in time, he would give this to the leader." Fengji took the porcelain bottle from her hand, but did not open it. He just rubbed the bottle with his fingers and said slowly, "He has become more and more bold recently." Lu Zhenglan couldn't help but said, "This is the first time he has gone down the mountain in 50 years. After all." But seeing Fengji raise his eyes to look at her, she shut her mouth. "Just step back." Fengji collected the porcelain bottle and said to her. Lu Zhenglan hurriedly resigned. Lu Zhenglan was walking in the mountains, mentally scolding Du Hong. He was at ease at the foot of the mountain and did not return to the mountain for more than half a month, but he taught himself to deal with Fengji for him. She couldn't help but think back to the night before Du Hong went down the mountain. That day, she went to the cliff to have a drink with Du Hong as usual, and she heard Du Hong say to her, "That old madman promised to let me go down the mountain." Lu Zhenglan didn't bother to correct the disrespect in his tone towards the leader and continued, "Are you going to help him find the artifact?" Du Hong smiled angrily and said, "You really think I will do things for him sincerely, do you?" Lu Zhenglan gave him a look. Du Hong stopped smiling and said seriously, "I have a plan." After hearing this, Lu Zhenglan couldn't help but said, "Are you crazy?" Du Hong said, "Although Fengji is collecting artifacts like crazy, he is not keen on becoming a god. So there must be other important things that force him to do this. So I must find the key and use this to kill him." At the end of his sentence, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Lu Zhenglan didn't want to get involved in the grudge between him and Fengji. In her opinion, both of them were madmen. But now that Du Hong had explained the entire plan to her, she still said, "What should I do?" If Fengji asked, he would give this thing to him. Du Hong would throw a small porcelain vase to her, and then pay attention to Fengji's movements in the mountains. "I have observed it, and there must be secrets related to him hidden in Yudu Mountain." Something. Lu Zhenglan took the porcelain bottle, and she naturally knew what was inside. She asked, "Are you okay?" Du Hong picked up the wine bottle and walked towards his residence, and a lazy voice came, "Don't worry." When Ruo Jinwei and others opened their eyes again, they were at the top of a mountain. Meng Li had now grown into a young man. He was standing on the top of the mountain looking into the mountain. Ruchun was standing beside him, both of them looking a little solemn. Yishu said at this time, "I feel like the spiritual energy in my body is losing." Everyone secretly circulated their spiritual energy, and they all secretly noticed that this formation was absorbing their spiritual energy. "We need to find a way to break the formation as soon as possible," Gu Han said in a deep voice. At this time, the young Meng Li spoke. "It has been uneasy recently. I heard that evil disasters are happening outside the mountains, and even the mountains are affected. Winter has come very early this year, and the harvest of the mountain people has been reduced a lot. I am afraid that they will not be able to survive this winter." After listening to his words, everyone looked around and discovered the desolate winter scene in Ruchun Mountain. It turns out that the Ruchun Mountains also have distinct 4 seasons? Senior Brother Chun said doubtfully. It was caused by the overflowing demonic energy in Kyushu. There was a faint look of exhaustion on Ruchun's eyebrows, and my spiritual power was also weakened. Lord Spring God. But seeing the scene change, everyone followed Meng Li running in the mountains. Everything in the mountains was withered, and the voices of the mountain people's prayers could be heard in their ears. "Please protect us, Lord Spring God. Please protect us, Lord Spring. May the evil disaster come soon." "Calm down." Meng Li ran towards the valley, and everyone followed him into the valley. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw that the chun trees in the valley were emitting colorful divine light at this moment. The pure spiritual energy filled the entire valley and was heading towards the entire Ruchun Mountain. Ruchun stood in front of the tree, and his whole body was glowing with the same light as the giant tree behind him. A soft white light surrounds the long-year-old at hand, and there is a faint formation flowing under his feet. She opened her mouth and said, "I accept the spiritual energy in the mountain to open up wisdom and transform into spirits, so I use my spiritual power to protect the creatures in my mountain. Now that the mountain is invaded by a demonic disaster, I will use my body and spirit to protect everything in the Spring Mountain." As she finished speaking, her whole body glowed brightly. However, wherever she passed, everything revived and was filled with lush greenery. The formation spread from the huge Chinese chrysanthemum tree behind her to the entire mountain range, as if spring had arrived in the mountains overnight. Ruchun's figure appeared over the Ruchun Mountains, and the divine seal on her forehead gradually took shape. She continued, "I obey the call of heaven and gather the wishes of the mountain people to become a god. My name is Jemangjan." When the villagers in Ruchun Mountain saw this scene, they all fell to the ground and shouted, "Thank you, Lord Chun God, for your protection. Thank you, Lord Chunshin." Everyone looked up at Jemangjan in midair and could not speak for a long time. "Is this becoming a god?" After a long time, Lu Qingchuan murmured, "If you want to become a god, you must first prove your own way." Guhan said, "Jemangjan is the spirit of the Chun tree in the mountain, and her way is to protect the entire Ruchun mountain range. For the next 100 years, the spring-like mountain maintained its spring-like scenery all year round." Meng Li became the chief of the mountain clan, communicating with the spring god on behalf of the mountain people and conveying the spring god's will to the mountain people. Because of practicing magic, his appearance remained that of his youth. After Ruchun became a god, he still stayed in the valley and no longer appeared in front of others. He would often go to Ruchun and share the life of the mountain people with her. Occasionally, a mountain person would return from an outing, or an outsider would enter, bringing some novelties. He will also bring you things and strange things like spring. Ruchun still looked like a girl. After listening to his story, she said to him, "Ali, thank you for staying with me after all these years." www.liotengtkidao.net. Meng Li blushed and said, "I will always follow Lord Spring God." Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Decades later, demons were raging in Kyushu, and the source was found out. The 10 gods wanted to join forces to suppress the demons, and Lord Jumong was one of them. Before leaving, Meng Li said worriedly, "Master Chun Shan, I heard that the source of the evil disaster is extremely powerful. Please go." Ali, Ruchun turned around, looked at him, and said, "No matter what the outcome of this battle, you will protect the mountain people." Meng Li said, "But Ruchun Mountain needs your protection." Ali, Ruchun interrupted him. "After so many years, you still don't understand. My divine power comes from all things in Ruchun Mountain, and the one who protects Ruchun Mountain has never been a god, but all things in the mountains." Those words gradually dissipated in the air as the scene changed. When the surrounding scene became stable again, several people noticed something strange. Isn't this the first scene we saw when we entered the battle? Yishu saw the injured Xiao Mengli running into the previous valley in front of them again. Are we going to continue this cycle? What can we do? I feel like my spiritual power is losing faster and faster. Senior brother Chun said anxiously. You need to try to find the center of this formation. If Jianwei's heart sinks slightly, if this continues, their spiritual power will be exhausted sooner or later. You naturally know the result of the war. My god fell in that demon-sealing battle, and her Chun trees also withered. Spring Mountain lost its divine protection, and gradually lost its spring like seen all year round. Meng Li said slowly, I went to the ruins of the Great War to search, but I only found the lost artifact Changsui. Presumably the artifact inherited the master's will. When he got it, the divine seal on the staff actually accepted it. I brought Changsui back to the mountain, hoping to use the power of the artifact and the formation left by my god to return Spring Mountain to the state of spring all year round. But I failed. So, you want to resurrect Jimangjin? Du Heng walked up to him and asked coldly. Only my god can protect Ruchun, and only my god can exert the powerful power of the artifact. When Meng Li said this, he suddenly became excited. Those people, those sanctimonious cultivators, wanted to take the artifact as their own. You kill them, Luosheng said. Yes, I killed them. Right here, Meng Li's eyes flashed fiercely, and I looked at the spiritual power flowing out of them. If they dare to covet my god, they should dedicate their spiritual power to my god. He borrowed the formation left by Jimangjin and supplied the spiritual power of those people to the withered Big Chun tree. However, Du Heng noticed something strange in his words. Just as he was about to ask again, he saw two more people walking into the valley. It was Jingxi and Ruajin who came to look for the formation eye. Protector of Yudu Shanzhua? Ruajin looked at the strange situation in the valley, walked straight to Du Heng, and asked, Where are my senior brother and the others? But she saw Du Heng smiling at her and saying, You must be Taoist Master Rua's junior sister. Just call me Du Heng. Ruajin looked at his slightly flattering smile and got goosebumps all over her body. Du Heng. Protector, you haven't answered my question yet. Oh, Du Heng touched his nose, and Ruajin actually read a hint of embarrassment from his expression. Your senior brother is trapped in the formation now, he said and pointed at Meng Li. He did it. Ruajin probably guessed who this person was, and just when he was about to say something else, he heard Du Heng say first, He and I are not the same group. I have been looking here for a long time, and there is no way to break the formation. I am definitely not with him just now. Chat. As if he was afraid that Ruajin would misunderstand something. The few people present showed no expression except for Jingxi, while the others all rolled their eyes. Jingxi took over Du Heng's awkward chat. We are here to break the formation. Ahem. That's right, Ruajin added hurriedly. According to the master, the main formation eye of this mountain formation and the formation within the formation here is here. But Lord Protectors didn't notice the formation eye just now. There was a trace of ridicule in Zhao Pu's tone. For such a large formation, the formation eye should be a magical weapon. Du Heng ignored him. He lowered his head and thought deeply. He heard Meng Li's tone, and it seemed that he was not worried at all that they would find the artifact. He had already checked and found that the artifact was not on Meng Li's body. There was only one place. He raised his head and looked at the artifact. The half-dry Chun tree said, Lao Luo, let me lend you your knife. The name of Luosheng's sword is Xie. Before he entered the Devil's Way, he was a disciple of a small, immortal sect who majored in sword skills. Hearing Du Heng's words, before he had time to react, Du Heng had already pulled out the knife from his waist. Because a formation appeared around the Chun tree before, Du Heng had been exploring the periphery but had never seen the Chun tree itself. Holding the demon in hand, he jumped to the sidewall of the valley, ran all the way along the sidewall to the big Chun tree, then jumped and slashed towards the Chun tree from above. However, Meng Li noticed his intention and instantly rushed to the Chun tree, manipulating the tree roots to resist Du Heng's sword. Seeing that the blow failed, Du Heng withdrew and retreated to the original place. He returned the knife to Luosheng and said disgustedly, Your knife is not very easy to use. Luosheng curled his lips and said thank you. Du Heng stared at Meng Li. He was not good at using swords. His attack just now was an opportunity before everyone had time to react. Unfortunately, Meng Li blocked him. I saw Meng Li touching the trunk of the Chun tree with his hand and said angrily, I originally wanted to deal with the people in the formation first, and then I will deal with you. But you dare to attack this chun tree." As he spoke, he touched a tree trunk. Formation, a cane as tall as a person gradually appeared in his hand. Everyone was shocked that the magic weapon had longevity. "In this case, I will take your lives here first." After he finished speaking, the staff glowed brightly, and the spiritual power around him vibrated. The ground shook, and several people were unable to stand steadily for a while. "What's going on?" Ruchun asked. Jinxi's face changed slightly, and he said, "He has increased the power of the formation. This is a killing formation." After speaking, he took the lead in raising his hand to attack Meng Li. To break the killing formation, one must first kill the person who set up the formation. The others followed closely and attacked Meng Li, but Meng Li waved the magic staff in his hand to resist. His divine power increased, and he actually blocked the siege of several people at the same time. Ruchun was holding the Wuyu sword to resist the long-term divine power, and she was almost exhausted. She saw the tree roots beside her attacking her when she was not prepared. She was struggling to draw her sword and turned around, and she saw a hand stretched out from the side to push her sword away, protecting her behind her, and the other hand used the palm to face the divine power, and at the same time a magic spell attacked the tree root and smashed it to pieces. Du-hung said, "Junior sister Ruchun, are you okay?" Ruchun seemed to be still in shock, staring at him blankly. Just now she clearly saw that Du-hung also wore a string of Bodhi beads on his left wrist. Ruchun and the others had followed Meng Li in this formation for several cycles. They saw Meng Li's eyes change from innocent and ignorant to resolute and calm, and then recalled Meng Li's crazy eyes outside the formation and sighed. Several people sighed and searched for the eye of the formation at the same time, but they found nothing, and the spiritual power in their bodies was still lost. Strange, in my opinion. The eye of the formation must be something in these scenes, but after trying for so long, I still can't break this formation, which is really worrying. Senior Brother Chun complained while urging his sword to stab the figure of a mountain dweller. "Senior Brother, don't be too anxious." Yishu was about to persuade Senior Brother Chen when he felt the formation vibrate violently for a moment, and the surrounding scenes were also distorted for a moment. "What's going on?" The power of the formation seems to have increased. Gu Han frowned. "Someone has touched the center of the formation, but we haven't found the center of the formation yet." Lu Qingchuan was also anxious. It was someone outside the formation. Ruchun thought, the real center of the formation is outside the formation. Then, we can't get out. Although the real center of the formation is outside the formation, there should be a corresponding fake center in the formation. I'm afraid that two places need to be attacked at the same time to break the formation. So what should we do now? Find the center of the formation in the formation. Ruchun looked at the center of the vibration just now, which was exactly where the valley was. He said, and then wait for the opportunity. It must be a coincidence. Ruchun mechanically urged the sword to resist the attack of the tree roots, and couldn't help but think wildly in her heart. It was strange enough for her senior brother, a Taoist, to wear a Bodhi string. How could a demon wear a Buddhist Bodhi string? She secretly convinced herself that it was a coincidence, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Du Heng's string of Bodhi beads was exactly the same as the one on her senior brother's wrist. Moreover, senior brother has become very abnormal since he met Du Heng. Could it be that Du Heng is? Ruchun's heart was very complicated. She felt like she was going crazy. But she saw Du Heng helped her resist the attack of the tree roots again, and asked unconsciously, "Junior sister Ruchun, are you really okay? Why do I feel that you look very bad?" "I look very bad because of you." "No. Why do you call me junior sister?" Ruchun asked him with a strange look on his face. "Huh, aren't you Jianwei's junior sister?" Du Heng scratched his head. At this time, everyone was fighting fiercely, and he didn't deliberately change the name. "I am his junior sister, not your junior sister. Also, why do you call me so intimately?" Ruchun was going crazy. Meng Li's attack came again, and Du Heng didn't have time to say more and joined the battle again. Luo Sheng swung his knife to cut off the surrounding tree roots. Jingxi used his palm to resist the magic staff in Meng Li's hand, and Zhao Pu drew his sword to stab behind Meng Li. Seeing that the attack was about to hit, the magic staff in Meng Li's hand suddenly shone brightly, and the divine power increased instantly, shocking everyone back a few steps. Du Heng now approached Meng Li and tangled with him. The others also came forward and continued to attack. Meng Li waved his staff to sweep away the attacks of the crowd, saying, "Haha, your attacks are nothing more than this." He touched the ground with his staff, sweeping away the surging divine power to suppress the crowd, and continued, "Let me send you on your way." However, Du Heng seemed to be unaffected by the oncoming divine power attack, leaped into the air, and flew straight to Meng Li, holding the waving divine staff with both hands. Meng Li was startled and wanted to use the divine power of the divine staff to repel Du Heng. Dots of white light gathered at the top of the divine staff, but Du Heng exerted force with both hands and forcibly twisted the divine staff. The divine staff was seen turning in the hands of the two people, and the huge divine power formed went straight to the Chinese tun tree in the middle of the valley. Meng Li's eyes were bloodshot, and he said angrily, "You." He angrily hit Du Heng's chest with his magic staff, and Du Heng spat out blood. His body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and he was about to be pierced through by the attacking tree roots. At this time, a sword flashed, and the tree roots were broken. Ruo Jianwei jumped out of the formation and grabbed Du Heng's waist. Du Heng was hanging upside down on Ruo Jianwei's arm like a sack. The posture was very uncomfortable, but he was very happy in his heart and couldn't help but curl his lips. Ruo Jianwei gently put him on the ground, without saying much, and urged the sword to attack Meng Li again. Everyone who came out of the formation joined the attack, and the situation changed instantly. Meng Li couldn't resist and was covered with a lot of wounds. He hurriedly retreated to the side of the Chinese tun tree, stood still, held the trunk and took a few breaths, and then raised his head again. Facing the people who attacked, his face was even more crazy. You all go to Hades." But at this time, a clear child's voice sounded in the valley, "Grandpa." Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw Ah Chu limping in. She was affected by the formation, and half of her body had turned into a dead tree, but she still walked forward stubbornly. When she was about to enter the battle circle, Ruo Jin hurried forward to hold her back. "Ah Chu." Meng Li looked at her dejectedly, and seemed to have aged a few years in an instant. "Grandpa, why? Do you want to do this? Why? Kill Brother Ah Chun?" Ah Chu asked with tears in her eyes. "Why? Kill Ah Chu?" Meng Li seemed to have turbid tears in his eyes. "No, Ah Chu. At the beginning, it was not like this. At the beginning, it was not like this. At that time, hundreds of years had passed since the end of the Sealed Demon War. He had been searching hard for a way to rejuvenate the Ruchun Mountains, but to no avail. The people in the mountains had changed for several generations, and he was getting older. He adopted a boy who was honest and kind, and he named him Ah Chen. When Ah Chen grew up, he wanted a sister, so he adopted another girl. The first time he saw the little girl, he felt that she was as smart as his Lord Spring God, with a pair of eyes full of liveliness and innocence, as if looking into her eyes could fill one's heart with warmth and hope, just like spring. He was obsessed with returning the Ruchun Mountains to the four-season spring scenery. At this time, people came to the mountain one after another, saying that they wanted to see the legendary artifact. He agreed, but when he saw the greed in those people's eyes after seeing the artifact, he suddenly felt boundless anger. His god died for the world, and her tun tree withered. The mountain she guarded was no longer like spring. The world did not remember her name, but only coveted her artifact. When those people fought for the ownership of the artifact, he took action. He used the artifact to replace the formation left by Zhu Mengjuan to maintain the spring scenery in the mountain, absorb the spiritual power of those people, turn them into trees, and let them stay in the mountain forever. After doing all this, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the originally withered Chinese tun tree actually had a glimmer of life because of the spiritual power of these cultivators. He immediately had a crazy idea. He wanted to let his goddess of spring return to this world and return to the mountain she protected. Since then, outsiders who entered the Ruchun Mountains have never come out again. He said to himself that they coveted the artifact and this was what they deserved. Until one day, when he was killing those people, He was caught by Aiken, who was going up the mountain. He was almost crazy at that time, and he accidentally killed Aiken. He watched Aiken's body gradually turn into trees like those cultivators, and suddenly became scared. What should I do? Achu will definitely find out. No. Achu likes her brother so much. I must not let her find out. He was walking back holding Aiken's body that had turned into a tree. When he saw the woods on the mountain, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. That was the first time he used the soul transfer method. He transferred the soul of Aiken, which had not yet left his body, into the tree, so that he could continue to accompany Achu instead of the real Aiken. Because it was the first time, and because of the guilt in his heart, Aiken's soul was missing and his senses became dull. Fortunately, Aiken was honest and simple, and he successfully deceived Achu. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this matter would end here. But who knew that this was just the beginning of madness? In order to revive the Chinese tune tree and maintain the formation in the mountain, he needed more spiritual power, but people from outside the mountain did not come often. So he finally turned his attention to the people in the mountain. The people in the mountain have survived until now because of the protection of the Lord Spring God. Now they are just asking them to offer spiritual energy to the Lord Spring God. He convinced himself, besides, I will restore the 4 seasons of spring in this mountain, and I will also let them live forever without worries under the protection of the Lord Spring God. In this way, more and more spiritual energy gathered towards the tune tree, and the spiritual power of the formation in the mountain gradually increased. There were many bones in the woods on the mountain, and the people in the mountain were still living unconsciously. On a night with a bright moon in the sky, he swung the butcher knife in his hand at Achu. The girl still had a sweet smile on her face, and it looked like she had a beautiful dream. The formation in the mountain was restored, and the Ruchun Mountains returned to the scene of spring all year round. He modified the memories of the mountain people, making them think that the Ruchun Mountains had always been like this, and they were living happily under the protection of the Lord of Spring. The villagers still greeted him every day, thanked him for conveying the will of the Lord of Spring, and asked him to say hello to the Lord of Spring. He looked at them, as if he had really returned to 1,000 years ago. He did not allow the mountain people to go out, because his magic would fail outside the mountain, and he dared not imagine what would happen after it failed. He had gradually become accustomed to this illusion, deceiving himself into thinking that the mountain people were still alive. He used the spiritual energy of the entire mountain people to restore the formation, but this formation trapped him in it. But it was not enough. To revive his god, he needed more and stronger spiritual power. So when that person found him and said that there was a way to provide him with more spiritual power, he agreed. He released the news of the artifact and waited for the sacrifice of his god to come. There is no going back. Meng Li struggled out of his memories and stopped looking at Achu's tear-stained face. He raised the magic wand in his hand and once again increased the power of the formation in the entire mountain. His face was full of madness. You all offer spiritual power for the resurrection of my god. The entire Ruchun Mountains seemed to be shaking, and cracks appeared on the walls of the valley. Countless tree roots rushed towards everyone from all sides. Several people were busy using their own moves to resist. He used divine power to enhance the formation in the mountain. Jingxi said, "Is he crazy? If this goes on, the entire spiritual vein in the mountain will be destroyed." Xiaopu is about to collapse. But if the main formation eye is a divine artifact, do we have to destroy the artifact in his hand? Ruojin said. The center of the formation is not the artifact in his hand, Ruo Jianwei said to her while swinging his sword to block the attack of the tree roots. The center of the formation is the Chinese tune tree. But according to him, the formation in the mountain relies on the power of the artifact to extract people's spiritual power and aura to supply the Chinese tune tree and maintain the spring-like scenery. Ruo Jin was puzzled. How could the artifact not be the center of the formation? The artifact is undoubtedly the center of the formation, Du Heng said beside her, but what he holds is not the real artifact, or rather, what he holds is not the complete artifact Changsui. Ruo Jianwei continued. The real artifact is still in the Chinese tune tree? Ruo Jin seemed to understand. Changsui was originally the body of Ju Meng Jun, that is, a part of the big Chinese tune tree, and naturally it can return to the Chinese tune tree. Yishu explained, and when Ruajin looked at him, he was embarrassed and said, "It was the young elder Ruo who told us in the formation." So when they were in the formation, they were waiting for the opportunity to attack the Chinese tune tree and break out of the formation. What he holds now is a part of the Chinese tune tree and also a part of Changsui. Du Hong said again. Guhan cut off the roots of the trees around with a knife and shouted to Ruo Jianwei, "Little elder Ruo, please break the formation again." Ruo Jianwei nodded to him and was about to fly the sword to approach the Chinese tune tree, but Meng Li noticed their intention and said, "No one can get close to my god." Then he waved his staff to drive the divine power to hit Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei resisted with a sword and coldly rebuked. "Lord Zhu Meng became a god to protect the people in the mountain, but you sacrificed them just to revive the god of spring. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse?" Meng Li was almost crazy and shouted, "You are talking nonsense. I did this for Ruchun Mountain. It's all for their own good. The Lord of Spring is back. They can continue to be protected by the Lord. Now you are the only one left in the mountain. What will your god do when he comes back and sees such a scene?" "No. Shut up. Shut up," Meng Li muttered in his mouth, and the divine power of the staff in his hand burst out, and he went straight to Ruo Jianwei. Everyone was suppressed by this majestic divine power and could not move. However, Du Hong stepped forward. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and he formed seals with his hands. He actually resisted the divine power of Changsui with his own strength. Everyone felt a powerful force from him that was enough to compete with the divine power in Meng Li's hand. That was another kind of divine power. Ruo Jianwei looked at the person who was fighting Meng Li in the air and was stunned for a moment. Then he heard Du Hong shouting, "Taoist Master Ruo." He quickly flew his sword again, walked to the vicinity of the Chinese tune tree, held the sword in his hand, and drew a circle in the air with the sword tip. It was a move of lonely peak shining on the moon and went straight to the trunk of the Chinese tune tree. Meng Li was entangled by Du Hong and could not get away. Seeing that the Zhaoye sword had hit the Chinese tune tree, he shouted, "No." Then he saw that the tree was split into two halves by Ruo Jianwei's sword, revealing the real Changsui with a faint divine light inside, and the two separated halves of the tree became dead wood, without any vitality. The vibration in the mountain also stopped, and the crazy attacking tree roots also stopped their offensive. Meng Li's expression seemed to be blank for a moment, and then he forcibly shook off Du Heng's entanglement and hurried to the Chinese tune tree. "No, this is not real." He touched the dry trunk with his hand, and a piece of bark fell gently to the ground with his movement. Something in his heart seemed to collapse. He turned to face the crowd, his face half crazy and half sad. "You, all of you will be buried with my god." He raised his hand to summon the real Changsui, and saw Du Hong rushing in front of him at this time, putting his hand on his head with a cold gray eye, and everyone felt the devilish energy emanating from Du Hong at this moment. He said expressionlessly, "Die." Then the devilish energy and divine power on his body burst out together and actually tore Meng Li's soul apart. Meng Li's face was full of disbelief, and his body collapsed to the ground without support. Chu shouted. No, her voice stopped abruptly, and she finally completely turned into a tree, with crystal tears hanging on it. Ruo Jianwei fell to the ground, staring blankly at Du Hong. He seemed to have become a different person at this moment, becoming extremely unfamiliar. Lu Qingchuan looked at everything in front of him in shock. Things happened in a flash. Before he could react, he saw something fall at his feet, and he picked it up unconsciously. At this moment, he suddenly felt a gust of sword wind sweeping past, and he hurriedly dodged sideways, but his face was still cut, and it hurt hot. Zhao Pu landed not far from him, pointed the sword in his hand at him and said, "Hand over the artifact." He then looked down at his hand, and it turned out that what he picked up was the artifact Changsui. Seeing that Lu Qingchuan was injured, Gu Han drew his sword and went towards Zhao Pu, and Zhao Pu hurriedly raised his sword to resist. Lu Qingchuan hurriedly carried Changsui behind him and drew out Buhua to meet him. The fight between the two also implicated the people around them. Yishu and others were also involved, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. During the fight, the artifact on Lu Qingchuan's back was picked off and fell into Yishu's hands. Seeing Luo Sheng and Zhao Pu attacking him, Ruo Jin hurriedly drew his sword to resist with him. Ruo Jianwei saw that Yi and Jin were having difficulty fighting against the masters on the opposite side, so he also pulled himself out to join the battle. Luo Sheng saw Ruo Jianwei joining in and thought it was not good. He hurriedly shouted to the people beside him, "Lord Left Protector!" The demonic energy and divine power that surged on Du Hong seemed to have subsided. He bypassed Jingxi's obstruction in front of him and came to the battle circle. Zhao Pu took advantage of the fight between Luo Sheng and Ruo Jianwei and stabbed Yishu with a sword. Yishu raised his sword to block in panic, but the artifact slipped out of his hand again. Zhao Pu succeeded in his plan and was about to catch the artifact when he saw Du Hong rushing over from the side and attacking his face with his hands and claws. He was unable to raise his sword to block for a while, so he had to turn his head in embarrassment. Seeing that the artifact was about to fall into Du Hong's hands, he waved his sword to hit the artifact far away so that neither side could get it, but Du Hong curled his lips, bounced his sword with his other hand, and at the same time stretched out his foot to pick it up. The artifact that was about to fall changed direction and fell directly into the hands of Ruo Jianwei, who was fighting close to him. Everyone present paused for a moment and looked at Ruo Jianwei, who was holding the artifact. Luo Sheng, is this man really here to help? Ruo Jianwei looked at Du Hong in confusion, and he didn't understand why Du Hong did this. Du Hong seemed to have returned to his usual gangster appearance and smiled at him frivolously. Ruo Jin wanted to beat this man up at this moment. At this moment, he saw a green light on Changsui. Ruo Jin looked down slightly and saw the divine seal on the divine staff flashing. A white light went straight into his forehead, and the divine seal was unlocked for him. Zhao Pu was still unwilling to give in. He raised his sword and went towards Ruo Jianwei Gong. "Please get out of the way, Protector Zhua." Luo Sheng swore that he never wanted to deal with this person again. He heard Du Hong say to him in his usual lazy tone, "Lao Luo, I'm not talking about you. People still need to have some self-awareness." He raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. Luo Sheng followed his line of sight and saw Ruo Jin. Wei Ji knocked back Zhao Pu with a sword, and Zhao Pu staggered back, looking quite embarrassed. "Then please protect Master Zhua to complete this mission of robbing the artifact." Luo Sheng gritted his teeth and said. Du Hong retracted his hand, gathered his sleeves together, and looked like a magic stick again. "I can't beat Taoist Master Ruo. Besides, the magic weapon has been met. If Taoist Master unlocks the seal, we will fight again. There is no point in grabbing." His last words seemed to be addressed to everyone present. Gu and Lu were not here for this purpose. After Yishu and his party had experienced so many things, they no longer had the interest to appreciate the magical artifacts. Jingxi said, "I am looking for the artifacts to find traces of the 10 gods. Now that I know that Lord Jumong has passed away, I will not comment too much on the ownership of the artifact." He looked back at the dead tree that was split in half. The tree had long since decayed. The original vitality was just the power of the artifact to resurrect the god. It was a self-deceiving joke from the beginning. Gu Han also said, "Then please ask Taoist priest Ruo to bring the artifact Changsui back for safekeeping." Zhao Pu looked at Ruo Jianwei bitterly but made no move, which was equivalent to acquiescence. Luo Sheng saw this and said nothing. If Ruo Jianwei nodded to everyone, he accepted Gu Han's proposal. He put away Changsui and walked to Ruo Jin. Ruo Jin held a Chu, who had turned into a tree, with a sad expression. She once said she wanted to go outside to see real snow. But she didn't know that she had stayed in this spring mountain forever, swallowed up by the crazy desire of the person she loved most. Ruo Jin patted Ruo Jin's shoulder silently. Ruo Jin calmed down her emotions for a while, stood up and said, "Senior brother, let's bury the people here." No one had any objections, even Luo Sheng remained silent. They walked in the mountains, collecting corpses that had long been cold. Some were from the mountains, and some were cultivators outside the mountains. They might have had happy families, or they might have had crazy thoughts, but in the end they could only live forever. Stay in this distant spring mountain and be buried with a ridiculous spring-like dream. Bits of soul turned into white light and floated from those people. There was a wind blowing in the mountain, and the wind seemed to contain the whimpering sounds of countless souls. Their bodies had long since turned into trees and died forever, but their souls were still trapped in the spring mountain by the formation. Now that the formation is cracked, they are finally liberated and return to reincarnation. Du Heng's gray eyes reflected the white light floating into the distance, and he quietly didn't know what he was thinking. A few people found the boat they came from at the ferry landing. The boatmen had all turned into trees, and the bustling shore was now quiet. The river was still flowing tirelessly, quietly watching this absurd farce. They punted the boat and rowed along the river toward the mountains. Yishu couldn't help but look at both sides of the bank. When they came, it was still a picturesque place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was like spring all year round. Every family was laughing and enjoying themselves. When they left, only the almost bare mountains were left to see them off silently. At the same time, in the valley where the Ruchun mountain range was about to collapse, two figures appeared in it. The man behind asked as he walked, "Why don't you go after the artifact?" The man walking in front said in a nonchalant tone, "My goal has been achieved. Why should I chase something that has no effect?" The two of them walked to Meng Li's body, and one of them said, "This old man really goes to great lengths to resurrect his god. You just tried a little," and he agreed to help him by borrowing the artifact for a while in exchange for more spiritual power to enhance the conditions of the formation. He thought he had made a good deal. The man next to him said, "But he didn't know that I wanted him to completely complete this formation." The man from before looked at the dead tree in the middle. In the past, Lord Jumong used formations to protect Spring Mountain like spring all year round, but he taught Meng Li to change it to a formation that absorbs spiritual energy, and the mountain maintains the appearance of spring in the sky. The spiritual energy has long been exhausted. His attainments in formations are already very high in Kyushu, but it's a pity. After all, his formations were passed down from Jumangjan, and the Taoism of 1,000 years ago was naturally much more sophisticated than it is now. Now that the formation in the mountain has been completed, the spiritual energy of Ruchun Mountain has become almost sparse. If Jumangjan was still here, I don't know what to think when seeing such a scene. The two men turned and left. The valley collapsed behind them, leaving only a sigh floating in the air. The boat gradually left the boundary of Ruchun Mountain and headed towards the bank of Sisui River. As it gradually approached, everyone saw a middle-aged man standing on the bank of the river. The man was dressed in simple clothes, carrying a long sword on his back, and had an anxious look on his face. Yeshu shouted, "Master! It's Master! Master is coming to us." The brothers and sisters were all pleasantly surprised. They had experienced so much on their way down the mountain. Now that they saw Master, they felt much more at ease. I almost forgot why Master appeared here. Anna-shin watched with indignation as they one by one got off the boat and stood in front of him, and said, "Do you dare to go down the mountain privately without telling the teacher next time? Return to Master." "I don't dare anymore." Several people stood in a row with their heads close together, listening to the Master's teachings. Lu Qingchuan looked at them and couldn't help but think of Lu Qiuyuan, but he still stubbornly refused to bow to that person first. He turned around and left after getting off the boat. Guhan said goodbye to Ruo Jianwei and the others and followed him away. Jingxi and Zhaopu also said goodbye to several people. Ling Jianwei walked up to Shun Yan, saluted and said, "Master Shun." Anna Shin hurriedly returned the gift and said, "Thank you very much, young elder Ruo, for taking care of me. This group of careless children in Zhuoguangshan will definitely cause you a lot of trouble." Ruo Jian shook his head slightly and said, "No trouble." Senior brother Chen said, "How can we cause trouble to elder Ruo Shao? We are in the mountains." Anna Shin turned back and glared at him, and he quickly shut his mouth. Anna Shun continued, "I will take them back to Zhuoguang Mountain and say goodbye first." After saying that, he bowed to Ruo Jianwei and Ruo Jin and left with a group of young quails behind him. Ruo Jin turned slightly and saw that Du Heng had already walked some distance away from Luosheng. He wanted to catch up, but stopped again. "Even if we catch up, what can we say?" He thought mockingly to himself. He originally thought he would not remember him, but after seeing him in the mountains for a few days, he felt that the man had not changed. However, what happened in the valley was still vivid in his mind. Du Heng was no longer the same as he was 50 years ago. He is full of mysteries, but now I don't know what he is thinking. After so many years, you said I haven't changed, but you have changed so much. What is separated between them is not this distance, but 50 years of time and the vagaries of the human world. He ended up walking in the other direction. Ruajin glanced at the mountains in the distance, then turned back to follow Ruajianwei's footsteps. The snow finally fell. Ruajianwei and Ruajin were walking on the way back to their master's door. They had their own concerns and were speechless all the way. The Ruchun mountain range is located in the northwest of Kyushu, while the Kangwu mountain is in the northeast of Kyushu. They went all the way east and entered the realm of Gwangya. But he said that although there are many cultivators in Juzhou today, there are also many ordinary people. They spent decades of their lives running around and toiling, experiencing all the joys, sorrows, and joys of the world, and some enjoyed all the splendors, or some had misfortunes. Eventually, their bodies returned to dust, and their souls entered reincarnation and were reincarnated again. The vast wilderness in the middle of Kyushu is where mortals gather. There are more than 1,000 cities of various sizes spread over the vast wilderness, where many people live, and the joys and sorrows are staged among them. After walking in silence for a long time, Ruajin finally couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere. She said to Ruajian, "Brother, let's go into the city for a walk?" Ruajianwei knew that she felt uncomfortable after experiencing Ruchun Shan, so he agreed. This place is not far from Weishui City, and we will stay in the city for a few days. The two of them took the road and entered the Weishui City. It was almost noon, and the city was bustling with hawkers and pedestrians on the streets. There were shops and restaurants on both sides, and the sound of conversations could be heard from them. When Ruajin saw the lively fireworks, she felt that she was really far away from the spring mountain. She felt a lot more comfortable. She gradually slowed down and started looking in front of the stalls. Jinwei followed her silently. The two of them were wandering around on the street when they heard a noise coming from in front of a restaurant. A man was pushed towards the street by several people dressed as waiters. People on the street gathered around them and listened. A waiter said, "If you don't have money to come here to eat, I will teach you how to judge." Another waiter said, "It's just that I don't pay for the meal. What's more," he said that he is some kind of semi-immortal, and he insists on telling fortunes with our landlady to pay for the meal. Let everyone take a look at this person's face. Passers-by heard this and commented one after another. "You are really shameless. Pay the meal to the store quickly." Looking at the person's appearance, I never thought he was a liar. There are so many gangsters like this nowadays. The man had his back to the two of them and wanted to explain. A group of people pushed him towards the middle of the road. Ruajin felt that the man's figure was familiar and saw him turn around. Turning around, a pair of gray eyes looked directly at the two of them. Ruajin. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Then he saw the man pushing away the people in front of him, running towards Ruajianwei, shouting, "Cousin, you came just in time." As he spoke, Du Heng ran up to Ruajianwei with a shy smile on his face and continued, "Brother is in a hurry today, and I haven't brought enough for my expenses, so I'll ask my cousin to pay for me in advance, and I'll pay it back to you in the future." "Ah, my little cousin is here too." The veins on Ruajin's forehead jumped, but when he saw the waiters chasing after him again, Du Heng hurriedly hid behind Ruajianwei and raised his voice and said, "Brother, I have treated you too well in the past. You can't die. No help. This person really deserves a beating." Ruajian saw that Ruajianwei's whole body had become colder by several degrees, and his expression was very foul. Even the people who were chasing him were overwhelmed by his momentum and did not dare to come forward. However, Du Heng seemed not to notice at all. He also showed his face from behind Ruajianwei and made faces at those people. Ruajin felt in her heart that this person would die miserably. Unexpectedly, Ruajianwei said coldly, "How much?" Those people were all frightened by his tone. Looking at his clothes and the long sword on his back, they knew that this man was not someone to be trifled with. One of them said sarcastically, "In reply to this Taoist priest, your brother should pay a total of 2 taels of silver." He wouldn't believe it even to death that they were really cousins, but people were saying they were going to pay for that magician. Could he still stop him? www.liotagtkaidout Net Ruo Jianwei gave the money to the waiter. Several people took the money and hurried back to the store without having time to weigh it, and everyone watching around them also dispersed. Ruo Jianwei then looked at the man behind him who was smiling so much that he almost bent over, and said in a cold tone, "What's going on, cousin?" Du Heng hurriedly suppressed his smile and straightened up and said, "Don't dare. I'm sorry. Thank you very much this time. I see your cousins were shouting very happily just now." Ruo Jin cursed from the side. Hearing Ruo Jingwei asked again, "Why are you here?" "Why? Of course I was passing by." Hearing a swish sound, Zhao Yi unsheathed his sword and pointed it directly at Du Heng with a cold light. Ruo Jin's slightly dark eyes stared at Du Heng. "Why are you here?" "Well, I have something to say." Du Heng raised his hand and lightly touched the blade of the sword. He saw Ruo Jin holding the sword slightly in his hand and slowly approaching him. Du Heng looked at the familiar handsome face that gradually enlarged in front of his eyes. Face continued, "What if I said, I came to see you?" Ruo Jin paused for a moment, looked into Du Heng's gray eyes, turned around after a moment and said, "I don't believe it. That's all." A hint of disappointment flashed across Du Heng's eyes, and he said to Ruo Jianwei again, "Now that I am penniless, it is better for a good person to do his best than to see a small thing. Let me go with you too." Ruo Jin looked on blankly, feeling that the atmosphere between the two was very subtle. After hearing this, she said, "Come with us? Where are you going?" Du Heng raised his lips and smiled at her and said, "As I said, I'm just here to meet Wei. Of course, I will go wherever you go." Ruo Jinshin said, "I believe you." Ruo Jianwei put the sword back into the scabbard behind him and said calmly, "Let's go." After saying that, he walked forward first, and Ruo Jin hurriedly followed him. Du Heng curled his lips slightly, put his hands in his sleeves, and followed the pace of the two of them. "So, Du Heng left on his own?" A voice with hidden anger came from above. Luo Sheng knelt on the ground and did not dare to raise his head, and continued, "Yes. So my subordinates returned to the mountain first and reported the whole story of this operation to the right protector." Lu Zhenglan's angry sword eyebrows furrowed, and Luo Sheng felt the violent aura on her body and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had no doubt that if the right protector vented his anger on him at this time, he would definitely die without a burial place. Fortunately, Lu Zhenglan just said in the end, "I understand. You can go down first." Luo Sheng stood up and retreated, his body covered in cold sweat. Lu Zhenglan was indeed very irritable at this time. That boy Du Heng actually ran away? She had been searching alone in the mountain for a long time, but could not find any clues about the secrets in the mountain. Fortunately for him, forget it until the task was completed, and he would not even return to the mountain gate. Lu Zhenglan was walking on the path in the mountain. Although Yudu Mountain has the reputation of being the largest demon sect, it is actually very poor. It does not have the palace-lined formations of several major immortal sects, nor is it as upside down as other demon sections. The wanton indulgence is more like a remote hilltop randomly chosen by the master, with a few rooms standing on it, which are the residences of the disciples. Moreover, although Yudu Mountain is classified as a demon sect, the composition of the sect is actually much more complicated. Fengji himself is a 1,000-year-old demon, and there are also many demon clans and half-demon born between humans and demons in the sect. Lu Zhenglan was the child born of a human musician and an unknown type of monster. In addition, there are some human monks who voluntarily joined the sect. Most of them have gone wrong in their practice and become possessed. After falling into the demonic path, they were expelled from the immortal sect. Almost all comers are welcome, and he himself sometimes brings some people with unknown origins into the door. This is how Du Heng was brought, causing Yudu Mountain to become a mixed place of hundreds of families and ethnic groups in Kyushu. In Du Heng's words, Yudu Mountain is the well-deserved beggar gang in Kyushu. However, Yudu Mountain has limited resources. These people compete with each other in the mountain. The strong ones survive by stepping on the corpses of countless people, while the weak cannot escape the fate of being eliminated. In the end, the corpses are thrown into the Blackwater River in front of the mountain and buried forever. River bottom. Therefore, the people who have survived on the mountain now have indeed come out of the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Lu Zhenglan scolded Du Hong for being such a slippery man and thought suspiciously, I have been in Yudu Mountain for many years. Are there really any secrets in this mountain that I don't know about? At this moment, she saw Feng Zhi's figure walking towards the back of the mountain, and doubts arose in her heart. How did the leader go to the back of the mountain? If she remembered correctly, there was only one cave in the back mountain, but she had explored it and found that there was nothing special in the cave. Lu Zhenglan felt something strange and followed Feng Zhi quietly. Feng Zhi was walking in a hurry and didn't notice Lu Zhenglan. He stopped in front of the cave in the back mountain and made a sign with his hands. He saw a red light emitting from the ordinary entrance of the cave. Feng Zhi took a step forward. As soon as he entered, the figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave. Feng Zhi was in the cave at the moment, but he saw a magic circle circulating in the ordinary cave. Golden runes were looming in the air. In the center of the magic circle was a huge ice coffin. In the air above the ice coffin, there was a strange fan. Feng Zhi passed through the rotating formation and walked towards the ice coffin, only to see a man in silver armor lying in the ice coffin. The man's face was like a crown jade, and there was a mark in the shape of a bird's feather on his forehead. Just lying there with his eyes closed gave people a sense of calmness, as if the years had stopped on him and he was just asleep. Feng Zhi opened the small porcelain bottle that Du Hong gave him, and saw that it contained a bottle full of blood, with purple spiritual power flowing in it. Feng Zhi absorbed the blood with magic and slowly injected it into the fan, and saw a golden light rising above the fan, and then disappeared into the eyebrows of the person in the coffin. In an instant, the entire formation in the cave was filled with light. When the light faded, Feng Zhi was already in a lotus pond. On the edge, I saw a pond full of green lotuses in full bloom, and a familiar figure was standing in the pavilion in the center of the lotus pond. The man slowly walked towards him from the pavilion. He was not wearing silver armor. Instead, he was dressed as a scholar. His green shirt moved with his steps. His raven-colored hair was loose, his face was gentle, his eyebrows were calm, and he was holding the previous article in his hand. That fan. Feng Zhi looked at the person in front of him dreamily and called out, Your Majesty. Aji. The man stopped in front of him. His voice was like jade, and his tone was full of tenderness. You have lost weight again. When Feng Zhi heard the man calling his name, light seemed to flash in his dark golden eyes. He raised his hand to touch the hand holding the fan in front of him, but unexpectedly it passed through the man. Ah, he almost forgot. The person in front of him is just a ray of soul now. How could he possibly meet him? Feng Zhi thought mockingly to himself, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. The man's hand fell on Feng Zhi's head, touched his hair, and said, It's okay. How can it be okay, Lord? You don't know how much I miss you. You don't know that I... He looked up and suddenly met the man's blue-green eyes like gemstones, and the words that were about to come out were silent. Feng Zhi followed the man into the pavilion, and the fluttering of his clothes seemed to bring bursts of lotus fragrance. The man sat down against a pillar beside the pavilion. Feng Zhi walked over and sat beside him against the pillar. I saw that the man had a long flute in his hand. He put the long flute to his lips, and then there was a clear and low flute sound. Feng Zhi heard that he was recalling playing the flute on the Phoenix Terrace. Feng Zhi leaned his head back against the pillar and closed his eyes. There was the melodious sound of the flute in his ears, and the tip of his nose was lingering with the faint fragrance of lotus. He slowly opened his mouth and said, These days, I always dream of the past, those days when I fought with the Lord. The person next to him tilted his head slightly and listened to him talk about things long ago. Thousands of years seemed to flow through the sound of the flute. When Feng Zhi opened his eyes again, he had returned to the previous cave. The person who had just played the flute beside him was still lying quietly in the ice coffin. He knew that the spiritual power of the formation to awaken and maintain the soul of the person had been used up. He had to speed up. He gently stroked the face of the sleeping person with his hand, thinking to himself, I must completely repair the soul of the king. After Feng Zhi walked out of the cave and went to his residence, Lu Zhenglan walked out of the woods not far from the cave. After observing the surroundings and confirming that Feng Zhi had gone far away, she approached the cave again. but saw that it was empty and still looked like an ordinary cave. Strange, Lu Zhenglan explored around the cave entrance and wondered in his heart. Just now, he clearly saw the head of the sect making a hand gesture here, and then a light flashed at the entrance of the cave. But now he could not find any trace of magic. Du Heng's guess was good. Lu Zhenglan thought that Fengji stayed in there for a long time before coming out, and there must be his secrets here. Lu Zhenglan walked back, thinking that she would come here again tomorrow to look for clues, but she heard her subordinates come to report that the master had sent her over, so she turned a corner and went to Fengji. After entering the courtyard and paying her respects, she heard Fengji ask, "I heard that Du Heng has not returned yet?" Lu Zhenglan thought it was not good and replied, "The artifact could not be retrieved before, so he must have gone after the artifact. You know him well." Fengji's tone contained dangerous sarcasm. Lu Zhenglan hurriedly said, "I dare not." But she thought in her heart, Du Heng, sister. I can only help here, otherwise both of us will be finished." But she heard Fengji continue, "Since you know him so well, why don't you find him for me?" Lu Zhenglan was shocked, but still replied, "I obey your command." Fengji was suspicious of her. Lu Zhenglan felt heavy-hearted when she left the courtyard, but she changed her mind and thought that if she went down the mountain to find Du Heng, she could tell him what she saw in the mountain. Maybe that boy could find a way. As for the future, Lu Zhenglan remembered the question Du Heng had asked her when he persuaded her to help. "Lan, do you want to stay here as a guardian for the rest of your life?" Eastern Jiuzhou, UFU of Mount Qishan. Zhu Yun finished a day's teaching and walked to Wuyin Pavilion. Several elders of the palace had been waiting outside the pavilion. When they saw him, they saluted and said, "Second Palace Master." Zhu Yun said to them, "The Palace Master has not come out yet?" "Yes, the Palace Master has been in the pavilion for several days and has not come out yet." Zhu Yun felt a little anxious when he heard this. A few days ago, there was a sudden movement of the artifact in the pavilion, and the Palace Master went to investigate. Why hasn't he come out yet? It is said that the Xianshan Music House is the largest immortal sect in Jiuzhou that specializes in musical instruments. Not only do many practitioners study music theory here, but many children from mortal families come here to listen to the lectures of the elders in the house. However, what is less known is that the Xianshan Music House was founded by Zhu Sun, the Lord of Music Feng, one of the 10 gods 1,000 years ago. It was originally used for the Zhu clan of Xianshan to practice musical instruments, and later on, many practitioners from Jiuzhou were accepted as disciples. After the Battle of Sealing Demons, the Lord of Music Feng died, and his life story was gradually forgotten by the world, but the Zhu clan still passed down Zhu Sun's life from generation to generation and continued to carry forward the Xianshan Music House. Therefore, every master of the Xianshan Music House is a member of the Zhu clan. In addition to inheriting the ancestral precepts of Zhu Sun, more importantly, the Zhu clan has kept the artifact of the Lord of Music Feng, the Lihikan, for generations, and holds the artifact seal. Each palace master inherited the divine seal of Li Hui from the previous palace master, and was responsible for the safekeeping of the divine artifact and the management of the affairs of the music palace. The Li Hui Qin was placed in this Wuyin pavilion. Zhu Yun's thoughts were pulled back by the sound of the pavilion door. He saw the Wuyin pavilion door slowly open, and a figure walked out of the pavilion. Zhu Yun hurriedly greeted him. "Sister, what's the matter?" "There is something wrong with the divine artifact." Zhu Feibai's eyebrows were tired, and she said lightly, "I have to go down the mountain." Ruo Jianwei did not explicitly say whether Du Heng was allowed to go with him, but Du Heng had consciously followed behind him. Ruo Jin was simply amazed at his thick skin. Du Heng talked a lot along the way. After harassing Ruo Jianwei to no avail, he directed all his words to Ruo Jin. "Ruo Jin, I heard that Jianwei is now an elder of your Kangwu mountain?" "Yes. I saw that other people from other immortal sects all called him Ruo Shao Elder, so Jianwei should be of a very high generation now." "He is still your cousin." Ruo Jin couldn't help but mock him. Du Heng scratched his head and said, "The situation was urgent at that time, and I had no choice." He asked again, "Junior sister Ruo Jin, how old are you this year?" 15. "Wow, it's a good age. I was about the same age when I met Jianwei." "Du Hufa, are you really old acquaintances of my senior brother?" Ruo Jin asked curiously, How did his senior brother know a charlatan? Junior sister Ruajin, I told you to just call me by my name. Why are you still calling me so unfamiliar? I'm not the kind of person who recognizes relatives and junior sisters like you. Ruajin replied slowly. It still seems unfamiliar. Then how do you want me to call you to be close? Well, Du Hong tilted his head and blinked at her and called, Sister-in-law? Ruajin almost bit his tongue. Ruojianwei couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around, grabbed Du Heng's collar, and brought him to his side. He said coldly, Don't lead Ruajin astray. Did I say anything wrong? Du Hong looked at him innocently. Ruojianwei stared at him for a long time and sighed softly. Du Hong smiled at him. When he saw Du Hong again in the city, Ruojianwei was happy, but he didn't dare to believe him completely. When he was in Ruchun Mountain, he watched Du Heng's familiar every move, thinking that Du Hong was still the same as before. But the cold eyes when Du Hong tore Meng Li's soul apart in the valley were deeply imprinted in his heart, cruelly reminding him that Du Hong was now a member of the demon sect. The demonic energy on him and the power of the mysterious artifact made Ruojianwei feel vaguely uneasy. After Du Hong said he wanted to go with them, he wanted to ask him about what happened in the past few years and the source of his strength, but Du Hong didn't seem to want to talk about it and just kept talking to him about random things. Ruojianwei knew that she would never be able to win the argument with him, so she simply ignored him. They continued to walk forward, tacitly choosing to avoid talking about those things. As night fell, the three of them found an inn to rest. Du Hong had just embarrassed himself on the street during the day, and now he was thinking about going to the night market. He encouraged Ruajin, junior sister Ruajin, Have you been to the night market? There are all kinds of snacks, exquisite and unique objects, and you can also watch juggling, enjoy lanterns, and there are many small games. If you win, you can get free prizes. Ruajin was also somewhat moved by what Du Hong said, and could not help looking at Ruojianwei and said, Senior brother, how about we go for a walk? Ruojianwei sat at the table, looking at the two pairs of eager eyes opposite him, and reluctantly stood up and walked out. There are night markets in larger cities. Weishui City is a medium-sized city, but the night market is well organized and more lively than during the day. Ruajin curiously looked at all kinds of novel things in the stalls, from wooden kites that are said to be able to fly in the sky for a whole day, to various pearls and gems, and even some teacups used by the 10 gods in the past, and the relics of a Buddhist master who passed away hundreds of years ago. Although it was a bit outrageous, it still attracted many people to come and watch. Further ahead were some stalls of craftsmen. Ruajin was concentrating on watching an old man riding with sugar water, and she felt someone patted her shoulder. She looked back and saw the face of an evil ghost appear in front of her. Ruajin said speechlessly, Du Hong, you are boring. Du Heng's handsome face emerged from behind the evil ghost mask. How can you be as boring as your senior brother? He put on the mask again and looked for his target. When he successfully scared a little boy on the roadside to tears, he took off the mask and walked back contentedly. Ruajin was speechless about such childish behavior. Ruojianwei hurried to the little boy and tried to coax him with a sluggish face, but it had the opposite effect. The little boy looked at his cold face and cried even harder. Even his mother beside him was helpless. Finally, Du Hong, who was gloating on the side, came over under Ruojianwei's almost frozen eyes and coaxed and deceived the boy to laugh. Ruojianwei apologized to the mother, and Du Hong successfully bribed the little boy with a candied horse. The two of them actually played together. Finally, the boy reluctantly said goodbye to the three people under the urging of his mother. Ruajin was stunned. This charlatan was very good at coaxing people. The three of them walked forward again, with Ruojianwei walking in front, while Ruajin and Du Hong were attracted by the snacks on the roadside and could not move. Ruajin looked at the cakes of various shapes and flavors in front of him and swallowed silently. Which one do you want to eat? Du Hong was also greedy beside him. Ruajin was dazzled by the many varieties and shook his head blankly. Why don't we buy a little bit of each? Du Hong said again. Ruajin looked at him and asked a soul-searching question. Do you have money? The two turned their heads to Ruojianwei, who was walking in front, and Du Hong said, Wait for me. Ruajin watched him walk forward, and she didn't know what she said to her senior brother. And then she saw Ruo Jianwei took out her purse and handed it to Du Heng. Du Heng walked back with the purse, feeling much more confident, and said to the stall owner with a lavish look, "Give me a little of each, and oh, by the way, take more of these." He pointed to several of the cakes with his fingers. Looking at Ruo Jin's puzzled eyes, he said, "Jianwei likes sweet things." Ruo Jin looked at him in disbelief. She had lived with her senior brother in the mountains for so many years. How could she not know that her senior brother liked sweet food? Du Heng took the cakes handed over by the stall owner and said to her, "You can take any one you like. We are not short of money." Yes, yes, yes. Ruo Jin picked a few flavors that looked good and complained in her heart, "My senior brother is indeed not short of money." Du Heng took the remaining cakes and walked towards Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jin was about to call him and say that her senior brother didn't eat these cakes, but she saw Du Heng handing the paper bag containing the cakes to Ruo Jianwei. Seeing Ruo Jianwei shook her head, Du Heng took out a small dessert from the paper bag and put it directly to Ruo Jianwei's mouth. Ruo Jianwei seemed to be stunned for a moment, then opened her mouth and took a bite of the dessert. Du Heng had a smile on his lips and kept talking to him until Ruo Jianwei finished the whole dessert. Then he took his hand back. Ruo Jin. Was her senior brother cast a spell by Du Heng? Ruo Jin watched Du Heng feed Ruo Jianwei several snacks in a row, and his senior brother actually ate all of them without leaving any. It was not until Du Heng smiled and said something that Ruo Jianwei pushed his hand away with a cold face and walked forward alone. Du Heng looked at Ruo Jianwei's back with a smile in his eyes, while putting the remaining cakes into his mouth. Ruo Jin walked to him and asked with a strange look, "What did you say to my senior brother just now?" Du Heng said, "I said he can eat more than before. Before, he only ate 3 pieces of osmanthus cake at most at a time. This time he has eaten 2 pieces of osmanthus cake, 2 pieces of kidney bean cake, and a piece of red bean cake. TSK, how come he has lost weight even though he can eat so much?" Seeing his thoughtful expression, Ruo Jin couldn't help but said, "No wonder senior brother ignored you. How can you say that others can eat more than before? Besides, I have been with senior brother for so many years, and I have never seen him eat these cakes." Du Heng suddenly looked at her. His expression was a little sad, and asked, "Jianwei, these years?" His words were interrupted by Ruo Jianwei, who turned back. "You too, are you going to leave or not?" "Hey Jianwei, don't be so anxious. We are shopping, that's too." Du Heng regained his ruffian spirit and quickly followed, as if the huge sadness that just enveloped him was just an illusion. Ruo Jin blinked. Was she seeing things? The 3 of them strolled in the night market for a long time, and it was midnight when they returned to the inn where they rested. Ruo Jianwei settled Ruo Jin and returned to her room, and saw a group of unknown objects on the bed. Ruo Jianwei said, "I remember I booked 3 rooms." "Jianwei," Du Heng poked his head out from the quilt and smiled at him. "We have been apart for a long time, so we should have a long talk." "No, I want to rest," Ruo Jianwei said coldly. He wanted to ask him, but he would not answer. "Okay, I will rest with you," Du Heng said unyieldingly. "You have your own room." "Oh, it's not like we haven't slept together before. Besides, it's late at night and cold outside, and you want me to go out again." Du Heng's weird excuses just came out of his mouth. Ruo Jianwei walked to the bed, took off the night light from behind, put it heavily on the bed, and said stiffly, "Then sleep." Du Heng moved to the bed with a triumphant smile. Ruo Jianwei blew out the light and turned around to lie beside him. Ruo Jianwei closed his eyes in the dark, forcing himself to ignore the burning gaze of the person next to him. After a while, he heard the person whispered, "Good night, Jianwei." He had a good dream after a long time. The next day, the 3 of them left Weishui City and continued to head east. After a few days, they arrived at Guangling City. Along the way, they heard a lot of rumors about the entry of the left protector of Yudu Mountain into the world. I heard that the left protector of Yudu Mountain, who had never appeared in front of people, had actually come down the mountain. I always thought that the left protector was just a rumor, but I didn't expect that there really was such a person. I heard that he was also a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. I wonder who is stronger between him and the right protector Lu Zhenglan. Do you think the demon sect is not rampant enough? Ruo Jin listened to this conversation and couldn't help looking at the left protector of Yudu Mountain, who was rumored to kill people without blinking an eye, eating at the table. He was wearing the Meng Li bought for him by Ruo Jianwei, and he was eating while listening to his own gossip with relish. Du Hong sighed. I didn't expect that I would become famous after going down the mountain. This is the dream of my childhood. Ruo Jin's mouth twitched. What is there to be proud of in such a famous name? Ruo Jianwei asked. You have been in the mountains for many years. I don't know what the right protector Lu Zhenglan is like. Du Hong swallowed a mouthful of rice and said lazily, Lu Zhenglan, she is just a big sister with a bad temper. I heard that her strength is only second to Feng Ji. When Du Hong heard the word Feng Ji, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He replied, yes, Lu Zhenglan's swordsmanship is very high. According to my observation, even the Yimbingdo Gu Han who I met in Ruchun Mountain before is not her opponent. Ruo Jianwei was about to ask more about his affairs in Yudu Mountain when he suddenly heard shouting from the street. The city lord's mansion is investigating a case. Everyone make way. They were sitting by the window. When they looked out, they saw several people dressed as warriors carrying a stretcher covered with white cloth walking through the street. The one in the lead seemed to be their leader, who was directing the people on the street to disperse to both sides and make way. When the people at the table next to them saw this scene, they talked about it. Another one died. There have been 3 or 4 this month. I heard that the murderer has not been found yet, and the bodies are all in the city lord's mansion. Didn't Mr. Zheng's family hand over the body? I passed by their door today and saw that they were still holding a funeral in the mansion, as expected of a wealthy family. Ruo Jianwei frowned slightly, but ordinary murder cases in the mortal world would not be intervened by them, as they would be investigated by the head of the mortal world. After Du Hong had eaten and drunk enough and heard enough gossip, they got up from the restaurant and left. They walked to the south of the city and met a white lantern hanging at the door of a house in front of them. There was a faint sound of mourning coming from inside. It must be the house of Mr. Zhang mentioned by the other person. At this moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly opened and a person walked out. The person looked at it and wanted to turn around and say something, but then he heard the person inside say, My mistress has said that she will not hand over the body of the master to others, Taoist priest. Please go back. After saying that, he closed the door. Seeing this, the person turned around somewhat helplessly and saw Ruo Jianwei and his group coming. Ruo Jianwei? A trace of surprise flashed across the handsome face of the person. Why are you here? Ruo Jianwei looked at the person walking towards them, raised his hand and saluted. Sikong, long time no see. We were going back to Kangwu and happened to pass by here. The person who came was Sikong K from Kianjaman, with a smile on his face. I see. Hey, Xiaojin is here too. Ruojin also bowed to him and said, Senior brother Sikong. Sikong K turned to Du Hong, who was wearing a Meng Li next to Ruo Jianwei, and asked, Who is this? Then Du Hong replied, I am Du Wu, but a wandering person. I met Taoist Ruo and the other 2 by chance, and thought we were destined to be together, so we went together. Sikong K obviously didn't believe his words, and looked at Du Hong suspiciously. Then Ruo Jianwei asked, Why are you here? Oh, don't mention it. Sikong K took them to the restaurant in the city. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's drink to our heart's content first, and then let me tell you in detail. Kianjaman is a fairy sect located in the southwest of Jiuzhou that specializes in the art of Qimeng. Sikong K is one of the best masters in the sect. He passed by Guangling City when he went down the mountain to travel this time. He went to visit because the city lord had an old friend with him. As a result, he encountered a series of murders in the city. The city lord repeatedly asked him, and he agreed to help investigate the matter. 4 murders have occurred in Guangling City, and the victims were all killed with one knife. Sikong K said, I didn't find too many clues on the other 3 people, so I wanted to look for the body of Mr. Zhang, but I didn't want to be turned away. Ruo Jianwei frowned when he heard it. Killed with one knife. Is this person an expert with a knife? More than an expert, I have seen the wounds on those corpses. Although I am not proficient in the way of the knife, it is enough to see that this person is a top master with a knife. If there are such masters in the mortal world, it is really impressive, so I suspect that these murders are related to cultivators. However, there is no connection between the victims, and I can't see what this person's motive is. Sikong K said here, looking at Ruo Jianwei and said, I have no clue now. Since my friend is here, he must help me with this. Ruo Jianwei looked at the two people beside him. Ruo Jin had no objection, and Du Heng said, I will listen to Taoist Ruo. Then let's go and check the body first. Ruo Jianwei said to Sikong Quebec. They followed Sikong K to the city lord's mansion. When the people in the mansion heard that they were here to help investigate the case, they hurriedly led everyone to the mansion and took them to the room where the body was placed. Du Heng asked the guide, This big brother, can you tell us in detail about the case? Of course there is no problem. The person who led the way was the one who directed the moving of the corpse on the street before. He said, the first case happened 5 days ago. The person who was killed was a cook in a restaurant. The cook lived alone in the restaurant. He was found dead in the kitchen by the waiter who came early that morning. The waiter reported the case. After we rushed over to investigate, the coroner speculated that he should have died the night before. The murder weapon was a kitchen knife in the kitchen. The second person was a butcher living in the south of the city. He was found by his neighbor. He was killed with a butcher knife he used himself. At this point, the man paused and said, The butcher was born tall and mighty. On weekdays, no one dared to approach him and his shining butcher knife. Who would have thought that such a person would be killed by his own knife? I really can't think of it. What kind of person can do this? As he said, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Ruo Jianwei and Sikong K looked at each other. It seems that the murderer is indeed unlikely to be an ordinary person. Is the third person the Mr. Zheng? Du Heng asked. That's right. The man swallowed his saliva and continued. But the people in Mr. Zheng's family said that the body was unlucky, so they collected his body early in the morning and buried it. We only saw his body and initially concluded that it was the same person who committed the previous 2 cases, and we were unable to bring the body back. However, the man looked around and whispered to Du Heng, I heard the servants in the mansion talking privately that Mr. Zheng was killed by someone in the mansion. Do you mean that the person who committed all the murders is in Zheng's mansion? Du Heng also whispered in his ear. It's just a guess. The man regained his normal look and walked forward, and then said, And our people in the city lord's mansion stayed around Zheng's mansion afterwards, and no suspicious people left the mansion, but someone was still killed. It was the person we saw today. Ruo Jianwei spoke coldly behind Du Heng. Oh, Taoist Ruo, why didn't you say anything behind me? I was scared. Du Heng touched his chest exaggeratedly as he spoke. Ruo Jianwei ignored him and said to the man, Who was the victim this time? The man was Ruo Jianwei, who was behind them when Du Heng was talking in his ear just now. The look in his eyes made him shiver. He felt that the Taoist priest in white was too close to Du Heng, so he hurried forward a few steps. He met Ruo Jianwei's cold eyes at this time and said carefully, It was a hunter in the suburbs of the city. While talking, several people had come to the room where the bodies were parked. The man bowed to them and said, The bodies are here. Taoist priests, please go in and check. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he ran away. Du Heng looked at the figure running away strangely and murmured, We were chatting just now. Why is he running so fast now? Can we still eat him? Several people entered the room where the bodies were parked and saw 3 bodies lying side by side on the ground, all covered with white cloth. Sikong K frowned and said, I arrived at Guangling City yesterday. At that time, 3 murders had already occurred. Who would have thought that someone else would be killed? Ruo Jin went over to uncover the white cloth on the body, but was stopped by Du Heng. Let me do it. Du Heng walked closer and uncovered the white cloth on the body one by one, and the appearance of the whole body was revealed in front of several people. The person closest to the inside should be the cook. His face still retained the terrified expression before death, as if he had seen something horrifying. The most sturdy body in the middle is the butcher. He seems to have an expression of disbelief on his face, and there are many scars on his body. He should have resisted before his death, but those scars are not knife wounds, but more like his own scratches. The real fatal wound is the knife scar on the neck that is deep enough to see the bone. The murderer almost cut off the connection between the head and the body with one knife. The one near the door was moved in today. The body was still dressed as a hunter, but the expression on his face was very calm, as if he was doing his own thing in the last second, and his throat was cut in the next second. Ruo Jianwei carefully looked at the fatal wounds of the 3 bodies. All three were killed by someone cutting their throats with a knife. The murderer acted very cleanly and neatly. Judging from the knife marks, he was indeed a master of using a knife. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Judging from the knife marks, the man who attacked had a very precise grasp of the force and direction, without any dragging his feet. He is indeed an expert in using a knife, and I think his knife skills should be top-notch. There are many similarities between using a sword and using a knife. Ruo Jianwei's sword skills and insights into the way of the sword are already first class among the hundreds of immortals today. He can get such comments, which shows that the murderer is indeed extraordinary. But there is no residual spiritual power in the wound, so it is not certain whether it was done by a cultivator." Du Heng said, "This person acted accurately, which shows that he must have a purpose in killing people. There must be some connection between these three people. And that Mr. Zhang," Sikong K said, "the murderer must have a reason to choose these four people." "Brother Sikong, have you checked the place where these people were found?" Ruo Jin asked on the side. "I went there once, but I didn't get anything," Sikong K said as he walked out. "Why don't I take you guys to have another look?" Ruo Jianwei and the other two had no objection and followed him out of the city lord's mansion. They came to the restaurant where the cook was in the order of the time when the people were killed. There were not many customers in the restaurant. The waiter who was cleaning on the side recognized Sikong K and hurriedly greeted them and asked, "Taoist Sikong is here, but have you found the murderer?" "Not yet." Sikong K scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "I came here this time to ask these friends who helped to come and see the kitchen where the cook was found. Please take us there again." "Oh, is that so? No problem. Please come this way." The waiter asked them to go to the back of the restaurant, saying, "That day I found Laonyo in the kitchen." Several people followed his instructions and came to the kitchen. The waiter kept talking along the way. "Laonyo has no other relatives and has always lived alone in the room next to the kitchen. He didn't have many friends. He only talked to a few people in our restaurant on weekdays. The rest of the time he was in the kitchen studying his dishes. How could such a person suddenly?" He choked up at the end. The major events in the life of ordinary people are nothing more than birth, aging, illness, and death. Everyone looked into the kitchen. The restaurant had not been cooking since the murder. The place still retained the appearance when the body was found. There was a pool of dried blood in front of the stove in the kitchen. The waiter pointed to it and said, "When I came in that morning, I saw Laonyo lying there. The kitchen knife he used to cut vegetables fell to the ground and was covered with blood." Du Heng looked around the blood and said, "This place is too clean." "What do you mean?" Ruo Jin asked in confusion. Except for the blood and activity traces left by the cook, there was no trace of the murderer. Du Heng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Several people carefully checked again, but still had no new gains, so they left the restaurant and walked to the next place. The second butcher who was killed was in the south of the city. When everyone went there, they saw a man sneaking out of his house. Ruo Jianwei shouted, "Who are you?" The man heard Ruo Jianwei's voice and turned to run, but saw the Zhaoye sword unsheathed, directly piercing through the man's clothes and nailing him to the wall outside the butcher's house. He stared at the approaching people with wide eyes in horror. Sikong K suddenly said, "Zhao Lauer?" The man was just scared to death. Only then did he see Sikong K clearly, and tremblingly said, "Taoist." "Taoist? I just came to Lao Hu's house to take a look." It turned out that this person was the first neighbor who discovered who the butcher. Sikong K said to Ruo Jianwei, "This person has some disputes with the murdered Who the Butcher. It is said that Who the Butcher borrowed his money and used it for gambling, but I think this person is not clean." Ruo Jianwei sheathed his sword. The man was about to breathe a sigh of relief when his sleeve suddenly had a big hole in it. The things inside fell out. They were all broken silver, bottles, jars, ironware, etc. It seemed that he had just looted from Who the Butcher's house. The man wanted to squat down to pick it up, but when he looked down, he saw a pair of snow-white boots walking in front of him. He stood up quickly and met Ruo Jianwei's cold eyes. "Old Hu, he still owes me money. I just came to get it back myself." He didn't know where he got the courage from and shouted at Ruo Jianwei. "People are really cold-hearted. Your neighbor's body is still in the city lord's mansion and no one has collected it. You took away all the property in his house first. Alas, he died tragically under the knife of others, and his wronged soul is still wandering in the world. I wonder if he will come to your house with a knife to find you after seeing such a scene? Du Heng walked out from behind Ruo Jianwei and said sarcastically with a hint of joking. The man was actually a little scared when he heard what he said. He shrank his neck and kept silent. Du Heng walked up to him, staring at Zhao Lauer's eyes with his gray eyes, and said, "If you don't want him to come to you, tell us everything that happened that day so that we can find the real murderer and let your neighbor's wronged soul enter reincarnation as soon as possible." Good, good. The man was sweating coldly and hurriedly followed several people into Hu Butcher's house and said, "I went to Lao Hu's house the night before to ask him for money. He was drunk at that time and drove me out. I was afraid of his butcher knife, so I decided to go to his house while he was asleep to look for valuables." He glanced at Ruo Jianwei and saw that the latter did not pay attention to his admission of stealing things from Lao Hu's house, and continued, "Who knew that when I went there again in the middle of the night, he had already—" He fell to the ground with his head up. I looked down from the roof and saw his incredible expression. I was so scared at the time. I went back home and couldn't sleep anymore. I went to report the case the next morning. Why didn't I report the case immediately? Ruo Jianwei asked coldly. I am afraid that if I report the case in the middle of the night, the person handling the case will suspect me. I can't explain it clearly." The man lowered his head and said, he didn't dare to look into Ruo Jianwei's eyes. "When you saw his body, was his butcher knife stuck here?" Du Heng pointed to a crack in the wall and asked. "It should be. Did you see anyone else or hear any noise?" "No." "Then ask something else besides you. Does this butcher who have other friends or enemies? His butcher knife is very scary, and he looks fierce. Usually, no one wants to interact with him much, and I am the only one who is willing to talk to him." Seeing the mockery in Du Heng's eyes, he awkwardly continued, "But he likes gambling, but his luck is not so good. Otherwise, he would not have no money to repair the broken roof." He saw the horrifying scene directly. "Does he have any enemies in the casino?" "I don't know." Du Heng's eyes were full of disgust. "What's the use of you?" "Big brother, I was wrong." After searching Hu Butcher's place to no avail, the few people discussed and decided to split into two groups to investigate the casino and the hunter's house mentioned by Zhao Lauer. Du Heng was about to persuade Ruo Jianwei to go with him, but he saw Sikong K pulling Ruo Jianwei's sleeve and walking out of the city, and turned back to say to him, "Mr. Du, I have something to ask Ruo Jianwei. Please go to the casino with Xiaojin." Seeing that Ruo Jianwei did not object, Du Heng frowned secretly and took Ruo Jin to the casino in the city. When the two of them walked away, Ruo Jianwei pulled her sleeve out of Sikong K's hand and said lightly, "Sikong, if you have anything to ask, just say it directly. Why send him away? I just want to talk to you about him." Sikong K knew that Ruo Jianwei didn't like others to touch him casually, but he really couldn't think of any way to send Du Heng away. "I know you are not a casual person. Why would you let a stranger go with you? I don't believe in fate, and this person doesn't look simple." "It's not a stranger." Ruo Jianwei's dark eyes looked in the direction where Du Heng left, with a trace of imperceptible tenderness in his eyes. "Yes, an old friend. There are only a few families living in the suburbs of the city." They asked the nearby residents and found out that the hunter also lived alone near the hill outside the city. This morning, when someone went into the mountain to collect firewood, he saw that his door was wide open. When he approached, he saw the hunter lying in the yard. He has lived there for a long time, and we don't know his name. In his daily life, he either goes into the mountains to hunt or takes the prey to the city to sell. We have never seen anyone looking for him, let alone his enemies. These people all live alone, but they have little connection with each other. Sikong K said solemnly, his eyes full of solemnity, "Why did the murderer kill them?" "They were in the yard of the hunter's house at this time." Ruo Jianwei looked at the carcasses of prey drying on the shelf and recalled, "This hair. It seems that Hu Butcher also has it at home." "You mean his prey was sold to Hu Butcher? But it may have been sold to other people. It would be far-fetched to say that this is the connection between the two." The two fell into deep thought again, but at this time they saw Du Heng and Ruo Jin coming. "Brother, we found something in the casino." Ruo Jin ran to Ruo Jianwei with a hint of excitement in his tone. Hu Butcher owed a gambling debt, and the creditor was Mr. Zhang. Du Heng followed her and asked Sikong K, "I wonder how you two talked?" He put emphasis on the word two. and Sikon-K inexplicably heard a hint of gnashing of teeth. I just told him that you are not the destined person for me to meet by chance, Ruo Jianwei said as he walked past him and headed towards the city, continuing, it seems that we must go to Zheng's house to take a look. Du Hong asked behind him, then who am I? Ruo Jianwei's voice came from the front with a faint smile. Yes, an old friend reunited. Sikon-K looked at the two people walking away, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He was thinking of reminding his friends to be careful of strangers, but it turned out that the two of them had known each other for a long time, and judging from Ruo Jianwei's attitude towards that person just now, he was afraid that the two had a close relationship. Xiaojin, you have been following your senior brother all the time. Who is that Mr. Du, and what is his relationship with your senior brother? Sikon-K and Ruo Jin walked behind and couldn't help asking, satisfy my curiosity, I won't tell anyone. Ruo Jin knew Sikon-K's character. He was a good friend of Ruo Jianwei and was very loyal, so she said, he is Du Hong, the left guardian of Yudu Mountain. As for his relationship with my senior brother, she thought of Du Heng's sister-in-law, which was not denied by her senior brother. She stuttered and continued, I don't know. Du Hong and Ruo Jianwei were walking in front. He looked very happy at the moment. He smiled and said to Ruo Jianwei, Jianwei, how do you plan to enter the Zheng mansion? Ruo Jianwei said, of course, I will visit him and explain the reason. I don't think this method will work. Your friend was turned away. Ruo Jianwei paused for a rare moment, looked at him and said, then what can you do? It's getting late today. Du Hong put his hands in his sleeves and said mysteriously, let's go and rest for a night first, and then go to Zheng's house tomorrow. When everyone gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the inn to eat breakfast the next day, Ruo Jin looked at Du Heng's dress and twitched his mouth. Du Hong, what are you going to do? Du Hong took off his mealy, revealing his silver hair. He was wearing a Taoist robe that he got from nowhere, holding a few talisman papers in his hands, and a hexagram plate hanging around his waist. He was simply a charlatan. Ruo Jianwei couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. He should have expected this man's tricks. Then he heard Du Hong say to him, Jianwei, I still need to borrow your magic weapon. Ruo Jianwei summoned Changsui, and the magic staff appeared in his hand. He asked, speaking of which, I haven't asked you why you gave me the magic weapon at that time. Du Hong smiled at him and said, of course, it's because I only trust Jianwei among all the people present. Ruo Jianwei didn't say anything, and handed the magic staff in his hand to Du Hong. But Du Hong stood up, supported the ground with the magic staff, shook the talisman paper in his hand, and said mysteriously, you all just follow me, Du Banxian, to explore the Zheng mansion. Sikon-K saw this scene when he came down, and almost missed the mark. He suspected that the magic stick was this person's profession. Several people followed Du Hong to the door of Zheng mansion. They saw Du Hong straightening his clothes and robes, then stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a while, someone opened the door, and he looked like he was a servant of the mansion. Seeing Du Hong dressed as a Taoist priest, the man looked at him with an unfathomable expression and asked, what's wrong with this Taoist priest? Is there someone in your family who needs to be buried? Yes. Isn't this obvious? Du Hong pointed his fingers and said with some dignity, the deceased was the owner of the Zheng mansion. Did he die unexpectedly? So what? As long as you ask around in this city, you will know that the man has concluded that the person in front of him is looking for trouble, so he will close the door and drive them away. Okay. It is not convenient for our house to entertain people at this time, so the Taoist priest invites you. Du Hong suddenly put the talisman in his hand. The paper was slapped on his forehead, and the man's face seemed to be blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he saw Du Hong pointing the magic staff into the house, muttering something in his mouth, and after a while he said with a solemn face, in my opinion, the master of your house is Zheng Zheng. The master did not die at the hands of ordinary people, but because of evil spirits. Now I see the black air lingering in the house, and the evil spirits are probably still in the house. The man looked at him blankly with a talisman on his head and asked, what should I do? Now that the evil spirits are not disturbed, let us go into the house to investigate and subdue it, and then there will be no serious problems. Du Hong took back the magic staff and made a gesture with his other hand. The servant followed the purple light fluttering in his hand and looked into the mansion. He saw the purple light falling in the main hall, flashing for a few times, and then black energy emerged. Come out and float into the sky. He shuddered and said, Okay, everyone, wait a moment. I'll call my wife. After saying that, he ran towards the mansion and almost fell down while doing so. After a while, the man came out and opened the door to several people. He said respectfully, Taoist priests, please come in. My wife is too grieved because of the death of the master and cannot come out to greet her. So I would like to invite some of you to come in and serve as the master of the house. Exorcism. Time to work. Ruajin followed Rua Jianwei into the Zhang mansion and whispered, My horizons have been broadened today. This magic stick can really bluff people. They could clearly see that the black energy just now was clearly released by Du Heng himself. If Ruajian looked at the person in front of him slightly, he couldn't help but curl his lips. After all, this person used to make a living by doing this. The man welcomed them into the house and introduced the layout of the house at Du Heng's request. When Du Heng reminded him that several people were going to perform exorcisms and asked him and others to stay away, he said awkwardly, Taoist priest, can I take off the talisman on my head? He had been terribly frightened just now, and now he had Du Heng's ghost drawing talisman on his head. Du Heng held back his laughter and said to him, No, I just noticed that there was evil in you, so I used the talisman to drive it away. Your body is prone to evil spirits. If you take off the talisman at this time, you will be possessed by them, the man said with a grimace. Then do I have to stick to it all the time? After we drive out the evil spirits in the mansion, we can take it off. We also ask the people in the mansion to stay away, first to avoid being accidentally hurt. Du Heng reassured. The man ran away in a hurry. Du Heng turned to look at Ruajin and Sekonk, who were struggling to suppress their laughter, and then said with a straight face, Let's go to the morning hall quickly. Ruajin and Sekonk set off to the morning hall. Rua Jianwei said somewhat helplessly, Why do you still like to tease others? Du Heng's serious face finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he laughed. Several people entered the morning hall where Master Zheng's body was placed, and saw his coffin in the middle. White candles were burning in the hall, and there were incense burners and sacrifices on the table in front of the hall. Rua Jianwei walked over and lit a stick of incense, apologized, and inserted the incense into the incense burner. The others waited for him to finish this series of actions before they stepped forward and slowly opened the coffin board. Master Zheng's remains had obviously been sorted out, and he had put on a shroud and some personal accessories. Regardless of his previous character, his face looked very peaceful at the moment. His fatal wound was also on his neck, and his throat was sealed with a knife. Previously, Du Heng heard from the person in the city lord's palace that there were rumors that Mr. Zheng was killed by someone in his own palace. If this was true, then this man was really secretive. Rua Jianwei discovered something strange. I heard that person say before that Mr. Zheng was killed at least 3 days ago. Why is the body still so well preserved now? Du Heng stared at the corpse and suddenly reached out and groped around Master Zheng's body. Ruajin was just wondering when she saw him take out a jade pendant from the waist of the corpse with a faint spiritual light on it. This thing. It doesn't look like a mortal thing. It's Ningyu, Sekonke said, but he saw that the body had left the jade pendant and was rotting rapidly visible to the naked eye. The scene was very terrifying. Everyone was shocked, Ruajin said. How could this be? Ningyu is just an ordinary thing that stores spiritual power in the immortal sect. How could it be so? Because it can store spiritual power, it can delay the decay of the body of the dead, but the duration is very short. Sekonke looking at the corpse, he said solemnly. Now take away this jade pendant and look at the degree of decomposition of the corpse. I'm afraid Master Zheng's death time will be longer than 3 days. www.laotengtkaidao. Net, perhaps it was earlier than the time when the cook was killed. Rua Jianwei answered. Half of the corpse's face had rotted away. It seems that there is a secret behind Master Zheng's murder, Du Heng said. His face was half dark in the candlelight. Maybe there is something evil in the Zheng mansion. Zheng Lu was walking in the courtyard. He has been really unlucky recently. After the death of the master, the servants like them were already very busy. Today, they just want to open a door, but they attracted a group of weirdos who said they wanted to exorcise evil spirits from the house. She didn't take it seriously, but the lady actually agreed to let them in. The leader also said that he had evil spirits and insisted on sticking the talisman on him, which caused him to attract a lot of attention along the way. Although he felt that the person might be playing tricks on him, he was also afraid that if he really took off the talisman, an evil spirit possessed him, so he left those people and returned to his residence. As a result, he was really frightened today, and after a while he couldn't help but relieve himself. Now on the way back, he felt that the house was really full of evil, and he quickly quickened his pace. When he saw the door of his cabin, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. As soon as his legs went weak, he was about to scream, but his mouth was covered by someone. He rolled his eyes and pouted directly. "How did you knock him out?" Sikon-K caught the fallen Zhenglu and asked. "I didn't do anything. He fainted on his own." Du-hong clapped his hands and said innocently, "Now we have to wait for him to wake up before asking questions. I have a way to wake him up right away, but I will carry him back first." One of them lifted Zhang Lu's feet. The other raised his arms and carried him back to the morning hall like a pig. Zhang Lu was unconscious when he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his cheeks and woke up from the pain. He felt like he was leaning against a pillar and couldn't move. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of gray eyes. He was about to open his mouth to call out, but the man suddenly stuffed a steamed bun on the altar table in the hall and almost poked it away again. Du-hong straightened his face and said to him, "Don't scream. We have something to ask you. You'd better answer truthfully, otherwise." He suddenly smiled evilly and moved his enlarged face away from Zhang Lu's eyes, revealing his body. The expressionless Ruajian Weiji behind him has the Teruya sword half unsheathed on his back. "These people are here to rob. Not if you understand, and we're going to get started." Du-hong continued from the side. Zhang Lu nodded with tears in his eyes, and Du-hong took the steamed bun out of his mouth. Du-hong then spoke. "When did your master Zhang die?" 3 days ago." "Oh, really? He was killed 3 days ago. Why is his body now so rotten?" He lifted Zhang Lu up from the ground so that he could see clearly the miserable state of the corpse in the coffin. How? When Zhang Lu saw that look, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He couldn't help but retched again. Du-hong quickly put him down again. After a while, Zhang Lu seemed to have recovered, but his eyes were still blurry. He seemed to be very frightened, and he said blankly, "Impossible. We opened the coffin for inspection yesterday, and the master's body was still in good condition at that time." He started struggling and said, "It must be you fake Taoist priests." He failed to exorcise the evil spirits, but instead made the master's body look like this. Hearing a clang, the Zhaoye sword was coldly unsheathed and nailed to the pillar above his head. Ruo Jianwei said, "Your master's body turned into this because of the jade pendant he was wearing. The jade pendant delayed the decay of the body. Therefore, we judge that the real time of Mr. Zheng's death should be as early as 6 or 7 days ago." "No, impossible." Zhang Lu collapsed on the ground, frustrated. Who was the first to discover that Mr. Zhang had been murdered? Du-hong asked again. "It's Madam. Tell me what happened that day." Zhang Lu thought about it for a while, then slowly said, "That morning, my wife went to deliver tea to the master and found that the master was dead in the study. The wife was so sad that she fainted. It was our servants who reported the case." "Were you fine the day before?" "Yes." No. When Zhang Lu said this, he suddenly sat up straight and said, "The master and his wife had another quarrel in those days. He was alone in the study and did not let anyone else come in to disturb him, not even his wife." "Oh, don't let others disturb you? What about 3 meals a day?" "They were all delivered to the door by servants." "Did you notice he ate it?" "Eat. I ate it, and one day I went to deliver it. Since I ordered the lady not to disturb me, why did the lady go to deliver tea that day?" The wife said that the master had ignored her for a few days and wanted to reason with him and apologize. "Do they too often quarrel?" "When my wife first got married, the two of them were very loving, but in recent years I heard that they often quarreled." One more thing. Sikon-K brought the jade pendant to Zhang Lu and asked, "Where did Mr. Zhang get this?" It turns out that Mr. Zhang started off as a businessman and has a lot of money. He likes to collect and collect all kinds of rare treasures from all over the world. Recently, he has become obsessed with collecting spiritual treasures from hundreds of immortal families. This is how he got the jade pendant. He cherished this item very much and always wore it close to his body, so that the decay of the body was delayed after death. Du Heng asked again, I heard that Mr. Zhang is lending money in the casino? Yes. Many people in the casino are in debt to the master. Is there anyone named Hu among them? I'm just a servant and don't know the specific situation. Judging from the fact that Mr. Zhang had many moneylenders, it cannot be concluded that the murder of Hu and Zhang was related to this point. It seems that we need to start with the suspicion of Mr. Zhang's murder itself. Thinking of this, Ruo Jianwei and Du Heng looked at each other, and Du Heng asked, Is it convenient for Mrs. Zhang to see guests now? Zhang Lu said distressedly. When I went to invite my wife, she was still ill. Since the death of the master, my wife has been depressed. If you see a hint, then go to the study first and take a look. Du Heng lifted the person on the ground, pushed Zhang Lu ahead half-threateningly, and led the way. The group arrived at Zhang's study, but seeing that the door of the study was locked, Ruo Jianwei looked at Zhang Lu and said hurriedly, After the death of the master, my wife was so sad that she ordered us to lock the study. Seeing Ruo Jian frown slightly, he continued, I have the key. I will open it for you. Several people entered the study, and there was still a smell of blood inside. The sun shone in from the outside, and dust floating in the air could be seen. Du Heng held Zhang Lu at the door and paid attention to the movement outside the door, while the other three began to investigate in the study. The study room doesn't look big. There is a desk by the window on one side. It is fully equipped with pens, inks, paper, and inkstones, but it looks brand new and seems to be rarely used. Opposite is a bookshelf, which is full of books and has been covered with books. It was full of dust. It was obvious that the owner did not read these books often. It seemed that the owner of this house was just an arty person. There was a calligraphy and painting hanging on the wall directly opposite the door. Du Heng looked at it for a long time and didn't find anything special. At this moment, Sikong K in front of the bookshelf seemed to have discovered something. He put his ear on the wall next to the bookshelf, tapped the wall with his hand and listened for a while, then turned around and groped around the room for a while, and finally walked to the calligraphy and painting and raised his hand. He took off the calligraphy and painting with his hand. Behind the calligraphy and painting, a mechanism was revealed. Sikong K slowly turned the mechanism, and the bookshelf suddenly separated from the middle and moved to both sides. What was revealed in front of everyone was a treasure room. Zhang Lu looked at the scene in front of him and opened his mouth in shock. After a while, he said, We don't know this. There is such a secret room in the study. Haven't you, the master, mentioned it to others? The master has never told us servants. We only know that the master usually collects a lot of things, but we don't know that they are hidden here. What about Madam? Does she know? I don't know. Ruo Jianwei and Sikong K walked into the treasure room. I saw that the walls of the treasure room were divided into grids. There were all kinds of precious treasures inside, including specialties from various cities in the world and artifacts from immortal sect masters. Ruo Jianwei looked at one of the grids. He looked at the long sword placed on the holder and said, This thing is actually the sword of a deceased elder in Hengshan. He continued to walk forward and suddenly stopped in front of a grid. He saw a bracket placed in the grid, but there was nothing on it. Sikong K also noticed this, walked over and looked at the bracket and said, What is placed on this seems to be a short sword or a dagger. Du Heng asked Zhang Lu, Do you remember that Master Zhang has such a thing in his collection? The master has so many collections. How can I remember them all? Du Heng pinched the back of his neck with his hands, approached him and said slowly, Think about it more carefully. I seem to have. Zhang Lu is about to cry. Ruo Jianwei added, The workmanship of this bracket is also of high quality. It can be seen that what is placed on it must be something that Mr. Zhang loves very much. I thought of it. Zhang Liufu reached into his heart and said, Just a few months ago, the master got a short sword and often played with it. Oh, so where is the dagger now? At this point, I thought they put the dagger into the coffin with the master. Du Heng turned his head and looked at Ruo Jian slightly. He didn't find any dagger on Master Zheng's body at that time. Speaking of which, it seemed that no one in the city lord's mansion mentioned the murder weapon used to kill Master Zheng that day. Du Heng said suddenly. Did you notice when you found the body? Ruchun asked. No, no one was found in the city lord's mansion that day. Later, the wife said that the master wanted to be buried as soon as possible, so she asked us to send them away. Ruchun looked around the grid where the dagger was placed and suddenly squatted down and picked up something. It seems that there is something wrong with Mrs. Zheng. Several people looked and saw a pearl earring in his hand, which looked quite expensive. In a side room on the west side of Zheng's mansion, there was a woman sitting. She looked to be in her 40s. Her face had long lost the charm of her youth, and the corners of her eyes were covered with fine lines. She was not wearing makeup at the moment, and her hair was also disheveled. His eyes were staring at a certain place in the void, looking quite haggard. Suddenly she heard a creak. The door was pushed open, and the light came in. She squinted her eyes and said, Xiao He, didn't you tell me not to come in and disturb me? When she didn't hear the expected response, she turned around and saw 4 people walking into the house. The leader was dressed in white and carrying a long sword. The person behind him had a high ponytail and a black dress with a high collar. Behind him was a man in white robes. The girl, the last person who came in, was wearing a Taoist robe, turned around and closed the door. The visitors were none other than Ruchun and his entourage. Du Heng had asked Zhang Liuji to take away the maid next to Mrs. Zheng. When Mrs. Zheng saw a few people, she stood up in a hurry and said, Who are you? Why are you here? Why does Madam have such a bad memory? We are the ones you invited in to exorcise evil spirits from the house. Du Heng walked to Ruchun and said with a smile, Since you are exorcising evil spirits, why did you come to my room? Mrs. Zheng wrung her sleeves with her hands and asked, Naturally, because. Du Heng stared at her with a pair of gray eyes. The evil spirit was here. Zheng's pupils suddenly dilated. Ruchun raised his hand and saluted at this moment and said, It's rude of us to disturb Madam's rest, but we are here to ask Madam about the murder of Mr. Zheng, and please answer me in this way. Mrs. Zheng looked at him for a long time and said, What do you want to ask? Madam and the master had a quarrel in the study 7 nights ago, right? Yes. Can you tell me the reason? But because of some trivial matters at home, he had a bad temper. I said a few words to him, and he started to quarrel with me. What happens next? He was particularly irritable for some reason that night, and finally kicked me out and locked himself in the study alone to sulk. How many days have you been locked up? Probably 3 or 4 days. Why don't you go see him? He had been like this before. I originally wanted to wait until his anger subsided before looking for him, but unexpectedly, she lowered her head and wiped away a few tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves. The few people were speechless for a while. After Zhang calmed down, Sikong K asked again, Madam, does she know that there is a dark room in Mr. Zheng's study? Mrs. Zheng lowered his head. His shoulders trembled when he heard this, and he slowly replied, I don't know. Du Heng said again, I heard that your family was also engaged in business. That's why Mr. Zheng married you. However, he was really affectionate to you in every possible way at first, but later he gradually became alienated from you. Mrs. Zheng twisted her sleeves tightly with her hands and said tremblingly, Yes. So what? Don't you hate it in your heart? Don't you blame him for marrying you because he coveted your beauty and money, but he always abandoned you? Du Heng slowly approached her, and the words in his mouth were like thorns in her heart. Don't you hate it? He would rather face the dead things he collected than have a moment of tenderness with you. Ling Mao said that Du Heng had walked in front of her, and she suddenly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. No, no, you hate it so much. Du Heng looked at her and continued to say quietly, You go to talk to him. He is admiring his collection in the treasure room. He thinks you are old and talkative, so he takes out his anger on you. He pushed him to the ground, but when he turned around, he saw that he was still in love with the treasures in that room, but he didn't even look at you. You are so angry and hateful. It turns out that in his heart, you are worse than a dead thing. You picked up his favorite dagger. No, no, I don't. Zhang suddenly shouted hysterically, I didn't kill him. I have no idea what a treasure room is. Then why did this object end up in the dark room behind the bookshelf? Ruojian stretched out his hand slightly and asked coldly. She looked at the object in Ruo Jianwei's hand and was suddenly stunned. She lowered her head for a while and laughed foolishly. Ha, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that in the end it was this object. I missed it. She raised her head, with tears on his face, but still smiling. I was 17 that year, and Zheng Lang was 18. He and I were in love, and he gave me these pearl earrings and said to me, he will never let me down in this life. Unexpectedly, even if the case was brought together, time would pass by, and in the end it would be difficult for Kong to pay attention to it. You are right. I want to see him that day because I wanted to talk to him more. He had ignored me for a long time, but all he saw was the treasures in his room, which he had accumulated over the years and which he was proud of. He told me that he was very grateful for the money my father gave him back then, which enabled him step by step to get where he is today. I didn't believe it, so I asked him if he had any affection for me. He didn't even look at me. He just smiled. He made a sound, saying that businessmen value profit over separation. Ha ha ha. Such a good businessman values profit over separation. I questioned him, and he pushed me to the ground. When he saw that I had brought down his favorite short knife, he punched and kicked me again. Ha ha ha. For a dead thing. He would do this to me. My heart felt cold and my fever was severe. At that time, all I could think about was that I wanted to kill him. I picked up the knife and got up, but he thought I was going to give him the dagger, so I pulled it out in front of his eyes. When she said this, she paused strangely and then laughed. I really overestimated my capabilities. At that time, I really thought I could kill him, but I couldn't put the knife into his chest, and he snatched it away. He was so angry that he wanted to kill me. Fortunately, God treats me well. She looked at the few people with a somewhat crazy expression. She couldn't tell whether it was fear or excitement. From the knife, a black energy condensed into a person. He tried to run away, but was killed by the knife. I was stunned. I stared blankly, thinking that I would be the next one. I never thought that the person would leave directly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that the evil spirit that Du Hong made up casually was actually true. No wonder Mrs. Zhang believed their words and let several people into the house. You didn't kill the person. Why didn't you report the crime? Ruo Jian was silent for a moment and then asked again. The Taoist priest thought that if I said it was not me who killed him, would anyone believe him? Mrs. Zhang looked at him with a pair of dull eyes. Not to mention that Xiesui disappeared after killing people. Everyone in the house saw that I had a quarrel with him that day. How could I still argue clearly? After the man left, I looked at his dead expression. I was very frightened. I also thought that no one in the house knew about the existence of the treasure room, so I put his body in the treasure room first. I only said that the master would not let others enter his study. Zheng's tone became quite calm at this time. I originally thought about burying him secretly in 2 days and making up an excuse to fool him, but unexpectedly I heard the news that someone else was killed in the city. I heard people say the way those people were killed with one knife. I know it must have been that person. In this case, you will use your plan to let Mr. Zhang be killed naturally at the right time, and then display the body in front of everyone. Ruo Jian answered. Yes, just in case. I took the knife away and specially cleaned the treasure room. Unexpectedly, she looked at the pearl earring with a sad smile on her face. Where is the knife? Here it is. Zhang pointed to a box on the dresser. From the moment they entered the wing and saw Mrs. Zhang, several people were certain that the petite and haggard-looking woman in front of them was not the real murderer. Moreover, based on previous inferences, it was known that the murderer was extremely skilled in swordsmanship. So after hearing what Zheng said about the black energy in the knife transforming into a human being, no one doubted it. Now the remaining demonic energy in the knife made several people conclude that the murderer was indeed not an ordinary person, but a demon. Although the reputation of those who practice magic in Kyushu is extremely poor nowadays, the magic itself is not something that people should avoid. Nowadays, practitioners in the world practice Taoism by gathering spiritual energy from objects. Buddhism cultivates the mind to achieve Taoism, and there are also many demon clans who rely on their demon power to improve their cultivation, all hoping to gain a glimpse of the secrets of heaven and become gods. However, no matter which method is used, The path of practice is always difficult. If you are not careful, your meridians will go backwards, which is called being possessed by a demon. Although the original cultivation method cannot be used again after becoming a demon, if you find a new cultivation method based on your own situation, you may be able to find another way and achieve great success. However, due to the retrograde meridians of demons, the spiritual energy in the body turns into demonic energy, which is often accompanied by changes in the character of the mind. In severe cases, they become murderous and gradually lose their original intention. There are also demons who kill and plunder in order to quickly increase their strength. Regardless of moral ethics, will eventually become a disaster and will not be tolerated by the world. The Ruoguan mountain lineage of Kangwu Mountain takes it as its own duty to slay these demons and protect the common people in the world. Now this demon has killed 4 people in a row in Guangling City, and his sword skills are very strong. If he cannot be found and subdued in time, it may eventually lead to a catastrophe. We needed to use this knife to find the real culprit, so we took this knife away first, Ruo Jianwei said to Zhang. This sword can only be regarded as a top-grade mortal. How could it be used to seal this demon, and how could it end up living in the mortal world? The reason behind this is probably not simple. The means of the sealer must also be extraordinary. This sword definitely cannot stay here no longer. A few people walked out the door. Ruo Jianwei looked back for the last time at the woman who was lying on the ground crying silently. She was silent for a moment and said, "Madam, take care of yourself." Du Heng found Zhenglu before leaving the Zhang mansion and kindly informed him that the evil spirits in the house had been eliminated. He also personally removed the ghost talisman on his head for him. Zhang Lu sent the group of them out of the house with a smile, scolding Du Heng in his heart. A bloody nozzle. Speaking of which, Mrs. Zhang was considered half the murderer of her husband. The dagger was often played with, but the seal was unsealed at that time. It must have been inspired by the murderous intention in the 2 people's hearts. Si Kongke sighed. Now the real murderer has been found, but I still don't understand, Ruojin wondered. Why on earth did the demon kill these people? If Mr. Zhang was killed because of the demon's desire to kill, then how many others were left? If he is said to be murderous for a living, he only killed these few people. If not, he did kill all of them with one knife. He really killed without batting an eye. What is the connection between these people, and why on earth did he do it? Do this? Previously, they thought that this man might have killed people out of revenge, but the cook and the hunter had nothing to do with this. So what other reason did he have to kill these people? It's a knife. Ruo Jian slightly lowered his eyes to look at the short sword in his hand, and said slowly, all of them are related to swords. Si Kongke suddenly realized, yes, cooks, hunters, and butchers are all professions that require the use of knives, and the murderer is a master of using knives, so this is the connection between their killings. But what is the reason? Why would he find these knife wielders and kill them? Ruojin tilted her head and looked at Ruo Jianwei. Du Heng also looked at the short sword and said thoughtfully, maybe we thought wrong. What he is looking for may not be the person who uses the sword, but the sword itself. For a master with a knife, the most important thing to him is naturally his own knife. He had just been freed from the seal, and the first thing he should do was to find his beloved knife. So he kept looking for people with swords in the city. In fact, he was looking for his sword. As for the reason for killing them, he was testing the sword. Ruo Jianwei's tone was slightly cold. It's just a test of the knife. Why do you want to kill someone? Ruojin asked. Don't forget that he is possessed by a demon, has just come out of the seal, and is a master of swordsmanship. Du Heng narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Ruojin felt horrified after hearing this reasonable but absurd inference. Broken, Ruo Jianwei suddenly said, now it is known that Mr. Zhang was killed 7 days ago, so we can contact the locations in the order in which they were killed. He looked outside the city and continued. This devil may have emerged. Guangling City. If this is true, Jiuzhou is so big. Where should we find him? Si Kongke said worriedly. If I just want to find traces of this devil, I have a way. Everyone looked at Du Heng, who opened his mouth, and saw that he took the short knife from Ruo Jianwei's hand, drew a talisman on it with his hand, and muttered something in his mouth. After a while, a black air condensed on the knife and floated in the air, went in one direction. Seeing the doubtful looks in the other people's eyes, he showed his usual mischievous smile and said, "It's just a small magic trick. It's embarrassing." After Sikong K explained the reason to the Lord of Guangling City, several people followed the guidance of the demonic energy and left Guangling City, walking all the way to the southeast and arriving under a city. Another day had passed. Jinyang City? Ruajin looked up at the words on the city gate. It is a large-scale city, and usually there will be cultivators in such a city. Sikong K replied, "If so, if the demon causes trouble here, it will definitely alarm the cultivators in the city. Let's take a look first. If you see a trace." Du Hong waved his hand to hide the black energy in his sleeves and followed his footsteps. Compared with the previous two cities, Jinyang City is obviously much larger and has a larger population. The streets are even more lively. A few people even encountered a procession to receive relatives on a street. A dozen people were playing gongs and drums in front of them. The 4 people behind carried the bridal sedan, which was all festive red. The maids on both sides of the sedan kept scattering flower petals and wedding candies to the crowds of people watching on the street. Du Hong stretched out his hand to take a handful of wedding candies and gave a few to Ruajin and Sekonk. He peeled one off himself and placed it near Ruo Jianwei's mouth. Ruo Jian paused for a moment, then opened his mouth to bite it. After holding the candy, Du Hong smiled with satisfaction, then peeled one off and put it in his mouth. "And, are you having a happy event at home?" The woman looked at his pleasing smile and replied, "Miss Zhang from the east of the city is marrying the prince from the west of the city. The two of them are of the same family, talented and beautiful, and they are a perfect match. I heard that the two families are going to have an affair today." The flowing water mat in the street. Such a big pomp? Sikong K sighed. It's a festive occasion. Everyone wants to be happy, right? A few people stayed away from the lively streets and continued walking in the city. It seemed that nothing unusual happened in the city. People were all busy with their lives step by step. According to the guidance of the devil's energy, the devil is indeed here. But this city looks very normal. Du Hong said, "Maybe you can ask the cultivator in the city." Ruo Jianwei walked beside him and said. Several people changed directions and walked towards the city lord's palace. Passing by a remote alley, they saw an old beggar begging on the street with a broken bowl. Some passers-by passed him and walked over, while others stopped and put their hands in his bowl. A few copper coins were placed. Du Hong walked to the old man and subconsciously took out the money from his sleeve. When he touched it, he remembered that he was penniless now. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said to the old man, "I'm sorry, old man. I'm sorry today. I forgot to bring it when I came out." Just then, I heard a clang sound, and it was Ruo Jianwei who walked up to him and put a silver coin in the broken bowl. "Money." Du Hong looked at him blankly and continued what he had left unfinished. "Let's go," Ruo Jianwei said to him. They walked to the city lord's mansion and saw a middle-aged man wielding a sword in midair, using magic in his hands to repair an attic on the west side of the city lord's mansion. Only the roof was missing. The man saw several people, fell from the air to the ground, raised his hands to them and said, "Young elder Ruo, Taoist master Sikong, whose name I have admired for a long time, and I am Hongshan Li Yun. How come you have time to come to Jinyang City today?" Hongshan Sword Sect is located in the central and northern part of Kyushu, not far from Jinyang City. They explained their purpose to Li Yun, and Li Yun said, "I see, but there has been peace and quiet in Jinyang City recently, and I have not noticed any traces of demons. If Master Li can pay more attention, we will also stay in the city for a few days to investigate. If you see a trace." Sikong K looked at the attic and asked, "What is Taoist Li doing?" "Alas, the attic was damaged by water a few days ago. I am repairing it today, and it is almost completed," Li Yun replied. Several people declined Li Yun's offer to stay and entertain them at the city lord's mansion, and wandered around Jinyang City for half a day before resting in an inn at night. The next day, the 4 of them planned to continue exploring the city. As soon as they left the inn, they heard a child shouting on the street. "Miss Zhang family is going to marry the prince today. I heard that a running water mat will be set up on the street. Everyone, go and join in the fun." They saw a group of children jumping and running past them. Ruajin wondered, didn't they get married yesterday? Why are you getting married again today? Ruo Jianwei looked at the people on the street and felt a little strange and said, let's go to that street again. They rushed to the street where they met the bride-picking team yesterday. When passing by a small alley, they saw Du Heng stopped and walked to a place where the old man begging was yesterday. If Ruo Jianwei walked up to him, he saw him looking at the broken bowl in the old man's hand and thinking deeply. Yesterday, there seemed to be so much money in his bowl. Both of them felt a little uneasy, and Sikong K also said, the people on the street looked the same as yesterday. What's going on? Du Heng said, let's go to the city lord's mansion first and ask. When several people came to the city lord's mansion, they saw a strange scene suddenly appeared in front of them. They saw that the attic that was almost repaired yesterday was only half repaired, and Li Yun was still flying in the air and working diligently. Seeing a few people, he urged the sword to fall to the ground, walked in front of them, cupped his hands and said, Little Elder Ruo, Taoist Sikong, I have admired your name for a long time. I am Hengshan Li Yun. How come you have time to come to Jinyang City today? Dao Changli? We met yesterday. Have you forgotten? Ruo Jin asked strangely. Yesterday? No. Li Yun also replied strangely. Director Li, didn't you almost finish repairing the attic yesterday? Du Heng asked. The Taoist priest joked, Li Yun Dao, I just started practicing this morning. Was this attic damaged by water a few days ago? Sikong K said from the side. Exactly. What's going on? Several people said goodbye to Li Yun, Ruo Jin said. Is this city repeating what happened yesterday? When they came to the street where the wedding reception team was, they saw that running water mats had been placed on the street. People were putting meals on the table one after another. Both sides were crowded with people who wanted to join in the fun. Everyone's face was filled with joy. The color is indescribably weird in the eyes of everyone. They walked into the banquet with everyone, sat at a table and looked at the table full of food. Someone was sitting next to Du Heng. He turned around and saw that it was the woman from yesterday. He slowly said, Sister, whose family is having a wedding? With the same smile on her face as yesterday, the woman replied. Miss Zhang from the east of the city is marrying the prince from the west of the city. These two people are of the same family, talented and beautiful, and they are a perfect match. Today the two families have made an arrangement. The flowing water mat in the street. Such a big pomp? Sikong K continued this familiar conversation. It's a festive occasion. Everyone wants to be happy, right? The woman was still smiling and began to pick up the food on the table. The faces of several people darkened. It's a formation, Sikong K said. Another formation? Ruo Jin's eyes were filled with worry. Not only the formation, Ruo Jin slightly raised his head and looked at Du Heng. Both of them saw a hint of heaviness in the other's eyes. The operation of this formation was exactly the same as what they encountered 50 years ago. Lu Zhenglan descended from Yudu Mountain and walked all the way north. According to what Luo Sheng said when he came back, Du Heng should have gone east when he came out of Ruchun Mountain. Where is Du Heng's acquaintance? She only knew that the other party should be an immortal sect cultivator. There were many immortal sects to the east of Chunshan Mountain. The larger sects included Kangwu Mountain, Yueshan Uefu, Tianshutai, and Hengshan. Among them, Kangwu Mountain and everyone in Hengshan cultivates swordsmanship, Uefu and Lishan cultivates musical instruments, and Tianshu Terrace masters the art of divination. Which type of guy would Du Heng like? A swordsman, a flute player, or a magic stick? Lu Zhenglan curled her lips secretly. This little lunatic always had a silly smile on his face when talking about each other to her. She wanted to see who he was. She secretly gossiped about her classmates and good friends as she hurried on, but she didn't meet Du Heng. Instead, she met the subordinates of Yudu Mountain who came to ask for help. That day, she was in a tea house listening to gossip about how Du Heng killed people and set fires. She saw a man running into the tea house in a panic. She caught a sharp glimpse of the Yudu Mountain logo on the man, put down the teacup in his hand and stepped forward to take it. The man found out from the tea house. When she reached a remote alley, she let go of the man, blocked his way, and asked, Sneaky, what happened? The subordinate knelt in front of her and said tremblingly, Back to you, Lord Protector. Someone has been killed. TSK, Lu Zhenglan approached him and said, You haven't committed enough murders and arson, so you are afraid of being like this. No. It wasn't us who killed someone. The man trembled even more when he saw her approaching. It was one of ours who was killed. You are so promising. Lu Zhenglan left the man and said mockingly, "You guys really give you Dushan face," she said, and turned around and walked out of the alley. "Don't take me to see it yet." The man took Lu Zhenglan and walked eastward for a while, and finally arrived at the outskirts of the city. Where is this? Lu Zhenglan looked around and said, if she remembers correctly, this place is not far from Lushan Mountain. Returning to your right, Lord Protector, this is the outskirts of Panyu City. The man led Lu Zhenglan to a woods, where he saw several corpses of people from Yudu Mountain. We were ordered to come and explore the artifacts hidden in the Yu Mansion in Lushan Mountain, but we met an enemy in the city. The other party's origin is unknown, but its strength is superb. Okay, I get it. Lu Zhenglan didn't want to listen to his long speech. She walked straight to those people, squatted down and investigated them carefully. Judging from the injuries of these people, they died due to the force of the opponent's palm entering their bodies. She placed her hand on one of them and gradually frowned. The demonic energy in these people's bodies was too strong. Are those people still in the city today? Lu Zhenglan asked. Yes. Lu Zhenglan stood up and walked towards the city of Panyu. The subordinate hurriedly followed him, but he got a look from her. Why are you following me? The subordinates will help protect the Dharma. No need, Lu Zhenglan said. You will die if you go. The man was choked to the point of being speechless. Lu Zhenglan sighed and said, just take those bodies back to Yudu Mountain first. If a person from Yudu Mountain is lucky enough to have his body intact after death, he will be buried in the Blackwater River in front of the mountain. The man got the order and turned back. Lu Zhenglan ran around the city and soon saw the group of people in a courtyard. They seemed to be fighting against one person. Lu Zhenglan took a closer look and found that the person facing him was actually a woman. She wore a bun with a plain hairpin in her hair. She wore a veil on her face and a white skirt. She was holding a cup in her hand. Zhang Liar, standing on the eaves, is cold and refined, like snow on the mountain. Lu Zhenglan was a little dazed for a moment when she saw the man's brows furrowed. His fingers plucked the strings, and a burst of frost like spiritual power came towards her. Only then did she come back to her senses and hurriedly turned around to avoid it. The man suddenly attacked. Why doesn't this beauty have martial ethics? Those people attacked again. Seeing that the attack failed, the woman ignored her and turned to resist the attacks of those people. Tiske. Lu Zhenglan reached out and pulled out the hanging mirror behind his back and swung his sword across it. Instantly, a burst of sword energy surged out and went straight to the backs of those people. When they noticed it, they quickly turned around to resist. The woman from before also played the piano at this time. The strings intensified the offensive, and several people were suddenly overwhelmed and at a disadvantage. Lu Zhenglan didn't give them a chance to breathe. He held the knife in his hand and swiped it directly in front of a few people. Those people resisted with the strength of their palms, but they didn't know that close combat had no advantage for them. In one round, the strongest person among them was killed. Seeing that the situation was not going well, several other people turned around and tried to escape, but were forced back by the spiritual power of the woman in the room. When they turned around, they saw the panicked face reflected in the cold blade. Lu Zhenglan stood among the corpses on the ground and sheathed her sword. When she saw the woman landing gracefully in front of her, she said, "Thank you, Protector Right, for your help. The sound is like a cold spring in the mountains." Lu Zhenglan saw that the man's body was spotless, but his black robe was stained with blood. For the first time in his life, he felt a little ashamed. He said, "It's a small effort. No need to say thank you. May I ask who you are?" "Ufu and Chishan, I wish Fei Bai." "Ah, it turns out to be Master Zhu, whom I have admired for a long time." Lu Zhenglan cupped her hands towards the other person. In fact, she already had a guess in her mind, but she inexplicably wanted to talk to this person more. Then I heard Zhu Feibai speak again. "The situation was critical just now, and I almost accidentally injured the right protector. I hope you can forgive me." "What a friendly accident." Lu Zhenglan almost blurted out, but finally stopped himself and replied, "It's okay. It's okay. Ha ha ha. I saw these people killing and looting wantonly in the city, so I took action to fight." Zhu Feibai looked around and asked, Just now I saw the actions of the right protector. Are these people not from Yudu Mountain? No, I also came here after these people. Zhu Feibai looked at her with a pair of amber eyes, as if judging the truth or falsehood of her words. Lu Zhenglan also looked at her and continued. These people killed me, the people of Yudu Mountain. I want to find out their details, and I also ask Master Zhu to hand over the bodies of these people to me. Then, right protector, please do it, Zhu Feibai said after a while. I have important things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left, and soon disappeared from Lu Zhenglan's sight. It took Lu Zhenglan a while to look away and look at the corpses on the ground. She stretched out her hands to explore the demonic energy in the bodies of several people, and the look in her eyes gradually became serious. The demonic energy on these people is exactly the extremely unusual demonic energy found. She stretched out her hands to explore the demonic energy in the bodies of several people, and the look in her eyes gradually became serious. The demonic energy on these people is exactly the extremely unusual demonic energy found in the bodies of Yudishin's subordinates before, and it seems to be even stronger than those. The demonic energy in a demon is related to his cultivation level. Fengji, who has the highest cultivation level in Yudu Mountain, was a fallen demon from a great demon, but even Fengji does not have such demonic energy in his body. Besides, these people don't seem to have high levels of cultivation, so how could they have such strong demonic energy? Ruo Jianwei led a few people around Jinyang City again and became more and more sure of his guess. The few of them returned to the inn where they were staying. If it hadn't been for that time, the two of them would not have. But Ruojin had no time to discern the many messages hidden in his words, and she said, in that case, how to crack it? The difficulty lies in how to break it. Du Heng walked up to Ruo Jianwei and touched his sleeve lightly with his hand, as if to comfort him, and then said, first of all, the fact that this formation will appear here means Jin Yangcheng is already a dead city. How? Sikong was shocked. Then what do we see? This formation uses the lives of the people in the city as sacrifices. When the formation is opened, it covers the entire city, causing all the people in the city to become demons. Therefore, when the formation is opened, there is no one alive in the city. Can mortals also become demons? Although I don't know what method the people who set up the formation used, the story of being demonized is indeed true. If you see Wei Jiedao, the spiritual energy in the mortal body is already thin. After being infected by the demonic energy, the whole person will gradually become demonized. Now we see the people in the city who arrived were no different from ordinary people, but because this formation trapped them forever on the day they died, they kept repeating the scenes of that day. If we want to find a way to break the formation, we must first determine the exact moment of their death on this day, which is the beginning and end of this reincarnation. Then we must find the formation eyes in the city. The number of these formation eyes is uncertain, and the object is also uncertain. It may be an object, it may be a house, or it may even be a person. What we have to do is destroy these formations one by one at that certain moment. Ruojian felt inexplicably that this formation seemed to be vaguely similar to the large formation in Ruchun Mountain. Another point is that Du Heng can only destroy one formation at a time, and after the formation is broken, some people in the city will be completely demonized and attack those who break the formation, which will make the next breaking the formation becomes more dangerous. This method is not vicious, but what does the murderer of this serial murder have to do with the person who set up the formation in the city? Why did he come to Jinyang City? As soon as Du Heng finished speaking, everyone suddenly heard a loud bang coming from outside the house. Ruojian said in a low voice, someone is breaking the formation. There are actually other people joining the battle in this city. Several people rushed towards the source of the sound. It was already dark at this time, and several people were running on the street, but they did not see many people in the city outside. When they got closer to the source of the sound, they saw that many demonized city people were attacking in one place. Gradually became a siege, and those who resisted seemed to be at a disadvantage. The people who were still laughing and yelling during the day no longer looked human anymore. They all turned into terrifying monsters. Seeing them coming, some monsters turned and attacked them. Ruo saw Wei Zhao coming out to illuminate the night, holding the sword in his hand, and said in a deep voice, They have been completely demonized, and we can no longer show mercy. After saying that, he took the lead in facing the demons. Ruajin held Huayu in her hand, looked solemn after hearing this, and swung her sword to resist the incoming monster. Du Heng understood Ruo Jianwei's intention and said to Sikong K, "You and I, go and see the person who broke the formation." Sikong K understood, but saw that he reached out and took out a ball that was no bigger than a palm, and threw it into the air. In an instant, the ball turned into a huge wooden kite. "Follow me up." Du Heng followed Sikong K on the wooden yuan and praised. "I once heard that Qinji, the treasure of the Qinji sect, has endless changes and is a great collection of Qi sect techniques. Now it seems that Taoist Master Sikong's Taoist weapon is no different. Give more." Protectors was so impressed. Sikong K said modestly. While talking, the two of them had arrived in the encirclement. Du Heng felt that those people looked familiar. After landing, he heard a familiar young man's voice. It was Taoist Sikong from Qinji sect. At this time, another young man's voice sounded. "Isn't the person next to you the protector of Yudu Shanzhua?" Du Heng said. "Is it you?" Sikong K's weapon changed again, turning into a long spear in his hand. He walked up to the man who was resisting the monster, waved the spear to repel part of the attack, and said, "Master Shun, long time see." Shin Yin also said, "Thank you fellow Taoist Sikong for your help." "The leader doesn't have to worry," Sikong K said again. His tone was a bit heavy. "These people in the city have long been possessed by the devil." Anna Shun's face darkened slightly after hearing this, but his attack was much more fierce than before. While Du Heng activated his spells to help the juniors in Zhuoguang Mountain resist the monsters, he pieced together the reasons why the group entered the battle from their busy discussions. Zhuoguang Mountain is located in the southeast of Kyushu. After Shan Yin took them away from the Ruchun Mountains, they kept heading east. The few teenagers were a little depressed at first, but then they gradually put their worries behind them. With the presence of their master, they started wandering around in various cities. It was not until they entered Jinyang City a few days ago that they discovered the strangeness in this city. Place. We observed the city for several days and found that after 3/4 of a day, the city would return to the state of the previous day. Master said that we need to break the formation at this time to find a way out. We finally found a formation, and we took advantage of today to destroy it. Unexpectedly, just after destroying the formation, those who were fine a moment ago suddenly turned into monsters and attacked us. Several teenagers were a little scared when they said this. Yishu paused and couldn't help but asked curiously, "Why did Guardians would join the battle?" It's a long story. They had almost eliminated the monsters at this time. Ruo Jianwei and Ruo Jin also came to join Shan Yin. Du Heng put his hands together again and faced the old gods. And Dao, to put it simply, Jinwei and I were tracking down a murderer, and we ended up here. Several teenagers fell into an eerie silence as they looked at the demon in front of them. The monsters retreated for the time being, and everyone gathered together. Ruo Jianwei told Anna Shun the principle of the formation's operation. Anna Shun frowned after hearing this. "I didn't expect this formation to be so vicious. The formation we destroyed just now was an abandoned house. We didn't want to alarm the people in the city, but we didn't expect it. Apart from them, there was no one left alive in Jinyang City. At this time, it has been a long time since another cycle started. The night is already dark, there are few people in the city, and there is a gloomy atmosphere everywhere." Ruo Jinwei said, "Du Heng and I are familiar with the operation of this formation, so why don't we go find the formation eye?" "What did the young elders say?" Shun Yin said, "Although my cultivation is not the best, I can't do this formation. The law is sitting idly by." "Yes, if you see the slightest sign," Sikong K also said at the side, "there is always strength in numbers. Why don't you go with Master Shun, and Protector Du and I go look for them separately, and the juniors will follow us. Indeed, if you want to break the formation as soon as possible, it is faster to work separately to find the formation's eye." Ruo Jin thought for a moment and saw that Du Heng had no objection, so he nodded and agreed. "Jin, follow me." Ruo Jin followed her senior brother and saw a group of Zhua Guangshan disciples pushing Yishu in front of Anna Shan and shouting, "Little Yizi, be bold. Go quickly. Senior brothers are optimistic about you." Ruajin was wondering when he heard Yishu blushing and stammering, Master, Master, can I go with you? Before Anna Shun could say anything, the senior brothers behind Yishu winked and said, Master, please let little Yizi follow. The rest of us can just follow Taoist Sikong. We will not hold back the Taoist priest. Shun Yin. If we don't fight for a few days, these hairy monkeys will go to the house to uncover the tiles. Everyone agreed to meet at the city gate at 2 o'clock the next day, and then go to the found formation's eye to break the formation together. In the end, Anna Shin took Yishu with him. He and Ruo Jianwei were in front to explore the formation, and Yishu and Ruo Jin followed behind. Yishu secretly glanced at the girl next to him and plucked up the courage to speak. Ruo, senior sister Ruo Jin, thank you for saving me last time in Ruchun Mountain. Ruo Jin then remembered how she helped Yishu deal with Zhao Pu in the valley and replied with a smile, I would have forgotten it if you didn't tell me. It's not a big deal, so why bother saying thank you? Yishu looked at her bright smile and blushed again. Then Ruo Jin asked again, do all your senior brothers call you Xiao Zizi? Ah, because my surname is Yi and I am the youngest in the school. Yishu explained with a blushing face. I think this name is quite cute, Ruo Jin said with a smile. Little Leaf? Can I call you that too? Dang dang dang, of course. Yishu's tongue was almost tied. Seeing his reserved look, Ruo Jin burst out laughing. Little Yizi, you are so cute. Qinping and the others followed Du Hong and Sikong K, chattering along the way. Is little Yizi interested in junior sister Ruo Jin? Nonsense, otherwise why would we let him follow Master and the others alone? Didn't you see that Xiao Zizi's face was as red as a ripe apple? Hey, Xiao Zizi is usually a bit slow, and I was worried whether he dared to talk to junior sister. No, then wouldn't all our hard work be in vain? Is all your hard work in vain? They were having a lively discussion when suddenly a man appeared behind them and asked with a smile. Qinping looked back and saw Du Hong looking at them with a smile. He quickly put away the gossipy look on his face and said, No, it's nothing. Haha. He saw Du Hong put an arm on his shoulder and continued as if the two brothers were in good company. No, I just heard something about Ruo Jin, Xiao Yezi, etc. How could it be nothing? He whispered. Tell me quietly, and I promise not to tell anyone else. Qinping. No. Can you calm down the gossipy expression on your face? In the end, Qinping, under Du Heng's hard and soft tactics, sold out all his junior brother's teenage concerns. After hearing this, Du Heng patted his chest and said, I will take care of this matter. I will definitely be able to bring them together. Qinping looked at him doubtfully and asked loudly, No, why do you, an outsider, worry about the two of them? Du Heng glanced at him sideways and said, Ruo Jin is a junior sister who has never seen anything. How can she be an outsider? Not an outsider. No, last time it was Ruo Taoist priest, but he became a minor figure so quickly? Qinping felt that he could no longer hold back his gossipy heart. Who could tell him what happened to these two people after they had only been separated for more than half a month after the Ziru Chunshan incident? Du Heng put down Qinping, who was speechless, and stepped forward to Sikong K's side. I just heard Sikong K say, I, Protector Guanzhua, took great care of Ruo Jianwei along the way. It seems that you two had a good relationship in the past. Not only that, we are lifelong friends. He almost became a Taoist monk. Du Heng's answer smelled of jealousy for no reason, but Sikong K didn't pay attention to it and said, Ruo Jianwei and I met more than 10 years ago. I was traveling around at that time, visited Kingwu Mountain, and talked with Ruo Jianwei. We were very happy, so we became friends. Du Heng replied sincerely this time. Taoist Master Sikong is a man of temperament. Since Mr. Du is an old friend of Ruo Jianwei, why not make friends with me too? Sikong K stretched out his fist towards Du Heng. Since the Taoist priest is sincere, it would seem narrow-minded for me to refuse. Du Heng readily agreed and touched Sikong K with his fist. With the experience of Du Heng and Ruo Jianwei, everyone made new discoveries when they gathered together the next day. One of the new formations was the sedan chair that received the bride, and the other was Hongshan cultivator Li Yun, who was stationed in Jinyang City. Did the cultivator also fall into the devil? After hearing this, Anna Shun's expression became solemn. Exactly. If the cultivator is completely demonized, the attack power will be enhanced. Let's go to the sedan chair first. If you see a trace, but the sedan chair can move. Where will the sedan chair stop at 3/4 to 3 o'clock? Yishu asked. I remember that the woman once said that it was Miss Zhang from the west of the city who married the prince from the east of the city. Du Heng recalled. So it should be in the palace? Ruajin deduced. Let's go to the palace and have a look. Sikong K made the decision and everyone headed to the east of the city. As expected, the sedan chair was parked in a courtyard of the palace. At this time, almost all the people who came to attend the wedding banquet had dispersed. The palace was still in a festive mood, with red silk hanging on the houses and stickers on the doors and windows symbolizing happiness, contentment, and abundance. Ziduofu's paper cutting, but all the beautiful wishes have stayed on this day forever. Everyone was hiding in the yard. When the 3 o'clock in the morning came, if they saw Wei Wei's eyes flashing and drawing his sword, he would attack the sedan chair. There was a loud bang as the sedan exploded, and the red silk rags on it exploded all over the courtyard. Then everyone heard swishing sounds coming from everywhere in the palace. Be careful, Du Heng said in a deep voice. The demonized people in the palace are attacking us. They saw that the attacking monsters were still wearing the red clothes of the royal servants. They almost lost their human form and attacked several people with their limbs on the ground. Several people raised their weapons to resist, and Du Heng also used magic to resist. In an instant, most of the monsters were wiped out. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, they saw a very fast monster rushing over. With a clang sound, Ruo Jian waved his sword in front of everyone, and the appearance of the monster was also revealed in front of everyone. I saw that it was still wearing a bright red wedding dress, and it was still wearing a golden hairpin on the part of its head that could barely be called a head. It made a jingling sound when it moved. It was the bride who was getting married. It's just that its movements now no longer have the grace and dignity of a woman. Both hands turned into claws and struck hard on the sword that was blocking it. Everyone was shocked by its ferocity and the soaring demonic energy on its body. Why is this monster so tough? Why does it have such a strong demonic aura? The previous waves they encountered were nothing compared to it. She has a grudge. Ruo Jian slightly blocked the bride's fierce blow and replied. Sikong K and Shan Yin attacked the monster from the left and right and asked, resentment? Although her soul was infected by demonic energy, she must have had a lot of unwillingness before her death, which is why she had such heavy resentment after falling into the devil. Du Heng replied. So how to resolve this huge resentment? Anashin asked. If you see it falling slightly on the ground, he said, there are two methods. One is to use the Buddhist method of salvation to eliminate resentment. There was no Buddhist at the scene. Sikong K caught the monster's move and asked, what about the other one? Both of them. Ruo Jianwei clenched his hands to illuminate the night and attacked the monster again, saying coldly, exterminate the monster to calm down the resentment. But when Ruo Jian made a slight movement, his footwork changed, and at the same time, the sword force in his hand suddenly rose. Zhao Ye's sword intent burst out, and he used the moon style to go straight towards the monster. Shun Yin and Sikong K blocked the monster's retreat, and it could not block it. It can be blocked, it cannot be avoided, and it will be wiped out in the light of the sword in the blink of an eye. Calm returned to the small courtyard again. Everyone looked at the mess on the ground and the golden hairpin that fell on the ground. No one spoke again. The next day was to finally Yun. Formation I is always a bit special as a human being, let alone a cultivator who is in charge of a city. If he cannot be killed in time and misses the moment, the formation will change. When everyone arrived at the city lord's mansion, they discovered that Li Yun was meditating in his room. What to do? A sneak attack? Sikong K came down from the courtyard wall and asked. This was the first time in his life that he had climbed onto the wall of someone else's house, and he always felt weird. Du Heng and Ruo Jianwei were observed side by side on the courtyard wall for a long time before they climbed down from the wall one after another. Why are you two so skilled? It would be difficult to deal with a missed attack. If there is a slight glitch, the swordsmanship I practice is not suitable for sneak attacks. Xin Yin and a group of juniors were waiting outside the wall. Hearing this, he said, our swordsmanship is mostly open and closed, and it is not suitable for sneak attacks. Sikong-K looked at Du-hung again, and Du-hung stared at him. Don't look at me, I don't know anything. Sikong-K said, my Tai weapon can be transformed into a hidden weapon, maybe I can try it. In this case, if we see a trace, we will hold him back first, and then you can take action when the time is up. Li Yun was meditating in the room when he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the door opened and a man named Shiran walked into the room. Director Li, we meet again. Li Yun said strangely, who are you? Does Dao Chongli really not remember me? Du Heng's tone was full of grievances. You still owe me money. Sikong-K, who was hiding outside the door and preparing for a sneak attack, almost laughed out loud after hearing this. Ruo Jian next to him glanced at him slightly, and he quickly covered his mouth. God, I listen to this person's nonsense every day. How can Ruo Jianwei not laugh? Inside the room, Li Yun said expressionlessly, I never owe anyone else money. Really? Du-hung approached him and narrowed his phoenix eyes. How was the attic outside the city lord's mansion repaired? Where did you get the materials? I went to a wood shop in the city to order it. How much did it cost in total? 3,300 taels of silver. Yes, you borrowed 3,500 taels of silver from me. Why is the price increased? Let me ask you again. Du-hung stared into Li Yun's eyes. How long did it take you to build this attic? 1 day. Is it really a day? Yes. Have you ever felt tired and felt like you have been repairing your attic for a long time, but when you wake up every morning, you still see a mess that has never been repaired? Me. Did you really only practice for 1 day? Sikong-K outside the door listened to this strange conversation and looked at Ruo Jianwei. Du-hung, what did he want to do? Ruo Jian frowned slightly. Du-hung wanted to cause unrest among the people in the formation, and he wanted to draw out the people setting up the formation. Li Yun in the room lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand to attack Du-hung in front of him. Du-hung bent down to avoid Li Yun's attack. The next second, the completely demonized Li Yun stabbed him with his sword. He raised his hand to block. After a few rounds, he pretended to be defeated and exited the room. Li Yun was exuding demonic aura and raised his foot to pursue him. Sikong-K hid in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to come at 3/4 of an hour. Ruo Jianwei and Du-hung cooperated to entangle Li Yun. Ruo Jianwei Yijian deflected Li Yun's sword. Just as Li Yun was about to retreat, he was forced back to the original position by Du Heng's technique. After a few rounds like this, Li Yun gradually became a little angry. He saw that he withdrew the sword he was fighting with Ruo Jianwei, turned around and stabbed Du-hung. Du-hung formed seals with his hands and was about to resist, when suddenly there was a surge of blood in his chest, and his whole body was filled with aura. It was too late to save Ruo Jianwei. Seeing the sword's edge right in front of him, Du-hung had no choice but to turn aside and take the sword. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Ruo Jianwei, who came over, hurriedly supported him and asked anxiously, How are you? Fine. Du-hung gently blocked Ruo Jianwei's hand that was about to feel the pulse, and his heart felt heavy. He was affected by this formation, and there were signs of restlessness in the demonic energy in his body. Why did it happen at this time? He thought that after suppressing it earlier, he could stay with Jianwei for a while longer. Ruo Jianwei helped Du-hung aside and was about to take a closer look at his situation when Li Yun attacked him again. In desperation, he had no choice but to say to him, Stay here. He raised his sword and faced him. Just now, Ruo Jianwei had intended to hold Li Yun back until the moment came, so he had exercised restraint in his attacks. Now, he is attacking fiercely, forcing the opponent to retreat in succession. Sikong-K watched in the dark and secretly said in shock, even if he wants to suppress the opponent, Jianwei's current offensive is too fierce, right? After a few rounds, when the 3rd quarter of the day arrived, Sikong-K focused his attention on Li Yun, who was being suppressed by Ruo Jianwei, and fired it, hitting the opponent's heart. Li Yun's movements stopped abruptly, and his eyes seemed to be clear for a moment, but the demonic energy on his body overflowed again, covering him completely. His figure had begun to twist. If he saw anything, he would be sealed with sword light and scattered. With the demonic energy, he said coldly, The demon will be killed. In an instant, The densely woven sword light covered the cultivator who had become demonized and lost his human form like a net, strangling him together with the demonic energy around him. Here, Du Hong temporarily suppressed the surging demonic energy in his body and was about to go to Ruo Jianwei when he suddenly felt a sudden violent vibration around him, and the surrounding scene gradually became distorted. "What's going on?" Sikong K rushed over and said, "Why is there such a big movement in breaking the formation this time?" "This is..." Du Hong gradually narrowed his eyes. Xin Yan and a group of juniors were originally guarding outside the city lord's mansion. At this time, they also hurried over and said, "Everywhere in the city is shaking. This doesn't look like the formation after it was broken. It was the person setting up the formation who was attacked." Du Hong replied in a deep voice. "Therefore, the entire formation in the city was affected and became unstable. If you see Wei Jie Road, this is no longer as simple as instability." Sikong K looked at the twisted space around him and felt that the formation was about to collapse. The entire Jinyang city is shaking. More and more people in the city are turning into demons and attacking everyone. At the same time, the scene in the formation is gradually collapsing. There is chaos around the city lord's mansion. Ruo Jin waved her sword to resist the attacking monsters and asked, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Ruo Jianwei's eyes darkened slightly. They were originally led here by the serial murderer, but they entered the formation. Now the person setting up the formation was attacked inexplicably. If the person setting up the formation was the same one they met 50 years ago, then this person's strength should be extraordinary, and who could cause him so much harm? And what is the connection between the murderous demon and the person who set up the formation? Many clues are confusing and complex, and the situation of everyone at the moment is not optimistic. Ruo Jianwei put aside his thoughts for a moment and replied, "The collapse of the formation cannot be reversed, but it will not cause harm to people. Let's block the attack of these monsters first." After everyone heard what he said, they calmed down a little and concentrated on fighting against the monsters around them. Du Hong made a secret with his hands, activated the spell, and formed a barrier to cover several people. If Jianwei looked back at him during the battle, he would seem to be fine again. After an unknown amount of time, there was only a bang, and the entire space was filled with cracks. The formation finally couldn't support it and collapsed completely. When the few people calmed down, they were already in the real Jinyang city. The surroundings were quiet, and there was no sound at all. It was as if the earth shattering and the demons dancing just now were all illusions. They walked on the street, their dull footsteps echoing around. Occasionally, the wind blew, and the cloth strips on the shelves nearby were lifted up, flew across the street, and fell to the ground silently. This city is already an empty city. They stopped in front of the city lord's mansion and looked up at the newly renovated attic. There was a brand new plaque hanging on it, but they hadn't had time to inscribe it. At this time, Du Hong suddenly said, "That demon has left here. What is going on?" "That person left just after the formation was broken?" Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said after a moment, "The person who set up the formation has also disappeared. Let's follow the clues to find the demon first, and then we will know the reason." Du Hong released the black energy that was tracking the demon and saw that it was heading east again. Sikong K and Ruo Jin also nodded in agreement. Ruo Jin turned slightly to Shen Yin and wanted to say goodbye, but Shen Yin refused. Anna Shen already knew about the demon and said at this time, "If the young elder can help us a lot, I think you are going in the same direction as us, so why don't we help pursue the demon together?" Ruo Jianwei looked at his kindness and nodded in agreement. Several people started to follow the black energy and continued walking eastward. Du Hong was at the front. Ruo Jianwei followed him and asked, "How do you feel now?" "I was in the formation just now. I'm fine. I'm a bit weak." Du Hong turned his head and smiled at him and said, "It was just that my luck was temporarily blocked in the formation just now. It will be fine if I adjust my breath." Ruo Jianwei didn't believe what he said. "How are your injuries?" If Ruo Jianwei looked at his back, the robe there had been torn open by a sword. "Of course it hurts. If you touch it, it will feel better quickly," Du Hong said, and went to hold Ruo Jianwei's hand. A few people following behind. Ruo Jian raised his hand slightly and waved off his claws, pressing them on the scar. It hurts, hurts, hurts. Du Hong gasped and complained. You are not even gentle when I see you. Ruo Jianwei was too lazy to talk to him and slowly poured spiritual power into his body. Du Hong turned his head and secretly raised the corners of his lips. After walking for a short time, he came to a city gate again. Chen Ping looked up at the word Sangzhou written above the city gate and said with lingering fear, Sangzhou City. Is there any strange formation waiting for us? It can't be such a coincidence. The people next to me also said. No trace of the formation could be seen for the time being. Ruo Jianwei Yujin observed in the air for a while and then landed on the ground and replied, and the spiritual energy in this city is quite strong, and there is no trace of demonic energy. Let's go to the city first and have a look. Anishin said. A few people walked on the street and saw that there were many immortal cultivators in various costumes in the city, as well as many unknown casual cultivators. The scene was quite spectacular. Yishuchi said, Why are there so many cultivators in this city? They should have come to participate in the gluttonous banquet in Sangzhou City, Sikong-kei explained. Every year, Sangzhou City holds a banquet, at which newly discovered rare treasures from all over the Kyushu will be displayed, and there will also be some left behind by previous cultivators. Treasures, secrets, and so on. It attracted many mortals from various cities in the vast field, practitioners from various immortal sects, and a large number of casual cultivators to participate. The time is just in these few days. After hearing this, several young people couldn't hold back their excitement and surrounded Anishan and said, Master, Master, let's go and have a look too. Anishan said angrily, You just know how to play. Don't forget that we are here to help Elder Ruoxiao eliminate demons. If he saw it, he thought thoughtfully and said, Exquisite treasures. Maybe the demon will also go there. Are you looking for his knife? Ruojin asked. It's possible, Sikong-kei said. We can first ask if there are any knife-like artifacts in the treasure this time. Is there any specific whereabouts of the demon now? Ruo Jianwei turned to Du Hong and asked, and saw that his face was pale, as if he was trying his best to endure something. When he heard Ruo Jianwei calling him, he came back to his senses and said, We can only detect that he is in this city. Ruo Jian looked slightly at the sweat on his forehead as he spoke, frowned and said, Let's find an inn first. When Du Hong arrived at the inn, he told everyone not to worry about him, went straight into a guest room, and locked himself in it. Everyone had doubts on their faces, and they decided to go out and take a look first. Sikong-kei saw the worried look on Wei Ruo's eyebrows and knew that he couldn't let go, so he said to him, Why don't you stay here while we go out to explore first? Others said yes. If Ruo Jian apologized slightly, Sikong-kei smiled and said, There is nothing to be sorry for. After saying that, he walked out of the inn with everyone. Ruo Jianwei walked to the door of Du Heng's room, knocked gently and said, Du Hong, I'm coming in. Seeing no one responded, he felt a little uneasy, so he opened the door and walked in. But seeing Du Hong lying on the bed, his face looked much better. He seemed to be asleep and did not wake up when he heard the sound of the door opening. Ruojian Weiwei walked to the bedside quietly and looked at the sleeping face of the man. His face was much more mature than when he was young, and his outline was more obvious. His silver hair was spread out on the pillow, and his chest was breathing lightly, slightly undulating. The torn Taoist robe was taken off to one side, and he was only wearing a white middle coat, which looked a little thin. Ahong, Ruo Jian called Wei softly, but when there was still no response, he gently put his hand on the other person's wrist, probed for a moment, and frowned slightly. Why is there no abnormality in Aheng's pulse? Previously, when he was healing Du Hong, he had quietly explored the situation inside his body, but found nothing. In Ruchun Mountain, he clearly felt that Du Hong had two completely different auras and powers, but now he had no trace could be found on his body. What is going on? Ruo Jianwei gently stroked the man's cheek with his hand and carefully studied the features of the person in front of him. Ahong, how many things have you hidden from me? How have you lived these 50 years? Do you know how happy I am when I see you again? He covered the man's exposed left hand with his right hand. The Bodhi strings on their wrists collided, making a soft clicking sound. Shun Yin led a group of energetic teenagers around Sangzhou City to inquire about the gluttonous feast. As a result, The teenagers did not find out much information, but they made themselves hungry first, so he had to lead a few people into a restaurant. It was a busy time in the restaurant, and the waiter was very busy going between the tables. Not long after they sat down at a table, they saw someone sitting down next to them. Yishu looked up and saw a familiar face. He couldn't help but be startled and said in surprise, "Master Jingxi?" But I saw a face that was the same as Jingxi's, except that his black hair was untied and scattered around his body, with only a knot at the end. A string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck, and a monk's robe was casually worn. Draped on his body and holding a long knife in his arms, he looked quite wild and unruly. Yishu felt something was wrong as soon as he spoke. Although this person looked exactly like Jingxi, his temperament was completely different. Jingxi always had a look of neither sadness nor joy on his face, and his whole body exuded a sense of indifference, but this person exuded an evil aura. He even felt that this man was more like a devil than Du Hong. The man listened to his words, put the knife on the table, showed a playful smile on his face, and said, "Judging from your expression, you must have met my boring elder brother." Shen Yin walked up to the man at this time, cupped his hands and said, "This is my disciple's first time going down the mountain. I see few people." Shen Yin walked up to the man at this time, cupped his hands and said, "This is my disciple's first time going down the mountain. I see few people, so I will inevitably mistake him for the wrong person. Don't be offended by Master Jingwu." After hearing this, Chen Ping was shocked. This person was indeed Jingxi's brother, the famous Buddhist rebel monk Jingwu. Buddhist teachings mostly emphasize breaking through the world of mortals, being pure of mind and having few desires, and following the Tao and Dharma of adhering to one's original mind. Most of the exercises taught are internal Dharma, and what pure thought uses is Wu Liangshan's unique Dharma of infinite mind. And Jingwu apostatized from Wuliang Mountain 10 years ago. It was rumored that when he left, he abandoned what he had learned in Buddhism. After that, he walked around the world with a maha knife, acted as he pleased, and was unruly, and it was said that he was most taboo about being mentioned about his twin brother. Looking at the playful smile on the corner of the other person's mouth, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. After listening to what Shen Yin said, Jingwu still looked at Yishu and replied, "Look at what you said, old man. I am not as knowledgeable as a brat." Shen Yin looked like he was only in his 40s, but he called him an old man. A disciple was about to stand up to refute, but Chen Ping quickly held him down with quick eyes and hands. Yishu was frightened by what he saw and didn't know what he was going to do. Fortunately, the food was served, and he quickly lowered his head and started to devour it. During the gap, he raised his head and glanced at Jingwu beside him, and saw that he was pouring wine into the wine glass in front of him. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The Taodai banquet is held in the Jianxin building in Sangzhou City and lasts for 3 days. During this period, various treasures will be displayed in the building for everyone to visit. Of course, the treasures may be real or fake. It all depends on the visitors to discuss and judge. If anyone encounters the fate of the eyes for treasures, you can find the person who provided the treasure through the responsible person and buy or exchange for the treasure in the photo. If it is an extremely valuable treasure, it will be saved for auction at a special venue in the building on the night of the last day. Some of these treasures are family heirlooms, some are obtained by chance, and some are obtained by people who specialize in surveying, or are brought to this exhibition for people to appreciate, or are auctioned in exchange for money or other treasures. It was already the second day of the gluttonous feast when they arrived. Sikong K led Ruajin around the venue. There were many treasured swords among the artifacts on display, but no trace of the demon was found. While shopping, Sikong K asked Ruajin, "Xiaojin, what's going on with Du Hong? He was fine before, so why did he suddenly fall ill?" "I don't know either. Ruajin is also very strange. He was fine at first when he was in the formation, but since I went to the city lord's mansion with you and my senior brother, I felt that he was not in good spirits. He doesn't look like someone from the demon sect," Sikong K added, "but he feels like he has a lot of things hidden in him. It's hard to see clearly. I don't believe you can't tell if you see it." Ruajan recalled the scene in Ruchun Mountain when Du Hong killed Meng Li instantly, and she wanted to refute the first half of Sikong K's words, but she fell silent when she heard the rest of the words. Du Heng's eyes filled with infinite sadness. That day reappeared in her mind. Before her eyes. She really couldn't figure out this person. Couldn't senior brother also see clearly? When the two returned to the inn, they saw Ruojian coming out of Du Heng's room with a dark face, slamming the door hard and locking it. When I got closer, I could still vaguely hear Du Heng knocking on the door, and his harsh words came out, "Ha ha ha. Siwei, I was wrong. Please open the door quickly." Sikong K. Ruojin. Brother, are you okay? Ruojian said with a dark face. It's okay. Sikong K looked at his face, pointed to the door on the side and asked carefully, Is he okay? Hearing Ruojian gritted his teeth and said, He is very good. After saying that, he walked towards the inn lobby. Sikong K and Ruojian looked at each other and were confused, so they had no choice but to follow Ruojianwei to the hall and sit down. Ruojianwei was accompanying Du Heng in the room before, but accidentally fell asleep. When he woke up, he found himself lying on the bed with Du Heng's bright eyes looking at him. Ruojianwei asked dryly, Are you awake? Oops, if I don't wake up, I will miss the beautiful scene by my side. Du Heng propped his head and looked at him with a smile and said, I didn't expect you missed me so much when I saw Jianwei, and you actually took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. I knew you. I was just embarrassed before. Ruojianwei got up from the bed and interrupted. Are you feeling better? He saw Du Heng put his hand gently on his mouth, pretending to be surprised, and said, I know you took the initiative when I met Wei, but there's no need to be so anxious. It's still daytime, and it's not good for you and me to just be like this. Ruojianwei listened, and he became more and more outrageous. His face darkened. Du Wu, what do you think about all day? Du Heng blinked at him. I miss you. Ruojianwei got out of bed with a dark face and walked out of the room, leaving Du Heng rolling on the bed laughing. Ha ha ha. Jianwei, why can't you help being so teasing? Ruojianwei looked at him coldly at the door, expressionless. He locked the door with an expression on his face. Ruojin looked at Ruojianwei, who was pouring tea for herself to calm down her anger, and felt a little funny for no reason. It seemed that since Du Heng walked with them, the senior brother had become angry more and more often, mostly because someone made him angry. This was the first time she knew that the senior brother also had such rich emotions. Ruojin suddenly wanted to know how these two people met. Not long after the three of them sat down, another person walked into the inn. When that person looked towards them, his eyes suddenly lit up and he walked quickly towards their table. I saw that the man looked about 30 years old, with a pair of passionate peach blossom eyes, and his clothes were embroidered with complicated patterns. He had a sword on his waist, and he was dressed in a suave style. He cupped his hands in front of several people and said, Rua Shao Elder, Taoist Master Sikong, nice to meet you. The three of them also returned the greeting. Master Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. This person is Lu Ju, the head of Fuyu Mountain. Fuyu Mountain is a major sect as famous as Kangwu Mountain, Lushan Uefu, etc. among hundreds of immortal schools. Moreover, one of the 10 divine artifacts is hidden in the mountain, so it has a high reputation among hundreds of schools. The current leader, Lu Ju, is even more famous for it. His elegant swordsmanship is quite famous among practitioners. However, when it comes to Lu Ju, what is more famous than his swordsmanship is his romance. It is said that he has been among thousands of flowers and never let a leaf touch him. There are many stories about his romantic affairs and high-level affairs. The cold fairy misses him so much that she becomes ill. The peerless dancer has a love affair with him. The promiscuous woman clings to him for several years. There are all kinds of tricks. Although I don't know whether these romantic affairs are true or not, and Lu Ju has never admitted them, looking at his clothes, words, and deeds, he is indeed an elegant person. Lu Ju then asked, Who are also here to participate in this gluttonous feast? Alas, how could we expect Master Lu to be so elegant? Sikong K replied, and then told the other party about the demon's murderous pursuit of a knife. After hearing this, Lu Ju replied, That's it. Speaking of the knife treasures at this banquet, I do know that a famous knife will be on display at tomorrow's auction. Several people were shocked. Ruojianwei asked, Does Master Lu know the details of this sword? I don't know about this either. Lu Ju smiled. After all, the treasures at the auction are very valuable. How could he reveal the information so easily? Lu Ju chatted with him for a while, and then left because of something. Sikong K asked, "How about it? Do you want to go see the so-called famous sword tomorrow? Maybe the demon has also taken a fancy to the knife. Let's continue to explore the city first. If there are still no clues, go and take a look. If you see Wei Hui." Later in the evening, Zhuo Guangshan and his party also returned to the inn. Everyone exchanged news. After hearing this, Sikong K said to Ruo Jian, "This gluttonous banquet can be considered a gathering of masters, but it is a pity that it is just a treasure appraisal meeting. If it is a martial arts competition, I will definitely bring my friends together to compete with that Jingwu. It will definitely be exciting." Ruo Jianwei didn't say anything after listening, but Chun Ping on the side couldn't help but ask, according to Taoist Sikong, who is better, Little Elder Ruo or Master Jingwu? Well, Sikong K rubbed his chin and said, "My friend's swordsmanship is not comparable to Jingwu's, but Jingwu's sword skills are good at winning by surprise. I think it's hard to say. Is Master Jingwu so powerful?" Yishu thought of Jingwu's meaningful smile when he finished eating at their table and left with a knife during the day, and felt a cold sweat behind his back. The next day, everyone searched the city but found nothing, so they decided to go to the auction site at night to have a look. Du Heng was locked up in the room by Ruo Jianwei for a whole day and night, and finally became a lot more honest. He also wanted to follow everyone to Jinshin Tower on the grounds that he could follow the guidance of the black energy to help find the demon. Ruo Jianwei asked him coldly, "Didn't you say before that your method can only detect that the demon is in the city? Otherwise, everyone wouldn't have wandered around Sangzhou City for 2 days." Du Heng said aggrievedly, "I was so sleepy on the first day that I fell asleep. When I woke up, I kept seeing you locked in this dark room. How could I possibly find you? In the final analysis, it's all your fault for locking him in the room." Du Heng tried hard, but Ruo Jianwei finally agreed. He said, "If you feel uncomfortable, don't force it." "I know." Du Heng smiled at him. Before going out, Ruo Jianwei put the power on Du Heng again. There were many cultivators in the city, so it was inevitable that someone would recognize him. Although Ruo Jianwei was not afraid of trouble, he was worried about Du Heng's current situation and worried that someone would deliberately make things difficult for him. Du Heng knew his intentions and said to him, "I will be careful." When the group of people arrived at Jinshin Building, the auction was about to begin, but I saw a large exhibition stand in the center of the hall on the first floor. It was crowded with people, and they were all excitedly discussing and speculating on the exhibits for this auction. The second floor is divided into several compartments. Each compartment is blocked by a screen, and you can vaguely see the figures behind it, which are VIP seats. If Jianwei and the others were standing among the crowd on the first floor, he asked the people beside him, "Can any trace of the demon be found now?" Du Heng secretly activated the spell and said in a deep voice, "That person is in this building." After hearing this, several people were shocked and hurriedly looked around. At this time, the auction officially began. I saw the person in charge walking away from the booth, bowed to everyone, and then said, "Welcome to the Taodai Feast auction site. What is being auctioned tonight are the most valuable treasures we have carefully selected. If there is something that suits your eyes, please raise your hands and bid. The person with the highest price will get the treasure." The people below were all ready to make a move, but the man didn't talk nonsense and said directly, "Then we invite the first treasure tonight." Several treasures were auctioned in a row, and the atmosphere at the scene was very high. Several people explored the circle and gathered at one place. Nothing was found. Du Heng frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. According to the instructions, the demon is very close to us." While he was speaking, the person in charge on the stage was about to introduce the next treasure to be auctioned. The next item must be for many cultivators. It is a thing of competition. The reputation of this thing has been spread throughout Kyushu for a long time. It is the famous sword ba. Everyone present became excited when they saw a man walking up to the stage holding a long box. Everyone looked at the box, and the lid of the box was slowly opened. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The long knife in the box had a strong black energy coming out, and it slowly condensed into a human shape. I saw that the man was surrounded by black energy, and his face could not be seen clearly under his messy hair, but everyone present could feel the strong evil energy on his body. Just when everyone was stunned, they suddenly saw the demon take out the famous sword in the box and wave it. Before the people on the stage had time to react, a knife mark was already added to their necks. In another moment, blood spurted out. When he came out, the stage was suddenly filled with blood, and warm blood sprayed on the faces of several people who were close to the audience. Only then did the people present react. Murder! The devil is killing people. Help! Ruo Jianwei looked at the demon on the stage with a slightly gloomy expression. He had already concluded from the wounds on the people just now and the way that person wielded the knife that this person was the murderer who committed the serial murders. The scene was in chaos, and people were trying to run out of the building in a panic. Many mortals had never seen murder, and were so frightened by this horrific scene that they paralyzed on the spot and could not move. There were many cultivators present, and they surrounded the demon and shouted, "Devil, take your life." A few people took the lead in attacking. No. If Wei Yao saw that it was too late to stop him, he saw the demon swiping the knife with his backhand, and a strong sword energy went towards those people, instantly cutting them into two pieces. If his pupils shrink suddenly, this person is stronger than he thought. When the remaining people saw this situation, they all froze on the spot with expressions of disbelief. The demon raised his sword and was about to slash at them. When several people came back to their senses and wanted to fight back, they had missed their chance. They were about to be killed with a single blow when suddenly a person blocked them in front with a cold sword energy. The two men collided with each other. Wei's heart trembled when he saw that this person was stronger than him. He shouted, "Run!" Several people behind him hurriedly ran towards the exit with their own weapons. The demon was stunned when he saw someone blocking his attack. In the blink of an eye, a more ferocious attack came. If Ruo Jianwei did not dare to be careless, he used what he had learned in his life to deal with it. The person in front of you. Sikong Ke and Shan Yin saw that the demon and Ruo Jianwei were fighting hard to separate each other, and even had the tendency to suppress them, so they hurriedly stepped forward to help. A disciple from Zhuoguangshan was so excited when he saw how many people were fighting against each other that he was about to step forward with his sword, but was stopped by Du Heng. "I advise you not to be impulsive, otherwise that will be your end." He raised his hand and pointed to where the corpses of the cultivators were just now. The disciple's blood suddenly froze. "This demon is very powerful, so you guys should follow the others and escape outside the building." Du Heng said to several people, "Don't let Jianwei and the others worry about you." Ruojin knew his intention and took the lead to go out the door. The disciples of Zhuoguangshan followed her, and Du Heng stayed at the inn to prevent them from being accidentally injured by the battle. After placing a few people in a safe place, Du Heng raised his hand to create a barrier around them, covering the few people in it, and said, "If there is danger later, remember to run quickly." Ruojin knew the situation was critical and replied, "We understand." Seeing that he was about to leave again, he couldn't help but said, "Where are you going?" Naturally, he went back to help Jianwei deal with the devil. Du Heng said of course. Ruojin was stuck for a moment. During this time, she listened to his jokes every day, almost forgetting that Yudu Shanzhua's protector was also quite strong. She paused and finally said, "You and your senior brother should be careful." "Don't worry," Du Heng patted her shoulder and chuckled. "I will take good care of Jianwei, and I will leave these people to you." When Du Heng returned to the scene, half of the Jinshin Tower had collapsed, and 4 people were fighting with the demon. One of them was Lu Ju, the head of Fuguang Mountain. Many cultivators who had escaped earlier had calmed down and were helping to evacuate the surrounding people. If he saw the Wei Long's sword in his hand, his footwork would change. His sword moves would change in the blink of an eye, and several sword lights would go straight towards the demon like a crescent moon. Over there, Anna Shun, holding the sword in his hand, would also swing out a very simple sword. In this move, the sword energy containing deep spiritual power and Ruo Jianwei form a pincer attack, attacking the sword-wielding demon. The devil held the sword horizontally in his hand, and the devilish aura on his body surged. He swung the sword in 2 moves, one left and one right, to neutralize the moves of the 2 people. Then the sword aura swept all around, forcing the movement of the 4 people to a halt. Seeing that the remaining force of the sword was about to hit the fleeing people on one side, a sword suddenly shot out diagonally, blocking the wave of sword force, and then flipped the blade to dissolve the sword force. It was Jingwu who came with the Maha knife. After the monk took the next move, an evil smile appeared on his face. Yes, yes, this swordsman is very powerful, and let me meet you. After saying that, he raised his knife and faced him. Jingwu, Luju, Sikongke, and the demon were fighting together. If Ruo Jianwei temporarily withdrew from the fighting circle, Du Hong rushed to his side. Seeing that he had a few more scars on his body, his expression was a little solemn for a moment. He took out a bunch of bottles and jars from his arms, picked one out of them, opened it, took out a pill, and brought it to Ruo Jianwei's mouth. Ruo Jian opened his mouth and swallowed it, and then heard Du Hong say, "This demon, why is it so powerful? This person's name has never been heard in the 9 provinces. He has a strong demonic aura, and his sword skills have reached an advanced level. Looking at today's Kyushu, there may be no one who can match him." Ruo Jianwei and adjusts his breath and feels that the spiritual energy in his body has recovered a lot. So, he is Boss Ya's swordmaster? Du Hong asked. Not yet known. Ruo Jianwei's tone was deep. The famous swordmaster was a powerful swordsman from Kyushu 500 years ago, but that powerful man was said to have died long ago. If this person is really the original owner. As the two of them were talking, the demon had forced several people to retreat. The demon was about to go to the city. If he saw Wei busy drawing his sword in his hand, he stepped forward to block his way. Basha collided with Zhaoye, and a huge force burst out that shook the surroundings. But Ruo Jianwei noticed something was wrong. M.Zadenjiwaitao Epsilon several people were fighting with the demon before, but because of their strong strength, they were unable to get close. At this moment, if Ruo Jianwei faced the man across the sword, he could vaguely see a pair of red eyes under his messy hair. There was a flashing mark on his forehead, and what made him more uneasy than this was that in addition to the strong demonic aura, there was also huge resentment lingering around this person, and the resentment was so overwhelming that it made him breathless. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy around the demon's body rose again. If Jianwei was shocked by him, he had no choice but to take a step back. Seeing that the man was about to come forward again, his movements suddenly stopped. If he looked carefully, he saw several purple spells entangled in the demon's limbs, pulling the whole person backward. Du Hong activated the spell in his hand and said, "See the slightest difference." If he saw a hint of understanding, he drew his sword, turned around, and jumped into the air. But seeing the bright moon in the sky, his figure looked even brighter under the moonlight, and then his moves changed, and the sword intent poured out with the moonlight, heading straight towards the demon. The demon wanted to dodge, but was restrained by the spell and couldn't move. He took the sword force and knelt down. Ruo Jianwei fell forward, and several people around him slowly surrounded the demon. However, at this moment, the demon roared, and huge demonic energy erupted from his body again. The demon propped himself up with the knife, and then the knife in his hand changed in extreme moves. In an instant, the sword energy was like a strong wind, carrying the devil's energy and attacking several people. Everyone hurriedly used their hands to resist, with more or less scars on their bodies. Jingwu waved his sword to resist the strong wind and cursed, "This devil can't stop for a while." Sikongke was seriously injured, so the Tai weapon turned into a shield and stood in front of him. He replied, "The master has also seen it. The demonic energy on this demon seems to be endless. Lu Ju wears a sword with a flawless name, which makes his sword skills elegant." To resolve the offensive, he continued, "This is not the way to go." Shunyan had been fighting against the devil for a long time and was already a little exhausted. He said, "Sooner or later, our spiritual power will be exhausted." At that time, Ruo Jianwei's eyes were solemn and he said, "It's not that the devil's energy is endless, but that he has endless energy." Resentment and resentment turned into demonic energy, so he had endless demonic energy. Resentment again? Du Hong wondered, then looked at Jingwu and said with a smile, "This time we have a Buddhist. Why don't you give it a try, master?" While resisting, Jingwu gave him a big eye roll. "Grandpa, I have long ceased to be a Buddhist. Even if you are not a Buddhist, you should still be familiar with the Buddhist method of salvation. Duheng looked like he was following the instructions and said, "Master, don't be embarrassed. If you use it here, we won't tell anyone." "Sorry." Jingwu rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Sorry, I forgot." The demon came towards everyone with a sword. After dozens of rounds, both Xin Yan and Sikong Ke were seriously injured and had no choice but to withdraw from the battle circle to adjust their breathing. Without two people to attack, the demon's offensive became more and more rampant. The sword in his hand was as fast as a shadow, and he attacked the remaining three people. Lu Ju was not paying attention for a moment and was cut on his left shoulder, and the sword in his hand also slowed down a lot. Seeing another knife slashing down in front of him, Ruo Jianwei hurriedly pulled out and stood in front of Lu Ju, but at this moment, something happened again. The demonic energy around the demonic person surged again, completely surrounding Ruo Jianwei. Du Heng's eyes were about to burst. See the slightest sign. Ruo Jianwei finally heard Du Heng's anxious voice, and then was pulled into the boundless darkness. When he opened his eyes again, Ruo Jianwei felt that he seemed to be on a mountain, surrounded by clouds, and there was a person standing in front of him, holding a sword in his hand. He looked at it intently and couldn't help but be surprised, because this sword was very familiar to him. It was the divine weapon Xiaoming's sword hidden in Kangwu Mountain. What's going on? Where is this place? Who is this person? He wanted to open his mouth to ask, but found himself speechless. Only then did Ruo Jianwei realize that the body did not seem to be his own. At this moment, the surrounding clouds and fog dispersed, and he could clearly see the face of the person in front of him. Then I heard him say, "I have always heard that Lord Xiaoming's Danshi has excellent swordsmanship, so I'm here to ask for advice today." Ruo Jianwei looked at the solemn-faced man in front of him and was shocked. This man is actually Lord Xiaoming, one of the 10 gods? At this moment, he somewhat understood that he had been swallowed up by the demon's demonic energy before, and what he saw now should be this person's memory and the identity of this demon. Hearing Danshi speak, a low voice came, until Jiao Ruo was shocked again when he saw the slightest sign. "Kong Songjuan's sword skills are extraordinary, so I should go all out." Ruo Jianwei looked at the knife he raised and slowly pulled out. The long knife was glowing with silver and the blade was engraved with ancient patterns. He knew that this knife was one of the 10 gods in Kyushu Chronicles and Museum Chapter 1. Kong Songjuan's sword Baidi. Baidi is worthy of being listed as a divine weapon of the 10 directions with Xiaoming. Kong Sangjun drew the sword in his hand. The sword seemed to feel the fighting intention in the owner's heart. The blade trembled, the silver light flowed, and there was a faint buzzing sound. On the opposite side, Xiaoming Jun Danshi also held a sword in his hand. The two of them faced off quietly, and the air around them seemed to be stagnant. Suddenly, Kong Sangjun took the lead. I saw him making a half circle in front of him with his knife, causing the air around him to become hot for a moment. Then he raised his hand and kicked his feet, rushing towards Dan Shi on the opposite side. But Dan Shi was not in a hurry. He flashed the sword mark on his forehead, swung his sword and made a mediocre move, which just happened to block Kong Songjuan's knife that was slashing at him. There was a moment of surprise in Kong Sangjun's eyes, and then it was replaced by fighting spirit and excitement. He said, "Okay, good, good." Then he took a few steps back and attacked again. I saw two people attacking and defending. The swordsman's moves were wide open and closed, and he attacked the opponent with a strong momentum. The swordsman's moves were clumsy and skillful. He seemed to be suppressed, but he steadily controlled the rhythm of the battle. Ruo Jianwei followed Kong Songjuan's gaze and watched Dan Shi's movements opposite him, secretly admiring in his heart that he was worthy of being the master of the Xiaoming sword. He was as good as his sword, and his moves were as good as his own. The brilliance of the long sword was restrained and hidden, but the sword's intention was not revealed. The momentum is majestic, and the moves may seem ordinary but contain hidden secrets. The person may seem to be on the defensive side, but there is a faint fighting spirit and aura of control exuding. While the two were fighting, vast divine power spread out, causing the surrounding valleys to shake. Even the sky and the earth changed color, until the sky was darkened and the earth was dark, and the sun and the moon lost their light. I don't know how long it took before the two of them fought to the fullest. They took back their swords one after another and looked at each other with a smile. Lord Kongsang said, "After today's battle with you, I only feel that I am the second among the 10 gods. Sword Master Xiaoming really has the sun and the moon in his heart." Dan Shi also said, "By Di's power of shattering the sky and splitting the earth opened my eyes today." Ruo Jianwei listened to the conversation between the two and was shocked. Kong Sang-jun was actually the second strongest among the 10 gods. No wonder they couldn't compete with him even if they joined forces. And when he watched the two of them fight, Zhao Mingjun was as strong as Kong Sang-jun. Is this the strength of the 10 gods 1,000 years ago? And according to Kong Sang-jun, how strong should the leader of the 10 gods be? Just as he was thinking about it, his vision suddenly went dark. When his vision became clear again, the scene around him had changed. Bai Di was placed next to him. He seemed to be in a good mood. After a while, I saw a woman walking towards me, with a hint of smile in her tone. Senior brother Zhao Jia went to fight with someone again. Ruo Jianwei followed Zhao Shui's gaze and saw a beautiful and elegant woman sitting down next to him. There was a hint of helplessness in Zhao Jia's voice. "It's not like I'm looking for trouble. I just met an opponent of comparable strength and couldn't help but fight with him. Let me guess. With the current strength of senior brother, the only one who can make you say this is the Zhao Mingjun who has always made you resentful." There was a smile in the woman's voice. Junior sister Guanghan really knows things like a god. The tone of recruitment and rejection was quite brisk. "Senior brother, please don't arrange it for me." Guanghan feigned anger and asked with concern, "What's the result?" Zhao refused to hear the words and suddenly became serious and said, "Zhao Mingjun has always been indifferent and unconcerned with the world. He rarely takes action in front of others, so he is not included in the top 3 of the 10 gods. But when I fight him this time, he is extremely powerful, not beneath me." To be able to make the always high-minded Kong Sangjun say these words, it seems that this Zhao Mingjun is not simple, Guanghan said. Although Zhao Mingjun rarely takes action in front of others, the Xiaoming sword is famous in Juzhou. Every sword practitioner is proud to see the true appearance of Zhao Ming's sword with his own eyes. Why? Lord Qingshu also wants to fight him. Zhao Ju looked at her with a smile, and Ruo Jianwei noticed that there was also a blue mark on Guanghan's forehead. Lord Qingshu, the holder of the ancient moon sword, one of the artifacts of the 10 directions recorded in the Book of Natural History, turns out to be from the same sect as Lord Kongsang, who is also one of the 10 gods. The scene changed again, and I saw several people fighting against the same person. However, I saw that the person was surrounded by thick demonic energy. He indirectly blocked the attacks of several people. He let out a hoarse laugh. "Ha ha ha. It's the 10 gods. What can you do to me?" He just listened to the move and refused to shout, "Devil, you have caused harm to Jiuzhou and caused misery to all living beings. We will definitely kill you here." Hearing this, the demon turned his attack towards him. With a wave of his sword, the white light cut through the incoming thick black demonic energy and went straight towards the demon. Suddenly I heard Guanghan shouting from next to me, "Senior brother, be careful." Before Zhao Ju could react, he saw a ray of sword light passing by, killing the monster behind him. He looked back and saw Dan Shi coming to his side with the sword in hand. Ruo Jianwei looked at the dark sky around him and the thick black demonic energy floating in the air and felt a little chill in his heart. This was probably the demon sealing war 1,000 years ago. From this point of view, the demon from thousands of years ago was extremely powerful, and the 10 gods joined forces to fight him hard. Before he could take a closer look, his vision went dark again. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the scene in front of him was blurry and constantly changing. Zhao Sui seemed to be seriously injured. He was breathing heavily and limping through the forest, using the knife in his hand to push aside the obstacles in front of him. Not long after, he came to a cave and finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. The pain in his body was severe, and if Jinwei was inside his body, he could feel that this body might not be able to recover. But what made him more uncomfortable than this was the sad despair in Zhao Rui's heart. He could feel the sadness in his heart. The sad fact that he didn't want to admit. A cold voice told him that Guanghan and Dan Shi were both dead. In the battle to seal the demon, the 10 gods worked together to seal the demon, but they also suffered heavy losses. He used to be full of energy, traveled across the 9 states, slayed demons, defended the way, and saved the world, but he ended up either dead or injured, and sadly reclusive from the world. Zhao Ji punched the ground angrily. He raised his hand to pick up the Bai that had fallen aside, but couldn't pick it up for a long time. The injuries on his body worsened again. He closed his eyes in a daze. He didn't seem to notice, but Ruo Jianwei just saw clearly that there was a trace of demonic energy wrapped around Baidi's sword. Zhao Ji began to recuperate from his injuries in the cave. His injuries recovered slowly, but the demonic energy from Baidi took advantage of the hollowness in his heart and gradually eroded his mind. He discovered the demonic energy that was trying to capture him, and he used his kung fu to force them out of his body, but the bewitching voice rang in his ears. How pitiful! Kong Sangjun, who was once the second among the 10 gods, was Baidi. With one knife, he split the mountain and cut the sea. Everyone in the world didn't know it, but now, he can only huddle in this dark cave. Shut up. You must have a lot of unwillingness in your heart. You once had great glory, but you have become like this. A devil. Shut up. Zhao Ji said that he was about to draw his sword. He. In your current situation, can you still take the Baidi and get rid of the demon? Zhao refused to draw the sword, and his whole body was trembling. The devil is still whispering. And your good junior sister, don't you regret it? You didn't have time to express your feelings to her. A deep sadness surged in Zhao Ju's heart, and he trembled even more. Kong Sangjun, that voice contained infinite malice. You are just a useless waste now. Zhao Ji was shocked. All the unwillingness, regret, sadness, and anger rushed into his heart. He exerted all his strength, pulled out Baidi. The next second, he felt a chill in his heart. Before he could turn around to see who it was, he was surrounded by a strong demonic energy. The white emperor in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell into endless darkness. Ruo Jianwei was pulled into the darkness following the move. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice ringing in his ears. Jianwei, see you. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids and saw Du Heng's anxious face. Jianwei, are you awake? Ruo Jianwei's mind was still a little dazed. His emotions in his heart were suppressed by the rejection. He calmed down for a while before he said, yeah. Du Heng saw that he still looked miserable, so he reached out to feel his pulse and said, are you okay? What happened? Only then did Ruo Jianwei realize that he was lying in Du Heng's arms. He was a little dazed for a moment. It wasn't until Du Heng took his hand and felt his pulse that he said, I'm fine. I saw his memory, and the true identity of the demon was Kong Sangjun, one of the 10 gods. Du Heng paused, took out another pill and put it to his mouth, saying, you have suffered a lot of injuries. Please rest for a while. Ruo Jianwei took the medicine and looked up at him again. Du Heng had just desperately pulled Ruo Jianwei out of the demonic aura. At this time, he also looked a little embarrassed. Meng Li had already fallen to someone who knew where, and his head was exposed. Silver hair. The anxious expression on Du Heng's face eased slightly. At this moment, Ruo Jianwei stared at him for a moment, put his hand in front of his eyes, waved it carefully and said, Ruo Jianwei? Are you crazy? Even if I'm pretty, I don't have to stare at people all the time. Ruo Jian slightly waved his paw away and was about to reply when he suddenly heard a voice. It's you, protector of Yudu Shanzhua. The two looked towards the source of the sound and saw a cultivator standing not far from them, looking at them in surprise. At this time, Du Heng looked at him and shouted, it's really you, the devil. Why are you here? Could it be that the demon who destroyed the gluttonous feast was in the same group with you? Du Heng had a helpless look on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ruo Jianwei getting up from his arms, protecting him behind him, and said to the cultivator, he and the demon are not the same. The cultivator obviously recognized Ruo Jianwei. Hearing him defend Du Heng, he was stunned for a moment and said, how can the young elder Ruo be so sure? At this time, everyone around heard the conversation between the three and gathered around. Du Heng didn't seeing that Wei was in trouble. Ruo walked out from behind him and said carelessly, this Taoist priest is really unjust. I was just passing through Tsangzhou City and came to join in the fun at this gluttonous banquet. I didn't expect to meet a colleague. He and I really don't know him. He is trying to steal my job. How could he be with me? I just had a fight with him. The man still insisted. How can I believe what you say as a demon? Maybe you have colluded with that man. Besides, you and Elder Ruashao just now. When he said this, he suddenly felt that the momentum of the two people opposite him changed, and the temperature of their bodies changed. They all dropped a lot, and couldn't help but shudder. Du Heng narrowed his phoenix eyes, looked at him, and said coldly, I just saved Taoist Rua. If Rua Jianwei wants to speak again, he hears Sikong K's voice. Rua Jianwei, come and help. If Rua Jian turned his head slightly and looked at Du Heng indicated with his eyes that he could handle it himself. So he summoned the Zhaoye sword and rejoined the battle circle. Sikong K and Lu Ju had been fighting against the demon for a long time, and they were all seriously injured. Rua Jianwei recovered a lot after adjusting his breath, which saved several people from almost losing. Sikong K took advantage of the opportunity to adjust his breath and asked him, Are you okay? We were all shocked when we saw you surrounded by demonic energy just now. Thanks to Du Heng, we fished you out as if we were risking our lives. Rua Jian was silent for a moment and said, It's okay. I looked at this demon's memory, he said, facing the opponent's knife, and then said, He is one of the 10 gods. Kong Songjuan's move is rejected. Several people were stunned. This identity was too shocking. No one would have thought that the demon who killed people without blinking in front of them was actually one of the 10 gods. Zhao refused to listen to his words, and his movements stagnated for a moment. The demonic energy that enveloped his body slightly dissipated, revealing a pair of eyes hidden under his messy hair, full of struggle. Kill me. What on earth is going on? Anna Shen asked. Rua Jianwei looked at those eyes, as if he felt the sadness and despair again. He slowly said, After the demon sealing battle, Kong Sangjun was seriously injured and difficult to treat. Later, he was infected by the demonic energy due to the sword by D, and lead to falling into the devil. It's unbelievable, Lu Ju murmured. Someone as strong as the 10 gods would be led to become a demon. He asked us to kill him? Jingwu said, Let's take a look. Do we look like we can beat him? Rua Jianwei took a few steps back and thought, Maybe. We can try it with the divine weapon, he said, reaching out and summoning Changsui. Everyone was shocked when they saw the artifact in Rua Jianwei's hand. Rua Jianwei only said, I got it by chance. The situation was critical. Sikong K said to him, Do you want to use the power of the artifact to suppress the demons who are also the 10 gods? If he saw a frown on his face, he raised his long sway and said, Kong Sangjun, I don't have a magic weapon in my hand now. Maybe I can give it a try. As he spoke, dots of green light appeared on the staff, gradually gathering together, and then attacking Kong Sangjun in the distance. But when he saw the Zhaorui Hung Dao in his hand, with strong demonic energy gathering on it, he faced Chang Sui's attack head-on. Even if Kong Sangjun fell into the devil, he still had this warlike temperament. He didn't dare to be careless at the slightest sign. He held the photo of the knight in his right hand and the longevity in his left hand. Suppressing the opponent, for a moment, he actually became evenly matched with the opponent. Seeing that he was suppressed, Zhao refused to attack more and more fiercely. The demonic sword energy swept around. Many houses were affected, and there were many casualties among the people and cultivators. For a while, everyone was running away. Du Heng looked at the battle situation from a distance and became more and more anxious. He couldn't help but worry in his heart. He looked at the cultivator who was still standing in front of him and said, You leave the people around you alone, but you have the leisure to argue with me here. This is what is called the right way. Something? The people around him dispersed one after another to rescue the fleeing people, but there were still a few people surrounding him. The cultivator who recognized him before said again, Who knows if you will take advantage of us to rescue the people and fight with that devil? Join forces. Du Heng was stunned by his imagination, and he opened his mouth to fight back. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. If he saw that Wei Zheng and Zhao Jie were locked in a battle, a black figure suddenly appeared from the side and headed towards him with a knife. He blocked Zhao Jie with both hands, and it was too late for several people around him to rush to help. They watched helplessly. Then the black shadow slashed him with a knife. Iota Krotkara Gyut. Akrotkara et Ruajian Weiwei made a move, but refused the move. For some reason, the demonic energy around his body suddenly surged, breaking through the long-term suppression, and pierced Ruajian Weiwei's left shoulder with a knife. Seeing that Wei was being attacked on both sides, Ruo spit out a mouthful of blood and raised his hand to block with his sword. In the blink of an eye, he received several more blows from two people and then was kicked in the chest. He fell straight backwards and hit a house, making a roar. There was a loud noise, and smoke and dust suddenly flew around the body. The black shadow took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, snatched the long sway in Ruo Jianwei's hand, and fled away. Du Heng's eyes were about to burst and he shouted, "Jianwei!" He took a step forward and was about to pass, but the cultivator blocked him again. "Don't leave, devil. You also said that the person just now is not the same as you?" But he saw Du Heng raising his hand, grabbing his neck, and pushing him against a wall. His back hit the wall, and he was in great pain. He looked up and saw a cruel look in Du Heng's eyes. "I advise you not to challenge my bottom line." The cultivator felt Du Heng's terrifying murderous intention and fell silent for a moment. Du Heng threw him down coldly, turned around and ran towards Ruo Jianwei's place. The house had long since collapsed. If Ruo Jianwei was lying in the ruins, Du Heng's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw him. He ran over with hands and feet, knelt on the ground and gently helped him up. But they saw a knife mark in front of him from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, running straight through his entire upper body. His back was even more bloody, and there was a big hole in his left shoulder, with blood constantly coming out of it. Du Heng's whole body was trembling, and he called out carefully, "Are you embarrassed?" No response. His trembling hands reached into the lapel of his clothes, and it took him a moment to take out the pile of bottles and cans. He hurriedly took out a few and poured them into the palm of his hand, then fed them into Ruo Jianwei's mouth. Feeling the other person's warm breath, he relaxed slightly. He put Ruo Jianwei's head on his lap and dragged the other person's upper body with his hands, carefully avoiding the wound. He put his forehead against Ruo Jianwei's forehead and called out with a cry in his voice, "Jianwei, why do I always make you suffer such serious injuries every time?" Zhaoji didn't know what kind of stimulation he received, and the demonic energy in his body continued to surge. He swung his sword wildly and attacked the surroundings, muttering, "Give it back, give it back, give it to me." The second strength of the 10 gods cannot be underestimated. It became more and more fierce. Sikong K and several others were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Seeing that the area of influence of the demonic energy was getting larger and larger, half of Tsangzhou City was shrouded in black energy, and the people in the city were panicked. The place where Ruo Jin and others were was also affected, and the formation set up by Du Heng had failed. They were running on the road, waving their swords to resist the occasional demonic attacks, while rescuing the injured people. Yishu was worried and said, "Why is this devil so powerful? Will Master and the others be okay?" Chen Ping slapped him on the head, and his hands were shaking a little. "Our master will be okay. Besides, Elder Ruo Shao is here." Woolen cloth. They were heading towards the Jinshin Tower, and Ruo Jin was unsure. She raised her head and looked forward, and the sight she saw made her breathless. Sikong K and others fell to the ground, and they all walked towards the same place in unison. Look everywhere. But after the black air and smoke dissipated, Du Heng stood on the top of a still intact pavilion. He held the unconscious Ruo Jianwei in his arms. Behind him was the blood-red moon, reflecting his whole body. Like an evil Shura ghost, he raised his eyes to look at the mad demon not far away in front of him, and said coldly, "If you dare to hurt him so much, I will teach you to pay him back 100 times." Ruo Jin ran forward, "Senior brother." What happened to senior brother? And Du Heng? The scene of Du Heng killing Meng Li instantly in Ruchun Mountain flashed in her mind, and her uneasiness continued to increase. Yeshu grabbed her and said, "Senior sister Ruo Jin, you can't go there." Ruo Jin looked at him with red eyes. "My senior brother." Her words suddenly stopped, and she turned to look at Du Heng. On the high-rise building, Du Heng exuded the power of vast artifacts. Purple light flowed in his eyes, and then chains formed by countless spells suddenly erupted around him. heading straight in the direction of Zhao Shui. Everyone was surprised. Sikong Ke said, "The power of the divine weapon?" Lu Ju said in disbelief, "How could it be? Which artifact is it?" They all felt this huge divine power, but did not see any trace of the artifact. Jingwu looked at the mantra in the air and murmured, "This is the Sanskrit of Buddhism." Everyone thought of the records of the 10 direction artifacts in 9 states chronicles, natural history, 9 of which have relatively specific descriptions of their shapes. But there is only one artifact, there is no description of its appearance, and the records are also quite rough. The wheel held by Yuten Zun can transport thousands of dead souls and board the reincarnation together. The method of transformation is practiced by Buddhists. Zhao refused to raise his knife to resist. The curse had wrapped around his body and was tightening. Du Heng looked at him with no trace of warmth in his eyes. Wheel of rebirth, curse of rebirth. In an instant, purple light bloomed on the chain of spells, and all the demonic energy in Zhao Shui's body was suppressed. The spells were embedded in his flesh. He roared in pain, and reluctantly raised the knife and went towards Du Heng. Du Heng once again increased the power of the artifact all over his body, and more spell chains were thrown towards Zhao Ji, blocking his offensive. Countless wounds opened on Zhao Ji's body, and black demonic energy spilled out of them. At this moment, he seemed to feel no pain and still fought hard to attack Du Heng. One of them is a god and fallen demon, and the other has the power of a divine weapon. During the confrontation, the powerful power was scattered, and everyone who was close was suppressed. Some people with relatively low cultivation levels and ordinary people were directly frightened and bleed from their 7 orifices. Du Heng used the spell to prop up the barrier in front of him to block Zhao Ji's knife attack. Zhao Ji desperately broke free from the shackles of his spell, and the demonic energy on his body broke out again, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Du Heng's mouth. Zhao Ji gathered all the demonic energy on the knife, and the barrier collapsed suddenly. Du Heng protected Ruo Jianwei in his arms, turned around, and received the knife on his back. Basya penetrated him from the top of his right chest, and passed. Ugh. Du Heng held back the fishy sweetness rising in his throat, looked at the blood splashing on Ruo Jianwei's face. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha, 10 gods. That's all." As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he was immediately surrounded by overwhelming spells. He quickly drew his knife and retreated, kneeling aside with a plop. Du Heng turned around and looked down at his embarrassed appearance. Zhaojui was surrounded by purple Sanskrit words. His hair was even more messy, and a red mark was looming on his forehead. His eyes alternated between clarity and chaos. He looked in great pain. He gasped and roared, "Kill! Kill! Me!" Du Heng sneered and said, "As you wish." Then purple light flashed in his eyes, and countless purple incantations suddenly appeared under his feet, mixed with traces of demonic energy. The power of the artifact overflowed, shaking the entire Tsangzhou city. He said, "Magic wheel, broken soul." The huge divine power wrapped up the demonic energy and flooded the place where Zhao Shui was. The last thing he saw was Guang Han calling him with a smile under the tree. "Senior brother." When the spell dissipated, there was only a knife stained with blood. How many thoughts are difficult to calm down, and all returned to nothingness. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they couldn't recover for a long time. Du Heng stood there for a long time, then hugged Ruo Jianwei and fell to the ground. Ruo Jin was about to go over when he saw his movements suddenly paused. Ruo Jin's heart skipped a beat. Brother Yishu ran over and helped Shan Yin up on the ground. Sikong Ke and others also adjusted their breaths, and Ruo Jin suddenly called out, "Du Heng?" The next moment, Du Heng's body suddenly erupted with soaring demonic energy. He was still holding Ruo Jianwei tightly in his arms, but when he looked up at Ruo Jin, there was a crazy look in his eyes. Ruo Jin was still shocked, but the demonic energy around Du Heng had already attacked her with the power of the artifact. Yishu, who was closest to her, rushed over and the two of them narrowly escaped the attack. Several people were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Seeing Du Heng's demonic energy mixed with the power of the artifact, attacking all around indiscriminately like crazy. Everyone stood up to resist in a panic. Jingwu swung his sword to block the attack in front of him and cursed, "Why did you finally eliminate one demon, and then another one comes?" Lu Ju also said, "What is going on with this guy?" Sikong K blocked Ruajin, and Yishu with a Tai weapon, looked at her solemnly, and said, "Xiao Jin, you have spent the longest time with him among us. Do you know what is going on?" Ruajin was in a state of confusion, and her words were filled with tears. I don't know. Senior brother is still there." Sikong K looked at the person in the center of the chaos again. Rua Jianwei was being protected by Du Hong, who seemed to be right. Everything happened unconsciously. He should do no harm at all. Ruajin also intuitively felt that he would not do this, but after such a long time without any movement from Ruajin, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Anashin also came here at this time and asked, "What should we do now? We can't let protectors go on like this." Before he could finish his words, the cultivator who had stopped Du Hong before raised his sword and faced him again, shouting, "You devil really has ulterior motives." But he saw Du Hong looking at him, with murderous intent rising sharply in his body, and sneered, "It's you." The man suddenly felt a chill on his back, and then heard Du Hong continue, "So you're not dead yet." He actually laughed as he spoke. "The look of madness is even worse, haha. Then let me personally send you on your way." After he finished speaking, the demonic energy and divine power around him surged, heading straight towards the other party. The cultivator raised his sword to resist, but the demonic energy wrapped around his neck and slowly lifted him into the air. Seeing the demonic energy tightening, he dropped the sword in his hand and kept struggling. Ruajin looked at Du Heng's expressionless face, which was in sharp contrast with the man's blue complexion, and she exclaimed, "No." Sikong K stepped forward to stop Du Hong, but was blocked by the oncoming demonic energy. Du Hong looked at him, with blood in his eyes, but still smiled and said, "Are you in such a hurry to die?" His words were full of madness. "Don't be anxious. I will help you one by one." After he finished speaking, he turned to the man who was lifted up in the air and continued to tighten the demonic energy around his neck. The cultivator had already begun to roll his eyes. Ruajin couldn't help but close her eyes. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that if Du Hong really killed this man, everything would be irreversible. The rest of the people wanted to step forward, but were blocked by Du Heng's demonic energy. They watched as the people in mid-air gradually stopped struggling. At this moment, several people saw the person in Du Heng's arms move. Ruajin Weiwei slowly raised a hand, gently covered it in front of Du Heng's blood-red eyes, and called out, "Ah Hong." Du Hong felt as if there were snowflakes falling on his eyelashes. He blinked lightly, and the violent aura around him suddenly stopped and disappeared silently in the blink of an eye. "I'm here," he replied softly. "I'm here." Siwei. Rua Jianwei was walking on a street. It was already dark, but the street was brightly lit and very lively. The sellers, entertainers, and snack sellers were all selling hard. There was an endless stream of pedestrians, and people were chatting happily. As time went by, his mood was unprecedentedly light. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned his head and saw an enlarged face of an evil ghost appearing in front of him. "If you see the slightest clue, it's boring." Du Hong pushed the mask on his head, revealing a pair of smiling eyes. "Jianwei, why are you so boring? Why don't you cooperate with me?" "Oh," Rua Jianwei said without emotion, "I'm so scared." "Phew," Du Hong was amused by him. "I'm really convinced by you." While they were talking, many people passed by and pushed Du Hong aside. Rua Jianwei said to him, "There are many people at the night market. Please follow me closely." As he said that, he turned around and walked forward. When Ling Mao said that, he saw Du Hong quickly walking a few steps to his side, holding his hand hidden under his sleeve, and the Bodhi strings on their wrists touched together. Du Hong smiled and said, "I know. I'm right by your side. I'm not going anywhere." If Rua Jian turned slightly to look at him, Du Heng's smile was reflected brightly and tenderly as the lights turned on and off. If Rua Jianwei opened his eyes on the bed, he actually dreamed about what happened 50 years ago again. Seeing that he was awake, Rua Jin hurriedly came to the bedside and asked, "Senior brother, are you awake? How does it feel? Ruo Jian moved his body slightly and felt that the wounds on his body were almost healed. He said, "It's okay. How long have I been sleeping?" His voice was a little hoarse. Ruo Jian breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "It's been 3 days." At this time, Yishu came in with a medicine bowl. Upon seeing this, he hurried to the bedside and handed the bowl to Ruo Jian, saying, "Little elder Ruo Jian, you finally woke up. Senior sister Ruo Jian is very worried about you and has been watching over you. If you see a touch of tenderness in your eyes, thank you for your hard work, Ajin." He raised his upper body from the bed, leaned against the bed, took the medicine bowl Ruo Jian handed him, and asked, "Where are we now? How is the situation in Sangzhou City? Du-hong, where is it?" Yishu replied from the side, "We are at the inn in Sangzhou City. Both the people and the cultivators in the city suffered casualties in this evil disaster. The cultivators in the city are already dealing with the aftermath." He paused for a moment and said nothing further. Ruo Jianwei suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Where are Du-hong and others? Ruo Jian, who had been silent all this time, looked at him and said, "Brother Dewey's gone." If the expression on Wei's face was blank for a moment, he repeated, "Is he gone?" Ruo Jian looked at his expression and felt sad for some reason. She continued, "But he said, he will come to you again." 3 days ago, Du-hong carried Ruo Jianwei back to the inn room where he stayed, carefully placed on the bed. Both of them were covered in blood. He leaned over and looked at Ruo Jianwei for a moment, took a clean handkerchief, carefully wiped off the blood on Ruo Jianwei's face, and then removed Ruo Jianwei's dirty robe. After changing it, he wiped his body carefully and finally put him back into clean robes. After doing all this, he quietly left the room. Ruo Jian was waiting by the door, greeted him, and asked anxiously, "Brother Du, how is my senior brother?" "He's fine." Du-hong couldn't hide his tiredness. He looked at her and said, "I'll have to trouble you to take care of him next." Ruo Jian looked at his pale face and asked, "Where are you going? Won't you take a break?" A trace of sadness flashed in Du-heng's eyes, and he whispered, "I'm leaving." As he said this, he passed Ruo Jian and walked out. Ruo Jian looked at his back for a long time and said, "Aren't you going to stay with senior brother?" If the senior brother wakes up, he pauses in his steps and says, "If I ask about it, if he is still willing, I will go find him again." After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Ruo Jianwei lowered his eyelashes silently after listening, and after a while he said, "I understand. Tell me what happened in the past few days." Ruo Jian and Yishu told him everything that happened after he fell into coma. Ruo Jian was silent for a long time after Wei listened, and finally he said, "Thank you for the hard work. Go and have a rest. I want to be alone." Ruo Jian hurriedly took Yishu out. The moment the door closed, Ruo Jianwei tightened his grip on the quilt. Du-hong was by his side during this period, and the relationship between the two seemed to be the same as 50 years ago, making him almost indulge in the joy of regaining it. The two of them tacitly avoided all the things that happened in the past 50 years, hoping to bridge all the gaps caused by time. But the facts reminded him time and time again that everything was different. When he heard what Ruo Jian said, Du-hong first used the power of a divine weapon to kill Kong Sang-jun after he fell into coma, and then the demonic energy exploded, almost destroying Sangzhou City, and he was shocked and hurt. What is going on? What did Du-hong go through in Yuta Mountain? Where does the power of the artifact in his body come from? Why is it like this now? Countless mysteries surround Ruo Jianwei, but I have no clue at all. I just feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Du-hong felt extremely uncomfortable all over his body at this time. His condition was extremely unstable. Since leaving Sangzhou City, he had been walking to the barren mountains and ridges where there were few people. He ran for a long time, and in the end he no longer knew where he was. I just wanted to avoid being seen like this. The power of the artifact and the demonic energy in his body were out of control, and two completely different forces were pulling him. He even felt that he had been split in half, and the pain was so painful that he lost consciousness. He stumbled and ran in the woods, his vision blurred, but he clutched the Bodhi string tightly in his hand until blood came out of his hand, but he seemed not to notice it. It hurts so much. Jianwei, why does it hurt so much? But I can't go to you now. The demonic energy overflowed from his body again. He punched the tree next to him, and there was a faint redness under his eyes. Is a sign of being possessed. It hurts so much. Fengji, I must kill you. He raised his head suddenly, and a torrent of demonic energy suddenly erupted around him, sweeping all around. His silver hair was messy in the wind, and his whole person seemed to be going crazy. Suddenly, a strong force of energy hit the back of his heart, and he couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. Lu Zhenglan fell behind him and said, "Are you still alive?" Du Hong turned over on the ground, facing her, and took a few deep breaths before he recovered. The demonic energy around him has been suppressed, and the blood in his eyes has faded. At this time, he smiled and replied, "Thanks to you, I didn't die." TSK. Lu Zhenglan threw a bottle of medicine into his arms and said, "What's the matter with you? I was looking for you all over Jiuzhou when I heard that there was a demon making trouble in Changzhou City. When I went there, I felt the power of the wheel on you explode from afar. This is not enough. You also made me lose control of the entire demon energy. I feel guilty for my own life. Is it long?" Du Hong didn't reply. He just opened the medicine bottle and put all the pills in his mouth. Lu Zhenglan glanced at him with disgust. "How do you feel now?" "Very good. Thank you, Lord Protector Right, for coming to save this little one." Lu Zhenglan resisted the urge to roll her eyes, wondering why she was still arguing with her. Du Hong said again, "There must be some reason why you are willing to come to me. Let's talk about it." Lu Zhenglan said seriously, "It was Fengji who asked me to come to you. That day, she told Du Hong what she saw in the back mountain of Yudu Mountain and the reason why Fengji sent her out." Du Hong thought thoughtfully after hearing this. "I have never noticed anything strange about the cave in the back mountain before. Maybe it's the formation," Lu Zhenglan said. "I guess only Fengji can open it." "Haha." A sneer appeared at the corner of Du Heng's mouth. "That old madman seems to be suspicious of you. That's why he asked you to come to me." Lu Zhenglan looked at him and said with some worry, "Although I know it is inappropriate to ask you to go back at this time, my pills can only suppress it for a while. To really calm down the two forces that are colliding with each other in your body, Fengji needs to personally." "I know." Du Hong looked at the sky and said, "I just want to go back and explore the secrets in the cave in the back mountain." "Then what's your plan?" "This time I met Lord Kong Sang, one of the 10 gods after falling from the devil, in Changzhou City." Lu Zhenglan was startled and heard Du Hong continue. "It seems that the whereabouts of the 10 gods are not simple. If you want to completely understand the origin of the power of the artifact in my body, you need to understand the specific details before and after the demon sealing war, as well as the 10 gods. Only by knowing the detailed life of God can we gain a deeper understanding of the secrets hidden in the artifact. As far as I know, there is a path that can be explored among the Shifeng artifacts." Lu Zhenglan followed his train of thought. "Are you talking about retrospection?" "Yes. Next I will go back to Yudu Mountain to meet the old madman, and you can go to Wuyu Mountain where the traces of the past are kept. Put it on me," Lu Zhenglan said cheerfully. Seeing Du Hong still looking at her, she asked doubtfully, "Do you have anything else?" "Lan," Du Heng's eyes showed rare seriousness, "please help me take care of someone." In a small city not far from Changzhou City, a person was walking quickly through the street. He wore a bamboo hat on his head, covering his face, and was dressed in black. He walked to a courtyard and turned around and closed the door. Then he sat down and took a few deep breaths. Then he took off his coat and exposed his left shoulder. There was a big cut, and even though it was bandaged, black blood still seeped out. The man frowned and reluctantly put on new gauze for himself. Then he heard a voice in the yard. "Haha, I didn't expect that even if you take away Kong Sangjuan's sword, you are still no match for him." The man's bandaging movements paused. Hatred flashed in his eyes, and he said angrily, "I was just careless for a moment." "Oh," there was a hint of sarcasm in that voice. "Give me the thing." "What? Don't think I don't know. You were defeated by Lord Kongsang in Jinyang City and chased to Changzhou City. However, you failed to fight him again. Instead, you took advantage of the chaos and stole the artifact Changsui. Didn't you say before that longevity is of no use to you? It's useless to me, but it may not be useful to others. It's okay to use it as a favor." Seeing that the man made no move, the man who had been hiding in the darkness appeared. walked up to him and said coldly, "Don't let me repeat it a second time." The huge pressure appeared, and the person sitting couldn't bear it, so he turned his hand and turned into a long-year-old man and handed it to him. The person who got the artifact chuckled, and then the figure disappeared into the courtyard. Ruo Jianwei came out of the room and saw Sikong-kei sitting in the hall waiting for him, with another person sitting next to him. He walked over and sat down, and then he saw that the man was the cultivator who had recognized Du Heng before. The purple ring around his neck was particularly conspicuous. Sikong-kei said, "I'm relieved to see you're fine. Lu Ju and Jing Wu will recover from their injuries and leave first. I also want to go back to Guangling City to put an end to the murderer's case." Ruo Jianwei nodded towards him and said, "Sorry for your trouble." "Oh, what's the harm?" Sikong-kei said, patting the person next to him. "This person has been staying here, saying that he has something to talk to you." The cultivator said awkwardly, "Thank you very much, Elder Ruo, for saving my life that day." Ruo Jianwei already knew the whole story, looked at him and sighed silently. "It's my turn to apologize to you on his behalf." The cultivator was quite flattered. "I don't dare to take it seriously, it's just Protector's Wa who decides with you." When he said this, he suddenly saw Sikong-kei winking at him crazily, and he closed his mouth after realizing it. Ruo Jianwei's expression suddenly returned to a cold expression. Sikong-kei said, "Relax, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he bowed to him and left the inn. The cultivator also said goodbye and left. After a while, Anna Shun also took Yishu and his party to say goodbye to him. Ruo Jian slightly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you so much, Master Shun, for helping me this time. If you have any difficulties in the future, I will try my best to help you." Xin Yin smiled and said, "Zhuoguang's disciples practice Taoism, and they do not seek to realize the Tao and become gods, but they seek to eliminate evil and protect the peace of the world. How dare they say anything else?" After he finished speaking, he led the juniors out and Ruo Jianwei bowed again behind him. Ruo Jin said goodbye to Yishu, then walked up to Ruo Jianwei and asked carefully, "Senior brother, where should we go next? Are you going to find Du Heng?" Ruo Jian lowered his eyes slightly and was silent for a long time, then said to her, "Go back to Kangwu Mountain, Yudu Mountain." Feng Zhi walked out of the cave in the back mountain and walked towards his residence on the mountain. He recently sent his subordinates to inquire about the movements of several immortal sects that had hidden artifacts. Originally, he did not plan to confront each of the immortal sects head-on, but there were no clues about new artifacts. He really couldn't wait any longer and decided to start with existing artifacts. When he walked to the door, he frowned and suddenly felt something. Then he flashed and appeared directly in the courtyard. I saw a man dressed in black robes, with a cloak covering his face, sitting at a table in the courtyard, drinking tea by himself. Feng Zhi said coldly, "What are you here for?" The man shook the teacup in his hand and said slowly, "Why should Sect Master Feng be so indifferent? You and I are in a cooperative relationship after all, not to mention, I helped you find a way to restore the soul of that adult in your family." Before he finished speaking, there was a bang, and Feng Zhi shattered the cup in his hand with his demonic power. "What are you here for?" He took a few steps forward and repeated it again. "Hey, I have good intentions, but I am treated coldly by the leader. I came here this time to bring you something that you have been thinking about." The man stopped trying to be mysterious, stretched out his hand, and a divine staff with a faint divine light suddenly appeared in his hand. Feng Zhi's eyes moved slightly. "Long live? How?" The man handed him the long years. Feng Zhi took the magic staff with one hand, but suddenly took action with the other hand, attacking directly towards the opponent. The man turned his palm to block his attack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had passed dozens of moves. I saw Feng Zhi curling his fingers into claws and attacking the opponent's front door. The man blocked his eyes with his arms, took a few steps back with his strength, and said, "Is this the way Master Feng repays your sincerity?" "Ha!" Feng Zhi sneered. He didn't even dare to show his true face to others, so how could he be sincere? "Don't forget, we only talk about transactions and nothing else, but iota Akrotkara Gyat." Akrotkara et, his dark golden eyes stared at each other closely, and his tone was full of threats. "If I find out that you lied to me, I will definitely let you." Life is worse than death. Ha ha ha. The man lowered his head and smiled softly. I understand. Then I wish you and I a happy cooperation. His figure disappeared into the courtyard as the words fell. In the northeastern part of Kyushu, there are continuous mountains. The main peak is covered with snow that never melts all year round. The pavilions and pavilions in the mountains are looming among the clouds, like a fairyland. This is Kangwoo Mountain, the #1 sect of swordsmanship today. The Kangwoo Mountain sect has been established for hundreds of years. During this period, there have been countless masters of swordsmanship. By chance, the third generation of masters obtained the divine seal of Xiaoming's sword, one of the 10 sacred weapons. Since then, the masters of all generations have passed down the sacred weapon. The divine seal is responsible for keeping Xiaoming. Today's Kangwoo Mountain is still full of talents, among which Ruoguan Mountain is the most famous. Because of his attainments in swordsmanship, Ruoguan Shan is recognized by hundreds of immortal sects as the #1 person in swordsmanship today. His eldest disciple should not be underestimated even if he has little strength. He is already ranked as an elder with his master at a young age and is one of his peers in the immortal sect, the best among them. On this day, there was a person waiting at the gate of Kangwoo Mountain early, looking into the distance from time to time. As the sun got higher, 2 figures walked slowly from the road in front of the mountain. The man's eyes lit up and he waved. Elder brother, junior sister, you are finally back. Ruojin was out for a long time, and she felt very happy when she returned to the mountains. She ran a few steps quickly and approached the man. Second senior brother. Oops, I haven't seen you for a month, and my little junior sister has grown taller again. Ruo Jianwei followed Ruojin and walked over, saying, Aksu. Zhang Shangshui smiled and said, Eldest brother, why are you walking so slowly? I was waiting here early in the morning after receiving the news. Ruojin tried to dismantle him and said, You are free and have nothing to do. Zhang Shangshui scratched his head in embarrassment, then heard Ruojin asked slightly, Where is Shunyi? Leave him alone, Zhang Shangshui said. If he refuses to show up, how will I find him? He added, Don't talk about this for now. Junior sister, I must be tired after being out with you for so long. You should have a good rest these days. The 3 of them walked up the mountain, while talking and laughing. When they arrived at the mountain, Ruo Jianwei said to Zhang Shangshui, Let's go see the master first, and you can go about your business. Ruo Jian curled her lips and said, If the second senior brother has anything to do, why not ask him to go find the third senior brother? Zhang Shangshui said with a sad face, Little junior sister, you are harming me. Even if I turn over the entire Kangwoo Mountain, I may not be able to find him. Ruo Jianwei watched the 2 of them bickering quietly without saying much. Finally, Zhang Shangshui couldn't stand it any longer and compromised. Okay, I'll go find him. Master is still waiting for you. Ruguanshan has received a total of 4 disciples. Among them, Ruo Jianwei and Ruojin have been following him since they were children, so they adopted the Ruo surname. The second disciple Zhang Shangshui and the third disciple Yin Chenai are descendants of a mortal family and became his disciples, so the Lei name was retained. Ruo Jianwei and Ruojin continued walking up the mountain, and when they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a pavilion standing on the edge of a cliff, and a person was leaning on the railing in the pavilion and looking into the distance. The man had a pine-like figure, with his snowy hair combed to the ground meticulously. He held a whisk in his hand, and carried a simple black long sword on his back, with an inconspicuous sword tassel hanging from the tail of the sword. He was dressed in white and looked more flattering. It makes him so lonely and pure. Ruo Jianwei and Ruojin walked behind the man and bowed. I have met the master. The man looking from afar turned around, revealing a cold and pure face. He looked extremely young, and it would be an exaggeration to say that he was Ruo Jianwei's younger brother. Ruo Guanshan looked at the 2 people in front of him and said, Get up. Ruo Jianwei and Ruojin got up in a hurry. Ruojin lowered his head and felt a little nervous when he saw Ruo Guanshan's silence. Ruo Guanshan had a cold temperament and was unsmiling. He also had strict requirements for his disciples. Except for Ruo Guanshan, they always had to be brave when talking to him, for fear of being slightly disrespectful. If you say something wrong or do something wrong, you will make master unhappy. Ruo Guanshan looked at them for a long time and said to Ruo Jin, "Go back first." His light eyes turned to Ruo Jianwei and said, "You stay." Ruo Jin accepted the words and hurriedly said goodbye to his master and walked back. He felt worried for his senior brother in his heart, wondering what the master would do if he left his senior brother behind. Ruo Jianwei looked at Ruo Guanshan. Ruo Guanshan said lightly, "Old rules, come on. If you see a slight understanding, step back a certain distance, summon Zhaoye in your hand, and say, 'Disciple has been offended.'" After saying that, he raised his sword and rushed towards Ruoguan Mountain. He saw Chui Wei's sword coming out of its sheath behind Ruo Guanshan, and the majestic sword in tint filled the surroundings, surrounding Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei's eyes flashed, and he turned around and drew a circle in front of him with his sword. Suddenly the sword light was like the moon, and it carried the sword in tension and went around. Ruo Guanshan's expression changed slightly. He held Chui Wei and attacked Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei also used Zhaoye to fight back. The two men's sword moves were both open and close. The sword energy spread out the clouds and mist in the mountain with each move, and the mighty sword intent shook the entire Qingwu Mountain. After the last extreme move, Ruo Jianwei's sword was aimed directly at Ruo Jianwei's throat, and Ruo Jianwei's sword edge was still half an inch away from Ruo Guanshan's heart. Ruo Jianwei looked at Han Feng in front of him and said, "Disciple is taught." Ruo Guanshan sheathed his sword and said firmly, "You are not as fast as before when you draw the sword. You have something on your mind." Ruo Jian slightly lowered his head and said nothing. Ruo Guanshan looked at him for a long time, and finally sighed softly and said, "If you don't want to say it, just forget it and follow your master to the head's office." When the master and disciple arrived at the master's residence at the main peak of Qingwu Mountain, they saw the master's first disciple, Shangguan Yun, waiting at the door. When they saw the two of them, they saluted and said, "The disciple has seen the two elders, and the master is waiting inside." Ruo Guanshan nodded slightly to him and led Ruo Jianwei in. In the living room, a person was sitting at the top. He looked like he was in his early 30s, dressed in mysterious clothes, with a gentle face and a hint of the majesty of a superior. Seeing the two people coming, He smiled and said, "Junior brother, my nephew just came back from the mountain, and you pulled him over without teaching him to rest first." Ruo Guanshan cupped his hands towards him and said, "Back to the head. He was beside me when I received the news, so I brought him with me. If you see me, you will follow the master and bow your head upward. Greetings to the headmaster." After he finished speaking, he looked to the side and found a familiar figure sitting on Hiyu's left. "Greetings to Master Zhu." Zhu Feibai nodded to the two of them and said, "I have met Elder Ruo and Elder Ruo." If Wei Zheng was confused, he heard Hiyu say, "I asked you to come here just to wish the master of the palace." Zhu Feibai continued, "My visit to Qingwu Mountain this time is about the strange movement of the artifact." If Jianwei was startled, he heard Zhu Feibai continue. "About half a month ago, the artifact Li Hui, kept in Lushan's custody, had strange movements. The strings sounded on their own, the sound of music continued, and the body of the instrument also changed. My investigation was fruitless, so I went to other places where the artifacts were kept to inquire about news of the unusual movement." Hiyu said, "According to the time mentioned by Palace Master Zhu, Xiaoming's sword also trembled slightly at that time, but it usually does this when it encounters a strong opponent, so I didn't pay attention to it." Ruo Jianwei secretly calculated in his heart that half a month ago, it was when they were in Ruchun Mountain. Zhu Feibai looked at Hiyu and said, "I have a merciless request. I hope the leader of Hiyu will summon Xiaoming out and let me investigate for a while." "How difficult is this?" Hiyu smiled and said, turning his palm over. The golden sword mark flashed on his forehead, and then the Xiaoming sword appeared in his hand. Zhu Feibai also summoned Li Hui, and saw her silently reciting a few incantations, and a pure white guqin appeared in her hand, with 7 ice-like strings on it and several complicated patterns on the body. Just when Li Hui appeared, strange movements started again. The strings of the piano trembled, and ancient and unknown music sounded in the house. The patterns on the body of the piano continued to change with the music. At the same time, the Xiaoming sword kept buzzing, and several golden lines faintly appeared on the dark scabbard. "This is..." Hiyu's voice could not conceal his shock. Ruo Guanshan's brows furrowed slightly, but Zhu Feibai was thoughtful. It seems that the artifacts of the 10 directions are not just relics left by the 10 gods as the world says. Ruo Jian said in a low voice, "Now that I have a look, there should be some connection between the artifacts. The reason why Li Hui changed his mind in the first place was most likely because he was born in a long age." Yu nodded, then turned to Zhu Feibai and asked, "What do Master Zhu think?" "I also agree with what the young elder said. From the looks of it, it may be necessary to go to other fairy gates where artifacts are hidden to find out," Zhu Feibai replied. Hearing Ruo Jianwei said at this moment, "I will go with Palace Master Zhu." Ruo Guanshan looked at him with an inquiring look in his eyes. Ruo Jianwei replied, "Disciple, there are still things to confirm." Since Du Hong didn't want to tell him personally about the power of the artifact, he wanted to find out for himself. "I understood." Ruo Guanshan didn't ask any more questions, but simply told him, "Be careful in everything." In the extreme north of Kyushu, Tianshu Terrace, a tall woman is walking on the corridor. She wears her hair in a bun and covers her eyes with a layer of tulle. She wears a complicated priest's robe and a jade pendant hanging on her waist. She walks with an elegance, dignified. Wherever she passed, the disciples on both sides stopped and bowed to her. "I have seen the master." The woman walked straight to the door of a main hall, looked at the child standing beside her, and asked, "How is Shinner?" The boy bowed his head and replied respectfully, "Back to the head. Senior brother has made another breakthrough recently." With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Yi opened the door and walked into the hall. When you enter the main hall, you feel like you are in the vast sea of stars. The hall is filled with various star maps, glowing with a faint brilliance. In the center of the hall, there is an astrolabe hanging, which is glowing with blue light at the moment. It is the divine tool Taifu. Tianshu Tai is a rare sect in Kyushu that has been preserved since the demon sealing war 1,000 years ago. Lin Shanjun, one of the 10 gods, came from Tianshu Tai. After the demon sealing war, Lin Shanjun's artifacts have been kept on display, save in the door. Lin Shanjun Guizong is a rare genius. He has been quite talented in divination since he was a child. The method of divination is to spy on the secrets of heaven and predict the future through the communication between the soul and heaven and earth. Therefore, the high-minded people in Tianshu Terrace all cover their eyes with silk gauze, not to see the world with ordinary eyes, but to peer into the sky with divine eyes. It is said that the divination contains a divination by Lord Lianshan about the future of Kyushu, but for thousands of years, no one at Tianshu Terrace has been able to decipher it. As for Jiang Yi's generation, the eldest disciple Ji Xian is considered to be the most talented person in the past 100 years, and he is also the one who has high hopes of deciphering the Taifu divination. Jiang Yi walked to the kneeling young man in the center of the hall and asked in a rare, gentle tone, "Shinner, how is the progress these days?" The young man's eyes were covered with a layer of black silk with a picture of the Big Dipper on it. His exposed face looked pale and delicate. He replied, "It's clear." Jiang Yi was overjoyed and asked, "What's the word for?" Ji Xian raised her head in the direction of Taibu and murmured, "Dao or not." In the early morning, the sleeping Inchuan city had just woken up. People began to go about their daily lives one after another. Vendors gradually appeared on the streets, and conversations came from the houses. A young man of about 15 or 16 years old was walking on the street. He had a high ponytail, was dressed in white, and carried a long sword behind his back. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and a face as cold as frost. He was Ruo Jianwei, who was traveling down the mountain. It has been half a year since he went down to Kangwu Mountain. Along the way, he has been adhering to his master's teachings and wielding a sword to exorcise evil spirits. A few days ago, he discovered a case of murder by a demon in a small village. After some investigation, he found the demon and had a fight with him. The demon was hit by his sword and escaped instead. He followed the traces all the way. After tracing, they came to Inchuan City. Let's say that there were originally many demon clans in Jiuzhou, all living in Juqiu in the extreme south of Kyushu. There were also many cultivators among the demon clans. Because the demon clans themselves were powerful, their cultivation level improved quickly. However, on the contrary, The cultivators were due to the limitations of heaven. The road to enlightenment and becoming a god is also more difficult. However, after the demon sealing war 1,000 years ago, the demon clan suffered heavy casualties and has never recovered. Nowadays, it is rare to see a trace of the demon clan in Kyushu, let alone a fallen demon clan. Ruo Jianwei walked to a stall selling wontons on the street, raised his hands to the stall owner and said, "This old man, I have just arrived in Yingchuan City. Can I ask you about the things in the city?" Seeing that he was upright and outstanding in appearance, the old man felt good about him and said, "Okay, what do you want to ask?" Ruo Jianwei asked again, "I wonder if there are any major events happening in Yingchuan City in recent days?" The old man thought for a while and said, "That's not true. Our city is not too big. Everyone lives a similar life every day. It is difficult for there to be any big events in the city." Ruo Jianwei wanted to ask again, but saw someone coming to the stall to buy wontons. He didn't want to disturb the old man's business, so he left. Ruo Jianwei asked several people on the street, but got nothing. He walked into a tea house and was immediately greeted by a waiter. He put a piece of broken silver on the waiter's hand and said, "I want to ask you something." The waiter held the silver in his hands. His face turned into a flower with a smile, and he hurriedly poured tea for him and said diligently, "If you have anything you want to ask, please just ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know." What Ruo Jianwei wanted was his words and asked, "Are there any rumors about monsters in your city recently?" After hearing this, the waiter said with a bitter face, "Sir, if you want to ask something else, I must know. How can I, a mortal, know about this thing about monsters?" If you see that way as a little disappointed, just listen to the waiter continue. "But we have a Du Ban Xian in Yingchuan City, who is responsible for exorcising evil spirits and telling fortunes for the people in the city. He has great magical powers. You might as well ask him. If you see a slight movement in your expression, half immortal, where can I find this person?" The waiter said, "He has a stall on the street, but he must not have set up a stall at this time. If you want to find him, just go to the ruined temple on the outskirts of the city to look for him." Ruo Jianwei thanked the waiter, left the tea house, and went straight to the outskirts of the city. The outskirts of Yingchuan City are much more desolate than the city. There are overgrown weeds, but there is a dilapidated temple standing in it. The plaque on the door has long gone, and the paint on the wall has almost fallen off. The roof looks like it had been repaired, and there was some thatch mixed in between the ochre tiles, which looked rather nondescript. Ling Mao said that Ruo Jianwei looked at the ruined temple for a long time, twitched the corner of his mouth, and walked in. He was surprised when he saw the scene in the temple. The temple was clean and tidy, and the Buddha statue in the main hall had been carefully wiped. There were some steamed buns on the table in front of the Buddha statue, fruits, and half a roasted sweet potato. These things were obviously not offerings, because if Ruo Jian looked to the side of the temple in silence, he saw a man lying on the ground sleeping soundly with his back to him, and behind him was a pile of extinguished firewood. Ruo Jianwei walked over and knelt down, patted the man on the shoulder and said, "Wake up." The man waved his hand away, muttered something, tilted his head and fell asleep again. If you see an unknown fire rising in Wei's heart, he slaps the man on the back with all his strength and says, "Du Ban Xian." The man seemed to be awakened by his roar. He closed his eyes and turned over and said, "Who disturbed my sweet dream?" He opened his eyes and met Ruo Jianwei's dark eyes. He looked Ruo Jianwei up and down and said, "What a handsome little fairy. Am I still in a dream?" After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Ruo Jian said coldly, "You're awake." Oh, the man sat up after listening to his words, and their faces were very close to each other in an instant. If Ruo Jianwei stood up hurriedly, he saw that the man had just woken up, looked at him and said, "Who are you? Why are you at my house?" Jia. Ruo Jian looked around slightly, twitched the corner of his mouth again and replied, "I first arrived in Yingchuan City and heard the name Du Ban Xian, so I came to inquire about some things." "Oh, it's easy to say." The man immediately became energetic, sat cross-legged on the floor, folded his hands in his sleeves, and muttered, "I am Du Hong, nicknamed Ban Xian. You can ask me anything you want to know. Do you want to inquire about Ruo Jianwei?" The way he looked at him, a little suspicion arose in his heart, Then Du Hong continued. Do you want to inquire about mundane things, about the past, or do you want to predict the future? The price is different for different requirements. Ruo Jian opened his mouth slightly and said, I want to inquire about the demon affairs in the city recently. The demon affairs cost 2 taels of silver at a time. Du Hong looked at him with bright eyes, paying first and then casting the spell. Ruo Jianwei frowned tightly, looked at him and asked, What if I want to see your ability in exorcising evil spirits? Du Hong felt a hint of danger inexplicably, so he stood up and walked half a circle around him. When he got behind Ruo Jianwei, he said, Of course it's possible, but I need to spend some time preparing for such a big event. Why don't you come back another day? The price will be settled. No need. Ruo Jianwei turned around and pulled out his back to illuminate the night. The sword pointed at him coldly and said, I want to see it now. Du Hong felt bad and ran out of the temple, but he heard a clang of swords. When he looked back, the Zhaoye sword hooked him directly by the back of the collar and nailed him to the wall with his clothes. Ruo Jianwei approached him and said coldly, Du, Ban, Xian? Du Hong hung in the air and said hurriedly, Immortal Lord, have mercy on me. Immortal Lord, please have mercy on me. He struggled a few times as he spoke. The clothes were already a little torn, and now there was a tear in the collar that he had tossed. He stopped and did not dare to move anymore. If you see Wei Wei, you will say angrily, In the name of exorcising evil spirits, you actually engage in deceit and deception. This is really shameful. Du Hong said pitifully, Youngster, I don't have much chance to slay demons on weekdays. I just provide some information to others, or say some nice words, and earn some money. Seeing that the person in front of him was not easy to mess with, he knew that he was now at the mercy of others, so he immediately revealed all his secrets. If he turns around and walks out, You defrauded the people in the city of their property. I will definitely expose your true face to the people in the city. Du Hong panicked and shouted, No, Immortal Lord, you are so kind and kind. Don't ruin the jobs of the younger ones. This is what the little one relies on to make a living. If Wei Wei ignores him, Du Hong struggles anxiously and says, Xian, isn't the Xianjun going to investigate the matter of demons? The younger ones can help you and be your ox and horse. Oh, by the way, I didn't lie to you. I really know magic. If Jianwei paused and looked back at him, he saw Du Hong hurriedly making a gesture, mumbling words, and actually used a fire-making technique to ignite the pile of firewood again. Seeing Ruo Jian slightly turning back towards him, he hurriedly raised his head, put on a smile on his face, and said, How about it? Immortal Lord, I will give you a hand to help you get rid of the demon, and you can keep the secret for me. Ruo Jianwei said nothing, just looked at him with his arms crossed. Du Hong became anxious and said harshly, If you don't agree, we will both die together. I will tell the people in the city that you have molested me. He then pointed to himself and said, These clothes are proof. Ruo Jianwei was stunned by this scoundrel, and just when he was about to speak, he saw that Du Hong's collar was finally overwhelmed and broke with a snap. Du Hong was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. Du Hong was lying on the ground, looking at Ruo Jianwei with resentment on his face. His face was bruised and his clothes were messy. He really looked like he had been molested. If Ruo Jianwei suppressed his smile and put ointment on his face, he heard Du Hong take a breath of cold air and said, I have become like this? Did the Immortal Lord promise me? Ruo Jianwei said a little embarrassedly, Well, I agreed. After all, it was his fault that Du Hong fell like this. Also, Ruo Jianwei said again, My name is Ruo Jianwei. You can just call me by my name. There is no need to address me as an immortal king. If, see the slightest sign? Du Hong repeated it. Ruo Jianwei gave Du Hong the medicine and saw that the man was lying on the ground, refusing to get up. He reached out and grabbed him and said, Don't lie about what you promised yourself. Oh, yes, yes. Du Hong was dragged out by him and said, But there are really no demons causing trouble in the city recently? Ruo Jian turned slightly to look at him, with doubt in his eyes. Du Hong said hurriedly, Don't look suspicious. Although I can't slay demons, nor can I predict future generations or know the past, I do know everything about this city, otherwise it would be impossible. I have been in this city for so long. If you want to frighten the people in the city, which master has taken several concubines, how much money he owes others, whose daughter-in-law has a wild man outside, whose naughty child was punished by the husband in the bookstore. These things parents need to be clear about all the shortcomings. Ruo Jianwei Dao. As you said before, the things you know are only mundane things, and the things about monsters are not mundane. How to check it? Du Hong has a big head. Please take me around the city first. If you see any clues, I will tell you the truth. I have fought with that monster before, and it has the sword wounds I left on it. I can use this to find the monster. Du Hong looked at him with a bit more admiration in his eyes. Jianwei, you are so awesome. You look like you are about the same age as me, but you are already able to fight against monsters. You are so young and promising. What he said was really intended to bring him closer to the other party, so that he could teach the little fairy to be soft-hearted towards him, and maybe stop arguing with him about deception and abduction. But when these words fell into Ruo Jianwei's ears, it was a different feeling. Jianwei. From his childhood to adulthood, no one except Master had ever called him like this. Du Hong led Ruo Jianwei around Yingchuan City. Except for complaining a few words at the beginning and being warned by Ruo Jianwei, he dutifully told Ruo Jianwei the layout of the city and the situation he knew in detail. Although Yingchuan City is not big, even though it is small, it has all the internal organs. There are markets in the east and west of the city, and there are many people setting up stalls on the streets. The south of the city is the main residential area, where most people in the city live. Judging from the lively chatting of those women, it must be that someone's family had a quarrel with their husband again. Someone's man bought a good hairpin for his wife, and so on. We just turned to the east of the city, so you entered the city from that way too, right? This is the West Market now. Well, I still have a stall over there. The houses in the north of the city are all the residences of wealthy families. They are all nobles in the city or people who have made fortunes through business. They walked around the city, and as the sun got higher, Du Hong asked, Jianwei, have you discovered anything? Ruo Jianwei shook his head with a heavy expression. Well, I'll just say it. Du Hong put his sleeves together again and said that Yingchuan City is always peaceful and there won't be any monsters. Ruo Jianwei said thoughtfully. But his words were interrupted by a cooing sound. If Ruo Jianwei looked at Du Hong, he could see him scratching his head in embarrassment and saying, Didn't I get frightened when I got up in the morning? I've been walking around with you for so long, and I haven't eaten anything yet. He asked again, By the way, aren't you hungry? Ruo Jian shook his head slightly. Du Hong said, Anyway, you don't have any clues yet, so why don't we go have dinner first? As he said this, he took Ruo Jianwei's hand and walked toward the west of the city. Ruo Jianwei reached out and slapped his claws off. Ouch! Du Hong took back his hand, and there was a red mark on it. He blew at it exaggeratedly and complained, Why do you hit someone? Wasn't it just a handhold? In the morning, he was dragged out of the temple by Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei just reacted subconsciously. At this time, he seemed to be in pain, and he looked a little regretful, saying, I didn't mean it. Du Hong looked at the expression on his face. There was a hint of embarrassment in the coldness, and he looked a little cute for no reason. He said, Forget it. I am not such a fussy person. Let's go and eat. When they arrived at the West Market, it was noon and the street was busy. There were stall owners on both sides who knew Du Hong and greeted Du Hong one after another. Du Banxian is here. Why did Xiaodu come so late today? The half-immortal made a really accurate calculation for me last time, which saved me a couple of taels of silver. Du Hong responded to them by nodding his head, but did not dare to say more, for fear that the man next to him would open his mouth and expose him. The two of them walked to a noodle stall, and Du Hong said to the boss, Boss, please have 2 bowls of peach blossom noodles. As he spoke, he led Ruo Jianwei to a small table propped up in front of the stall, sat down on the bench, and waited for the boss to get on top. Ruo Jianwei looked at the small table and stool that had wronged Du Heng's long legs, frowned slightly, and reluctantly sat down. After a while, the boss brought 2 bowls of steaming noodles and placed them in front of the two of them. If Ruo Jianwei picked up his chopsticks and looked across the way, he saw that Du Hong had already buried his head in eating the noodles. Du Hong was really hungry. After eating for a while, he raised his head and realized that there was still more than half of the noodles in Ruo Jian's micro bowl, and he was gently picking up a noodle with chopsticks, putting it in his mouth and chewing it slowly. What's wrong? Is this noodle not to your taste? Du Hong said doubtfully. If he saw that Wei Exine had finished chewing the noodles in his mouth, he shook his head and replied, chew your food carefully and slowly. Du Hong was shocked. Isn't it? Do you chew every meal so carefully? Ling Xiaking nodded slightly. When he was on the mountain, he ate 3 meals a day in his house. After he came down from the mountain, he always ate in a restaurant. This was the first time he sat and ate like this on the street. After hearing his reason, Du Hong was so shocked that he dropped the chopsticks in his hands. Help! This is some kind of little fairy who doesn't eat fireworks from the world. Xiao Xianjun, Du Hong asked seriously, which mountain deity are you from? And you actually have to go to a restaurant to eat every meal? I am a disciple of Kangwu Mountain. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and replied seriously. Du Hong was completely convinced. He watched Ruo Jianwei take small bites of the noodles in the bowl, and couldn't help but think about the scene of such an unworldly person sitting on the street gobbling up noodles like him. The scene was a bit weird. After the two of them finished eating the noodles, Ruo Jianwei reached out and took out a bag of silver from his sleeve and asked to pay. Du Hong looked at the money in his wallet, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Hey, he has never seen so much money in his whole life. Wait a minute. Du Hong held down Ruo Jianwei's hand that was taking out the silver. Thinking that he had been beaten by him just now, he quickly withdrew his hand and said, We only eat 2 bowls of noodles. We don't need so much money. He dug out a few coins from his arms, placed them on the table, and asked Ruo Jianwei to collect all the white coins before leaving the noodle stall. The two walked around the city for a long time in the afternoon, but still found nothing. Du Hong walked with Ruo Jianwei for so long and felt very bored. He opened his mouth to chat with him. Jianwei, you said at noon that you were a disciple of Kangwu Mountain. How about Kangwu Mountain? You can tell me about it. Kangwu Mountain. Very good. Gone? Ruo Jianwei looked at him blankly. No more. Du Hong couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. This kid really knew how to chat. He had no choice but to ask again. I see you are carrying a sword on your back. How old were you when you started practicing swordsmanship? Who do you study under? I have been learning swordsmanship from my master since I was 4 years old. It has been 12 years now. My master is Ruo Guanshan. Ruo Guanshan? Is it the Ruo Guanshan who is known as Cui Wei Chu, the evil leader, and the storybooks call him the cold-faced immortal lord? Ruo Jian nodded slightly, with a gentle look in his eyes. Master, he is very gentle. That's not what the storybook says, Du Hong exclaimed. Your last name sounded familiar to me before. It turns out that you are really Ruo Guanshan's disciple. It is true that a famous teacher makes a great disciple. His words were all flattering, and he almost blew Ruo Jianwei to the sky. Unfortunately, the person being praised didn't react at all, and just replied, I'm still far behind master. Du Hong cursed. He was so cruel at a young age, and he actually said he was far inferior to his master. Who are these master and disciple? Seeing that it was getting late and there would be no progress today, Du Hong led Ruo Jianwei towards his ruined temple. When he was about to leave the city, he realized, Jianwei, where are you staying at night? Ruo Jianwei said matter-of-factly, I'll just stay at the inn. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, being rich means being willful, and he is worrying too much. The two parted at the city gate, and Du Hong returned to his ruined temple with doubts about life. Ruo Jianwei went to Du Heng's ruined temple to find him as promised the next day, but to his surprise there was no one in the temple. Du Hong? Ruo Jianwei shouted. He looked around and found that half of the roasted sweet potatoes on the table were gone, and a few old clothes were neatly folded on the floor that served as the floor, revealing the wooden board used as a bed. If Ruo Jian looked at the wooden board carefully, he couldn't help but twitching the corner of his mouth again. He didn't take a closer look yesterday, but today he discovered that it was not a wooden board at all, but the door panel of this small ruined temple. Is it really okay to sleep like this? Ruo Jianwei looked at the extinguished fire next to the floor bunk. What if the water leaked? There is a street in the west of Yingchuan City called Huamian Street. From the name, you can tell what is going on this street. Du Hong did not take Ruo Jianwei to check here yesterday. He really felt that Xiao Xianjun always looked out of place walking here. There is a building on Huamian Street called Yuxing Tower, which is the largest brothel in Yingchuan City. Du Hong passed by the building and encountered many hungover people coming out of the building. Smelling the smell of alcohol on their bodies and the unknown smell mixed with them, Du Hong frowned, avoided those staggering people, and went straight to the backyard of Yuxing Building, climbing in through a wall in a familiar way. There were several peach trees planted in the yard. A woman wearing a goose yellow skirt was sitting in the yard, with a silk handkerchief embroidered on her hand. When she heard the sound, she didn't even look up and cursed. Which thief is there in the daytime, climbing other people's walls? Du Hong landed on the ground and replied with a smile. It's me, Sister Qingping. The anger in Qingping's eyes suddenly turned into a smile. She stood up and said, Xiao Wu? Why are you here so early? Du Hong took out a box of rouge from his arms and handed it to Qingping, saying, Last time my sister asked me to buy the rouge, I brought it to my sister. Seeing Qingping's joy after opening the rouge box, he continued, I wanted to send it to my sister yesterday, but who knew? He suddenly fell silent when he said this. Qingping looked at his aggrieved look and couldn't help laughing and said, What happened to make our Du Banxian so angry? Oh, forget it. Du Hong sat down at the table and said with a grimace, I have been a half-immortal for so many years, and I have been in several cities, and everything has gone smoothly. My sister is the first one to see through my tricks, but yesterday someone came to the city. A little fairy came directly to my temple and said he wanted me to slay demons. How could I do that? After seeing through my prevarication, the little fairy drew his sword and hit me. Even though he looks handsome, he starts to fight. So cruel. Du Hong was too embarrassed to talk about being nailed to the wall by Ruo Jianwei, so he exaggeratedly made up a scene of a battle between himself and Ruo Jianwei, and finally pointed to the back of his clothes and said, Here, sister, do it for me. His clothes were all torn by his sword. Qingping burst out laughing after hearing this, and said, This little fairy is so powerful. With your coward, Xiaowu, you must be beaten unilaterally. Du Hong. Qingping asked again, What happened next? Du Hong looked at her gloating expression and regretted that he had said it out loud. He had no choice but to continue. Later, I promised him to help him find out the monsters in the city, and he promised to help me keep the secret. Qingping covered her mouth and mocked, It's terrible. Let our Du Banxian compromise like this. This little immortal is not an easy person. Du Hong looked at her with resentment. Qingping had laughed enough, and then she said seriously, Okay, take off your clothes, and I will mend them for you, as compensation for your injured soul. Du Hong took off his coat and handed it to Qingping, saying, I'm sorry to bother you, sister. Why bother between you and me? Qingping gave him a strange look and said, However, I would like to meet this little fairy if I have the chance. After she finished speaking, she looked a little sad and laughed at herself. But people from the immortal family probably look down on people like us. Du Hong looked at the loneliness on her face and couldn't bear it. He hurriedly comforted her and said, Sister, I'm telling you what you want to do so much. That little fairy beats people cruelly and doesn't know how to talk. It's really boring. There's nothing to watch. He winked at Qingping and said, I'm much prettier than him, and I can even choose the rouge you like. Why don't you want to see me more? Qingping was amused by his absurd reasoning, glared at him and said, You. Du Hong said some words to Qingping again, and then left Huamian Street and walked back. When he returned to the ruined temple, he saw Ruo Jianwei standing at the door and staring at him seriously. He felt guilty for no reason. He swallowed before putting on a smile and said, Good morning, Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei still stared at him and said coldly, Where have you been? Oops. I want to have breakfast. Du Hong said with a smile, I'm so hungry. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and saw that he was only wearing his underwear. Could it be that he didn't even have time to put on his clothes before going to dinner in the morning? He looked at Du Hong suspiciously, stood up and walked towards him after a while and said, Let's go. As he walked closer, he smelled a scent from Du Hong's body, which made his nose feel uncomfortable and he couldn't help but sneeze. Are you okay? Jianwei, did you catch a cold? Du Hong asked with concern. Nothing wrong. I just choked on your smell. Ruo Jian touched his nose slightly. Du Hong raised his sleeves and smelled it, only to find that he really had a scent on his body. He must have gotten it from Huamian Street. He felt a little embarrassed and said hurriedly, You wait here. I'll change clothes. Ruo Jin nodded slightly and soon saw Du Hong come out again wearing an old Taoist robe. Looking at Ruo Jianwei's confused eyes, Du Hong scratched his head and explained, Professional needs, professional needs. The two of them walked towards the city. Du Hong gathered the two sleeves of his robe together and said, I'm sorry. You see, we spent the whole day exploring the city yesterday and found nothing. There should be no problems in this city. Those of you who practice Taoism may think that one day is nothing, but for those of us who are making a living, if one day is wasted, we will not be able to eat the next meal. So I still need to make money, or you. Ruo Jianwei interrupted him. Are you still going to cheat? Du Hong said, Don't say it so harshly. You heard it yesterday. I did help them a lot. How can I say it's a lie? He continued pitifully. I took you around the city with Jianwei yesterday, and I can't have dinner today. If Ruo Jin looked at him pitifully, he felt a little sorry. It seemed that he was the one who pulled him to explore. Just as he was about to speak, Du Hong said again, Otherwise, I will take you to explore. How about you pay me the wages? Wouldn't this be a win-win for both of us? This seemed to make sense. Ruo Jianwei nodded and asked, Then how much should I give you? Hee. This little fairy took the bait. Du Hong pretended to count his hands and said, I'll make it cheaper for you. How about 1 tael of silver a day? Ruo Jianwei thought about the money he had left and felt that there was no problem, so he agreed. Okay, this little fairy is really rich. Du Hong sighed secretly. It seemed like he could make a lot of money again. He immediately put on a flattering smile on his face and said, Then I will take you to explore in detail today. He now wished that Ruo Jianwei duo could stay in the city for a few days and earn a lot of money from him. Yesterday, Du Hong just took Ruo Jianwei around the city. Today, because of the benefits, he worked harder to introduce Ruo Jianwei. When they came to the West Market, Du Hong said, I must have seen way that you didn't look at the stalls in the West Market in detail yesterday. There are a lot of good things in there. The old man who sells candy is very clever with his hands. He can draw anything for you if he takes a look at it. The owner of the noodle stall where I took you to eat yesterday has a young son. I have seen him before. He is a little fat man. I thought at that time that this child would be destined to be rich in the future. Sorry to go off topic. You must have never seen this before. This is... Ruo Jianwei looked at him and talked a lot, but he always felt that Du Hong was too enthusiastic today. At this time, Du Hong came back from a stall, holding an oil paper bag in his hand, handed it to him and said, Jianwei, try this quickly. Yingchuan City's red bean cake, one of the few cities I have been to. The ones at home are the best. Ruo Jianwei took the oil paper bag and opened it. There were several round shortbread cookies inside. He picked up one and took a small bite. He immediately tasted the sweetness of the red beans and the aroma of the cakes. After chewing and swallowing, he said, It's really good. Right? I have always had good taste. One time, Du Hong talked a lot again. Ruo Jianwei listened quietly and ate a few red bean cakes in small sips. Du Hong enthusiastically explained many things about the city at first, but later he became hungry himself, so he dragged Ruo Jianwei around the stalls and encouraged Ruo Jianwei to buy a lot of snacks. Ruo Jianwei was busy exorcising demons after going down the mountain. This was the first time he had been in close contact with these things with a sense of business. After all, he was only a 16-year-old boy. When his curiosity was strong, he followed Du Hong around. At this time, Ruo Jianwei was standing on the street, waiting for Du Hong to go to the stall in front to buy desserts. He was holding a candied haws that Du Hong bought for him, eating it bite by bite. Suddenly, Zhao Ye's sword trembled for a while. Ruo Jin looked up suddenly and saw a black shadow passing over the roof. He was startled and couldn't care about anything else. He shouted, Don't leave. Then he tiptoed to the ground and flew straight up to the roof, chasing the black shadow. Ruo Jianwei was chasing the black shadow flying across the roof. Seeing that the black shadow was moving very fast, he hurriedly urged the Zhao Ye sword behind him to unsheath it and stabbed straight at the black shadow. He heard the sound of the sword piercing. The black figure paused for a moment, then pulled out the sword impaled on his body and continued to run forward. He landed on the ground after a few ups and downs and disappeared in the blink of an eye. If you see Wei chasing the black shadow to the ground, the Zhaoye sword has been returned to its sheath, with some black blood on it, but the black shadow has disappeared. He looked around and realized that he was in a strange street. There were many pavilions on both sides. A girl was leaning against the window and smiling at him. There was a faint fragrance in the air. Ruo Jianwei was extremely confused. Du Hong didn't bring him here yesterday, but the black shadow escaped to this place. Where's this place? He turned around and walked into a small building next to him. A strong aroma hit his face, which made him sneeze several times. When he looked up again, he saw that he was surrounded by women with heavy makeup, and they all spoke. She teased him and said, "What a handsome young man. Looks tender. It's still daytime. Why did this young man come to the building?" The more bold one directly touched Ruo Jianwei's face. "How can this fair-skinned person be better than me?" There was also someone who grabbed his body and said ambiguously, "Now that you are here, I will ask my sister to pamper you." Ruo Jianwei has never seen such a formation before. He was still holding an uneaten candied haws in his hand. After being touched, his face looked increasingly cold and impatient, but his eyes were full of doubts and uneasiness, looking like a little white rabbit that had strayed into a wolf's den. A group of women were trying to take him inside. He brushed off the hands on his body and said hurriedly, "I've disturbed you girls. I have something important to do, so I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, he turned around and jumped, leaving the small building as if he was running away, regardless of whether his clothes were torn or not. Ruo Jianwei was standing on the street, with a cold expression on his face, but a burst of anger in his heart for no reason. The fragrance he smelled in the building just now was clearly the same as Du Heng's. That guy actually came here, but lie to him and say that you were going to have breakfast, and he has never mentioned this place to him. He inexplicably thought of the scene where Du Hong was surrounded by a bunch of girls, and he suddenly felt even more angry. He bit the candied haws in his hand angrily and made a snapping sound. There was a cold air emanating from his body, and people passing by him took a detour. Du Hong was extremely depressed. He just wanted to buy something to eat, but when he turned around, he couldn't find Ruo Jianwei. "Master, where is the young man in white who was standing here just now? Do you see where he went?" he said and gestured above his head, which was about the same height as me. "Sorry, I didn't pay attention," the woman on the side said to him. "I saw that young man flying to the roof in a whoosh and then disappeared." The child she led murmured, Brother immortal, there is probably a clue," Du Hong thought. He was even more depressed. He went to look for clues without even saying a word to him. He was right next to this money tree. It was a good thing that he had lost someone. With a paper bag in his arms, he wandered around the street, not daring to go far. After wandering for a long time, he walked to an old man begging on the street, put some copper coins in the bowl in front of the old man, and then put some coins next to him. Sat down next to him. "Old man, I'll lend you a seat while I wait." The old man seemed to be asleep and ignored him, so he started talking to himself again. "This little fairy really comes and leaves as soon as he comes. Poor me, Du Banxian, who has been famous all his life, has been ruined." In his hand, Ruo Jianwei felt better after eating the candied haws to vent his anger. He walked on the street, planning to go back to find Du Hong first. At this moment, an exclamation suddenly sounded in my ears. Someone was robbed. He turned around and saw a woman chasing a strong man, shouting as she ran, "Here comes someone! Grab money!" Seeing the strong man running further and further away, he was about to leave the woman behind. Ruo Jianwei jumped up and landed in front of the strong man. Seeing this, the man turned around and ran towards a small alley. Ruo Jianwei he raised his feet slightly and chased after him. When he turned into the alley, he saw the man struggling to climb over the wall. He rushed forward and pulled the man down. The strong man was thrown to his feet, and the purse he snatched fell to the side. If Ruo Jian leaned over to pick it up, he found it was a small purse embroidered with patterns. At this time, the woman from before also caught up Ruo Jian. Jianwei patted the dust on his purse and returned it to the woman. The woman didn't have time to take the wallet, so she ran to the man who fell to the ground, kicked him hard several times and cursed, "You stinky gangster, look how dare you steal my money." Ruo Jianwei was stunned by this scene. After the woman kicked her enough, she raised her head, held the hairpin on her head, took the wallet from Ruo Jianwei's hand, and thanked him softly. "Thank you, Mr. Xiaolang, for your help." She looked weak at this time, which was completely different from the fierce look just now. Ruo Jianwei was so shocked that she almost forgot to take back her hand. "It's such a small effort, girl. You don't need to say thank you." Ruo Jianwei took a long time to speak. Only then did the woman notice the long sword on his back and said, "I wonder why? It turns out that the person who helped me was actually a little fairy. No wonder he is so agile." Ruo Jianwei said hurriedly, "Young lady is laughing. Hey, you don't have to ask for a girl. My name is Qingping." The woman had a smile in her eyes. "Xiao Xianjun helped me. I don't know how to thank you. If you see a hint, Miss Qingping doesn't need to take it to heart, but I have something to ask." "That's what you say. Dare I ask where this is?" Qingping covered her mouth and laughed. "Xiao Xianjun doesn't even know what this place does?" Ruo Jianwei looked at her seriously and said, "Please let me clear up my doubts." Qingping looked at him. It was clear that he had been invited in by a girl from some building, but she still looked confused. She secretly thought that she had almost been deceived by Du Xiaowu's nonsense. This little fairy thought that it was really cute, and he still replied with a smile on his face. "Xiao Xianjun seems to have just arrived in Yingchuan City. You might as well ask the person who brought you here." She looked at the mark on Ruo Jianwei's neck, took out a handkerchief from her arms and said, "You helped me. I will give this handkerchief to you. Remember to wipe it yourself." After she finished speaking, she waved slightly at Ruo Jian and walked away regardless of the other person's reaction. Ruo Jianwei was left standing there with a confused look on his face. "Why did you give him the veil? Wipe what? Also, how did this girl Qingping determine that he was being led by someone?" Ruo Jianwei originally planned to return the handkerchief to Qingping, but when he was stunned, Qingping had already turned out of the alley and blended into the crowd. When he chased her out, Qingping could no longer be seen. He had no choice but to go back to Du Heng first. Maybe Du Heng knew many people, and he could return it to Qingping through him. Du Heng sat and waited for Ruo Jianwei for a while, and couldn't help but doze off. When he felt someone tapping his shoulder, he yawned lazily and opened his eyes and said, "Jianwei, you have found a clue. Why have you been here for so long?" Before he finished speaking, he took a closer look at Ruo Jianwei's current appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, my little fairy, what are you doing? Where did you go to get rid of the demon? Why do you look like you've been molested? Ha ha ha." I saw that Ruo Jianwei's collar was disheveled. His sleeves were wrinkled, his hair was a little messy, and there was something on his neck that he didn't know who got it. The powder was on, but he didn't notice it yet. Du Heng held his stomach and bent over with laughter. It took him a long time to recover. He looked up and saw Ruo Jian's slightly darkened face. He quickly stopped his smile and closed his mouth. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said coldly, "I saw a suspicious black figure on the street, so I chased after him and followed the black figure to a street I had never seen before." Du Heng felt guilty for no reason. Hearing Ruo Jianwei continued, "The black shadow disappeared. I wanted to go into the building next to the street to investigate, but unexpectedly the girls in the building surrounded me." He didn't say any more, but Du Heng immediately realized that Ruo Jianwei had gone to Huamian Street. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and asked, "You clearly said yesterday that you would take me to explore every place in the city. Why didn't I know that street today?" You said you went to have breakfast this morning. Why did I smell the same smell as you on that street? What's going on with this? That street? Why are the girls in the building so enthusiastic?" Well, if Jianwei slowly approached Du Heng and Zhao Yi unsheathed him half an inch from behind, Du Heng had no choice but to confess honestly. "Actually, that street is called Huamian Street, and there are some brothels and palaces on the street." Ruo Jianwei seemed stunned for a moment. Du Heng looked at his expression and said cautiously, "I don't think Xiao Xinjuan's style is not suitable for Huamian Street, and I don't think there is anything weird about that street, so I don't think so. I'll take you there." Who would have thought that there would really be a problem there? Ruo Jianwei looked like he hated iron and said angrily, "You almost missed a big event." Yes, it's my fault," Du Heng said hurriedly. "I will take you to check it carefully again." Ruo Jianwei was about to leave with a flick of his sleeves, but Du Heng stopped him again and said, "Wait a minute, Jianwei, let me help you." Wipe off the powder on your neck first. At the end of his speech, he began to hold back his laughter again. Ruo Jianwei's face darkened, and then he remembered something and said to Du Hong, I met on the street. He told Du Hong about his encounter with Qingping. Du Hong was surprised after hearing it. You met Sister Qingping? Ruo Jianwei nodded and took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and said, I thought that if you knew her, you would return this handkerchief to her on my behalf. Du Hong took the handkerchief and said, more than knowing each other, I am very familiar with Sister Qingping. With our friendship, you don't have to return this handkerchief to her. I will buy her a box of rouge and send it to her. Ruo Jianwei looked at him without saying anything. Du Hong looked at his expression and for some reason added, no, she and I are not in the relationship you think. Sister Qingping is the one who took good care of me after I came to Inchuan City. She is 2 years older than me, so we are like brother and sister. Ruo Jianwei still didn't say anything, but Du Hong inexplicably felt that he was in a better mood. So he said, don't move, I will help you wipe your neck. He thought that Ruo Jianwei didn't let others touch him, so he asked tentatively, I wiped it. Seeing that Ruo Jianwei stood still, it meant tacit consent, so he moved closer, lowered his head, and wiped Ruo Jianwei's neck carefully with a handkerchief. Du Hong lowered his eyes, and his warm breath sprayed on Ruo Jianwei's neck. Ruo Jianwei felt a little itchy. He looked at the person in front of him quietly. From his angle, he could see Du Hong's long eyelashes, which trembled from time to time with his movements, and he also blinked gently. Du Hong led Ruo Jianwei to a stall selling rouge and powder. After choosing from a pile of rouge of various colors for a long time, he picked one out and paid the boss. Ruo Jianwei held the dessert that Du Hong had bought earlier in her hand. She was dazzled by the colorful colors on the stall. She watched Du Hong skillfully chatting with the boss and choosing. She inexplicably admired him. The two came to Huamian Street, and Du Hong really told Ruo Jianwei in detail. This is Tianxiang Tower. This is Tsueisho Pavilion. This is Zhuji Pavilion. Ruo Jianwei's eyes widened when he heard it. He had only read some descriptions of brothels and miscellaneous books before, or heard about these romantic places in the anecdotes of celebrities. Today he finally saw their true colors. Perhaps because of the previous unpleasant experience, he felt a little overwhelmed when he looked at the girl in front of the building. At this time, they walked to a building. Several sedan chairs had stopped at the door of the building. Ruo Jianwei looked at the 3 characters Yuxing building on the plaque and heard Du Hong say, this is the largest brothel in Inchuan City, Yuxing building, and Sister Qingping is here. He seemed a little hesitant when he said this, and asked, Jianwei, do you want to go with me to see Sister Qingping? Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said as a matter of course I will go with you. Du Hong looked at his clear eyes and was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, hey. Ruo Jianwei raised his foot to go in through the gate. Du Hong hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, don't, little fairy, you don't want to be entertained by the enthusiastic girls in the building, do you? After he finished speaking, he winked at Ruo Jianwei mischievously. Ruo Jianwei paused and was silent for a long time before saying, then how do I get in? Du Hong said mysteriously, follow me. Ruo Jianwei was led by him to a wall in the backyard of the building. She watched Du Hong climb up skillfully, turned around and stretched out her hand to him. Ruo Jianwei was speechless for a while. He ignored the claws Du Hong stretched out to him and jumped lightly on his toes and landed next to Du Hong. All right, Du Hong curled his lips. The two climbed into the yard. Ruo Jianwei saw several peach trees planted in the yard, and a piece of clothing was hung next to it. It was the one Du Hong wore yesterday. So did he come here in the morning? Du Hong walked to Qingping's door quietly and knocked. Then he heard a cursing voice from inside the house. Can't you let me have a good rest today? Qingping opened the door and saw Du Hong waving at her, followed by Ruo Jianwei. Du Hong said, Sister Qingping. Ruo Jianwei also said, Sister Qingping, sorry to bother you, Du Hong and I are here to see you. The anger on Qingping's face disappeared completely, and she smiled. So it's Xiaoxianjin. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, Du Hong said on the side. He wanted to return the handkerchief to you, but I said that the handkerchief didn't need to be returned, and I just needed to pick out a box of good rouge for my sister. As he said that, he took out the rouge box and handed it to Qingping. Qingping took the rouge, and her eyes smiled even more. She led the two to sit in the yard and said, "You guys take a break first. I'll get you some delicious food." "Sister, don't bother," Du-hung said. "Jianwei and I just came here after eating." Qingping looked at Ruo Jianwei and saw him holding up the dessert in his hand and said, "He bought a lot on the street. How can we only eat sweets?" Qingping still insisted on bringing them food, so that they could eat something else to relieve the greasiness. After a while, Qingping brought some fruits and sat around the table in the yard with the two of them. While inviting them to eat, he said, "Xiaowu told me about Zioxianjin this morning, and I didn't expect to meet him so soon." She looked at Ruojian and smiled. "Xiaowu told me that Xiao Xianjun is not as good-looking as him, but I think you are much better-looking than him." Du-hung pretended to complain. "How can you say that, sister?" Ruo Jianwei was a little embarrassed. "Sister Qingping, just call me Ruo Jianwei." "Okay, Xiao Ruo," Qingping said generously. "You have already called me sister like Xiao Wu. I will take care of you." "Sister, Jianwei came here to investigate the monsters and will leave in a few days. Why do you take care of him? Take care of me more." Du-hung held a fruit in his mouth and muttered. Qingping did not argue with him, but just asked Ruo Jianwei to eat more. Ruo Jianwei declined. "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but I came here not only to see you, but also to investigate the clues of the monsters I tracked before, so I won't stay for long." Du-hung also said, Yes, I still have to take him around, sister. Go and rest first." As he said that, he took the full arms of fruit and smiled. "I accept your kindness for him." The two talked to Qingping for a few more words before leaving Yuxing Tower. Ruo Jianwei and Du-hung were walking on the street, and after a while he said, "I heard Sister Qingping call you Xiaowu just now." This, Du-hung said. "Actually, I used to be called Du-wu, and later I met Sister Qingping in Inchuan City. After getting to know her, I asked her to teach me to read, and I learned a lot of words, so I changed my name to Du-hung." He continued, "Don't look at Sister Qingping's impatient temper. She has become like this because of her livelihood." When he said this, a faint light flashed in his gray eyes. Qingping must feel bad because she was once regarded as a jewel in the palm of her parents' hands and wanted to protect her forever. In the end, she was forced to fall into prostitution because of the decline of her family. Ruo Jianwei looked at him quietly and said nothing. Du-hung took Ruo Jianwei to investigate in various brothels. Ruo Jianwei had some objections when he first saw him climbing over other people's walls, but later he climbed faster than him. Cultivators are extraordinary in their physical movements. Ruo Jianwei, dressed in white, fluttered over the wall, which made Du-hung stunned. It was the first time he saw someone do this so pleasingly. However, although he became more and more skilled in climbing over the wall, things did not progress. Ruo Jianwei followed Du-hung and was forced to eavesdrop on many corners. It was almost night, and the streets and buildings gradually became lively. The beauty was in the arms, the land of tenderness, the fragrance of the beauty by the side, the laughter, the warmth of the red gauze tint. It made people intoxicated and forget their worries. Ruo Jianwei listened to the voices in the room with a frown on his face. He also saw Du-hung eating fruit and listening attentively. He became more and more irritated. He pulled up the excited man and said coldly, "Let's go." "Hey, Jianwei, be gentle." Du-hung was dragged by Ruo Jianwei all the way to a secluded place, which looked like the back door of a building, and saw two people carrying a simple stretcher out. On the stretcher was a worn-out bamboo mat wrapped in a ball. As the two people walked, a thin arm covered with bruises appeared from the mat. When passing in front of Ruo Jianwei, he saw the face of a very young girl exposed in the bamboo mat. She was still wearing heavy makeup, with her eyes wide open, and an extremely terrified expression, looking at him with her eyes wide open. Suddenly, a palm stretched out in front of Ruo Jianwei, separating him from the horrifying face, and Du-hung whispered, "Don't look at it." Ruo Jianwei opened her mouth, and the two people carried the girl out of the city, and Du-hung put down his hand. "This is..." Ruo Jianwei looked at him. His throat was a little dry. Du-hung looked at his pair of dark eyes that were not stained by dust. He clearly didn't know the coldness and suffering of this world. Du-hung slowly said, "These things are the most common in this Huamian street. These women put on heavy makeup every day to welcome the patrons, just for the word survival. It's a pity that those noble and gorgeously dressed masters and gentlemen never regarded them as people, but just as some novel and beautiful objects. When they were used up and broken, they were thrown away and looked for the next one. Poor these girls, their whole lives were spent like this. His words contained sadness and helplessness, and with some self-mockery, he said, "Forget it. Who among us is not struggling to live like this?" Ruo Jianwei had never seen him like this. Du Heng's gray eyes reflected the lights in front of him, but he was full of deep sadness. The two were tired of searching, so they sat on a rooftop together, looking at the moon in the sky. Du Heng looked a little depressed. Ruo Jianwei wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say, so he just stared at the moon. Finally, Du Heng spoke first. "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a couple who lived in a remote mountain village. One day, on the way to the mountain to collect firewood, they found an abandoned baby in an old temple on the mountain. The baby looked only a few months old. His little face was frozen purple, and he cried softly. The most peculiar thing was that his hair was silver. The couple adopted the baby. They had not read much. The farmer's surname was Du, and there were already 4 children in the family, so they named the child Duwu. Little Duwu grew up gradually, but because of his silver hair, no one played with him on weekdays. He learned about his life experience from the conversations of others. He was very sensible and never caused trouble. He always helped his parents at home. Although others didn't like him, his parents always treated him well, and he felt that was enough. One year, there was a famine in the village, and no crops grew in the fields. A cultivator came to see it and said that the ground veins were damaged and the area was no longer suitable for living. So the villagers began to migrate with their families, and Laudu's family was no exception. But after leaving their hometown, no one knew where to go, so they could only follow the large group and walk aimlessly. As time went by, the food brought by the villagers gradually became insufficient, and villagers continued to fall, and the number of people in the migrating team decreased again and again. Some cruel families, in order to keep more food, sold their youngest child to people in the city they passed by, or to human traffickers who specialized in reselling people. The child's crying sounded for a long time, but they left without looking back. Laudu's family gradually ran out of food, and someone advised them to give up, because the child was not theirs anyway. The couple did not agree. While they were talking, Duwu sat quietly by the side without saying a word. Gradually, winter came, and the group still had not reached their destination. But some people could not stand the cold weather and stayed in the winter of migration forever. The 4th child of the Du family also fell ill. The couple used a lot of medicine, but he showed no signs of improvement. The food was decreasing, and buying medicine cost money. The burden of life gradually made the family breathless. The couple began to quarrel, and the quarrel lasted for a long time. The woman yelled hysterically, and the man cursed in a low voice. Whenever this happened, Duwu would quietly boil medicine for the 4th brother. He listened to the endless quarreling in his ears and looked at the 4th brother who closed his eyes on the bed. Get well soon, Duwu thought to himself. If the 4th brother gets better, Dad and Mom will not quarrel. The quarrel lasted for a long time, and finally one day, Laudu came to Duwu with red eyes. "Xiaowu, can you go to the street with Dad today?" He suppressed the trembling in his words and pretended to be nothing. Duwu looked up at him, his gray eyes sparkling. "Okay." Old Du was walking on the street with Duwu. He looked down at the child beside him. Unconsciously, the child was already more than half his height. He remembered that when he first picked him up, the child was small, like a porcelain doll, and more beautiful than all the children he had seen. He remembered that Xiaowu had been well-behaved for so many years, never making trouble and always helping him. He was a good child. He thought a lot until the voice of the person next to him brought him back to reality. "Dad, where are we going?" They had walked a long way. Old Du looked at Duwu deeply, and he finally made up his mind and said, "Xiaowu, Dad is going to buy medicine for your 4th brother in front. You wait for me here, okay?" Duwu looked at him, nodded, and said obediently, "Okay, Xiaowu will wait for Dad here. Don't walk around before Dad comes back. Remember, don't talk to strangers." Duwu said, "Xiaowu knows." Laudu let go of his hand. He didn't dare to look at his bright eyes. He was afraid that he would be soft-hearted. He didn't look at Duwu again, but turned around and ran away. Duwu waited for a long time. People came and went around him. Many people looked at him and talked quietly. He didn't care. He just lowered his head and played with his torn sleeves, comforting himself that his father would be back soon. Laodu brought him some dry food. He couldn't bear to eat too much at once. When he was hungry, he took it out and ate a small bite. Later, he was really tired, so he leaned against a pillar and sat on the ground, waiting for his father to come back. A beggar passed by him. He saw that the man was so hungry that he was emaciated, so he shared some of his dry food with the man. The man thanked him, sat next to him and asked, "Who are you waiting for here, little friend?" Duwu didn't talk to him. He sat for a while and left again. Duwu waited there for a day and a night, but didn't see his father. When the warm sunlight shone on him again in the morning, he suddenly understood. He could no longer wait for his father. Duwu sniffed, but he didn't feel too sad, as if he knew that this day would come a long time ago. He didn't walk in the direction his father left, nor did he go back the way he came. He stood up, patted the dirt on his clothes, and followed the increasing number of people out of the city. He began to wander in various cities, sleeping in the open air and having no fixed place to live. At first, he still had food left by his father, but it was soon eaten up, and he began to beg for food left by others or donated by others with the homeless. Later, he knew that he could make money by working for others, and he could fill his stomach with money, but he was too young and no one was willing to work for him. Once, he passed by a small temple, and the old abbot saw that he was so hungry that his face was pale and his body was thin, so he took him in. It was rare for him to have a full meal, so he thanked the old abbot and asked him how to repay him. The old monk looked down at him and said, "The donor has a predestined relationship with my Buddha." A few years passed, and he continued to wander around aimlessly. In a city, he met an old charlatan who was poor and destitute. The two of them squeezed under the eaves of a broken house. One was as thin as a monkey and looked like he would fall down if the wind blew. The other had cloudy eyes and couldn't even stand up. He looked like he was about to die. The old charlatan rarely saw anyone, and he kept talking to him about his great achievements in fortune-telling. Duwu didn't listen to him. It was too cold in winter. He curled up in a corner and tried to warm himself with his body. After the old charlatan finished speaking, he looked at him with a pair of cloudy eyes and said with difficulty, "You and I have a destiny." Duwu ignored him. Why did everyone come up to him and tell him that they had a destiny? What is destiny? What can destiny do? He is still alone now. The man continued, "After I die, you can take all my belongings." He murmured, "Actually, everything I said was a lie, but I did survive by lying, whether it was by hard work, by cheating, by flattery, or—" He looked at Duwu. The light in his eyes slowly extinguished. "Aren't we all struggling to live like this?" He died after he finished speaking, and Duwu stared at him blankly. The old charlatan died on the coldest winter night. Little Duwu dragged the old charlatan's body to the mass grave outside the city. No matter how they struggled in life, they were all wrapped in a mat and thrown into the mass grave after death, and then forgotten by the world. He took away the old charlatan's belongings, which were actually some worn-out clothes, a few books with runes he couldn't understand, and a few copper coins. This is all the old charlatan left in this world. Duwu tried to draw a few of those runes, and he was really lucky. After he stopped writing, one of the runes flashed with light, and a tongue of fire swept across the paper, instantly burning the paper he picked up to practice painting. It doesn't have to be so severe. He gradually discovered his understanding of magic. He relied on the simple magic he could use from the book, coupled with his peculiar silver hair. He successfully frightened many people and became a little god. Stick. Duwu relied on this method to get along like a fish in several cities. He gradually grew up and his skills improved, but he later discovered that there were not many skills that the old magic stick could use in his book. So the main thing to improve is the ability to deceive and deceive. He learned to observe people's emotions, tell people's words when he saw them, and tell ghosts when he saw ghosts. He gave himself the name Dubansien, and he made some money in the past few years. He won't stay in a city for long. He knows that he doesn't belong here. Instead of finding it hard to let go after getting familiar with it, It's better not to stay any longer in the first place. When he came to Yingchuan City, Duwu was already 13 years old. As before, he explored the city for a while and then opened a fortune-telling stall in the West Market. People in the city came to tell people's fortunes because of the novelty. With his observation of people's words and deeds and understanding of their backgrounds, he successfully secured the title of Du Banxian. On this day, as usual, he was dozing in front of the stall and waiting for business when he saw a woman wearing a skirt and immediately sitting in front of the stall. Duwu immediately cheered up and said warmly, "Do you dare to ask this girl if she wants to tell fortunes? Or do you want to know your past?" The woman smiled and said, "I don't want to know about my past. I want to figure out my future." "Then please hold out your hand, girl, so that I can take a look." Duwu had never seen this woman in the city. He looked at it secretly. He had gained a lot of knowledge over the years and could tell that the material of this woman's dress was of the highest quality. He calculated and said, "I looked at the girl's palm. The girl is destined to bring wealth and honor, and she will definitely marry a son from a well-known family in the future. The couple will love each other and have many descendants. Ordinary women want nothing more than this." Unexpectedly, the woman laughed after hearing this and said, "You are wrong. I thought he was a real person. He turned out to be a little liar." After she finished speaking, she stood up and left. Duwu had been in this business for so many years, and this was the first time he met someone who was trying to make trouble. He hurriedly caught up and said, "Good sister, if you are dissatisfied with anything, you can try something else. I can do it. Much more." The woman ignored him and just walked forward. Duwu followed her and told her angrily, "Good sister, look at it again. My life is not easy. You must not tell anyone what happened just now." "Nah." The woman stopped in front of a building and said to him, "I'm going back. Please go." Duwu looked up and saw the words Yuxing Tower on the door and realized that he was completely wrong. The next day, Qingping got up and went out as usual, only to find someone squatting in her yard. She walked over and pulled the young man up, wondering, "Why are you coming into my yard so early in the morning? And where did you come in from?" But she saw Duwu conjuring a rouge box in his hand, smiling at her and saying, "Good sister, it was my fault yesterday. I am not here to apologize to you." He put the rouge box into Qingping's hand. Before Qingping could speak, Duwu said again, "Sister, by accepting my rouge, you promised me not to tell anyone about my lies." Qingping held rouge in her hand and saw a sly smile on the corner of Duwu's mouth and said helplessly, "What a ghost." Duwu looked at her with a somewhat aggrieved expression and said, "Sister, I see that I work very hard every day. Please leave me a job." Okay, I won't tell anyone, so that'll be fine." Stop being coquettish to her. Duwu's eyes immediately lit up. "Thank you, sister. My name is Sister Qingping." "Hey, my name is Duwu. Thank you, Sister Qingping." "Ha ha ha, Xiaowu is so cute." From that day on, Duwu would run to Qingping when he had nothing to do. If Qingping wanted something, he would look for it in the city for her. The two gradually became acquainted with each other, and then Duwu realized that Qingping was originally the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. However, due to the decline of her family and the early death of her parents, she was helpless and ended up wandering around in the world of society. When she told Duwu this, her face showed a melancholy that was completely different from her usual frankness. Duwu felt a similar loneliness and helplessness. One day, when Du Hong came to see Qingping, he saw her taking some yellowed books to the yard to dry them. "Wow," Duwu exclaimed, "do all these books belong to my sister?" "It was my father's book." Qingping saw his eyes gleaming and felt a little funny. "This is the only thing he left me." When she said this, she looked a little sad. Duwu knew that she missed her father. "I haven't read a few books," Du Wuzhen said. "Can sister teach me?" Qingping looked at him and said, "Xiaowu wants to learn, so of course I can teach him." Duwu read a lot of books with Qingping. If he didn't understand something, Qingping would explain it to him. Her father's book collection included not only classics of mortal families, but also records of hundreds of immortal families and stories from all over the Kyushu. Hearing all kinds of strange things, Duwu broadened his horizons and admired Qingping even more. The lotus house is full of flowers, and Du Hong is like the wind. 1. Sister, what does this sentence mean? This means that people cover the lotus house with pitchweed and wrap it around with dung to welcome the arrival of the god. Duhong? Well, duhan is a herb that can be used as medicine and has a sedative effect. From now on, I'll just call you Duhong. Duhong finished talking about the past and didn't speak again for a long time. Maybe it was the old beggar and the dead girl he saw today that aroused his emotions. Maybe it was because these things had been buried in his heart for too long and he hadn't told anyone except Qingping. Maybe it was because, unlike everyone else he met, he said everything without even realizing it. Ruo Jian turned slightly to look at him and said, Duhong is a good name. His voice was softer than ever. Duhong didn't look at him, but gave an indifferent smile. You don't have to comfort me. It's true. If you look at him seriously, Xiaowu is also a good name. Duhong turned his head to look at him. Ruo Jianwei's eyes were filled with moonlight, and he saw himself in them. Alas, Duhong stood up suddenly and said, Let's go back. Ruo Jianwei followed Duhong to the city gate. Duhong said, Let's say goodbye here today. We will go back tomorrow. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said, I'll go back with you. Huh? Duhong suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Did I hear correctly? Jianwei, do you want to go back with me? He pointed at the city gate behind him. Go to my ruined temple? Ruo Jian nodded slightly. No. Duhong thought he was crazy. No, Xiaoxianjin. You want to live with me? There isn't even a bed in my ruined temple. How can I let you stay there? Ruo Jianwei stopped talking and just looked at him. Duhong looked at him for a long time, then said in defeat, Forget it. I've convinced you. Let's go. Duhong discovered this dilapidated temple after arriving in Yingchuan City. Although it was a bit shabby, it was still a place to stay, and it was much more spacious than the place where he lived before. He repaired the roof by himself and carefully wiped the dusty Buddha statue. Then he walked to the Buddha statue, clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you, Grandpa Buddha, for taking me in. Duwu is sorry for bothering me here. He settled down in the temple. At first, the temple door was still hanging on the doorway, but a strong wind blew uncontrollably, and the door was blown to the point of collapse, and finally it couldn't hold on and fell over. Whether there was a door or not was not really a big deal. Duhong was used to the cold anyway, and he would be leaving soon, so he simply used the fallen door panel to sleep on. But then he met Qingping, and she really took care of him like a sister. Here he felt the long-lost family affection, and for the first time he had a long-term desire to stay. So he stayed in Yingchuan City for 3 years. Duhong had always been very satisfied with his dilapidated temple, but when Ruo Jianwei said he wanted to live there, he suddenly became very nervous, although he didn't know what he was nervous about. Duhong reluctantly stepped into his ruined temple for the first time. If Jianwei had been here twice, he followed him in naturally. Xiaoxianjin, there is really nothing in my ruined temple. Do you really want to live here? Duhong confirmed this to him for an unknown number of times tonight. It's a joke. What Xiaoxianjin needs most is money. If you have money, wouldn't it be nice to stay in an inn? Ruo Jianwei looked around the temple seriously and replied, Yes. I only have one bed. Don't dislike it. As he spoke, Duhong sat down on the door panel, moved the old clothes on top to one side, and left a place for Ruo Jianwei. He was still very confused. Why do you have to live with me? Ruo Jianwei walked over and sat next to him. In fact, he didn't know the reason. He just saw Duhong's back walking alone at night and suddenly wanted to accompany him. It is convenient for us to explore together tomorrow morning, he finally said firmly. Duhong lit firewood and lay on the bed side by side with Ruo Jianwei. He watched Ruo Jianwei close her eyes aside, but he couldn't fall asleep. It always felt weird to have someone sleeping next to him. Duhong tossed and turned on the bed for a long time. Ruo Jianwei almost lifted the quilt and pressed the person on the bed to calm him down. Then he heard the person next to him sit up. I can't sleep. Jianwei, are you asleep? Duhong asked softly. If Ruo Jian opened his eyes slightly and looked at him with anger, he would have woken him up even if he fell asleep. Duhong scratched his head a little irritably and said, I can't sleep anymore. How about we chat for a while? Ruo Jian stood up slightly and sat face to face with him, signaling him to continue. What should we talk about? Duhong held his head with one hand and thought, Oh, by the way, I told you before, there was an old abbot who took me in when I was wandering around. Ruo Jianwei listened to him quietly. He continued, The old abbot said that I had a predestined relationship with the Buddha, but I didn't believe it at first. But then I thought about it. I was picked up by my father and mother in the temple when I was a child. When I was desperate, I met the old abbot, and when I came to the city, I found this ruined temple. Maybe I really have the same relationship with him. Buddha is destined. He looked at the Buddha statue in the temple. The golden Buddha was spotless, with no sadness or joy on his face. He was sitting cross-legged on the platform, overlooking the world. Speaking of which, the Buddha statues enshrined in these temples seem to be of the same person. Do you know who they enshrine? It's Bodhisattva. Ruo Jianwei followed his gaze to the Buddha statue on the stage and replied, the founder of Buddhism. It is said that he became a god earlier than the 10 gods. He has been spreading his teachings in the world. After becoming a god, more and more people followed him, and Buddhism gradually developed and expanded. Earlier than Togami? Then isn't he now? There has been no trace of him in the world for a long time. If you see a faint way, some people say that Bodhisattva broke through the world of mortals and became a god by realizing cause and effect. His cultivation was profound, and he was a man of great enlightenment. Now that thousands of years have passed, he himself perhaps he has already glimpsed the way of heaven and transcended the world. Some people say that he, like the 10 gods who participated in the battle to seal the demons thousands of years ago, has fallen. So, Du Hong thinks these things are too unpredictable, no? He was a magician who should consider this, so he asked again. The books say that you practice swordsmanship in Kangwu Mountain, so is there also a founder of swordsmanship? Taoism is broad and profound. At the beginning, there was no distinction between knives, swords, divination, formations, techniques, methods, etc. These are all Taoist cultivation methods. It's just that the founder of the Taoist sect has long been unknown. Some people speculate that the founder of the Taoist sect may have been the practitioners who used these methods to practice at the beginning. Later, the number of people practicing this way increased, and it gradually developed into sections. Later, various sects were developed. People who practiced in each method gradually separated and began to specialize in one. This is how the immortal sects that specialize in different methods have emerged. After Ruo Jianwei finished speaking, he turned to look at the people beside him and saw that Du Hong had fallen asleep with his head propped up. Ruo Jianwei sighed helplessly, gently laid the sleeping person down on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. He lay aside and looked at Du Hong's sleeping face and whispered, "Good night, Du Hong. Good night, Xiao Wu." The next morning, the two went to Huamian Street together. Du Hong walked beside Ruo Jianwei, but he kept thinking in his heart, It's over. Yesterday, I was thinking about making a profit from this little fairy, but in the end, I sold myself out first. But yesterday, the little fairy he also comforted me. Wouldn't it be bad if I cheated him out of money? Hey, he was leaving after he got rid of the demon anyway, so I took his money as a souvenir. Du Hong suddenly felt a little worried when he thought of this. Lost, he only met Ruo by chance. They walked to the entrance of Yuxing Tower and saw a sedan swaying away. When Du Hong saw the sedan, he frowned and curled his lips and said, "Unlucky, why did you run into him again?" Ruo Jianwei looked at him doubtfully, and he explained, "This sedan belongs to Mr. Qian from the north of the city. Sister Qingping likes him. Mr. Qian is the only son of Mr. Qian, a wealthy businessman in the city. It is said that he has an extraordinary conversation and is proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In the past few days, he hooked up with Hongxiu upstairs again, and it looked like he had just finished a tryst." Du Heng's words were full of ridicule. He was a little worried about Qingping, so he said to Ruo Jianwei, "Why don't you go check it out first, and I'll go check on Sister Qingping. Let's go together." After Ruo Jianwei finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the backyard. The two climbed over the courtyard wall with ease, but Qingping was nowhere to be seen. Du Hong was just wondering when he saw Qingping returning from the front building. Her eyes were red and she looked like she had just cried. Du Hong panicked for a while and quickly put on a smile and said, "Sister Qingping, I'm bringing Jianwei to see you again." Qingping responded dully, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Ruo, you are here." She was in a low mood, and even Ruo Jianwei noticed it. Du Hong pulled him over and said to Qingping, Yes. By the way, sister, Jianwei said that he is going to invite us to dinner today. You must go. Ruo Jianwei looked at him. When did I? Du Heng hurriedly stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and said loudly, Jianwei said he can go now, sister. You have to give our little fairy face. Qingping looked at the two people huddled together with doubt and nodded slowly. Qingping went into the house to pack her things. Du Heng quickly let go of Ruo Jianwei's hand and jumped away from him in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. He apologized. I'm sorry, Jianwei. I was in a hurry. I just need food money. I'll just pay. I didn't touch you on purpose just now. You, please don't draw your sword. He clasped his hands and faced Ruo Jianwei, with a look on his face that was at least 1 part begging for mercy, 1 part nervous, 1 part timid, and 1 part tempted. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and suddenly couldn't get angry anymore. The 3 of them said they would go there soon, but by the time Qingping finished dressing up and came out, it was almost noon. They sat down in a restaurant in the east of the city. Qingping was really in a bad mood today. She took the menu and started to order wildly. She also introduced to Ruo Jianwei. This is your first time here, Xiao Xianjun. You must try the food in this restaurant. The signature dish. Du Heng watched with horror. He made a rough calculation and felt that he would go bankrupt after finishing this meal. The meal was indeed sumptuous. Qingping said she was being treated, but kept adding vegetables to Du Heng and Ruo Jian's bowls, saying, You two are growing up, so you should eat more. Du Heng looked at the mountain of rice in the bowl and sighed. Sister, if you keep pinching me, I will turn into a pig. Qingping glared at him and said, I won't pinch you anymore. Give it to us, Xiaoruo. Hey, sister doesn't need to pick it up for him. Du Heng saw Ruo Jianwei staring at the braised pork in the bowl with a serious expression, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He couldn't eat that much. As he spoke, he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up a few large pieces of meat in Ruo Jianwei's bowl, and said, I'll eat it for him. Qingping glared at him again and ate the rice in her bowl. Du Heng picked up another sweet and sour pork ribs and put it into Ruo Jianwei's bowl. Ruo Jianwei raised his head and looked at him. He took the opportunity to wink at the other person. The little fairy thought there was no sweetness in his bowl. If you pick up the sweet and sour pork ribs and take a bite, they are sweet. After finishing the meal, Du Heng reached for the money from his pocket. Qingping hurriedly said, How can I really let you two pay? I'll do it. As she was about to take the money, Du Heng stopped her again. No, sister. I'll do it. I'll come. With a click, Ruo Jianwei placed a shiny piece of silver on the table, and the 2 people arguing beside him immediately fell silent. When the 3 of them finished eating and walked back, Qingping said with a little hesitation, Xiao Wu, I want to ask you for a favor. Du Heng smiled and said, Why do you want me to be so troubled about anything? Just say it. Qingping said, I want to ask you to help me go and see Mr. Qian. I met him this morning, and he seemed to be ill. The smile on the corner of Du Heng's mouth disappeared without a trace in an instant. Sister, why do you have to worry about him all the time? I think he is very good. Xiao Wu and Qingping looked at him with a pleading look in their eyes. Du Heng also felt a little resigned in his heart, but he still refused to relax on his face. I'll take him with me. Ruo Jianwei responded at the side. Du Heng looked at him in shock, while Qingping breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoruo is in trouble. The 2 sent Qingping back to the building, and Du Heng reluctantly asked, Why did you agree to Jianwei? It's you who has to promise your sister. I'm just answering for you. Ruo Jian looked at him with slightly dark eyes. Du Heng could not refute, so he could only say, Well, let's go see the Qian. The 2 walked all the way to the north of the city. On the way, Du Heng gossiped to Ruo Jianwei. I heard that Mr. Qian's father, that is, Mr. Qian, started from scratch in his early years and became rich by trading in furs. His business grew bigger and bigger. Later, as he grew older and was unable to do it, he gradually handed over the business to his subordinates and came to this small city of Yingchuan to spend his old age. Mr. Qian had a son in his old age. I also heard that he originally intended to pass the business to his only son, but Mr. Qian was not interested in this. He just recited poems and wrote essays every day, and he was really beautiful on the outside, but rotten inside. As they talked, they came to the gate of Qian's house. Ruo Jianwei was about to go up and knock on the door again. Du Heng hurriedly stopped him and said, "Oh my dear Jianwei, is it the only way you can think of to enter through the main gate? Since you are not here to investigate, but to visit specifically, why don't you go through the main gate?" Ruo Jianwei asked back. "Hey, you don't understand this." Du Heng pointed to the wealthy family inlaid with gold bars and explained to Ruo Jianwei, "What are you going to say when you knock on the door later? Say that we are asked by Sister Qingping to visit Mr. Qian. Will these people let us in?" Ruo Jianwei understood a little. Prejudice is always inevitable. He turned and walked towards the courtyard wall next to Qian's mansion. Du Heng looked at him and twitched his mouth. This little fairy is really good at drawing inferences from one example. Wait a minute. Ruo Jianwei was about to jump over the courtyard wall when he heard Du Heng say, "Jianwei, go in and take a look at the layout of the mansion first. I'll wait for you outside." Generally, the bedrooms of these wealthy families should be at the back of the mansion. You follow the clues of the people in the mansion and find out which bedroom Mr. Qian has. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said, "Why don't you go in?" "Hey, I don't have your elegant body movements. It's okay to climb over the wall and eaves and walls on weekdays, but forget about flying over the eaves and walls." Ha ha ha. After Du Heng finished explaining awkwardly, Ruo Jianwei blurted out, "I can't recognize it." Before Du Heng could respond, Ruo Jianwei put her arms around his waist, tiptoed, and flew into the Qian mansion. Ruo Jianwei took Du Heng to shuttle over the eaves of the mansion. Du Heng was forced to experience the feeling of flying over the eaves and walls. It was really too exciting. When they reached the roof of the house at the back of the mansion, Ruo Jianwei put Du Heng aside and asked, "Can you tell which room it is? Let me take it easy first." Du Heng lay on the roof and watched the actions of the people in the mansion. His heart was still beating fast. He couldn't tell whether it was because he was being taken up and down or because of other reasons. After a while, Du Heng pointed to a room and said, "It should be this one." Ruo Jianwei brought Du Heng to a blind spot behind the house. No one could see them from here, but they could clearly see that there were some orchids planted in the small courtyard in front of the house, and there was also a rockery pond with water dripping on it. It was the style of Mr. Qian. The two moved to a window and looked inside the house. Mr. Qian was indeed sick and was lying on the bed resting. Du Heng looked at him in surprise and said, "His face. What's going on?" Ruo Jianwei's eyes sank slightly. He also saw that Mr. Qian's face was surrounded by black air, which was clearly devil's energy. Devil's energy? Du Heng covered his mouth and exclaimed softly. Ruo Jianwei nodded, but he was a little confused. The last time he saw the black shadow, he clearly fell into Huamian Street. Why did he find devil's energy on Mr. Qian again? "Can you see devil's energy?" Ruo Jianwei asked. I can see a thick black air on his face." "Is this devil's energy?" Du Heng said. Ruo Jianwei replied, "Yes." It seems that Du Heng is indeed gifted, he thought, and then said, "Let's check the mansion first." After saying that, without waiting for Du Heng's consent, he picked him up and went to other places in the mansion. Du Heng felt that he didn't care anymore. The two carefully explored the mansion, but there was no new discovery. Du Heng said, "It seems that the evil spirit is only in Mr. Qian." Ruo Jianwei said thoughtfully, "This shows that there is no problem in this mansion. The key lies with Mr. Qian. Maybe he has been to somewhere recently and got the evil spirit. Every day, he goes to the restaurant and is on Huamian Street." When Du Heng said this, the two looked at each other. Combined with the black shadow that Ruo Jianwei had tracked down before, it seems that there is indeed something strange on Huamian Street. Where has he been in Huamian Street these days? If I remember correctly, Du Heng swallowed his saliva when he said this. He has been to Miss Hongxiu in Yuxing Tower these days. When the two left Qian's house, the sun was about to set. There was a fiery cloud in the west, making the whole sky blood red. Du Heng and Ruo Jianwei entered Qingping's courtyard again. She saw that they had been waiting for a long time, and asked anxiously, "You are back. How is Mr. Qian?" "Mr. Qian." Ruo Jianwei was about to speak when Du Heng pulled her sleeve. Du Heng took over and said, "Mr. Qian just had a common cold. I saw that his family invited a doctor for him. It's not serious. Sister, don't worry." Qingping's heart fell down, and she heard Du Heng hesitated and asked, "Sister, you are in the building. Do you think there is something wrong with Miss Hongxiu these days?" "Hongxiu?" Qingping's expression darkened as she spoke. "I haven't seen her much these days, but I heard from other people in the building that she should be fine." A trace of doubt flashed through her mind, and she asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Hongxiu?" She looked at the solemn expressions of the two people and suddenly thought of something and said, "Could it be that she is related to Mr. Qin's illness?" She grabbed Du Heng's sleeves with both hands, and her tone was full of worry. "What happened?" "Xiaowu, don't hide it from your sister. There may be traces of demons in Yuxing Tower," Ruo Jianwei said on the side. "Maybe it has something to do with Hongxiu." He deliberately avoided the matter of the demonic energy on Mr. Qin, and Du Heng hurriedly continued. "It is not safe in the building, sister. Stay in your room tonight and don't walk around." Qingping felt a little relieved and nodded. Ruo Jianwei asked again, "Is Miss Hongxiu in the building now?" Qingping said, "She is not in the building tonight. I heard that a master invited her to play the piano at his house." Ruo Jianwei and Du Heng looked at each other, and Du Heng said, "Sister, go back to the room quickly. Jianwei and I will go to check." They were about to leave, and Qingping hurriedly called out, "Wait a minute, Xiaowu." She turned back to the house and took out a piece of clothing, which was the one she said she would mend for Du Heng. She stuffed the clothes into Du Heng's arms and warned him, "You two should be careful." "Yes, we will. Don't worry, sister." Du Heng gave her a gentle smile and said, "Besides, Jianwei is very powerful. We will be fine." They comforted Qingping and found the room where Hongxiu was. Hongxiu's room was on the third floor of Yuxing Building. When they arrived, the doors and windows of the house were locked and the house was quiet. Du Heng tried to unlock it, but failed. He turned around and said to Ruo Jianwei, "Let's go find the madam in the building and ask her to open the door for us." The two went downstairs. It was already night and the building was bustling. They walked through the crowd. Although Du Heng was handsome, he was dressed shabbily, so most of the girls ignored him and gathered around Ruo Jianwei. Seeing this, Du Heng quickly protected Ruo Jianwei behind him with one hand and said to the girls with a smile, "Good sisters, this little fairy is in a hurry to kill the demon. Please make way, otherwise he will be very fierce when he gets angry." He pointed at the long sword behind Ruo Jianwei. The girls saw that the little fairy was handsome and wanted to get close to him. After hearing what Du Heng said, they quickly made way for the two of them. Du Heng found the madam and explained his intention. Unexpectedly, the madam refused. "No, the girl's boudoir can't be open to you casually." As she spoke, she looked at Du Heng and said, "Besides, you poor boy, you look so shabby. Do you still want to hook up with Hongxiu in our building?" Du Heng's smile was still there, and he wanted to say something nice to coax the old procuress to open the door, when he saw Ruo Jianwei walk out from behind him and said coldly to the woman, "Miss Hongxiu has an affair with the demon. We came here to exorcise the demon, but you are blocking us here. If we delay the opportunity and let the demon harm us, can you bear the consequences?" As he spoke, Zhao Ye was half unsheathed behind him, and the sword was shining coldly. The old procuress was frightened by his momentum and dared not say anything more, and hurriedly took them to open the door. Du Heng looked at the old procuress's back as she fled in a panic, covering his mouth and laughing. Ruo Jianwei pulled him, and he hurriedly followed her into Hongxiu's room. They both frowned at the same time. They could not see any signs outside, but the room was already filled with demonic energy. Ruo Jianwei hurriedly turned around and closed the door, then drew out Zhao Ye from behind and drew a sword in front of him. In an instant, the moon-like sword light swept away all the evil spirits in the house. Du Heng secretly admired her and said, "It seems that there is really something wrong with this Miss Hongxiu, but what is the matter with such a strong evil spirit?" Ruo Jianwei shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Let's explore the room first." The two of them searched in the house separately. After a while, Du Heng found a black dress with holes and blood on it in a cabinet in a corner. Ruo Jianwei walked over, his eyes slightly gloomy. "The sword marks on this dress are exactly the ones I left on the black shadow yesterday," he said again, "and I am sure that the black shadow yesterday was the demon I have been pursuing." Du Heng was surprised and said, "Why is that demon in Hongxiu's room? Could it be that Hongxiu is a demon? But this is not right." Hongxiu was in Yuxing Tower when I came to Inchuan City. Ruo Jianwei pondered. There should be no problem with the previous Hongxiu. I am afraid that the current Hongxiu is not the real Hongxiu. How could this be? Du Hong followed his thoughts and said, this demon can replace a person without anyone noticing? It can't be a cannibal. Demons don't eat people, Ruo Jianwei said firmly, so the real Hongxiu must have been killed by it. But there have been no murders in the city recently. How can it make a living person disappear silently in front of everyone without alarming anyone? Where is Hongxiu's body? When he said this, his pupil shrank. If you want to make a person disappear silently and be forgotten by everyone, isn't there such a place outside the city? It was dark and windy at night. Everything was silent outside Inchuan City. The mass grave was full of ghosts. At this time, 2 footsteps approached. Du Hong took out a few fire talismans from his arms, activated the magic, and lit them. The surroundings suddenly lit up. He said to the people beside him, this is the mass grave outside Inchuan City. Ruo Jianwei walked forward and looked at the pile of corpses in front of him and said, let's look for it. Qingping was sitting in her room. She was very confused. She was worried about Du Hong and Ruo Jianwei, and then she was worried about Mr. Qin's condition. After she came to Yuxing Tower, she had been depressed, but God made her meet Xiaowu, that child. Obviously, he was also alone, but he always treated her with a smile, told her jokes, went shopping with her, and bought her all kinds of small things. He looked like a charlatan, but he was actually a gentle person. He was very attentive to her preferences and cared about her mood. She had been with him for so long, and it was really like having a younger brother. She was always very happy when she was with him. Later, she met Mr. Qin again. He was a rare, elegant, and humorous person. He was proficient in poetry and would discuss some poetry and book issues with her. She knew that she found the shadow of her previous life in him. She also knew that there was no possibility for her to be with him now, but she had already fallen in love with him uncontrollably. However, she still couldn't bear to see him with others. That morning, when she met Mr. Qin coming out of Hongxiu's room and ignoring her, Qingping, who had always been carefree, couldn't help but have red eyes. But even so, when she saw him coming to her, she couldn't help but be happy, and when she knew that he was sick, she would also worry about him. Although Du Hong and Ruo Jianwei told her that Mr. Qin's illness had nothing to do with Hongxiu, she always had some ominous premonitions in her heart. Thinking of this, Qingping couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and walked out of the courtyard. There were many fresh corpses piled up on the mass grave, and the two saw the girl who was carried away yesterday. After flipping down for a while, Du Hong suddenly saw a piece of red clothes. His eyelids jumped, and he pushed away all the corpses on it, revealing the body of a young woman with a pretty face and a red flower on her forehead. There was a purple bruise on the neck of the person. It was Hongxiu, who was supposed to go out of the house to sing for others. Du Hong took a breath of cold air. Ruo Jianwei came over to check and said, there is residual demonic energy in her body. It seems that she was indeed killed by the demon. So, the current Hongxiu is really the demon in disguise. But why did it do this? Ruo Jianwei frowned. When I just cleared the demonic energy in the house, I felt that the resentment in it was very heavy. Perhaps the demon clan fell into the demon because of hatred and resentment in their hearts. Resentment? Yes. The reason why a cultivator falls into the devil is either because something went wrong in the way of cultivation, or because of some things that caused a sudden change in his mind. The latter usually carries a deep resentment after falling into the devil, and will become more and more bloodthirsty. So, it turned into Hongxiu and lurked in Yuxing Tower. Could it be to avenge? Ruo Jianwei nodded heavily. We need to find the demon as soon as possible. Go back to Yuxing Tower quickly. The two returned to Yuxing Tower. Ruo Jianwei went to ask the madam about Hongxiu's whereabouts. Du Hong was worried about Qingping and went to her yard to take a look. Ruo Jianwei was waiting for Du Hong to meet him in front of the building, and saw that man running to him with a pale face, anxiously saying, "Oh no, Jianwei, Sister Qingping is gone." Ruo Jianwei patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Sister Qingping should not run around. Think about where she might go." Du Hong calmed down a little and murmured, "Yes, Sister Qingping will not run around." He suddenly looked up and said, "She must have gone to find Master Qin. Let's go to the Qin mansion to have a look." "Okay." Ruo Jianwei responded that Hongxiu was also in the north of the city. They rushed to the north of the city. Du Hong broke out in a cold sweat. He wished he could grow a pair of wings at this moment. Seeing his anxious look, Ruo Jianwei silently embraced him in her arms, then flew onto the eaves and used her feet to move towards the Qian mansion. Du Hong tilted his head to look at his profile in the moonlight and said slowly, "Thank you, Jianwei." At this time, the Qian mansion was filled with a strong smell of blood. After Du Hong and Ruo Jianwei landed, they took in the horrifying scene in the mansion in the moonlight. But the huge mansion was full of corpses, and the ground was almost completely stained with blood. The faces of the people lying on the ground still retained the terrified look before death, and there were 2 large holes on their necks, and black and red blood gurgled out of them. Du Hong stumbled and saw a white object dropped in a pool of blood on a step. He ran over to pick it up and saw what it was. His hand trembled, and it dropped to the ground again. It was the tassel on Qingping's clothes. He almost couldn't support himself and retreated backwards, whispering, "No, no." Du Hong seemed to remember something and turned around and ran to Mr. Qian's residence. Mr. Qian's yard was no longer as elegant as when they came last time. The orchids were casually trampled and broken, and the rockery was broken into several pieces. Ruo Jianwei's pupils shrank slightly, and it was too late for him to draw his sword to stop him. He saw a woman with a black face raising her hand and twisting Master Qian's neck with a snap. The warm red blood splashed all over her body, dyeing her red dress even brighter. But Du Hong had no time to look at her. His eyes were fixed on a woman in a goose-yellow dress lying in the yard, kneeling on the ground with a pale face. Du Hong got up and stumbled to Qingping. He was still wearing the clothes she had mended for him. Qingping lay there quietly, her face peaceful. If you ignore the big hole on her neck, she looks like she is just asleep. Du Hong stretched out his hand to cover the blood that was constantly flowing from her neck. His hand was soon dyed red by her blood, so dazzling and so unreal. "Sister, sister?" Du Heng's voice trembled slightly. "This can't be true." He brushed away a few strands of hair on her forehead and choked up and said, "You? How could you?" Abandon Xiao Wu. Du Hong felt as if there was a hole in his heart and something was slowly slipping away. He had clearly seen the separation of life and death, and he thought he would not feel pain for a long time. But it turned out that he was so afraid of losing. www.liotengtkaidao. Net Ruo Jianwei drew his sword and attacked the demon, saying coldly, "Demon, give me your life." The demon turned around, revealing a gorgeous and vicious face. She saw the person in front of her clearly, dodged Ruo Jianwei's sword sideways, and laughed. "Haha, little Taoist priest, we meet again." Ruo Jianwei turned the sword and stabbed her again, scolding, "Why kill innocent people? Innocent? Ha 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 ha." The demon seemed to have heard some funny jokes. Can the surname Qian be considered innocent? Her expression suddenly became extremely cold. "Well, since the little Taoist priest has been chasing after me, I might as well tell you why I became like this. 100 years ago, I was just a carefree little fox in the mountains. I practiced with the spiritual energy in the mountains, knew a little magic, and played in the mountains all day long. Until I met my husband, who was a fox demon who could transform into a human form. We fell in love with each other and became partners. Since then, we have practiced together and improved our skills. We did not seek immortality, but only to completely cultivate into a human form and live a loving life like ordinary people. But one day, a group of hunters came to the mountain. We had already achieved something and could have escaped the trap they set. Who would have thought that one of them had a fairy weapon and trapped us? My husband used up all his strength to help me escape, but he was skinned and flayed by those people. When I returned, I only found a few of his bones. I looked at the dried blood on the ground. I was so angry. What did we do wrong to end up like this? Why? Why? Later, those people sold my husband's fur for a good price, and some of them even made a fortune from it. But I was so sad because of my husband's tragic death that my meridians went backwards, and from then on, I fell into the devil's way. The devil's energy corroded my mind and my body. I was unable to live or die in the mountains, and this went on for many years. When I came into the world again, I found out that those people whose hands were stained with blood were now living better than the other. The man named Qian actually became a well-known businessman by doing fur business. Ha 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 ha. How absurd. How ridiculous. Originally innocent people were forced to fall into the devil's way where everyone killed them, and people with sins on their hands were free and easy in this world. I swore a poisonous oath at that time that I would make the people who killed my husband pay with blood. The fox demon's face seemed crazy, like crying and laughing, but finally turned into cruelty and resentment. I became like this. It's all their fault. Now you say I kill innocent people indiscriminately. After she finished speaking, she formed claws with both hands and attacked Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei waved her sword to resist and asked, "So the people you killed along the way were all the people who killed your husband back then?" "That's right," the fox demon said coldly. "Nonsense." Ruo Jianwei scolded loudly. "When I passed the village you massacred, I saw that there were still many children in it. When your husband was killed, they were not even born. What hatred could they have with you?" The fox demon didn't say anything, but her attack became more fierce. Ruo Jianwei said again, "Even if Mr. Qian deserved to die, what did the other people in his house have to do with you? You killed them all. There is a reason for every grievance, but you are so bloodthirsty that you don't distinguish right from wrong. The so-called revenge is now just an excuse for your indiscriminate killing. You are talking nonsense. You shut up." The fox demon had a distorted expression and looked extremely scary. She raised her hand and attacked Ruo Jianwei's face. She said fiercely, "What do you know?" The demonic energy on her body suddenly increased, and Ruo Jianwei was forced to take a few steps back. The fox demon wanted to move forward, but she felt a chill on her abdomen. She looked down and saw a dagger piercing her abdomen. Cough, cough, cough. The fox demon coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. She turned around and saw Du Heng's eyes were red. He held the dagger in his hand. His hands were shaking constantly, and he stabbed the dagger deeper into her abdomen. Du Heng's voice was also trembling. "Whether you are wronged and possessed by demons or seeking revenge, killing people to pay for their lives or killing innocent people, it has nothing to do with me. But why? Why did you kill Sister Qingping?" The fox demon hit Du Heng's chest with a palm, and he flew backwards with the dagger pulled out and hit a wall. The fox demon looked at him with a crazy look in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha. You ask me why I killed her?" She sneered, with a trace of disdain and pity in her eyes. "This is all her fault. She insisted on saving that unfaithful man. He rushed to die. Of course I helped her. Ha 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 ha." She dodged the sword that Ruo Jianwei was attacking her with and turned around to fight with Ruo Jianwei. Du Heng coughed up blood while lying on the ground. His back was burning with pain. He looked up at Qingping, who was lying not far away. He once said that she would be a loving couple and have many children and grandchildren, but now she is a beauty with a tragic fate and died in a foreign land. Ruo Jianwei jumped into the air, and the sword in his hand turned. The cold sword intent enveloped the fox demon with the bright moonlight, which was a move of the moon shining on the lone peak. The fox demon had no way to avoid it. He was hit head-on by Ruo Jianwei, staggered a few steps, and spit out blood. The hatred in his eyes was even stronger, and he urged the demonic energy in his body to burst out again. Then the demonic power was greatly enhanced, and he turned into a huge red fox, and then pounced on Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei raised his sword to meet the enemy, and he had some wounds on his body during the fight, but his ultimate moves continued, and his offensive became cold and fiercer. The fox demon had a wound in the abdomen. After dozens of rounds, Ruo Jianwei had gained the upper hand. Ruo Jianwei stabbed the fox demon's left eye with another sword. She roared, and her whole body was shrouded in black demonic energy. Ruo Jianwei thought to herself that it was not good, and the fox demon was afraid that it would explode. But the demon's movements suddenly stopped. She turned her head and saw Du Heng holding a dagger and stabbing her hind legs fiercely. Du Heng looked at her and said fiercely, "Since it is a blood debt, it must be paid with blood. Then pay for Sister Qingping's life." The fox demon was about to continue her actions, but suddenly her pupils suddenly dilated, and her face was full of shock and disbelief. But seeing the bright moon in the sky, Ruo Jianwei held Zhao Ye in his hand and pierced her body from top to bottom with a sword. Du Heng looked at the fox demon's body that fell down with a bang. He was afraid at this time, and he sat on the ground with his buttocks shaking all over. Ruo Jianwei put away Zhao Ye and walked in front of him. Du Heng looked at him with gray eyes, which were confused and sad. Sister Qingping is dead. Ruo Jianwei squatted down and looked at him at eye level. Yes. Jianwei. Du Heng's voice was trembling. Sister Qingping. She is dead. Ruo Jianwei went forward and hugged him. At dawn, the people from the city lord's mansion arrived late. Ruo Jianwei told them the whole story. Those people were stunned. When they saw the huge corpse of the fox demon in the yard, they praised Taoist Ruo for being a young hero. Master Qin died in his room. His skin was peeled off, and his whole body was bloody and thrown on the fur carpet, which was particularly ironic. The fox demon's murder eventually alarmed the cultivators in the nearby big city. They sent a lot of people to deal with the aftermath. The tragic red in the Qin mansion was replaced by dazzling white, and the whole Yingchuan city fell into a depressed atmosphere. Du Heng and several girls in Yuxing Tower buried Qingping on a hill outside Yingchuan city. She had no relatives or friends, only a lonely grave. Qingping was not her real name, but the name she gave herself after coming to Yuxing Tower. I don't know if she had anticipated her own ending at that time. The body is like a rootless duckweed, floating in the world. After Ruo Jianwei explained the matter of the fox demon to the cultivator in charge, he prepared to leave. When he was leaving the city, he passed by the dilapidated temple where Du Heng lived. He turned and went in, but saw that the temple was empty. The dismantled door panels were standing on the wall. The pile of firewood used for fire was also cleaned up. The clothes on the ground and the food on the table were all taken away, leaving only the Buddha statue on the stage, still spotless, without sadness or joy. Ruo Jianwei felt a little disappointed. He left, without even saying hello to him. He looked up and looked at the Buddha statue for a moment, then bowed lightly and left the dilapidated temple. Ruo Jianwei continued to walk on the road out of the city, and suddenly a familiar figure leaning against a tree appeared in his sight. Du Heng saw him coming and waved to him quickly. Ruo Jianwei walked to his side and looked at him puzzledly. Du Heng was carrying a bag on his back, still wearing the clothes that Qingping had sewn for him. He smiled at Ruo Jian and said, Jianwei, where are you going next? Continue to travel around and exorcise demons. Then can you let me go with you? I can continue to help you, as long as you remember to pay me. Du Heng rubbed his hands and asked him tentatively. As if he was afraid that Ruo Jianwei would refuse, he quickly added, I can do anything. Look at how I performed when I helped you get rid of the fox demon that day. Can I help you? Ruo Jianwei said honestly, you have courage, but not enough strength. Thank you for the compliment. Ruo Jianwei walked past him with a barely perceptible smile in her tone. Let's go. Du Heng turned around and looked at the familiar Yingchuan city. He was originally a wandering traveler. He stayed here for 3 years because of a person and a long-lost family relationship, but he knew that he did not belong here after all. He was a rootless duckweed. He lifted the bag on his back and caught up with Ruo Jianwei. Wait for me, Jianwei. Du Heng followed Ruo Jianwei to travel around. He was upset about Ruo Jianwei's complaints about his lack of strength, so he asked Ruo Jianwei to teach him magic. Kingwu Mountain mainly practices swordsmanship, but Ruo Jianwei still knows the basic magic, and what he has learned are all orthodox magic for practicing exorcism, which are many times stronger than what is recorded in the old charlatan's water-filled book. Du Heng is indeed very talented in magic. Ruo Jianwei speculated that this may be related to his origins, but Du Heng does not seem to care about this. For him, what does it matter even if he finds his origins? He is used to wandering, and his origin will never be his return. The two of them sometimes traveled among famous mountains and rivers, and sometimes traveled through large and small cities. In the past, when Ruo Jianwei traveled alone, he mostly paid attention to some magic disasters or spiritual energy, but was not very fascinated by the scenery of mountains and rivers. Du Heng was different. Every time he arrived at a place, he would always go around it from front to back, inside and out. Even the most ordinary scenery could teach him to see the flowers. Not to mention the mortal city, where there were all kinds of eating, drinking, and entertainment. Du Hong took Ruo Jianwei to the night market, eat snacks, and watch plays. Ruo Jianwei was simply amazed at his vigorous energy. However, he always let Du Hong take him around. He followed him and looked at the smile on his face. He could feel that Du Hong was really happy. Every time at this time, he always felt that his heart was filled. One day, they passed a small town and saw a lot of people gathered at the gate of the city, pointing at the notice on the wall and talking about something. Du Hong came closer and saw that the notice read, "The city lord is asking the immortal to cure his illness with 1,000 taels of gold. Those who have the opportunity are expected to go to the city lord's mansion to try." He rubbed his eyes hard. God, was he seeing it right? It was really 1,000 taels of gold? Du Hong counted on his fingers and felt that this amount of money should be enough for him to spend for a lifetime. What's the big deal about asking an immortal to cure his illness? He has a real immortal king by his side. Du Hong licked his lips and couldn't help but think of a plan. It's time to do his old business. Ruo Jianwei saw Du Hong coming back from the notice with his hands in his sleeves and his eyes shining. He had a bad feeling in his heart. After spending some time with him, Ruo Jianwei knew that Du Hong must be up to something again. Du Hong said to him with a flattering smile on his face, "Jianwei, I have a favor to ask you to do me." After listening to what Du Hong said, Ruo Jianwei said expressionlessly, "No, Jianwei, you can't be so ruthless." Du Hong looked at him eagerly. "That's 1,000 taels of gold. Aren't you tempted?" Ruo Jianwei said, "I can't cure diseases, nor can I help you fool others." Du Hong pulled his sleeve and shook him, saying, "Please, Jianwei, this is not fooling around. Let's go and see what's going on first. Maybe you can solve it?" He looked at Ruo Jianwei eagerly, and he almost hugged the other's thigh. Since he found that Ruo Jianwei did not reject his touch, he has tried this trick many times. Ruo Jianwei looked at him helplessly and said after a while, "Well, let's go with you to have a look." The two walked to the city lord's mansion and saw a long line at the door. Many people dressed strangely were waiting to enter the mansion. Du Hong sneaked to the front and looked into the mansion. He saw a man dressed as a Taoist priest performing a ritual on a person. The Taoist priest held a wooden sword and danced in front of the man in an exaggerated manner, muttering something. After a while, he took a bottle of clear water and poured it on the man, saying leisurely, "This is evil-repelling water, which can help the city lord recover." The man hurriedly thanked the Taoist priest and turned around to send someone to present 1,000 taels of gold. Du Hong curled his lips at this scene. This man's trick was too fake. It was simply an insult to the profession of charlatan. According to this deception, so many people lined up to perform the ritual. I'm afraid that the city lord's mansion will collapse today. However, Du Hong didn't care whether the city lord's mansion would collapse or not. If he had known that 1,000 taels of gold was so easy to earn, he wouldn't have asked Jianwei to bother to treat the city lord. He returned to Ruo Jianwei and told him his plan. Ruo Jianwei frowned and said, "We are just treating people. There is no need to make such a fuss." "Hey, Jianwei, you don't understand this." Du Hong gathered his sleeves together and said, "You have to make a big scene so that people will believe it, but I may not be able to see it." It doesn't matter. Du Hong waved his hand and said, "You just need to watch my hints, and when it's your turn to speak, just say whatever you see. Anyway, no matter what you say, people in the mansion will believe it." Ruo Jianwei looked at Du Hong half doubtfully as he got a white mealy from somewhere and put it on his head, and then took out the old Taoist robe from his bag and put it on himself. He carefully straightened Ruo Jianwei's robe and said to him, "Remember to watch my hints and seize the opportunity." Ruo Jianwei nodded. When it was Du Heng's turn, the moon was already high in the sky. He walked to the stage in the mansion unhurriedly, holding a few talisman papers in one hand and pinching a magic formula with the other hand. The talisman papers moved without wind and surrounded him. He slowly said, "I am here to invite the immortal king to come here for you to cure the city lord's illness and disaster." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind blew around, blowing the candlelight in the mansion to tremble, and the people below the stage were in an uproar. Could it be? This kid really wants to invite the immortal king. Will the immortal king really come? Everyone was still arguing when they heard Du Hong muttering, "The white jade capital in the sky, 12 towers and 5 cities." The immortal touches my head, and I will receive immortality when I get married." As he chanted, the wind around him gradually stopped, and the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, a round moon like jade appeared in the sky, and a floating figure came in the moonlight. The man wore a mealy on his head and a moon-white robe. His feet were in the wind, and his clothes were fluttering. He was graceful and elegant, and slowly landed beside Du Hong on the stage. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The immortal king came on the moon, for whom to receive immortality. Du Heng's eyes were also absent-minded for a moment, and he came back to his senses and continued, "Please ask the immortal king to cure the city lord's illness and disaster." Ruo Jianwei, who was standing aside, was indifferent. He looked at the terminally ill man in the audience through the mist. The man was already in a state of decline, and it was feared that no medicine would work. Originally, Du Heng's arrangement was that Ruo Jianwei should go to the city lord at this time, pretend to investigate, and then come back for him to ask questions, but Ruo Jianwei did not follow his routine at all. Seeing that Ruo Jianwei did not move for a long time, the people in the audience were a little confused and gradually became agitated. Why doesn't the immortal lord speak? Is there nothing the immortal lord can do? How is it possible? So many people have tried before. Could it be fake? Du Hong thought it was bad, and hurriedly tried to hint Ruo Jianwei to say a few words, but there were so many people in the audience, he did not dare to make too big a move, so he had to desperately wink at Ruo Jianwei. Unfortunately, Ruo Jianwei misunderstood. He didn't want to treat the city lord in the first place. Now that he found that the man was beyond help, he didn't want to waste time here. Seeing Du Heng's eyes, he thought he was signaling him to leave, so he walked towards Du Hong without saying a word. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the immortal who came on the moon picked up the charlatan on the stage by the waist and moved his feet with graceful steps. Without saying a word, he left gracefully. When Du Hong was picked up, his mind was blank. Oh my God, how can he live in the future? Ruo Jianwei took Du Hong to shuttle on the eaves of the city. As his feet rose and fell, the wind lifted the veil on his face, and the moonlight flowed over his side face like water, pouring into Du Heng's heart. Du Hong suddenly couldn't think so much. He stared blankly at Ruo Jianwei's face softened by the moonlight, and opened his mouth. What? Ruo Jianwei only saw his mouth move but didn't hear any sound, so she asked in confusion. Du Hong put his arms around his neck and hugged him, raised his head and leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You are like the moon in the sky. When will you shine in my heart?" Ruo Jianwei's ears suddenly turned red. After that day, there were more unspoken things between the two. When Du Hong bought something at a street stall, Ruo Jianwei always took out the money to pay consciously. When eating in a restaurant, Du Hong always ordered more sweet food and kept putting it into Ruo Jianwei's bowl. They became more and more tacit in exorcising demons together. When Ruo Jianwei faced Du Hong, the coldness on his face faded, and he became more gentle and lively. His dark eyes were full of worldly fireworks, and the person in front of him, he called him Ahong. Although they never mentioned what happened that day again, they seemed to have crossed a line and knew each other's feelings. The two of them walked around in a mountain for a long time that day. When it got dark, they still couldn't find a way out of the mountain, so they rested in a cave. In the middle of the night, Du Hong woke up in a daze and found that he was covered with Ruo Jianwei's outer robe, but there was no one beside him. "Jianwei?" Du Hong rubbed his sleepy eyes and shouted. No one answered, and he woke up completely. Where was Jianwei in the middle of the night? Du Hong got up and walked out of the cave, looking around for Ruo Jianwei's figure. He walked to a pool that he passed by during the day, suddenly stopped, hid in the grass on the side, and looked into the pool. His back was to Du Hong, and his dark hair fell on his shoulders like a waterfall. A few strands of hair were stained with water and stuck to his body, making the outline of his body even more attractive. He picked up water and poured it on his long hair to wet it, then picked up the long hair behind him and gathered it at his side. From Du Heng's angle, he could just see his smooth back. Du Heng's eyes traced along his back to his lower body submerged in the water. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Jianwei's figure was so good. He suddenly woke up again and thought, "No, why should I hide in the water? Here? Can't you just look at it openly? He also thought. Jianwei was taking a bath. Wouldn't it be bad for me to go out now? However, he struggled for a long time whether he had the evil heart or the courage, and his body still lay there honestly and refused to move. It's a pity that people who do bad things will always be discovered. After Du Hong swallowed for an unknown number of times and his heartbeat gradually accelerated, he couldn't help but gently move his body that was almost numb. He heard the person in the pool notice the movement and scream sharply. Shouted, "Who?" Before Du Hong had time to make a sound, he felt a familiar sword flash in front of him, and his neck tightened. When he came to his senses again, he had been nailed to the tree with the back collar by Zhao Ye's sword again. Hong. Ruo Jianwei's voice contained a hint of anger and surprise. Du Hong looked at the man who was walking toward him with a chill all over, wearing only his underwear with water drops hanging on his body, and hurriedly explained, See you. I just came out to look for you. No, I didn't mean to look at you." As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Ruo Jianwei's body under the water-stained clothes. Ruo Jianwei followed his line of sight and suddenly darkened his face. Shameless person. Du Hong covered his eyes and said, I really didn't mean it. Before he could finish his words, Ruo Jianwei recalled Zhao Ye's sword and left without looking back. Du Hong felt a light touch on the back of his collar and said in despair, "No way." He fell face down to the ground again. If Jianwei ignored Du Hong for several days, it would be useless no matter how much he tried to please him. When Ruo Jianwei was eating, Du Hong put an osmanthus cake into his bowl and said with a smile, "Jianwei." Ruo Jianwei silently put the osmanthus cake back into his bowl and continued to eat his meal. When Ruo Jianwei walked into the room to sleep, he saw Du Hong lying on his bed, looking at him with his head exposed and saying, "Good Jianwei." Ruo Jianwei walked over and covered his head with a quilt, then turned and went to the next room. When Ruo Jianwei was practicing his sword in the yard, Du Hong climbed up a tree and looked at him and said quietly, "Jianwei." Ruo Jianwei's sword edge turned and went up the tree, lifted him to the ground, and then returned to the house. Ruo Jianwei was walking on the street, and Du Hong turned left and right beside him, pitifully saying, "Jianwei, I'm wrong. Why don't you just pay attention to me?" Ruo Jianwei turned his head to the other side and ignored him. This night, Jianwei was sitting on the roof looking at the moon. Du Hong had not been seen all day. He was wondering when he saw a paper crane flying in the distance. The paper crane was made of talisman paper. It looked like someone had cast a small spell on it, and it glowed faintly in the night sky. It turned around Ruo Jianwei, and Ruo Jianwei stretched out his hand, and it fell. It's in the palm of Ruo Jianwei's hand. But the light on the paper crane suddenly brightened, and then a line of small words appeared in the air. "Jianwei, I was wrong." There is also a little man begging for mercy painted on the back. Ruo Jianwei. He raised his head and saw another paper crane flying over. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and another line of words appeared on the paper crane. "Don't be angry, little fairy. I'll treat you to it. Osmanthus cake." What appeared on the paper cranes at the back were all paintings. Ruo Jianwei saw a little man with a long sword on his back, a high ponytail, and fire on his head. This was how he looked angry. He saw another little man with long hair, folding talisman paper. This should be Du Hong. In the back, there are pictures of these two little people holding hands. If you see Wei Wei's heart moving slightly and his face feeling a little warm, it's the two of them. Another painting appeared in front of Ruo Jianwei's eyes, but it was the man carrying the sword and hugging the little man with long hair. Behind them was a full moon. If you see a thin red color on your ears. Another paper crane flew over and said, "Jianwei, look ahead." If Ruo Jianwei looked forward, he saw a group of paper cranes glowing faintly under the moonlight, surrounding a Kongming lantern and coming towards him. Paper cranes were flying up and down around him. He reached out to take the Kongming lantern that slowly fell in front of him and saw two lines of words clearly written on the lantern. "May I be like the stars and the moon, and the light will shine brightly every night." A faint smile appeared on Ruo Jianwei's face. He followed the direction in which the paper cranes and Kongming lanterns were flying and saw Du Hong tinkering with a Kongming lantern with a frown on the riverbank. There was a pile of unlit Kongming lanterns piled behind him, and a stack of paper talismans and several folded paper cranes were placed in front of him. When Ruo saw Wei Wei falling to the ground, Du Hong noticed the person next to him. He stood up suddenly. Whether he was feeling guilty or nervous, he turned around and was about to run away. However, his feet stumbled and he bumped into the pile of Kongming lanterns in a daze. He immediately fell to the ground and was hit by the falling lamp. Phew! Ruo Jianwei couldn't hold back any longer and laughed softly. Du Hong moved himself from a pile of lamps to Ruo Jianwei's side and looked at him with a pair of bright phoenix eyes. Jianwei, aren't you angry with me? If you see the smile on your face still can't stop, I'm not angry anymore. Du Hong looked at his smile infatuatedly, and he also smiled innocently and said, Jianwei, you look so pretty when you smile. Ruo Jianwei stopped smiling for a moment, but his ears turned red again. The two sat side by the river, and no one spoke for a while. After a while, Du Hong tentatively held Ruo Jianwei's hand beside him. Ruo Jianwei held his hand back, but neither of them let go. They continued to travel across Kyushu and arrived at Jingguan City in autumn. The autumn air is crisp, the maple trees in the city are dyed, and the mountains are covered with red clouds. Hidden among the trees on the mountain, the eaves of a temple are exposed. Du Hong asked curiously, most temples are built outside the city or deep in the mountains. How come this temple is built in Jingguan City? Ruo Jianwei speculated. Most of the temples hidden in the mountains and away from the city are places for Buddhist practitioners to practice. Those built in the city should be specially used for ordinary people to pray for blessings. Du Hong said, if that's the case, let's go in and pay our respects too. Since he was taken in by the old abbot of the temple, he would always go in and pay homage when he encountered a temple. Sure enough, there were many people from the city who came to worship Buddha on the mountain. In the temple, there was a kind-hearted old abbot who was preaching Zen and solving doubts for the people who came to pray. The two of them followed the crowd into the temple, bowed to the golden Buddha statue, and lit incense in front of the Buddha before leaving the temple and going down the mountain. On the way, Du Hong touched his arms and said to Ruo Jianwei, oh no, Jianwei, I seem to have dropped something in the temple. Just wait at the foot of the mountain while I go up to look for it. Ruo Jianwei said, I'll go with you. No, no, no. Du Hong pushed him down the mountain. Jianwei, you go find an inn or something first. I'll be fine by myself. Ruo Jian looked at him slightly suspiciously, saw him smile at her, turned around and ran up the mountain. When Du Hong returned to the temple, the old abbot had just presented a pair of blessing cards to a pilgrim. He straightened his clothes, walked over and saluted the old abbot and said, I have met the master, and I have something to ask of you. The old abbot looked at him with one eye and said, what's the matter with the donor? Well, Du Hong stuttered a little when he said this. He glanced away and said, just now I saw the sign in front of the temple saying that those who are destined can seek protection in the temple, but is it true? The old abbot nodded. Du Hong asked again, are you asking for a protective object for anything? The old abbot still had a look of compassion on his face and said, what do you want from the donor? Du Hong stammered, If I ask for marriage. Marriage? Is that okay? The abbot said calmly, of course you can. Great. Du Hong was overjoyed, scratched his head and said, I am in love with someone, and I want to ask for something to protect him. May he be safe and happy, and live 100 years without worries. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed at this moment. The old abbot had compassion in his eyes and a look of indifference on his face. The donor had a rough life, so why not wish for himself to be rich and prosperous and live a safe life? I used to be alone and felt that all I wanted in life was to be free from worries about money and be free and easy. But after meeting him, all my heart and eyes were filled with him. All I think about now is that he is happy and well. As long as he is by my side, I am not alone, and it doesn't matter no matter how rough things are. Since the donor is seeking marriage, why not ask you that our relationship will be as strong as gold and that we will be united forever? I only know that I like him, and he also likes me. We are happy with each other, and that is enough. Young people don't care about too many things. Once they make up their minds, they move forward wholeheartedly. Even though they are alone, they are willing to hold their sincerity in front of that person. The old abbot looked down at the young man in front of him and said for a long time, "Donor, come with me." Du Hong followed the old abbot to the Zen room in the backyard. He couldn't help but curiously inquired about what the master had brought him here for. He saw the old abbot returning to him, holding a pair of Bodhi skewers in his hand, and handed it to Du Hong, saying, "The donor has a predestined relationship with my Buddha, so I will give this to you to protect you and that person. The predestined relationship will be perfect." Du Hong took the Bodhi skewer blankly and thanked the old abbot. "Thank you, master." He bowed to the abbot again, turned and left. The old monk looked at his leaving figure, recited a Buddha's name, and murmured in a low voice, "Cause and effect are unavoidable. 3,000 fates, reincarnation is immortal." If Jianwei waited at the foot of the mountain for a long time, he almost couldn't bear it. "I couldn't help but want to go back to the mountain when I saw Du Hong wandering down the mountain with a silly smile on his face." Ruo Jianwei looked at him doubtfully and asked, "What's wrong with you? Have you found anything?" "Found it." Du Hong still looked at him and smiled stupidly. "Then why are you laughing all the time? Does a trip up the mountain make you stupid? I'll tell you later." Du Hong's mysterious way. Du Hong seemed extremely excited the whole day, but when he saw Ruo Jianwei, he seemed to be avoiding him. He told Ruo Jianwei that he was confused. Maybe he was possessed by something evil. If he does this again tomorrow, give him a beating. Ruo Jianwei secretly thought to himself, there is nothing that a beating cannot solve. Later in the evening, when Ruo Jianwei returned to the house to prepare for bed, he stood in front of the bed. When he turned around, he saw Du Hong walking into the house hesitantly and walking straight in front of him. The quiet moonlight outside the window spilled into the room and flowed between the two of them. Then I heard Du Hong stammering, Jianwei na, I. When I returned to the temple today, the old abbot said that I was destined to be with the Buddha, and he insisted on giving me something. He felt his face burning badly as he spoke. It was strange. Normally he would just open his mouth when talking nonsense, but now he was so nervous that he couldn't say a word for a long time. Ruo Jianwei looked puzzled. "Oh." Du Hong turned his head and did not dare to look at his face, and continued. He said this thing. There is only this pair in the world. In fact, the old monk didn't say anything. He didn't know whether this was the case. But Du Banxian said whatever he said was what he said. Ruo Jianwei also became nervous for some reason, and saw Du Hong reaching out and taking out a Bodhi bracelet and putting it in front of him, saying, I think this bracelet is quite pretty, so I'll give you one." After he finished speaking, he seemed to be afraid of Ruo Jianwei's rejection. So he took the other person's right hand involuntarily and put the string on Ruo Jianwei's wrist. Ruo Jianwei discovered that he was also wearing an identical Bodhi string on his left wrist. After doing this, Du Hong seemed to feel that he was ready to take the risk. He turned his head and looked steadily into Ruo Jianwei's eyes, and clasped his left hand on his right hand. If Ruo Jianwei looked at herself reflected in his eyes, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. "Jianwei," Du Hong looked at him and said softly and gently, "This Bodhi skewer. There is only one pair in the world, and they are both here. If you accept my Bodhi skewer, you can only be mine. Jianwei, I like you." At this moment, Ruo Jianwei's ears only heard Du Hong's words of love and the sound of his own pounding heartbeat. He looked at Du Hong with his dark eyes and said, "I can accept your Bodhi string, but there is one condition." Du Hong originally thought that the purpose of this wave of forced buying and selling had been achieved, but he didn't know that Ruo Hong would not follow his routine. Hong, come back to Kingwu Mountain with me." Du Hong was afraid that he would fail tonight. So of course he agreed no matter what the conditions were, and said hurriedly, Okay, I'll go back with you." Ruo Jianwei showed a faint smile. Du Hong looked at him, suddenly leaned forward and pecked him quickly on the lips. After he had done this, he seemed to have come to his senses and fled quickly, running out of the house, leaving Ruo Jianwei alone. The shock on his face had not receded, but his ears were already red. Du Hong didn't dare to sleep in Ruo Jian's micro room at night, so he slipped into the next room and lay down. However, he was too excited in the first half of the night and couldn't sleep at all, and it wasn't until the second half of the night that he fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up the next morning, he finally realized what he had promised last night. and he couldn't help but feel a little crazy. Yesterday I actually confessed my love to Jianwei, and he actually agreed. But what did he say? He asked me to go back to Kingwu Mountain with him? What can I, a half-assed magician like me, do when I go to Kingwu Mountain? Could it be that his master would throw him down the mountain when he saw him? What should I do? Du Hong beat the bed and struggled for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a result, so he had to knock on the door of the next room first. Ruo Jian opened the door slightly, looked at him coldly and asked, "Why didn't you come back last night?" Du Heng's back was dripping with cold sweat, and he forced a smile and said, I was too excited last night." If Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said nothing, Du Heng tentatively said, "That Jianwei, you said last night that you wanted me to go back to you. Kangwu Mountain." Ruo Jianwei interrupted him and said, "Do you want to regret it?" There was an inexplicable grievance in his tone. No, Du Heng said hurriedly. "It's just that my cultivation level is not high. So what can I do if I go back with you? I can only work as a handyman on the mountain for you," he said with a bitter look on his face. "You can't dislike me then." "No." Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said, "I won't let you do odd jobs." He stared at the person in front of him seriously with his dark eyes and said, "You and I go back to Kangwu Mountain. When you and I reach the age of crown, we will become Taoist couples." Du Heng stared at Ruo Jianwei blankly. A soft place in his heart was touched, which was sour and sweet at the same time. He said, "Okay, I'll go back with you." They were playing around in the streets of Jingguan City. Du Heng put his hands in his sleeves and asked curiously, "Jianwei, you haven't told me yet. What kind of things do your Taoist companions do with each other? Are the couples the same?" This stopped Ruo Jianwei from questioning him. He had never understood the matter in depth. He only knew that if two cultivators fell in love, they would become a Taoist couple. As for what the Taoist couple should do, they have people in Kangwu Mountain. The only Taoist companion was the master, Yu. He thought about how he rarely saw the master's wife when he was with his master on weekdays. He could only follow the few memories and the information he learned from other people's conversations and thought about the Tao. It should be eat, live, and practice together. Phew. Du Heng couldn't help laughing and said to him, "In this case, Taoist couples are too boring. They are far inferior to ordinary couples who can do many interesting things." He leaned close to Ruo Jianwei's ear and finished speaking to him. Ruo Jianwei's face turned red after hearing this, and he scolded in a low voice, "Rogue." Du Heng smiled and bent over. When they went to bed at night, the two of them faced each other. Ruo Jian pressed Du Heng's forehead slightly, looked at him deeply and said, "Ahong, follow me and go back to Kingwu Mountain with me." Du Heng stepped forward and kissed him on the lips, his eyes sparkling. "Well, I'll follow you. I'll be by your side. You are where I belong." The two stayed in Jingguan City for a few days, then left to the east and came to Huayin City. It was late autumn when they entered the city, and it was raining continuously. Du Heng and Ruo Jianwei held an umbrella together and walked on the street. Du Heng looked at the shops on both sides and asked Ruo Jianwei, "Jianwei, does your master have anything he likes? If you want to go back to Kangwu Mountain with him, you have to buy some gifts for the master." Ruo Jian thought for a moment, but shook his head and said, "In addition to teaching a few of our senior brothers, master also studies swordsmanship. I don't know what he likes." Du Heng was shocked. There were such ruthless and desireless people in the world. In addition to teaching others to practice swordsmanship every day, he practiced swordsmanship by himself. This life must have been so boring. No wonder when they first met Ruo Jianwei, this little fairy was like a boring gourd. Moreover, like this, he will have no way of trying to please master in the future. Ruo Jian looked at his sad face slightly, thought about it carefully, and said, "But I saw that master's sword has always had a tassel hanging on it and has never been replaced." Du Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. "It seems that master likes sword spikes. Let's find a jade shop or something and buy one for master." Ruo Jianwei was actually not sure, but Du Heng seemed to be very interested and started looking for it in the store. Huayin City is a city with developed water transportation. The Huaishui River runs through the city. Therefore, Huayin City has prosperous commerce, bringing together a dazzling array of goods from all over Kyushu. From time to time, merchants dock here by boat to bring the goods to the market. People in the city and nearby cities came here to sell the goods, and it was very lively. Du Hong and Ruo Jian entered a jade shop on the street and were immediately dazzled by the various jade items on the shelves. The waiter in the shop came up to him and said, "What kind of jade do you want?" Du Hong said to him, "Do you have any jade articles such as sword spikes here? Don't make them too flashy." The waiter heard this and said, "Of course there is. I'll show it to you too." He turned around and took out a few boxes, opened them in front of the two of them, and introduced them to them one by one. Du Hong didn't know which one Ruo Guanshan would like, so he had to ask Ruo Jianwei to choose. Ruo Jianwei looked at the sword spikes in the box, and for some reason he felt that they were not as good as the ones hanging on his master's sword, so he refused the guy's offer. Sell. The three people selected for a long time but still got no results. The clerk was also a little discouraged, but Ruo Jian slightly raised his head and looked at a round jade pendant on a display rack and said, "How to sell this jade pendant?" When the waiter saw the jade pendant, he signaled. His eyes lit up and he said, "Sir, you have good eyesight. This jade pendant is the treasure of our store and is worth 300 taels of silver. If you see Wei Dao, this is what you need." When the waiter saw how happy he was, he immediately became happy and started packing it for him. If Ruo Jianwei reached out to take out his wallet, Du Hong held him down. "I'm sorry, I'll pay this time." Ruo Jianwei looked at him doubtfully. Du Hong smiled at him and said, "I will go back with you to see the master. Of course, I will buy some good things for him." Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said honestly, "I gave you your money too. Why bother to dismantle my stage?" The two of them left the shop and walked along the river. Several merchant ships were docked on the riverbank, and workers were unloading goods from the ships to the pier. Businessmen were talking nearby, all talking about the recent market conditions. It was a busy scene. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of falling into the water, and then there was an exclamation. Someone fell into the water. Du Hong and Ruo Jian looked towards where the sound came from and saw a figure struggling in the water in the middle of the river. Seeing that the water had reached his neck, people on the river bank gathered around him. Ruo Jianwei looked at the man who gradually stopped struggling in the water. He moved his feet slightly, passed by the people on the shore, rose and fell on the water, and headed straight for the man in the middle of the river. There was a burst of cheers from the shore. "Good skill. He still looks like a teenager. Young people have a bright future." Du Hong couldn't help but feel happy after hearing this praise. Of course, his family is very powerful. Ruo Jianwei reached over the man and stretched out his hand to pick him up. Unexpectedly, the man's body was already heavy, and he gradually sank toward the water, almost pulling Ruo Jianwei into the water. The onlookers took a breath and saw Ruo Jianwei falling into the water without saying a word, lifting the man up, and then swam back to the shore with the unconscious man. The man looked like a strong man, and his companions were already waiting on the shore to rescue him, and thanked Ruo Jianwei again and again. Ruo Jianwei was soaked all over and politely declined the thank you gifts from those people. Du Hong ran to him and asked, "Jianwei, are you okay? If you see your slightly wet temples stuck to your face and water droplets still hanging on your eyelashes, look at him and say, 'I'm fine.'" Du Hong took his hand and found that it was cold to the core. He hurriedly pulled him to the inn on the street. "Let's change clothes first." When the two of them arrived at the inn, Du Hong asked Ruo Jianwei to wait in the room. He went to fetch a large bucket of hot water and came back to greet Ruo Jianwei for a bath. Ruo Jianwei took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and sat in the room. Du Hong picked up a towel and wiped his hair. He felt that the people in front of him were getting warm, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Later that night, Ruo Jianwei still caught a cold. "Ah, sneeze." Ruo Jian leaned slightly on the bed and sneezed several times in a row. His nose was a little red and his eyes were moist. Du Hong touched his forehead and found that he had a fever. He looked at Du Hong lazily, like a rabbit. Du Hong looked at his appearance, feeling funny and distressed at the same time. "You must have caught the wind and cold. Just rest here and I'll get you some medicine." Ruo Jian said, slightly depressed. "I'm fine. I don't need to take medicine." He didn't know what was going on. He rarely got sick before, but this time he caught the wind and cold after falling into the water. Du Hong knew that he disliked the bitter taste of the medicine. When he made the medicine for himself before, He smelled the smell as if he was facing a powerful enemy. Du-hung coaxed him and said, "Don't worry, the medicine is not bitter. I will bring you some candied fruits. If you are sick, you must take medicine to get better quickly. Otherwise, you will have to stay in the inn for one day tomorrow." Ruo Jianwei looked at him with two eyes like obsidian, nodded solemnly for a while, and said, "Okay." Seeing the determination on his face, Du-hung couldn't help but help him lie down on the bed, covered him with a quilt, kissed him on his temples, and then left the room. When he came to the hospital, there was an old doctor sitting in the hall. He asked the old doctor for a few medicines. The old man gave him medicine while talking and saying, "It is the time of season change recently, and many people have caught wind and cold. You need to keep warm and avoid eating spicy or cold food after taking medicine. If your condition worsens, remember to come to me." Du-hung responded one by one, and the old man handed him the weighed medicine and said, "My grandson is as big as you. Today he happened to come back to see me with his parents." Du-hung chatted with him for a while, and then he watched Du-hung leave the hospital with a kind face. By the time he returned to the inn after buying the preserves, it was already completely dark. Du-hung ran back with large and small bags in his arms, but he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Logically speaking, Huayin is a big city, but why is it so deserted at night? There are not many people on the streets. But he didn't think about it carefully. After returning to the inn, he borrowed the kitchen from the waiter and boiled the medicine. He coaxed Ruo Jianwei to take the medicine and candied fruit together and applied an ice pack on his forehead to cool down. After putting everything away, Du-hung got on the bed. If he saw Wei Wei's back facing him, he had already fallen asleep. He held the person in his arms and whispered, "Good night, see you. Have a good night's sleep." The next morning, Du-hung got up early. He opened the window and looked at the rain outside and murmured, "Why is it raining today?" Ruo Jianwei also woke up. Du-hung heard the noise and hurriedly walked back to the bed and stopped. As he was about to get up, he said, "Let me see first. Does it feel better?" Ruo Jianwei lay down obediently and replied, "Much better." Du-hung touched his forehead and found that the fever had subsided. He also saw that his complexion was much better. He couldn't help but wonder, "Are you people with high cultivation levels so capable of recovery?" He smiled again and said, "Then I will cultivate to become an expert as soon as possible, so that every time I get beaten by you, I can recover faster." This man started talking nonsense again. Ruo Jianwei glared at him and slapped him. Du-hung had laughed enough and asked again, "How about some porridge in the morning? I'll serve it to you." Ruo Jianwei insisted on going out to eat by himself, but Du-hung couldn't resist him and had to leave the inn with him. The two of them had breakfast and walked on the street. The rain still showed no sign of stopping. They held umbrellas and walked slowly along the river yesterday. Du-hung looked at the merchant ships parked by the river and the busy workers on the dock and wondered, how come there are caravans coming to Huayin City every day these past 2 days? And why does this scene look so familiar? Ruo Jianwei listened to the conversation of those people and frowned slightly. Du-hung was wondering when he suddenly heard a splash, and then another sentence. Someone fell into the water. He and Ruo Jianwei looked at each other, and their hearts sank. Ruo Jianwei was about to step forward again, but Du-hung said, "Be careful." Ruo Jian nodded slightly to indicate that he understood, then rushed to where the man who fell into the water was, picked up the man with his sword, and brought him to the shore. Du-hung ran to the man's side and saw that the unconscious man was the one Ruo Jianwei had rescued yesterday. The words of thanks from the man's companion were still echoing in his ears, but the two men looked at each other solemnly. Leaving the riverbank, Du-hung said, "What is going on? Are we repeating yesterday?" Ruo Jianwei said in a deep voice, "We are not sure yet. Let's look elsewhere." Du-hung knew where he was talking about, so the two of them walked straight back and entered the jade shop where they bought the jade pendant yesterday. "I saw the guy from yesterday came up to me and said, 'What kind of jade do you want?' Du-hung asked the guy, 'We were here yesterday. Don't you remember us?' 'Ah,' the guy asked doubtfully, 'I've never seen you two before.' Ruo Jianwei looked around in the store, then looked at a display rack and asked, 'How can I sell this jade pendant?' The waiter saw what he meant. His eyes lit up and he said, 'Sir, you have good eyesight. This jade pendant is the treasure of our store, worth 300 taels of silver. Ruo Jian slightly turned his head to look at Du Hong, only to see Du Hong take out an identical jade pendant from his arms, swallowed his saliva, and said, "This. The treasure of the store can't be Chinese cabbage, right? There was one yesterday, and another one today?" Ruo Jianwei took out his purse and counted the money. His face looked heavy. The money paid to him yesterday is back again. The two of them left the jade shop and stood on the street watching the flow of people coming and going. The strange feeling in their hearts became stronger and stronger. After a while, Ruo Jianwei said, "Let's go out of the city and have a look." They hurried towards the way into the city, but something strange happened. They followed the original direction, but they could not find the location of the city gate. The two walked around the city, and their suspicions gradually increased. Everything seemed to be normal in the city, but they could not get out of the city no matter what. The city gate seemed to have disappeared, but the people in the city were unaware of it. Ruo Jian thought for a moment and said, "It should be a formation." Formation? Du Hong Ruo Jianwei had traveled so many places and had seen many formations. He guessed, so the whole city is part of the formation? Ruo Jian nodded slightly, but Du Hong looked around at the people around him and asked, "What about these people? Are they people like us who entered the formation without knowing it, or are they part of this formation?" Ruo Jian shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know either. Let's not alarm them first, and then we can find the formation." The two of them discussed it and started looking for the formation. But after finding the formation, the problem came again. What's going on? The two of them were standing by the river at the moment. One of the merchant ships docked was one of the formation's eyes. However, when Du Hong cast a spell in the direction of the ship, there seemed to be some barrier on the ship, blocking his attack. Magic. Ruo Jian slightly drew his sword and stabbed at the ship, but the attack was blocked by the barrier. He fell back to the ground and said, "This ship's formation is correct. Maybe it takes a certain time to break the formation." Du Hong followed his train of thought and said, "Yes, since this formation is repeating the events of the same day, it should have a time node. If this node is crossed, the next cycle will begin. We'll wait here. If you see a trace." They waited on the riverbank until dark. People in the city went home one after another, and the streets became quiet. The workers unloading goods on the dock finished their day's work and went into nearby restaurants to eat. The merchant ships finished unloading their goods and sailed away from the dock again. Du Hong watched helplessly as the merchant ship disappeared into the night and looked at Ruo Jianwei doubtfully. "This." Ruo Jianwei stared at the ship and said, "Wait a minute." It was already dark. The lights in every house had been extinguished, and the whole city seemed to be sleeping. As soon as midnight arrived, I saw several merchant ships suddenly appearing out of thin air on the river and heading towards the dock. They were the same ships that had left not long ago. Du Hong said, "It seems that the time is now." Ruo Jianwei pulled out the Zhaoyi sword behind him, drew a crescent-like sword light in the air, and headed straight towards one of the ships. With a bang, the ship was hit and slowly sank into the water. Circles of water like patterns swayed around it, and even the scene was a little distorted. When the patterns disappeared, the other ships seemed like nothing happened. Like, continue driving towards the dock. When Ruo saw Wei Shin's sword fall to the ground, Du Hong ran to his side and said in surprise, "What happened just now?" Before Ruo Jianwei could reply, there were suddenly several whooshing sounds coming from all around. The two of them immediately stood back to back in a defensive posture, alert to the strange sound. I saw a black shadow suddenly jump out from the side and attack Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei drew out his sword and knocked the black shadow to the ground. At the same time, several black shadows suddenly appeared around the two people, attacking in a siege manner. Ruo Jianwei's eyes flashed, and he said to the person behind him, "Ah Hong." Du Hong understood, made a hand seal, then slapped his palm on the ground and shouted, "Bind." Suddenly, several chains composed of runes appeared all around, controlling the black figures. Ruo Jian slightly jumped into the air, swung his sword across, and the sharp sword light hit the black figures, and they fell to the ground one after another. Du Hong walked up to one of the black figures and saw its appearance clearly. I saw that the black figure was still wearing the clothes of a dock worker, but his face was shrouded in black evil energy, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. When it saw someone coming, it struggled to attack Du Hong. Ruo Jianwei fell next to Du Hong and was shocked when he saw this scene. He then heard Du Hong say, "Jianwei, this is the worker on the dock just now. How could he have evil aura?" Ruo Jian frowned slightly and said, "It's a monster." While the two were talking, several monsters were about to attack again. If they saw Wei Xiaoye draw a sword light and cut off all the monsters, they would see the broken bodies of those monsters turn into a black air in the air and disappear in the blink of an eye. Almost exhausted. "There is a question." Du Hong looked at Ruo Jianwei, and Ruo Jianwei nodded. He also had this question before he saw it. Did the monsters turn into workers and come out to attack them because they broke the formation? Or did the workers turn into monsters? Because the formation that maintained the human form was loose, the prototype was exposed. If it was the latter, then everyone else in the city shuddered when they thought of this. The sky was getting brighter, and a day of life was about to begin again. The two of them walked on the street and saw that the people in the city were still going to work, opening shops, talking, and laughing as they were the day before. They felt very complicated in their hearts. They quickly found the second formation, which was in a shop. They arrived at midnight and destroyed the formation. The two of them were well prepared this time. So when those monsters appeared again, they worked together to eliminate them all. Watching the monsters wearing the clothes of people in the city disappear, the ominous premonition in their hearts gradually became worse. The removal of the third formation was relatively smooth, and more signs slowly pointed to a terrible truth. The fourth formation I was quickly found, but this time the formation I was a bit special. It was a person. Du Hong looked at the familiar medical clinic and felt panic for the first time. I once got medicine here. The old doctor was a very good person. He turned to Ruo Jianwei, as if to confirm something, and asked, "Jianwei, are these people just illusions? Or they are all transformed from monsters, right?" Ruo Jianwei had no way to answer him, just looked at him and said, "Ahang, no matter what he was in the past, if we want to break the formation now, we must break the formation first. Otherwise you and I cannot predict what will happen if we are stuck in the formation all the time. Only by breaking the formation can everything be truly solved." He took Du Heng's hand. The old doctor said that his children and grandchildren would come back to see him today. When it was getting late, he closed the shop door and walked home. He hummed an unknown tune and looked happy. Du Hong and Ruo Jianwei followed him in silence. They followed the old doctor back home and saw his grandson waiting for him at the gate of the courtyard. The young man's face was full of smiles. "Grandpa." The wrinkled face of the old doctor was smiling. Xiaobao came to see Grandpa. "Grandpa, I'm old now, so don't call me by my nickname all the time." Well. The family gathered together and had a happy reunion dinner. The two of them looked at the smiles on their faces outside the house, so real and happy. When midnight was approaching, the old man's family had already gone to bed. Du Hong cast a spell, and the two of them entered the old man's house. Ruo Jianwei drew his sword and was about to stab the person on the bed, but at this moment, the sleeping old man suddenly opened his eyes. If he saw something was wrong with Wei and Dao and was about to change his tactics, he saw the old man jump up and attack him. Ruo Jianwei couldn't dodge and was hit by him in the front, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "See you." Seeing that the situation was not good, Du Hong used his tactics to attack the violent old man. However, the old man showed no signs of old age and was too flexible. He avoided his attack and rushed towards him instead. The old man's face was now covered in demonic energy, and it no longer looked as kind as before. Du Hong looked at the face so close and felt in a trance. The old man grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Du Hong struggled in his hands and said, "Old Master, Master." After hearing his words, the old man's movements seemed to pause for a moment, but his face was immediately covered with a thicker look. Covered by demonic energy, he tightened his grip again. Cough, cough, cough. Du Hong felt it was getting difficult to breathe. At this moment, he saw the old man making a sudden movement. If Ruo Jin held Zhao Yi in his hand, a sword pierced his chest. The dark air on the old man's face gradually faded, and he let go of his hand. Du Hong held his hand against the wall and coughed for a long time before regaining his breath. He turned to look at the old man's body which was gradually losing support. The old man looked at him, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. He opened his mouth and murmured, "Xiaobao." Du Heng's pupils shrank, and the old man finally couldn't hold on any longer and turned into a ball of black air and disappeared. "It's true." Du Heng fell to the ground, slumped, and said tremblingly, "Jianwei, they are real people." If Jianwei's expression is not good. It seems that this formation has made everyone in the city fall into demons. Du Heng suddenly shouted, "Be careful when you see Wei Wei." He pushed Ruo Jianwei away and saw a young man covered in demonic energy rushing into the room and hitting Du Heng on the chest. Ruo Jianwei's eyes were about to burst. He saw Du Heng's back hit the wall hard, and then fell to the ground. He shouted coldly, "Accept your death." After that, he raised his sword and quickly attacked the monster. Ruo Jianwei and the monster fought from inside the house to outside, but saw more monsters attacking him. He was surrounded by them. He turned the long sword in his hand and used the sword moves of Lanhua in succession to strangle all the monsters that attacked him. With a puff, a hairpin in the hand of a woman pierced Ruo Jianwei's shoulder fiercely. He froze and was attacked several times in the blink of an eye. His body was stained with a lot of blood. Another person attacked him in the face. Ruo Jianwei closed his eyes and planned to take the blow, but he saw that the person's attack stopped in the air. Du Heng was standing in the yard, supporting himself with magic and controlling the person's movements. He didn't look very good. There were some bruises on his neck, his face was pale, and there was blood on the corners of his mouth. Ruo Jianwei supported himself with his sword, his face fierce. Then he leaped into the air, swung his sword, and used his ultimate move, Thousand Mountains Cold Moon. In an instant, countless moon-like sword lights appeared beside him, and then he held his sword horizontally, and the sword light attacked the demons in the yard. Before the demons could move, they were torn into pieces by the dense sword light. In the blink of an eye, only a few pieces of rags from clothes were left in the yard, and they were blown away by the wind. Ruo Jianwei fell to the ground and staggered. Du Heng ran to him and supported him. Ruo Jianwei looked at the person next to him and asked, "How do you feel?" "Of course it hurts," Du Heng said, and went to pull his hand. "Just touch me." Ruo Jianwei didn't have the strength to raise his hand, so he rolled his eyes at him. "How can you still have the strength to be naughty?" Du Heng smiled and put his hand on his shoulder, and the two of them supported each other and left the yard. Hiss. "It hurts. Jianwei, please be gentle." At this time, Du Heng was lying on the bed in the inn room, exposing his back to let Ruo Jianwei apply medicine to him. His back hit the wall, and it was a bloody mess. Ruo Jianwei frowned and applied the ointment on his back. Hearing this, he kept moving and said, "I didn't use any force. Do you still want to use force?" Du Heng only felt a burning sensation on his back. In order to relieve the pain, he had to say something else to divert his attention. "I didn't expect this formation to be so vicious. I thought before. This city is just an illusion. Now it seems that we should be in the real Huayin city, and the people in the city have. Not entirely." Ruo Jianwei thought of the strange spatial fluctuations after breaking the eye of the formation before, and replied, "This city is not completely the real Huayin city, but the people in the city have indeed fallen into the devil. It's really strange. Why did the person who set up the formation want to drag the people of the entire city into Hades? I think this formation consumes a lot of money. What is his purpose in doing this? It is still unknown, but..." Ruo Jianwei's eyes sank slightly. There are probably only a few people among the hundreds of immortal and demon sects who have such strength and attainments to set up a large formation for an entire city. This person's purpose is definitely not simple. The two bandaged their wounds in the inn and rested for half a day. When their physical strength recovered, they began to look for the next array eye. But this time the search was not smooth. After a day, there was still no clue to the next array eye. Alas, Du Heng held an umbrella, and Ruo Jianwei walked beside him. He said with a bitter face, "We have been looking for a day. Why are there still no clues? It was all smooth before." Ruo Jianwei looked at the rain outside the umbrella eaves that had not stopped, and said, "We have broken 4 array eyes, and the next array eye should be the most critical main array eye. The people around them were still unconsciously repeating the same day's life. Although some people had already turned into monsters and disappeared, the rest seemed to be unaware, and everything was as usual. Speaking of which, why do these people repeat the same day's life? What's special about this day? Everything in the formation is connected. Since these people have fallen into the devil, Ruo Jianwei dodged a person who was coming towards him and continued. This day should be the day they fell into the devil. There should be signs of falling into the devil. Didn't the cultivators in Huayin City find it? Du Heng suddenly stopped and looked at Ruo Jianwei. Let's go to the city lord's mansion to see, Ruo Jianwei said. The two avoided others and sneaked into the city lord's mansion. It seems that there are guests visiting the mansion today, and the servants are busy preparing a dinner. Huayin City is a big city, and there are two cultivators in the city, but the behavior of these two people today is quite strange. When the banquet started in the evening, they first walked to the door of the mansion and bowed to the heir, saying, "I am sorry for not welcoming you." Then they welcomed the non-existent person into the mansion. The servants in the mansion also saluted the heir as if they had not noticed, and even respectfully invited it to the seat of honor at the banquet. A strange dinner was being held in the city lord's mansion. The servants served delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and the dancers danced in the hall. The two cultivators at the bottom raised their glasses and toasted the person sitting in the upper seat, but there was no one on the upper seat. Ruo Jianwei and Du Heng hid in the courtyard, looking at the strange scene in the hall, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the core of the formation is indeed these two cultivators." Du Heng said, "Two cores of the formation? Then how do we break them?" Ruo Jianwei said, "These two people look very powerful. Let's take them one by one." When it was almost midnight, the two of them broke into the room where one of the cultivators was resting according to their previous plan. Ruo Jianwei drew his sword and stabbed the cultivator who was meditating. The cultivator suddenly opened his eyes and then blocked his face with a sword. Ruo Jianwei had no intention of hitting him with one strike, so he immediately retreated out of the yard when he saw this, and the cultivator chased him out with a sword. With a clang, Ruo Jianwei raised his sword to block the cultivator's blow. He was startled and thought to himself that this cultivator was stronger than he expected. At this moment, several spells attacked the cultivator's face. The cultivator withdrew his sword and retreated. Ruo Jianwei took the opportunity to land beside Du Heng. The two looked at each other, and Du Heng nodded in understanding. Then the cultivator swept his sword to the two of them. The two tacitly avoided to the sides. Ruo Jianwei jumped to the right side of the cultivator. Zhaoye's sword swept across. Du Heng threw a row of spells on the left side of the cultivator at the same time. The cultivator was temporarily caught in a dilemma. The sword energy hit his shoulder, and his movements slowed down. The two cooperated seamlessly. After dozens of rounds, the cultivator suffered a lot of injuries and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Du Heng made a hand gesture, and several chains stretched out from the ground to bind the cultivator's feet. Ruo Jianwei stabbed the man's chest with a sword, but when the sword was about to get close, his movement stagnated. A knife went straight through his abdomen. Ruo Jianwei turned around and saw that it was another cultivator who had rushed over. "Jianwei!" Du Heng shouted and ran towards him. The knife man pulled out his long knife, bringing out several streaks of bright red blood. Ruo Jianwei coughed up blood and stumbled. He barely supported his fallen body with his sword. Du Heng rushed towards the knife man with red eyes. He seemed to be unaware of the cut by the long knife. The knife man leaned to one side. He hurriedly supported Ruo Jianwei. At this time, the previous swordman also broke free from his restraints and swung his sword at the two of them. Du Heng protected Ruo Jianwei in his arms with one hand and used the other hand to pinch his fingers to resist the man's attack. The knife man attacked again, and the two were immediately attacked from both sides. After a few rounds, Du Heng's face turned ruthless. He ignored his own safety and rushed straight in one direction, intending to break through. With a sound of pu, the sword entered the flesh. The swordsman thought the opponent was restrained, and when he stepped forward to take a look, he saw a talisman inserted on the tip of the sword, and the two had disappeared. The two failed to break the formation, but the formation had been completely disrupted. The previous illusion of peace in the city was broken. and the city residents who still maintained their human form all turned into monsters, wandering around the city, looking for the traces of the person who broke the formation. Du-hung looked at the monsters on the street outside through a crack in the window, and his eyes were heavy. He gently closed the window and lowered his head to check on Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei lay weakly on his legs. Although the big hole in his abdomen had been bandaged, blood continued to come out of it. Du-hung fed Ruo Jianwei the elixir, but he still had a fever. Du-hung wiped the cold sweat on his head with his sleeve and said with self-blame, "I'm sorry, Jianwei. It's all my fault. If my hypnosis hadn't failed, the swordsman wouldn't have woken up early." Ruo Jianwei reached out and held his hand in a daze, saying, "No, don't blame you. After all, they didn't expect the two cultivators to be so strong." And the swordsman even broke free from Du-hung's hypnosis. Du-hung looked at his pale face, and his heart hurt even more. It was all his fault. He was too weak. If it weren't for this, Jianwei wouldn't have been injured again and again. Ruo Jianwei felt his trembling, raised her hand and touched his face and said, "Don't think too much. Let's take a rest. Then, let's go and break the formation." Du-hung looked at him with red eyes and put his forehead against his forehead. Okay, Jianwei, you have a good rest." They rested for another day and night. During this time, more and more monsters were looking for them on the street, and Du-hung took Ruo Jianwei to several places. Ruo Jianwei took the pill and felt much better. He said to Du-hung, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion again." "No." Du-hung held him down and said, "You haven't recovered yet. Let's wait." At this moment, a monster rushed into the house. Ruo Jianwei swung his sword to cut it off and said, "Time is running out. This formation has been completely messed up. We must break the remaining formation eyes as soon as possible and leave here." He showed Du-hung a pale smile. "Believe me, it's no problem." The two came to the city lord's mansion again. The monsters in the mansion were obviously more than last time. The two fallen demon cultivators were also patrolling in the mansion, as if waiting for the person who broke the formation to fall into the trap. According to the plan, Du-hung went to contain the knife cultivator, and Ruo Jianwei went to attack the already injured sword cultivator. The strength of the two cultivators was above the two of them. They did not dare to be careless at all. After dozens of rounds, both of them had a lot of injuries, but they knew that this time they were going to gamble everything, so they could not relax and just wait for the opportunity to come. Du-hung threw several spells at the swordsman. The swordsman swung his sword horizontally, but the spells changed direction and went straight to the back of the swordsman. The swordsman was entangled with Ruo Jianwei, and obviously did not expect this attack from behind. He was injured and spit out a lot of blood. Seeing this, Ruo Jianwei withdrew and jumped into the air, swinging his sword and using the ultimate moves Lonely Peak, Shining Moon, and Thousand Mountains, Cold Moon. Suddenly, countless sword lights surrounded the swordsman and stabbed him with more than a dozen big holes. Ruo Jianwei did not dare to neglect it and used the moon-grabbing sword style to attack the swordsman. Du-hung tried his best to suppress the swordsman. He also had several wounds on his body. He bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from spitting out blood. The swordsman was annoyed by him and swept towards him with his sword in his hand. Du-hung was hit by the sword energy from the front and fell backwards. At this moment, Ruo Jianwei stabbed the swordsman's heart with a sword, and the cultivator was immediately surrounded by a ball of black air and then disappeared into the air. The swordsman's face was full of surprise. He raised his sword and went towards Ruo Jianwei, who couldn't hold on any longer. However, his feet stopped moving. He looked down and saw Du-hung gritting his teeth and pulling him, not letting him move. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across the swordsman's face. He raised his foot and kicked Du-hung. Du-hung was kicked in the chest and fell backwards like a kite with a short line. The man raised his sword and was about to cut him down. Ruo Jianwei rushed over and raised his sword to block the blow. Puff! Ruo Jianwei had just fought the swordsman with all his strength. He was exhausted at this time. After struggling to block the knife, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the swordsman suddenly burst out with demonic energy and attacked the two again. Ruo Jianwei waved his sword to resist. In a blink of an eye, he was injured again. The previous wound on his abdomen split again, and his white clothes were dyed red with blood. With a clang, Zhaoye and Ruo Jianwei's hand slipped out, and the long sword stabbed into his right chest fiercely, and he fell straight down. Du Heng yelled, climbed up, pulled out the dagger in his arms, and stabbed straight at the swordsman's chest. The swordsman was hit by him and retreated. Du Heng did not dare to fight, turned around, picked up Ruo Jianwei, threw a few talismans behind him, and ran out. The swordsman dodged the talisman, and when he came to his senses, the two were gone. The rain was still falling from the sky. Du Heng carried Ruo Jianwei on his back and ran wildly on the street, dodging the occasional monsters that attacked. Both of them were soaked, and blood mixed with rain continued to flow from their bodies. Jianwei? Jianwei? Du Heng trembled and called the other's name, his attention all on the other's weak breathing. You. Talk? Don't scare me. Ruo Jianwei did not respond. Du Heng dodged the attack of a monster by turning sideways, turned into another street, and continued. You. Didn't you say it was okay? You won't lie to me, right? Only his voice echoed in the street. His voice gradually took on a crying tone, still chattering. You wake up soon, you. You said you would take me back to Kangwu Mountain. You can't break your promise. Please. Jianwei, don't leave me alone again. Ruo Jianwei said drowsily. No, I won't lie to you. Du Heng's voice was filled with a hint of surprise. Jianwei, you said we still have to go back to Kangwu Mountain and see the master. You can't lie to me. Ruo Jianwei's weak voice came from behind him. Du Heng continued to talk non-stop, and he listened attentively to the answer of the person behind him after he said a sentence, as if he was confirming something. When we were in the mountain, you practiced sword, and I served you tea and water by the side. When we go down the mountain, I will take you to the city and buy you osmanthus cake. And, Ruo Jianwei suddenly shouted. Du Heng replied immediately, but after waiting for a long time, Ruo Jianwei still didn't speak again, so he turned his head to look at the person behind him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wetness on his ear, and the movement of turning his head stopped. Ruo Jianwei leaned forward and dropped a snowflake-like kiss on his earlobe. Ruo Jianwei fainted after the kiss, leaving only her shallow breath sweeping the back of Du Heng's neck. Du Heng's heart was already setting off fireworks, his face flushed, and he felt dizzy. He felt that he was divided into two halves at this moment. One half was still paying attention to the movements on the street, controlling himself to avoid the attacks of monsters, and the other half wanted to run and hit the wall to confirm the authenticity of what had just happened. Jianwei just kissed me. He kissed me. Jianwei kissed me. Kiss me. Du Heng felt relaxed all over. Even his steps became brisk, as if all the pain didn't exist. With a silly smile on his face, he ran wildly in the heavy rain with Ruo Jianwei on his back. Du Heng found a house to hide in and gently put Ruo Jianwei down. He bandaged Ruo Jianwei's wound, poured all the remaining pills into Ruo Jianwei's mouth, hugged him carefully, felt his breath, and his tense nerves relaxed. Du Heng lowered his head and looked at the sleeping face of the person in his arms. He gently brushed away the few messy hairs on Ruo Jianwei's face with his hands, and his heart softened. His fingers touched the tip of the person's nose. You get better soon, Jianwei. He leaned over and kissed Ruo Jianwei on the forehead. At that time, he didn't know what he would give in exchange for this kiss. In the middle of the night, Ruo Jianwei had a fever again. He moved uncomfortably and woke up Du Heng, who was taking a nap nearby. Heng, I'm so cold. Du Heng picked him up. His forehead was very hot, but his body was as cold as ice. Du Heng held him in his arms, and the two hugged each other tightly. He kissed the top of Ruo Jianwei's head and comforted him. It's not cold anymore. I'm with you. Heng, I might break my promise. Du Heng's eyes were red, and his voice was trembling. No, you will get better. Cough, cough, cough. Ruo Jianwei coughed up a large mouthful of blood again. Du Heng wiped the blood from his mouth with shaking hands. Ruo Jianwei fainted again, and his breathing became shallower and shallower, as if he would disappear if he was not careful. Jianwei. Du Heng buried his head in his hair. His voice was crying. Wake up. I don't want anything. As long as you get better. His voice echoed alone in the room. Du Hong carried Ruo Jianwei out of the house again. He was going to the nearby clinic to see if there was any medicine to treat the injury. The rain was getting heavier. In the pouring rain, a figure stood in front of Du Hong. Du Hong looked at the cultivator holding a knife in front of him with red eyes. He had no strength to defeat the other party at the moment, but he still subconsciously protected Ruo Jianwei behind him. The man rushed over with a knife, and Du Hong dodged the attack by turning sideways. Du Hong dodged the knife man's attack in a panic. He didn't care about the large and small wounds on his body cut by the knife. He was looking for a chance to escape. The knife man kicked Du Hong in the chest, and he fell backwards. Ruo Jianwei fell to the ground not far from him, still unconscious. The knife man seemed to know what he valued. He raised his knife and walked towards Ruo Jianwei step by step. Du Hong lay on the ground and couldn't get up. He looked at him and shouted heartbreakingly, "Stop! Stop!" The knife man raised his knife and was about to chop it down. His movements suddenly stopped. Du Hong didn't know where he got the strength from. He grabbed his blade tightly with both hands. Blood flowed from it and soaked the bodi string on his wrist. "I told you to stop." The knife man threw him away, and the devilish energy burst out of his body. He nailed him to the wall with one knife. Blood flowed from Du Hong's lips. The man walked in front of him and tried to pull out the knife, but Du Hong held down the knife stuck in his shoulder. His eyes were purple and a terrible aura was faintly emanating from his body. Ahem. "You dare to hurt him like this. I want you to pay for your blood debt with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Hong's whole body was surrounded by purple light, and in an instant, purple spells poured out from his body, covering the sky and the earth. The swordsman felt something was wrong and was about to retreat, but he was wrapped up by the spells that came towards him and could not move. Du Hong pulled out the knife that was stuck in his body and held it in his hand. His body was covered with large patches of blood red, and his silver hair, which was wet by rain, was covered with mud. Purple runes flowed in his gray eyes, and he walked towards the man with a knife in his hand with an expressionless face. The swordsman felt the danger and struggled hard. Demonic energy burst out of his body, but was immediately destroyed by the spells that wrapped around him. He reached out and touched the spells, and then he let out a painful roar as if he was burned by fire. Du Hong walked to the man step by step, and more purple spells flowed out from his body, surrounding the struggling man. He ignored the shouts and pleas for mercy in his ears and pierced the man's chest with the knife. The cultivator's movements came to an abrupt halt, and then he turned into a black gas and disappeared. The knife in Du Hong's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he fell to the ground as if exhausted. The power and spell that had just erupted also disappeared. He only felt that there was a great spiritual power in his body that was rushing around, as if it was going to break through his flesh and gush out. He was torn by this power and felt extremely painful. Jianwei. He struggled to crawl towards the person lying on the side, picked up Ruo Jianwei who was soaked by the rain, and slowly injected a pure spiritual power that he could control into Ruo Jianwei's body. As the eye of the formation was destroyed, the formation collapsed with a bang, and the surrounding scenes began to shatter like a mirror. The entire space was distorted, and the rain was getting heavier. In the heavy rain, Du Hong, covered in blood, propped up a barrier and held the unconscious Ruo Jianwei tightly in his arms. When the surroundings returned to silence again, the rain stopped. They returned to the real Huayin city. Du Hong looked up at the black night sky. It was covered with dark clouds, and there was no moon. He carried Ruo Jianwei on his back and limped out of the city. Huayin city was quiet, with no one there. They had already died on the day they fell into the devil. Du Hong's footsteps suddenly stopped, and a red dress fell in front of him. He stared at the man warily. "Who are you?" Fengji turned around and looked at the young man in front of him. He had just seen them in the city. There were only these two people in this big city. He was originally looking for traces of the artifact nearby, but suddenly felt a vast burst of divine power, so he came to investigate. Fengji looked at Du Hong. His dark golden eyes narrowed slightly and whispered, "It's the wheel." Du Hong felt a sense of danger for no reason, and while Fengji was not paying attention, he ran towards the city. Fengji snorted coldly, stepped on his toes, landed in front of Du Hong, and said, "Little boy, follow me." Du Hong looked at him as if he was a fool. "If you ask me to follow you, will I follow you?" Seeing that the other party did not respond, Fengji said coldly, "If you don't listen, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, he bent his fingers into claws and rushed towards Du Hong. Du Hong had never seen such a fast speed, and Fengji grabbed his throat before he could react. Du Hong was still protecting Ruo Jianwei behind him. He controlled the unknown power in his body and suddenly attacked Fengji's hand. Fengji's eyes were stern, and he shook off Du Hong to resist the power of the artifact. Du Hong and Ruo Jianwei were thrown into a room by him. Fengji was originally busy resisting because he was afraid of the power of the artifact, but when he took over the light spiritual power, he felt something was wrong. After he jumped into the house, he really disappeared. This kid dared to play tricks on him. Fengji's eyes narrowed dangerously. Du Hong ran wildly in the city with Ruo Jianwei on his back. His ominous premonition became deeper and deeper. Perhaps because of the unknown power in his body, he became more and more sensitive to his surroundings. He clearly felt an extremely powerful and dangerous aura from the man in red. This person was stronger than all the demons they had encountered before. He turned several corners on the street and finally hid in a remote hut. He gently put Ruo Jianwei on the bed and covered him with a quilt. Ruo Jianwei was still unconscious, but his complexion had improved and was no longer as pale as before. Du Hong continuously injected spiritual power into Ruo Jianwei's body while staring at the person in front of him, as if he wanted to engrave every inch of his skin in his mind. The man seemed to be coming towards him, which should be related to the power in his body. If so, Jianwei, Du Hong lowered his head, gently stroked the man's face with one hand, and said softly, "You wait for me here. I will lead the man away." As if afraid that the man would not agree, he said again, "You wait for me here. I will come back to find you." As he said this, his eyes turned red for no reason, and he covered his hand with Ruo Jianwei's hand, and the Bodhi beads of the two people intertwined together. "If you don't speak, it means you agree." He bent down and kissed the back of Ruo Jianwei's hand. "I will come back, you. You have to wait for me." He tucked the corner of the quilt for the man, turned around and left the room, closing the door. Du Hong ran aimlessly on the street, and suddenly he stopped, and a red figure appeared in front of him. The man looked at him solemnly. "Little ghost, I gave you a chance." Du Hong didn't know where he got the courage from at this time, and said to the man, "You asked me to go with you for no reason. Why should I go with you?" Fengji saw someone bargaining with him for the first time, and said coldly, "You have what I'm looking for." "What is it?" "I don't have anything. Did you find the wrong person?" "No, it's on you." "Then tell me what it is. I have to understand what it is before I can go with you." "It's a magic weapon." Suddenly, several purple spells burst out from Du Heng's body and attacked Fengji. Fengji narrowed his eyes and waved his sleeves. A powerful demonic power collided with the power of the magic weapon. After the light faded, Du Heng's figure disappeared again. "Kid." Du Hong ran on the street without looking back, thinking that he should have gotten rid of that man after running for so long. Suddenly, a chill rose behind him, and before he could react, he was chopped on the back of his head by a hand knife. "Jianwei." Du Hong fell straight down, revealing Fengji's gloomy face behind him. "Little ghost, I gave you a chance." Ruo Jianwei opened his eyes and saw a white-bearded old Taoist with an enlarged face appearing in front of him. Seeing that he was awake, he hurriedly said, "Little Taoist, you are finally awake. Your Excellency is." Ruo Jianwei was still a little drowsy in his mind, and asked, "Oh, I am a cultivator from a nearby city, and I came here specially to deal with the incident of the destruction of Huayin City." The old Taoist replied, "When we arrived, we found you unconscious in a house, with wounds all over your body. Although you look much better, it is still quite scary." It turned out that after the power in Du Heng's body exploded that day, the cultivators followed the trace of the power of the artifact, but did not find any trace of the artifact. Instead, they saw the scene of Huayin City being destroyed, as well as the traces of demonic energy and formations left at the scene. Since Ruo Jianwei was the only survivor, They had been healing him and waiting for him to wake up before asking about the specific events. It has been 5 days since we found you here. Little Taoist priest, you have not woken up, which made me very anxious. Fortunately, the old man was still talking, and Ruo Jianwei suddenly sat up, put on his shoes, and ran out. Hey, little Taoist priest, where are you going? What happened in the city? Hey, wait for me. Ruo Jianwei ignored him and just ran into the city. He searched the whole city, but he could not see the figure of that person. The old Taoist priest followed him and saw that he frowned and asked, Little Taoist priest, what are you looking for? Is there anything I can help with? Ruo Jianwei looked at him suddenly and asked, Where is Ah Heng? Who? The old Taoist priest was completely confused by his question. Ruo Jianwei stared at him with his dark eyes. When you came, did you see a boy about my age? The old Taoist priest shook his head, and Ruo Jianwei's strength seemed to be drained away in an instant, and he sat on the ground dejectedly. He lost his Ah Heng. Fengji frowned as he looked at the unconscious young man imprisoned in the cell. He tried to extract the power of the artifact from the boy's body, but the power seemed to be closely connected with this person and could not be forcibly separated. What should he do? A black figure quietly appeared beside Fengji and said with a smile, Sect leader Feng asked me to come forward. But what's the matter? He turned his head and saw Du Heng in the cell, pretending to be surprised, and said, Oh, congratulations, Sect leader Feng. You actually found the artifact wheel. It's really a cause for celebration. Fengji said coldly, Put away your face. I asked you to come here because I have something to ask you. He turned his eyes to the cell and continued. I believe you have also seen that the power of the artifact is closely connected with this person. I tried to extract it but failed. How can I use the power of the wheel? The man laughed and said, Is Master Feng confused? Since the power of the artifact is in him, why not just refine it into an artifact for your use, instead of wasting time and energy to extract the power? Fengji narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he heard the man continue. After refining, I hope that Master Feng will not forget our agreement and share the power of the artifact with me. Got it. Fengji interrupted him. Ruo Jianwei told the cultivators who came to deal with the formation about the formation, but hid the matter of Du Heng. He felt something in his coma that Du Heng was related to the power of the artifact, and these cultivators who followed the clues of the artifact might have their own ulterior motives. He left Huayin City and began to look for Du Heng's trace. He found that Jiuzhou was so big. He walked in it, but didn't know where to find the other party's figure. Ruo Jianwei searched in Jiuzhou for more than half a year, but still had no clues. It had been more than 2 years since he went down the mountain. He finally returned to Kangwu Mountain. Suda was called to the dungeon of Yudu Mountain. He was wearing a black robe. His eyes were like snakes and scorpions, staring coldly at the boy in the prison, and bowed to Fengji for a while and said, What is the master calling me here for? Do you have a way to refine him and the power of the artifact in your body into a divine weapon? Suda is a master of formations in the demon sect. All kinds of formations with vicious effects and tricky angles are created by him. His strength is very strong. Suda looked at the unconscious boy in the cell, curiously after hearing this. After a while, he chuckled. Of course it is possible. But it is difficult for a mortal body to carry the power of a divine weapon, let alone being refined into a divine weapon. After refining, I can't guarantee that this kid will still be alive. It doesn't matter. I just want the divine weapon. Refining a formation takes a long time, from a few decades to hundreds of years. Can the head of the sect wait? Fengji turned to him, narrowing his eyes. You should understand that my patience is limited. Haha, I will do my best. When Ruo Jianwei returned to Kangwu Mountain, he became the cold and taciturn disciple of Ruo Guanshan. Every day, he practiced sword and meditated. He became more and more like his master, just as cold and lonely. The experience of going down the mountain was like a dream. The dream was so beautiful. There was a silver-haired boy in it. He looked ruffian, but he was actually gentle. He always smiled and called him Jianwei. But the dream ended, and the people dispersed. He finally returned to the starting point. He did not take him back to Kangwu Mountain. He once said that he wanted to have a place to go, but he broke his promise. Du Heng was awakened by the pain. He moved his body a little and found that his hands were chained and he was lying in a dark cell. As his consciousness gradually returned, the dense pain swept through his body in an instant. Du Heng's movement to get up was stagnant, and he fell back to the ground. Where is this? Yes, he was taken away by the man in red. Janwei. Janwei is still there. How is he now? Is he awake? Will he worry about me? It hurts so much. He felt that the power in his body seemed to be no longer under his control. On the contrary, the power was embedding into his flesh and blood like thousands of knives, piercing his soul. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Du Heng rolled on the ground, but the pain of being cut by thousands of knives did not ease at all. He gasped and groaned in pain. Beads of sweat broke out from his head and blood flowed out of his mouth. It hurts so much. Janwei, touch me. Just touch me and I will be fine. Ruo Janwei woke up from the dream. He reached out to wipe away the coolness on his face and sat up. He dreamed of Du Heng again. In the dream, he said to him, "It hurts so much, Janwei. Just touch me and I will be fine." So his heart began to hurt as well. He reached out, but his hand fell into the air. He walked into the yard. The moon was as cold as water and the figures were isolated. He clenched the Bodhi string on his wrist. I want to go find him, Ruo Janwei thought. Du Heng woke up from another piercing pain. The wound on his head had not healed yet. It was left when he hit his head against the wall last time because of the extreme pain. It hurts so much. When he was awake, he could feel the bone-eating pain all the time. The force turned into torture, gnawing at his soul day and night. He felt that he was about to die. It hurts so much. His heart was slowly getting colder, and his body temperature was slowly losing. It hurts so much. He began to roll on the ground. His sleeves had long been torn by his own biting and pain. His arms, legs, and feet were all bleeding, but these pains were nothing compared to the pain in his body. He always fainted from the pain and woke up again from the pain. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. He gritted his teeth and climbed up, slamming himself against the wall. His head was bleeding, but he seemed to not feel it as he leaned against the wall, with nothingness in his gray eyes. He slowly stood up, and as he moved, he heard a clang. He fumbled on the ground and picked up the thing, a dagger. Ha! He slowly pulled out the dagger, and his lifeless eyes were reflected on the blade. That's it. It's over. He raised the dagger and stabbed it at his heart. Ruo Janwei passed by a restaurant, and he walked in with an idea. Over the years, he has been running around in various immortal gates where artifacts are hidden, hoping to find clues, but to no avail. Occasionally, when there are rumors of clues to artifacts, he will go to explore. Maybe he can come across it? After all, this is his only clue and hope. The waiter came up and asked with a smile, "What would you like to order, sir?" "A serving of osmanthus cake." The osmanthus cake was served, still in the familiar dish and style. Ruo Janwei picked up a piece and took a bite. It had no taste. It shouldn't be like this. He picked up the rest of the osmanthus cake and put it in his mouth. He suddenly understood. It turned out that only the one that person bought for him was sweet. When the tip of the knife was half an inch away from his heart, Du Heng stopped moving. With a clang, the dagger fell to the ground again. He knelt down, supported himself on the ground with both hands, and looked down at himself reflected on the blade. His eyes were red, and tears fell on the ground drop by drop. No, he can't die. He promised Janwei that he would go back with him, and he promised him that he would always be by his side. He wanted to see him. He had finally found his home. He was no longer alone. He wanted to see him again. He wanted to go back to him. He had lived for so many years, and even when he was the hungriest and coldest, he had never struggled to survive as much as he did now. Ruo Guanshan brought back a little girl and said to Ruo Janwei, "Her name is Ruo Jin, and she will be your fourth apprentice sister from now on." He said to Ruo Jin, "Ah Jin, come and meet your eldest brother." The little girl looked at this cold-faced man who was as taciturn as her master, and said, "Meet the eldest brother, Ah Jin." Ruo Janwei looked at her, and there was a fleeting tenderness in his eyes. "Second brother, why does the eldest brother always go down the mountain?" Ruo Jin opened her big eyes and asked, "I haven't seen him for a long time." Jiang Shangxue said, The eldest brother went down the mountain to find a magic weapon. Why is he looking for a magic weapon? Ruchun is like a curious baby. Is it like what is written in the book? Do you want to become a god? This, Zhang Shangshui said in embarrassment. Second senior brother doesn't know. On this day, the sky above Yudu Mountain was overcast with dark clouds. Suda was busy, with sweat all over his head. He rarely felt so embarrassed. It has been 36 years since the boy was put into the formation for refining. I don't know why the refining speed is so slow, and recently, the formation seems to have a backlash phenomenon. Fengji felt unusual signs and came to his side and asked, "What's going on?" The formation is a little unstable, and the subordinates are reinforcing it. Suda lowered his head and said. He lowered his head and pinched his fingers, intending to reinforce the formation again. At this time, something unexpected happened. I saw countless purple spells suddenly appearing in the dungeon where Du Hong was imprisoned, breaking through the restrictions set by Su Da's formation. In the explosion, a figure quickly rushed out of the prison. He moved quickly and fiercely, attacking Fengji directly. Fengji was caught off guard and quickly stepped back to avoid the blow, but a scratch was still left on his face. He fell to the ground and looked at the man in front of him, with shock in his eyes. The man's clothes were tattered, and his exposed body was covered with scars. There was hardly a piece of good flesh. His hair was long to the ground, and a hint of its original silver could be vaguely seen in the gray color. Suda sat on the ground and said in disbelief, How? How could this be? Du Hong stood up and attacked Fengji again. His voice had not been used for a long time, and his voice was hoarse when he spoke. I will kill you. Fengji dodged to the side and tangled with him. Du Heng's moves were fierce, and his attacks were accompanied by the power of the wheel. Fengji took his moves and was secretly surprised by his improvement. Du Hong was weak at this time, and Fengji was strong. It was only because he was too shocked at the beginning that he had the upper hand. Gradually, Fengji had a tendency to suppress him. Du Hong attacked Fengji's face again. Fengji raised his hand to stop his attack, turned his wrist, and with a click, he forcibly removed Du Heng's joints. Du Heng's movements stagnated, and Fengji launched another fierce attack on him. Finally, he used his magic power to restrain him and locked him to the wall. Du Heng struggled and shouted hoarsely, Let me go. I want to kill you. Fengji cast a spell to seal his mouth, turned to the pale Suda and said, What's going on now? Suda crawled closer to Du Heng until Fengji said, I have trapped him. He can't do anything to you. He then stood up and checked Du Heng's situation. Du Heng glared at him fiercely, as if he wanted to skin him alive. After a while, Suda wiped the cold sweat from his head and bowed to Fengji, who was walking over. Your subordinates are not doing a good job. Originally, this formation should have refined this person with the power of the artifact, using this person's soul, bones, and blood as the shape of the artifact, carrying the power of the artifact on his body. Unexpectedly, this kid actually used his own flesh to refine the power of the artifact in his body. Fengji's pupil shrank, looked at Du Heng, and said in a deep voice, He refined the wheel? His voice gradually turned cold. Then you have failed. I didn't get the artifact, so it seems that you are no longer useful. Su Da's legs softened when he heard this, and he knelt down in front of Fengji with a plop and said in a trembling voice, No. The formation of my subordinates has combined the power of the artifact in his body with his body. The master can still get the power of the wheel through him. He turned his head and looked at Du Heng, his eyes full of coldness and viciousness. As long as you take out his heart blood, there will be pure power of the wheel, which is enough to match the real artifact. Du Heng's eyes trembled, and he struggled more and more, but Fengji said, How can I believe that what you said is not a statement to get rid of the crime? Unless. He narrowed his eyes and continued, Prove it to me now. Du Heng watched Suda pull out the dagger and slowly approach him. He struggled violently, and the blade with a cold light reflected in his eyes. Suda raised the knife and swung it at him fiercely. Du Heng's struggle suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth silently, and his pupils dilated instantly. Bright red blood flowed down the dagger. Suda caught it in a small jar and presented it to Fengji. Fengji looked at the blood in the jar with a purple glow. It was the power of the wheel. He said lightly, "You are temporarily pardoned." He looked at Du Hong, who had fainted, and said, "Come on, take him away." Zhu Feibai sent Ruo Jianwei to the foot of Mount Xing. Ruo Jianwei bowed to him and said, "Thank you for sending me off, Lord. I will take my leave now." "No need to thank you." Zhu Feibai looked at him and said, "You have come to Mount Xing several times to borrow the Li Hui from me, but there has been no progress. You must have encountered some difficulties." Ruo Jianwei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Nothing. Maybe I went in the wrong direction." He looked up and bowed to Zhu Feibai again and said, "I am ashamed to bother you several times." "It's okay," Zhu Feibai replied. "When my father was alive, your master had helped the UFU of Xianshan many times, so there is no need for so many politeness between you and me." Ruo Jianwei said goodbye to her and left without saying much. When Du Hong woke up again, he was lying on a bed. His whole body had been washed and bandaged, and his clothes were changed into new ones. His overlong hair had been trimmed, revealing his handsome face, but his eyes were still dull, staring at the bed curtain above his head. At this time, a woman's voice sounded in the room. "Awake?" Du Hong didn't move. "TSK." The woman waited for a long time without a response, as if she was impatient, and said, "If you wake up, just make a sound. Don't play dead for me." Du Heng's eyes finally moved and turned to another person in the room. The woman had a high ponytail and a long sword on her back. She said, "My name is Lu Zhenglan, the right protector of Yudu Mountain, and I will be responsible for your training in the future." As she spoke, she seemed to suddenly remember something, clapped her hands, and said, "Ah, I forgot to ask, what is your name?" Du Heng's mouth twitched, and he slowly said, "Du Hong." "What a good name." Lu Zhenglan sighed, and then said, "You will be the left protector of Yudu Mountain in the future." Du Hong did not speak, and his face did not show happiness, so Lu Zhenglan continued, "Don't look at me with resentment. This is the meaning of the headmaster." "Headmaster?" Du Hong moved his lips and blurted out two words. "It is the person who brought you back." Du Hong did not speak again, his eyes staring at a certain point in the room, and I don't know what he was thinking. Lu Zhenglan had to say again, "Well, you rest here first, and when you feel better, you can start practicing." When Lu Zhenglan came to see Du Hong again with food the next day, the bed was empty. Lu Zhenglan was so angry that he threw the lunchbox on the table and said, "Why is this kid running around?" Du Hong ran wildly on the Yudu Mountain Road. He wanted to leave here. He wanted to find. A red figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Du Heng's pupil shrank, and then he raised his hand and attacked the other party. "Humph," Fengji sneered, overestimating his own ability. He flicked his sleeves to avoid Du Heng's attack. After a few rounds, he hit Du Hong on the left chest with a palm. Du Heng's wound burst open, and he knelt on the ground in pain. Fengji picked him up and threw him into a cell. Du Hong stood up and wanted to run again, but he saw Fengji suddenly urging a demonic energy in his palm. Du Hong immediately felt two forces pulling each other. He rolled on the ground in pain, like a dying little animal, wailing from his mouth. "I advise you not to think about running." Fengji looked at his appearance. His eyes were cold. "You now have both the power of the artifact and the demonic energy I have planted. If you don't rely on my suppression, these two forces are enough to tear you apart." Du Hong dug his nails into the cracks in the ground, and bright red blood flowed out from his fingers. He shouted fiercely, "Kill! Kill! You! Ha! That only requires you to be able to do it." Fengji mocked, "You should stay here first, and come out after you behave yourself." After he finished speaking, he walked out, and the prison door slowly closed behind him. Du Hong lay on his back on the ground, panting. The cold moonlight poured in from the small window, gently sprinkled on his face. He stretched out his bloody hand foolishly and grabbed the moonlight. Ruo Jianwei bid farewell to his master, and then went down Qingwu Mountain with Zhu Feibai, heading south all the way to Fuyu Mountain. The two walked on the road. One was as cold as the moon in the sky, and the other was as cold as the snow in the mountains, attracting passers-by to look at them frequently. But within 3 feet of the two, no one dared to get close. After all, no one wanted to get too close to two ice cubes emitting cold air, even if they were beautiful ice cubes. Le Zhenglan followed the two people from a distance. She looked at the two ice cubes walking in front of her from the dark and couldn't help but smack her lips. My goodness, Du Heng's lover turned out to be Elder Ruo Shao of Kangwu Mountain. How did this little lunatic get this cold-faced Taoist priest? Lu Zhenglan secretly thought that she must ask Du Heng a question the next time she met him, and also ask him for advice. She looked at Zhu Feibai beside Ruo Jianwei. How can the ice be melted? When they were about to reach the border of Fuyu Mountain, they suddenly stopped. Zhu Feibai said coldly, "Your Excellency has followed us all the way. Why don't you show up?" But a hearty voice sounded behind them. "What a coincidence, Lord Zhu. Long time no see." Ruo Jianwei turned around with Zhu Feibai and saw a woman in black clothes, with a high ponytail and a long sword on her back, standing not far from them. He bowed to her and said, "Yudu Mountain Right Protector. Nice to meet you." Lu Zhenglan pretended to return the greeting. "Nice to meet you, little Elder Ruo. Although I was sent here by your husband to take care of you." Zhu Feibai looked at Lu Zhenglan and said, "Why is the Right Protector following us?" Lu Zhenglan laughed and said, "I wanted to visit Fuyu Mountain, and I saw you two on the way. I didn't mean to follow you." Zhu Feibai's eyes narrowed slightly due to this poor excuse. Lu Zhenglan said again, "Since you two are also going to Fuyu Mountain, why don't you be companions?" Ruo Jianwei looked at Zhu Feibai, and Zhu Feibai said indifferently, "Thank you for not abandoning me, Right Protector." Du Heng walked slowly along the mountain road of Yudu Mountain. Not far away, a man in red was standing and looking at him coldly. He seemed not to notice the cold gaze falling on him, and continued to walk slowly. Fengji looked at the person who was about to walk in front of him, and said coldly, "You still remember to come back." Du Heng pulled the corner of his mouth when he heard this. "I remember to come back? Shouldn't you be happy?" Fengji was choked by him and felt annoyed. He noticed Du Heng's pale and weak face, and suddenly laughed viciously. "Hee hee, how does it feel to be torn by two forces? I heard that you recklessly increased the power of the artifact in your body, which eventually caused the demonic energy to go out of control. Can your body bear it now?" Du Heng's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I am fine now." He emphasized the word master, and Fengji felt uncomfortable. He raised his hand to activate the demonic energy, and Du Heng suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and staggered. Fengji stepped forward to stop him, sneering, "Little ghost must make trouble for himself." But Du Heng's eyes flashed with cold light, and suddenly he bent his fingers into claws and attacked Fengji's face. Fengji was startled and waved his hand to resist. The two wrestled in an instant. Fengji waved his sleeves to dissolve Du Heng's attack and scolded, "Little ghost has become a lot braver after going down the mountain." Du Heng had a sneer on his lips and stepped forward to attack him again. "Old madman, don't you want to try the power of the artifact after the upgrade yourself?" As he spoke, several purple spells burst out from his body and went straight to Fengji. Fengji urged his powerful demonic power to resist. The two fought for dozens of rounds. Fengji released the demonic energy on his body, and Du Heng was immediately affected. His movements suddenly stagnated. Fengji grabbed his throat and slammed him against a mountain wall. Cough, cough. Du Heng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fengji's hand that was pinching his throat kept tightening, and he said coldly, "Little ghost, don't be ungrateful. Do you think that you can really bear the power of the wheel with your mortal body? If it weren't for me using demonic energy to reconcile and suppress the power of the artifact in your body, you would have exploded and died long ago." Hee hee. Du Heng still had a sneer on his mouth and mocked, "So you don't want me to die?" Fengji exerted force on his hand. "What did you say?" Cough. Du Heng's mouth kept bleeding. "If you have the ability, just kill me." Fengji narrowed his eyes slightly. "You dare to threaten me?" Cough. Hee hee. Du Heng was still smiling, and he looked as if he was not the man on the verge of suffocation. "You. Kill me." Cough. "You can't get the power of the artifact. What I said. Is it wrong?" Cough. "You don't dare. Don't dare. Kill me. You." Fengji threw him to the ground fiercely, raised his hand and hit a stream of demonic energy into his body, and his voice was full of murderous intent. "I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise I have a way to make you live. Not, but dead." After he finished speaking, he turned away coldly. Hee hee, ha 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 ha, cough cough. Du Heng lay on the ground, still laughing, as if he had heard a big joke, and he stopped only when he coughed up blood. His hair and body were covered with dirt, and the whole person looked gray. After a long while, he slowly propped himself up and spread out his clenched right hand. There was a drop of red blood in his palm. Fengji's blood. Wuyu Mountain is located in the southern part of Kyushu Guangya. As its name suggests, it is a mountain island suspended above the land. However, this floating scene is not caused by human power, but a wonder created by heaven and earth. The mountain looks like a beautiful jade floating in the air from a distance, hence the name. When people see this magical scene, they all admire the exquisiteness of the way of heaven. The three of them explained their purpose to the path at the mountain gate. The path asked the three of them to wait here for a while, and he went to ask the headmaster for instructions. After a while, the path guarding the gate turned back and bowed to Ruo Jianwei and Zhu Feibai, saying, "Sorry for the trouble of waiting for you too. The headmaster invites you." The two of them walked up the mountain, and Lu Zhenglan wanted to follow them in, but the path stopped her and said, "Right protector, please stay." Lu Zhenglan said, "What's the matter? I'm with them." The path still stopped her and said, "The headmaster did not invite the right protector in." Ruo Jianwei and Zhu Feibai in front stopped and turned around. Lu Zhenglan almost cursed, but she barely held back when she saw Zhu Feibai looking at her. She took off the hanging mirror on her back, put the knife in front of her, supported the handle with both hands and smiled at the Taoist. "I am not here as the right protector of Wuyu Mountain this time, but I am here for a personal matter. Let alone the grudge between Wuyu Mountain and Wuyu Mountain. Your sect leader is a leader of the immortal sect, but don't you have this little bit of grace?" Her words, combined with the hostility emanating from the long knife in front of her, were quite threatening. The Taoist was speechless for a while. When he was stunned, Lu Zhenglan had put away the hanging mirror and walked straight past him. The three of them went up the mountain and came to the sect leader's residence with the guidance of the cultivators in the mountain. Lu Ju's residence is quite in his style. At the top of the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, there stood a white jade palace with carved beams and painted buildings, meticulously carved and extremely elegant. They entered the hall. Lu Ju was sitting in the main seat with several maids standing beside him. He did not tie his hair up and wore a wide robe with wide sleeves, which made him look more like a famous and elegant person. Seeing them coming, he stood up and bowed, saying, "Young Elder Ruo, I did not expect to see you again so soon." He also bowed to Zhu Feibai, saying, "Master Zhu, long time no see." Ruo Jianwei and Zhu Feibai returned the greetings. Lu Ju finally turned to Lu Zhenglan and said, "I am a small mountain Taoist who does not know the big picture and has offended the right Dharma protector. I hope the Dharma protector will forgive me." Lu Zhenglan said, "Forget it. I will not argue with someone who does not know the big picture." There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. Lu Ju just smiled to avoid her sharp edge, and then asked them to sit down and told the maids to serve them tea. Lu Ju sat back in the seat of honor and asked, "I wonder why you came to Wuyu Mountain?" Zhu Feibai told the story of the artifact's change and the connection between Li Hui and Zhao Ming, and finally explained the purpose of her and Ruo Jianwei's visit. "So the two of us came here to borrow the Su Shi hidden in Wuyu Mountain, and we hope that Master Lu will agree." Lu Ju turned to Lu Zhenglan again, and Lu Zhenglan hurriedly said, "I also came to borrow the Su Shi from the master to see." "Oh?" Lu Ju looked at her with interest. The right protector condescended to come here just to borrow the artifact of the bisect? I'm afraid that such a small matter does not require the right protector to come in person. Is there no one in Wuyu Mountain? I have already said it. Lu Zhenglan met his eyes. I did not come here in the name of Wuyu Mountain this time, but to borrow the artifact for a private matter. Master Lu can borrow it from others, but not from me? There was a hint of something interesting in the conversation between the two. When Lu Ju was about to speak again, there was a sound of click. Zhu Feibai put down the teacup in her hand and said to Lu Ju lightly, "The change of the artifact must be investigated as soon as possible. I hope that Master Lu will not delay." As she spoke, she looked at Lu Zhenglan opposite her and continued, "The artifacts must be taken out. It's okay to lend them to the right protector for a look. There are so many people in Wuyu Mountain. I don't know what the master is afraid of. Lu Ju's face changed several times, and finally he said, You wait here for a while, and I will go to get the artifact. After he finished speaking, he left the palace with a wave of his sleeves. Lu Zhonglan leaned on the table and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. Ha ha ha, it's so relieved, so relieved. How can this beauty talk so well? Lu Ju's last expression is really wonderful. Ha ha ha. Zhu Feibai picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then spoke again. I don't know what made the right protector laugh so happily. Lu Zhonglan immediately sat up straight, restrained his expression, and said, Nothing, nothing. She looked up and saw Zhu Feibai sipping the tea in his hand with his eyes downcast. But Ruo Jianwei looked at her seriously. Lu Zhonglan touched his face, then lowered his head to check himself again, thinking, Is there anything here? Why is this little elder Ruo staring at me? Lu Ju came to the secret room where the trace of the world was stored, pressed the mechanism on the wall, and the door of the secret room slowly opened. Du Hong dragged his embarrassed body slowly against the mountain wall. Seeing him like this, Luo Sheng felt a lot happier for some reason. He deliberately stood in front of Du Hong and taunted, What's wrong with the left protector? Du Hong ignored him and walked around him. Luo Sheng's face darkened, and he moved to block him, gritting his teeth, and said, I was taken care of by the left protector at the foot of the mountain, and now I should take good care of the left protector. Ha! Du Hong did not look at him directly, but sneered, the face of a villain who has succeeded. You said something to Fengji that you shouldn't have said. Luo Sheng's face changed. He did tell the head of the sect about the incident of Ruchun with exaggeration, but I just told the truth about how the left protector did not listen to the advice of his subordinates, but secretly helped the immortal sect to obtain the artifact. Luo Sheng glanced at him and said, I don't think there is anything I shouldn't say. What's wrong? Does the left protector have any opinions? Why would I have any opinions? Du Hong still had a sneer on his lips. He slowly approached Luo Sheng, who inexplicably felt a chill on his back, but still pretended to be calm and looked back at him. Du Hong approached Luo Sheng's ear and whispered, Zura Hall. Luo Sheng's pupil shrank. Shura Hall was once a powerful demon sect in Kyushu. Later, the hall leader Suda returned to Fengji's command and worked for Yudu Mountain ever since. However, Shura Hall suddenly disappeared 5 or 6 years ago. Du Hong continued, What is the name of their hall master? Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. Luo Sheng suddenly felt a chill that penetrated his bones, and he heard Du Heng's voice like a devil's whisper. Do you want to know how he died? Luo Sheng's whole body trembled uncontrollably. He opened his mouth and felt his throat was a little dry. He said in a trembling voice, It's you. Kill him. Suda's strength is considered very strong in Yudu Mountain, but he died. Silent. Are you afraid? Du Hong put his hand gently on Luo Sheng's trembling shoulder. Luo Sheng swallowed involuntarily. Du Hong chuckled and said, Don't be afraid. Listen to me. He did what he did for the old madman. Noisy, I killed him and his men. Didn't the old madman say nothing? His eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. Who do you think you are? Do you really think your life is so valuable? Ha ha ha. After Du Hong said that, he took back his hand. As if nothing happened, he cupped his hand towards Luo Sheng and said with a smile, Thank you, Lord Luo Sheng, for taking care of me today. I can't thank you enough. After that, he walked around Luo Sheng and walked away, leaving a man behind, his back already soaked with cold sweat. 6 years ago, when Fengji arrived, the Shura Hall was already a pool of blood, with corpses in terrible condition everywhere. He stepped over the corpses at his feet and walked towards a house, where screams and begging for mercy were heard from time to time. Fengji opened the door and walked in. Du Hong stood in the shadows with his back to him. There was a mass of flesh and blood that was not human-shaped, rolling around at his feet. It let out a few wails from time to time. When he saw someone coming in, he hurriedly crawled towards Fengji at all costs, purring and making up a broken plea for mercy. Leader. Please, leader. Save. Subordinate. Fengji didn't look at him, just stared at the back, and slowly said, What do you mean? What's the meaning? Du Hong slowly turned around. There were still a few drops of splattered blood on his face. Purple light was flowing in his eyes. There was faint black energy and purple light surrounding him. He looked at Fengji, curled his lips and said with a smile, "Don't you have eyes?" He opened his arms and said with madness in his eyes, "I'll kill them all." Suda let out several more screams. "Oh." Du Heng looked at the people on the ground with a bit of pity in his voice. "There is still one person who is not dead." He walked towards Suda step by step. Suda hurriedly hid behind Fengji. He stopped and looked at Fengji, who was blocking him, and said with a smile, "What? Do you want to save him? Zhang Min?" Fengji looked at him with dark golden eyes, and then retreated to the door for a long time. Suda panicked and shouted, "Chief, Chief, please help me. Subordinate, I have done so many things for you. You are so annoying." Du Heng kicked the twisting figure on the ground, then raised his hand to lift him up and throw him against a wall. Suda's body hit the wall hard, and then slid down weakly. Du Heng stepped forward and pinched him. He looked at the smiling person in front of him and said, Are you crazy? You devil. Devil? Ha ha ha." Du Heng pinched him, with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. "Old man, when you and your men set up an array to refine me and cut my heart to take my blood, why didn't you expect that you would create such a thing? What about the devil? Me. I am like this because of you." Du Heng showed a nasty smile. "Madman. Monster. Ha 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 ha. Now I feel scared. What's the use?" Du Heng's face was filled with hatred. "When you did those things to me, I swore that I would pay you back 100-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy in his body suddenly erupted, and his hands tightened. Before the person in front of him could say another word, he was blown into countless blood clots. "Lingmao," said he. Du Heng stared at his blood-stained hands like crazy, laughing until he shed tears. "Ha ha 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 ha. Devil, madman." Fengji looked at the people in the room covered in blood and laughing crazily, and thought helplessly and crazily in his heart, "Yes, this is a monster he created with his own hands." Ruo Jianwei and the others had been waiting in the hall for a while when they suddenly saw a group of Fuyu Mountain disciples pouring into the hall and surrounding them with swords in hand. Two of them gave way, and Lu Ju walked in with an ugly look on his face. "Head Lu." The three of them stood up. If they saw the person coming, they asked, "What does this mean?" Lu Ju replied, "Mr. Lu was kind enough to lend you the artifact, but you didn't know that you took advantage of my unpreparedness and secretly stole the artifact from my mountain. It really chills, Mr. Lu. The artifact was actually stolen." Lu Zhenglan was shocked. Where did this begin? If Jianwei faintly replied, "We are new here and don't even know the way in the mountain. How can we steal the artifact from your mountain?" Lu Ju's voice softened slightly, and he said, "I can trust Palace Master Zhu and Elder Ruo Shao's people. It's just that it's about a divine weapon, but I can't be emotional. What's more," he turned to Lu Zhenglan and said, "How do you know that there are people from the demon sect? There is no intention of stealing artifacts. After all, Yudu Mountain is notorious for stealing artifacts." Lu Zhenglan cursed secretly. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Zhu Feibai say, "Do you dare to ask Master Lu if he knows when the artifact was stolen? The Right Protector has been staying with us since he went up the mountain and has no time to commit crimes." Lu Ju said, "When I looked at it yesterday, the artifact was still there. If you come and pick it up today, the place where the artifact is stored is already empty. In this case, the time when the artifact was stolen should be between the two inspections by the master. During this time, everyone in the mountain has the opportunity to commit crimes. Why hold on to the three of us so that the real thief can escape?" Zhu Feibai's tone was still calm. Lu Ju was stunned. Lu was being abrupt. "It doesn't matter." Ruo Jianwei and Zhu Feibai looked at each other and said, "The matter of the artifact cannot be delayed. If the master is trustworthy, we have a way to find the person who stole the artifact for the master." Someone among the disciples said, "It's been so long. How can you still find out? Besides, how do we know that this isn't a collusion between the three of you to delay time? Yes, the artifact has always been fine, but why did they come? The people from the demon sect must not have good intentions." Lu Ju did not deliberately stop the disciples from guessing, but just watched the three people's reactions. Ruo Jian said in a slightly cold voice, "You guess this is a method we use to delay time. Why don't you think that this may also be a way for the thief to put the blame on us to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the opportunity to escape? Everyone was speechless for a moment, and then Lu Ju said, "If what the young elder said is true, I have sealed Fuyu Mountain, and I don't think the thief can escape." He added, "I can't agree to let you investigate the theft of the artifact, but you also need to prove your innocence and prove that you did not steal the artifact together." "Oh, this matter is not easy to handle," Le Zhenglan said. "Since Master Lu can't trust me, how about telling me to stay here and let the two of them go to investigate the case? How can I believe the words of a devil like you? What if you have another agenda here?" Lu Zhenglan had a headache from their quarrel and was just thinking about breaking the jar when she heard Zhu Feibai's cold voice sounded again. "The right protector has already chosen to give in, and you are still pressing forward step by step. Isn't that so? Not to bully others too much is not the style of a famous person." Lu Ju nodded and said, "Just do what the right protector said." The three of them were breathing a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Ju suddenly attack Le Zhenglan. Le Zhenglan was about to fight back when he suddenly felt that his whole body skills were blocked. "You." Lu Ju raised his hands to him and said, "Right protector's strength Gao Chong. I did this out of helplessness, and I hope you can forgive me. I was tricked by this person." Le Zhenglan was about to open her mouth to scold her again, when she saw Zhu Feibai came over to hold her down and replied, "The master is very considerate, and we dare not disobey." As he spoke, he looked at Lu Zhenglan with his amber eyes and said, "It's just now. The right protector's skills have been banned, so we must be careful of anyone who wants to frame her, and we also ask the head to send someone to protect her." "Of course, it's okay," Lu Ju said. "If someone comes, lead the right protector to the side hall to entertain him." Lu Zhenglan was full of anger, glared at him fiercely, and then followed the Fushan disciples out of the hall. Snort. What a cunning old man. Lu Ju turned to Zhu Feibai and Ruo Jianwei again, with a smile on his face, and said, "So, thank you for helping Lu to investigate the case." Lu Zhenglan was sitting in the hall, eating the fruit on the table boredly, sighing in her heart. She has been really bad lately. First she was suspected by Fengji and left Yutu Mountain, and then she met Du Hong, who lost control of his demonic energy. It was not easy to meet him. She was a beauty, but she didn't get the beauty, and she didn't get the artifact. Instead, she was trapped here first. Lu Zhenglan spit out a fruit core angrily and smashed it against the wall. "When had my aunt ever been so angry?" Suddenly a chuckle came from the window, and then a cold voice came. "It seems that the right protector is quite unhappy." Lu Zhenglan walked to the window and took a look, and saw a white figure standing outside with a Changqin in her arms. She was happy and asked, "Why is Master Zhu here?" "I came to visit the right protector," Zhu Feibai said, sitting in the courtyard, placing the white long piano in his arms on the small table in front of him, and said, "By the way," he took a look at the traces of the stolen artifact. "Oh?" Lu Zhenglan put one hand on the windowsill to support his face, and said interestingly, "Palace Master Zhu also suspected that it was his fault?" Lu Juefeng sat down in the study when he heard a gentle knock on the door. He hurriedly said, "Please come in." If you see him pushing the door open slightly, he cupped his hands and said, "Master Lu." Lu Ju looked at him and said, "Didn't the little elder say that there is a way to find the person who stole the artifact? Why come to Lu?" "This is exactly why I came here." Ruo Jian stared at him with dark eyes and said, "Besides, isn't this exactly the purpose of Head Lu?" Lu Ju was startled and couldn't help but sit up straight. Hearing Ruo Jianwei continued, "After the artifact disappeared, Head Lu's series of actions may be able to deceive others, but they cannot fool us who are familiar with the artifact. Fuyu Mountain is a safe-keeping place for ancient times, and it should hold its corresponding divine seal. Through the divine seal, one can detect and know the whereabouts of the artifact. However, Headmaster Lu deliberately brought this matter to us, making me and Master Zhu detect the person who stole the artifact for you. The only reason for this is to ask Master Lu himself." There was a hint of admiration on Lu Ju's face. As expected of Ruo Shao Elder, this inference really impressed Lu. "Master Lu also asked us to tell you the hidden truth so that we can find the whereabouts of the artifact as soon as possible." Lu Ju sighed and said, "To be honest, although my Fuyu Mountain keeps the artifact that dates back to the past, I don't have its divine seal. A trace of surprise flashed across Ruo Jianwei's eyes. No divine seal? Yes, Lu Ju said. This is what I learned when I took over the position of head. Although the head of Fuyu Mountain is responsible for keeping the artifact from generation to generation, he does not have the divine seal in his hand, so he is locked in a secret room on weekdays. Therefore, Head Lu had long expected that the artifact could only be stolen by people in the mountains. Yes, I thought that you all know about the artifact and the seal, so I wanted to take the opportunity to ask you to help me find the artifact. But why is there no divine seal? Ruo Jianwei wondered. Shizhuan Shishir was obtained by chance by Lu Fuyu, the founder of the Gui sect. Could it be that he did not get the recognition of the artifact at that time? I have also wondered about this matter. Lu Ju's eyes narrowed slightly, but when I asked the previous head, he did not know the specific reason. I am afraid that only the master of Fuyu Mountain knows it. The owner of Fuyu Mountain is Lu Fuyu, the founder of Fuyu Mountain. I understand. If there is any clue, Palace Master Zhu and I have a plan, and I hope Master Lu will cooperate with us. That's natural. The right protector knows that this is not what I mean, Zhu Feibai said. Lu Zhenglan just looked at her with a smile and said, Oh? I wish the master of the palace knows what I mean. Presumably the right protector has already discovered the strangeness of this matter, so he allowed Lu Ju to bring you here. Zhu Feibai continued, Otherwise with the skills of the right protector, there should be a way to escape. Am I not cooperating with the plan of you and Elder Ruoxiao? Lu Zhenglan said. So why is Lord Zhu coming here? Zhu Feibai said nothing, but lowered her head and brushed the strings of Li Hui's harp with her hand. Suddenly, the sound of the harp came out from her fingertips. The sound of the harp was sometimes high-pitched, towering like a mountain, sometimes low, like a river and sea, and the lingering sound lingered in her ears. At the end of the song, Lu Zhenglan touched his hands and sighed. What a wonderful song, flowing water. I wish the master of the palace that the sound of the piano can be heard in the mountains, rivers, and seas, which shows how broad his mind is. There was a smile in Zhu Feibai's eyes. I didn't expect that the right protector was also a person who knew the piano. Hey, to be honest, my father used to be a musician. When I was a child, my mother and I used to listen to him play the piano together. Lu Zhenglan recalled. It was indeed one of her few carefree childhood days. Alas, let's not talk about this anymore. You played Li Hui's music, presumably to attract the person who stole the artifact to show up. Lu Zhenglan said again. The right guardian guessed well. Zhu Feibai stood up and replied. There is no need to call me right protector. Now that I am wandering alone, you can just call me Lan. It is better to obey my orders than to be respectful. Zhu Feibai said some words to Lu Zhenglan again, then said goodbye and left. After a while, I saw a person coming towards the moonlight. It was Ruo Jianwei. Hey, what day is it today? Why do you all come to chat with me one by one? Lu Zhenglan was still leaning against the window, smiling at the visitor. Young Elder Ruo, are you also afraid that I will be bored? After Ruo Jianwei asked the cultivator guarding the door for instructions, he stepped into the hall. He sat in front of Lu Zhenglan with his sleeves rolled up and said, I have something to ask the right protector. Lu Zhenglan had an inexplicable premonition and sat up straight. Ting Ruojian hesitated slightly and said, I heard from A. Du Hong that you had a good relationship with him in Yudu Mountain. Yes, Lu Zhenglan replied. It would be unreasonable for him not to call me sister. Ruo Jianwei clenched his sleeves and said, How has Du Hong been living in the mountains these years? Lu Zhenglan was suddenly speechless. After a while, she sighed and said, If I said he was living a good life, would you believe it? Ruo Jianwei just looked at her. Lu Zhenglan sorted out his words in his mind, and when he spoke again, his tone was inevitably a little heavy. 50 years ago, Du Hong was brought back to Yudu Mountain by Feng Zhi. Feng Zhi wanted to refine him into a divine weapon for his own use, so he ordered Su De, the leader of the Shura Hall at that time, set up a refining formation for him. I don't know the principle of the refining formation. I only know that Du Hong stayed in the formation for 36 years. The formation did not succeed. Instead, he used his own flesh to the body, refined the power of the wheel in the body, and broke out of the formation. In order to obtain the power of the artifact in him, and at the same time to contain him, Feng Zhi planted demonic energy in him. There was both the power of the artifact and the demonic energy in his body. The two completely opposite forces were repelling each other, pulling at his body and soul. Only Fengji could suppress it. In this case, Du Hong can only stay in Yuta Mountain. If he wants to escape, as long as Fengji activates the demonic energy in him and causes the balance between the two to break, his life will be worse than death. Every once in a while, Fengji would send someone to obtain the power of the artifact from him. From then on, he stayed in Yudu Mountain to practice, and later became the Zhua protector. It wasn't until not long ago that he got the opportunity to go down the mountain from Fengji, and then he left Yuda Mountain to find you. If Ruo Jianwei felt his whole body trembling, he lowered his head and murmured, 36 years. Being refined like a tool, how painful it must be. His Ahang has endured a full 36 years. 6 years of torture. I once heard that he refined his own will-turning power, which was beyond everyone's expectations. You should know that the power of the artifact is extremely powerful, but he has carried it with his body for life. Strength. If you don't have a will that is beyond ordinary people, it may be difficult to achieve. Ruo Jianwei opened his mouth and asked, since the power of the wheel has been integrated with him, so what? Obtain the power of the artifact. Lu Zhenglan looked at him and slowly said, cut the heart and take blood. Ruo Jianwei felt that his heart suddenly tightened, as if someone had stabbed him there, and blood was flowing out drop by drop. Heart to heart. Yes. Ruo Jianwei felt that his body and soul had been separated. He was still sitting in the palace, but his soul had drifted far away. He watched helplessly as Du Hong struggled alone in the formation. He finally broke out of the formation, but was beaten again. The heart was cut open again, and bright red blood flowed out from his heart. He shed tears and said to him, Jianwei, it hurts so much. Just touch me. It will be better. He reached out and covered his heart, but he couldn't stop it, live in the ever-flowing blood. He was just like this, in a place he couldn't see, constantly injured, healed, injured again, healed again. He didn't know. He didn't know how much effort he used to appear in front of him with a smile again. Lu Zhenglan looked at the trembling man opposite and couldn't help but comfort it. When Du Hong was in the mountains, he often talked about you to me. You don't know what he was like. He wished he could make you a god in the sky, with a silly smile on his lips. So stupid. You don't know when he talks about you. His eyes are like stars, and even a fool can see that he is full of love. Ruo Jianwei said after a while, is there a way? Huh. The two powers in his body. Is there any other way? This is exactly why I came here this time. Lu Zhenglan's expression became serious. We actually want to find a way to solve the problem through the records about the 10 gods and wheels and back to the past. Ruo Jianwei looked at her. You've got the point right. He has a plan, and I formed an alliance with him to help him. Plan? Yes. He needs to find a way to suppress the power of the wheel in his body without using demonic energy, and then kill Fengji and then go find you. Although Du Hong had told her that the plan could not be told to other people, it would be okay to tell Ruo Jianwei. I understand. I am the right protector of hard work, and I will take my leave. Ruo Jian stood up and walked out, the moonlight shining on his figure. At that moment, Lu Zhenglan saw in him a loneliness similar to Du Hong. She looked at Ruo Jianwei's back and suddenly opened her mouth and said, one time. Ruo Jianwei stopped. One time, Du Hong went mad for some reason and insisted on rushing down the mountain. However, he was caught by Fengji and imprisoned. Later in the evening, Lu Zhenglan went to see him in prison with medicine for his wounds, and saw Du Heng's hands were chained, and he was resting against the wall with his legs bent. He was covered in gray. His silver hair was messy, but his left chest was a shocking red. Lu Zhenglan handed the medicine in. He reached out to take it, said with a smile, thank you. Lu Zhenglan looked at his pale face and couldn't help scolding. Are you willing to die? He ran down the mountain even though he knew it was impossible. Du Hong leaned back against the wall, stared ahead, and said, I dreamed of him last night. I dreamed of him standing alone in the moonlight, looking so lonely. My heart hurt so much, I ran. I went over and looked at him. He told me with tears that he missed me so much, but he couldn't find me. I wanted to raise my hand to wipe away his tears, and I wanted to tell him that I missed him too. I also want to tell him that if I wait a little longer, I will be able to return to him. But I can't do it. I can't speak, and I can't wipe away his tears. I can only keep telling him. Looking at him, Lu Zhonglan turned his head to the other side, as if he could pretend not to see the tears on Du Heng's face. I miss him very much. I miss him very much. I don't know how long Du Hong kept talking. Finally, he couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Lu Zhonglan left the cell silently. The moonlight filtered in from the small window and shone on his face, as if to soothe all the sadness of the sleeping man. Kuzu Chronicles. Natural History chapter records that the artifact was held by Langwenjun, one of the 10 gods. It is said to record the history of Kyushu 5,000 years ago until the Demon Sealing War. However, the world has never been able to see its full picture, so it is little is known about its history dating back thousands of years. Ruo Jianwei asked the previous head of Fuyu Mountain to borrow the artifact 10 years ago, but was rejected by the then head, so he could not see it. He thought it was because he had no connection with the past, but he did not expect that Fuyu Mountain did not have the divine seal of the past, so he kept the artifact sealed in the mountain and rarely showed it to outsiders. In the middle of the night, there was silence in Fuyu Mountain, and most of the disciples in the mountain had fallen asleep. At this time, on a small road in the back mountain leading to the outside of the mountain, there was a dark shadow covered by the night, running wildly on the road. Not far ahead, 2 disciples guarding the mountain were patrolling. Upon seeing this, the man hurriedly hid in the grass nearby, staring at the 2 patrolling men with a pair of eyes exposed outside the mask. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 people turned around, the man quickly rushed to the 2 of them, and then struck the 2 of them on the back of their necks with a lightning strike. The 2 fell to the ground, and the man breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go out of the mountain, he heard a voice coming from the front. Your Excellency went out of the mountain late at night. What's the emergency? The man hurriedly took back his steps and saw the moonlight breaking through the clouds at this moment, shining on Han Feng and Lu Zhonglan holding a hanging mirror in the man's hand, standing not far in front of her. Protector of Yudu Shanyu? Wasn't she locked up in a side hall? The man had a bad heart and hurriedly stepped back, but she heard a clang of swords, and a moon-like sword light came from behind her. She quickly turned her head to avoid it, turned around and saw that Wei Zheng was slowly returning to Zhao Yi. In the sheath, fell into a trap. The man in black knew that there was no way he could defeat these 2 people. Seeing the 2 men slowly approaching him from the front and back, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes and he rushed forward. Iota Krotkara Gyut. Akrotkara et Lu Zhonglan swung his sword to meet him, but saw the man change direction and turn to the left. Just as he was about to escape, a sword suddenly stabbed from an angle. The man did not check for a moment, and his mask was lifted. With the flawless sword in front of his throat, Lu Ju's slightly surprised voice sounded. Shun Fan? A cold-looking woman appeared in front of the 3 of them. Lu Ju said in disbelief, How could it be you? Shun Fan is a disciple with a higher level of cultivation in Fuyu Mountain. Lu Ju often gives her guidance and becomes a confidant. Lu Ju asked her again, I have ordered the mountain to be closed. Why did you come out of the mountain in the middle of the night? Seeing that he had been exposed, the man hurriedly knelt down to Lu Ju and said, Report to the leader, this subordinate is out of the mountain because of personal matters, not for personal reasons. Before Shan Fan could finish her words, she suddenly heard the sound of Ling Ling's piano, and immediately there was something on her body. Emits a faint white light. Zhu Feibai fell to the ground with Li Hui in his arms, and said calmly, The artifact is with you, do you still want to quibble? Seeing that the matter had been exposed, Shun Fern's eyes showed determination and he rushed towards one place, trying to forcefully break through the siege of the 4 people. However, Ruo Jianwei was unsheathed by Zhao Yi behind him, and before Lu Ju could stop him, he picked up the hood of the black robe of the person who wanted to escape with a sword, and then nailed the person and the robe to a tree nearby. Hey mother! Lu Zhonglan secretly cursed at the side. If the young elder is too cruel, doesn't he know how to show mercy? Ruo Jianwei walked up to Shan Fan who was nailed to the tree and said coldly, Why did you steal the artifact? Please tell me the reason. Shan Fan felt that her whole body was bound by a spiritual force, unable to move. After struggling for a moment to no avail, she seemed to be a little angry. After hearing Ruo Jianwei's question, she suddenly looked at Lu Ju excitedly and said, "Stealing the artifact? How can this be called stealing? They Fushin are the real deceivers." Zhuoguang Mountain. Since junior brother Yishu and others returned to the mountain gate, they have been stared at by the leader, Shan Yin, and forced to copy texts. They never found a chance to sneak down the mountain again. Although it had been some time since he returned to the mountain, Yishu's thoughts about the trip down the mountain often came to mind. He thought that the first time he went down the mountain, he actually saw the legendary artifact and even Kong Sangjun, one of the 10 gods. This was something that others might not encounter in their lives. He also thought that this time at the foot of the mountain, he was lucky enough to meet many celebrities from the immortal sect who usually only exist in storybooks and other people's mouths. Gu Han, the ice-drinking sword in Kunlun Mountain, Ruo Jianwei, the Zhaoye sword in Kangwu Mountain, and Wuxia sword in Fuyu Mountain Lu Ju. He recalled that on the day he left Zhangzhou City, Master Jingwu, who was full of evil spirits, stopped him as he was falling behind. He held the Mahasaber across his neck and asked, "Boy, I want to ask you something." Yishu didn't dare to look into his eyes. He just stared at the knife half an inch away from him in front of his neck. He swallowed and said, "Master, please speak. You met my eldest brother not long ago." Yes. Do you know where he went when he finally separated from you?" "Well, after he separated from us in the Ruchun Mountains, he went south." "Oh, I think you know the truth. Thank you very much." Jingwu left after asking, leaving Yishu alone in a daze. Although Master Jingwu and Master Jingxi look exactly the same, their temperament and behavior are completely opposite. Moreover, Yishu secretly speculated more than once that there must be something going on between the two. That night, Yishu lay in bed and couldn't sleep again. He turned over and couldn't help but think of the scene when he and Ruo Jianwei and his party fought against Meng Li and his formation in Ruchun Mountain, and then thought of seeing the Yudu Shanzhua protector in Zhangzhou City with his own eyes. The more I thought about the confrontation with the fallen demon Kong Sang Kuan, the more excited I became. He turned over again, and Ruo Jin's voice and smile appeared in his mind, and a silly smile appeared on his lips. "Senior sister Ruo Jin is so nice. I wonder when I can see her again." Yishu tossed and turned for half the night, finally sat up, and secretly made up his mind. "I must go down the mountain again." When they noticed Lu Ju's series of abnormal behaviors after the artifact disappeared, Ruo Jianwei and Zhu Feibai made a plan to lure out the person who stole the artifact. The thief was a man from the mountain, but the artifact was stolen when the 3 people were visiting, so this person must have had the intention of placing the blame on others. Lu Ju's behavior in front of the palace undoubtedly made everyone think that he was suspicious of Lu Zhenglan, which made the real thief relax his vigilance. Then Zhu Feibai relied on the connection between the artifacts and used the sound of the Li Hue Qin to trigger changes in the past. The person who stole it must have discovered the resonance of the artifacts and thought that he had been noticed. Fuyu Mountain is no longer a good hiding place, and thinking that everyone's eyes were still on Lu Zhenglan, he took the risk and came out at this time. If Ruo Jianwei found Lu Ju to clarify everything, it was also to get Lu Ju to cooperate with their plan and take the opportunity to catch the thief who wanted to escape. However, the person who was caught stealing the artifact now turned the finger and pointed it at Fuyu Mountain, which surprised everyone. Lu Ju was shocked and said, "Shunfan, as a disciple of Fuyu Mountain, why do you say this?" "I am not your disciple of Fuyu Mountain," Shunfan said coldly. "My real name is Xiezhenfan, and I am from Longhuan Pavilion, and the artifact is supposed to belong to me, Longhuan Pavilion." "Thanks, Shenfan? Longhuan Pavilion?" All 4 people were shocked. "Absurd," Lu Ju reprimanded. "The trace of the world was obtained by chance. The founder of our sect, how can it be your Longhuan Pavilion's thing? What is your purpose in sneaking into my Fuyu Mountain under a false identity? You said that villain Lu Fuyu got it by chance?" "Ha ha ha. This is ridiculous," Xiezhenfan replied. Ruo Jianwei frowned and asked, "Longhuan Pavilion? But Longhuan Pavilion, who compiled JoJo Chronicles? Although I heard its name, I never knew what it meant. Everyone knows that Longhuan Pavilion is just a gimmick for the people who compiled the book to use the names of the 10 gods." Xiezhenfan was extremely excited at the moment and replied, "Not bad. Longhuan Pavilion was originally a library pavilion created by Longhuan Jun, and the artifact has been hidden in the pavilion since ancient times. 300 years ago, Lu Fuyu stole the artifact from Longhuan Pavilion and lied to the world that he had obtained it by chance. He became famous through this, and then founded Fuyu Mountain and became the founder of the school. However, Longhuan Pavilion gradually declined until it was forgotten by the world. Now Longhuan Pavilion has become an ordinary place for compiling books in the world. If it were not I accidentally came across this record in the pavilion, and I was afraid that I would be kept in the dark like the rest of the world. I asked the pavilion master and got his confirmation. I asked him why he didn't take the artifact back, but Xie Chun, a secular man, said that now that Fuyu Mountain is famous among the immortals and Longhuan Pavilion has declined, how can we take it back in an honest way? I'm afraid no one in the world will know how to take it back. Believe what he says. Humph. Coward. I don't believe it. I have been hiding in Fuyu Mountain for so many years, practicing skills, and gradually gaining the trust of the leader, just to explore the past, so that I can get back what should belong to me in Longhuan Pavilion. I have explored everything, where the artifact is hidden, how to open the secret room. I only have to wait for an opportunity. God help me, and the opportunity comes to me. When Xie Zhenfen said this, there was some regret in his voice. What a pity, hateful. It's a pity that my cultivation level is not high enough and my skills are not as good as others, so I finally fell into the hands of a few people. Everyone was shocked by her words. After a long time, Zhu Feibai said, "Thank you, Miss Xie, for your courage, but we can't take the risk. Just listen to what the girl says." Xie Zhenfen looked at her and said, "Master Zhu is someone I have always admired. I am willing to swear on my life that everything I say is true." Lu Zhu was still immersed in what Xie Zhenfen said about Lu Fuyu's actions, and then he continued, "I still don't believe it. The master of Fuyu Mountain is the one who stole the artifact. Humph. Do you dare to say you don't believe it? You, Fuyu Mountain, have kept it for generations, but there is no corresponding divine seal. When you took over this post, didn't you have doubts?" Lu Zhu's pupil shrank. He really couldn't refute this. Ruo Jianwei said, "Even so, what Miss Xie did this time was undoubtedly theft. How is this different from Lu Fuyu's back then?" Xie Zhenfen was speechless and sighed for a while. "It's because I didn't think well." If Ruo Jianwei let her go, Xie Zhenfen suddenly and solemnly bowed to them. "I know that I am weak, so I have made a mistake this time. I am willing to present the artifact intact and find the one who is truly destined. I only ask a few people to seek justice for me, Longhuan Pavilion." If Ruo Jianwei looked at the person next to him, Lu Zhenglan waved his hands and said, "Don't look at me, no one believes what I say." Zhu Feibai said, "Yes." Xie Zhenfen was happy when she heard this, and saluted several people. Then she raised her hand and waved, and a scroll glowing with white light appeared in her hand. Everyone looked attentively, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. But Xie Zhenfen suddenly burst out with several black energy, wrapping her and the artifact in it. How could it happen? Before the people around her could react, Xie Zhenfen was struggling violently in the black air. She looked at the people and said, Save me." She suddenly understood something and said in disbelief, "The master of the pavilion." Ruo Jianwei's eyes narrowed, and he drew his sword to kill. Lu Zhenglan also drew his sword and swung it out, but the demonic energy was too strong, and the sword energy and saber energy of the two people were actually swallowed up by it. In the blink of an eye, Xie Zhenfen's figure was gradually submerged by the demonic energy. She finally threw the artifact out with all her strength, and then completely disappeared into a cloud of black energy. Ruo Jianwei only had time to catch the suture thrown by Xie Zhenfen desperately. When he looked back in front of him, the woman had disappeared along with the black energy. The four of them were all caught off guard by this sudden change, and they all froze on the spot. After a moment, they suddenly saw a faint white light rising above Su Shi, and then disappeared between Ruo Jian's eyebrows. Lu Zhu sighed at this time, with a look of exhaustion on his face, and said, "It seems that if the young elder is the destined person for the divine weapon, although Lu is a common man, he does not want the mountain master's mistakes to continue and deceive the world. The things will be handed over to the elder Ruo Shao for safekeeping." Zhu Feibai said, I have promised Monsieur that I will make the truth about the artifact known to the public. Lu Ju said, Of course, it will be handled by Master Zhu. Zhu Feibai said again. I know that Master Lu also has grievances in his heart, so I will go to Longhuan Pavilion to confirm the matter first, and then discuss whether to make it public or not. Zhu Mansion Master is thoughtful, and Lu admires him. Lu Zhenglan asked from the side. But where is Longhuan Pavilion? I have never heard of such a place above Kyushu. Zhu Feibai looked at Ruo Jianwei and said, Since Longhuan Pavilion was created by Longhuan Jun, we may be able to find clues in the artifact. Ruo Jin nodded slightly and said to Lu Ju, This is not the place to talk. Can you go back to the head's hall to talk in detail? Please, please. Feng Zhi gathered people in Yudu Mountain and wanted to go to the Xianmin where the artifact was hidden and seize it by force. Du Hong was left by Feng Zhi to guard the mountain on the grounds that his injury had not healed. This matter played into Du Heng's hands. Du Hong rested peacefully in his residence for a few days. After Feng Zhi left, he took advantage of the emptiness in the mountain and came to the back mountain. The back mountain was no different from the previous times he came to explore. Du Hong went straight to the cave. The cave was empty, and sunlight poured in from the entrance. He stood at the junction of light and darkness and quietly looked at the surrounding scene. After a while, he exited the cave again, looked around outside the cave, and had a vague guess in his mind. He recalled what Lu Zhenglan told him about Feng Zhi's actions in front of the cave and the subsequent changes at the entrance of the cave. He thought to himself, it should be a special technique that only Feng Zhi can unlock. This technique should be tightly connected to him. Du Hong waved his hand to melt the drop of blood he had obtained from Feng Zhi last time, and then made a seal with both hands. But he saw purple light emerging from his hand, and then picked up the blood droplets hanging in front of him and headed towards the entrance of the cave. I saw ripples swaying at the entrance of the cave, and then a red light flashed, and everything returned to its original appearance. Du Hong withdrew the drop of blood and thought, It seems that my idea is right. This spell can be broken, but it will take some time. He sat cross-legged in front of the cave and started to perform the technique again. Ruo Jianwei and the others followed Lu Ju back to the hall, and everyone sat down. Ruo Jianwei Feng waved his hand and saw the scroll slowly floating in the air. With the mark between his eyebrows flashing, the traceback scroll finally slowly unfolded and appeared. In front of everyone, the unfolded scroll was blank at first, and then a white light glowed on the scroll, and ink-colored text gradually appeared. The scroll begins with a preface. Yu Chong and Lian Shan Jun returned to Tibet and traveled together in Kyushu. They encountered countless interesting things about the scenery that Lian Shan could not see. So I recorded what I saw, heard, and thought and felt in the scroll, leaving make a thought. Langwen Jun Yaogu was originally passed down by descendants and recorded the history of Kyushu. It was originally a travel note written by Langwen Jun for his friends. Yu Ben was a disciple of a mortal family. All he wanted in his life was to make friends with heroes from all over the world, gain a few close friends, and travel around the world. Fortunately, he was favored by heaven and became a god. Yu Chong thought about what the Tao he had proved was. Lian Shan smiled and said, You have an open mind and embrace the world. This Tao is called free and easy. I didn't think so, and Lian Shan said. Although you have not cultivated Taoism, you still have a clear mind and look down on worldly affairs. This is rare in the world. You and Lian Shan met in Beatty. They hit it off like old friends and became close friends. Lian Shan came out of Tianchu Terrace. You said that he was outside the world of mortals and had world affairs in his mind. Lian Shan smiled and said nothing. I thought that I had a glimpse of heaven, and that this was the case for those who could know the future. It is said that there is Pangzhou Island on the East China Sea. In August of that year, I and Lian Shan took a boat out to sea, hoping to find the island. On the way, it was stormy and the sea and sky were dark. I looked up in the sky, and there was a huge dragon figure covering the sky and the sun. The boat was on the sea for more than a month, and finally saw the outline of Pangzhou Island. I smiled and said, Did you predict that this bad luck will turn into good luck? Lian Shan said. If you hadn't insisted on seeing the whole dragon demon, we too wouldn't have been in such a mess. His words contained a hint of complaint, so I replied, When did you learn to amuse me? Pengzhou Island is shaped like a small boat. There is a mountain towering into the clouds on the island. Yu and Lianshan went to take a look. They saw a cold sword man in the mountain. They stepped forward and asked who it was. It was Xiaomingjian Danqi. The remaining two people were lucky enough to see the whole picture of the Xiaoming sword. The sword body was simple, but the sword spirit was majestic. Lianshan sighed and said, "Although I can't see it, I can still feel it. The intention of the Xiaoming sword is like the rising sun." When Ruo Jianwei saw this, he suddenly realized that Xiaomingjian Danqi came from Pengzhou Island above the East China Sea. It snowed at the beginning of winter. Yu and Lianshan visited Qishan, and Lefengjin Zhu Sun treated each other with Qingming's famous music. I was greedy for the fragrance of tea, so I wanted to stay a few more days. Lianshan said, "If you stay here, you can taste the pure tea every day." Yunnan smiled, and Mr. Lu Feng said, "It is enviable that you two get along with each other." Yu smiled and said, "Making friends by mistake is bad. Making friends by mistake is just bad." Zhu Feibai also had a smile in his eyes when he saw the anecdotes between his ancestors and the two gods. The Northwest is extremely cold in winter, but I and Lianshan once saw a mountain range full of spring. When I went in to explore, I found that the name of this mountain is like spring, and it is protected by Go Mangjuan's divine power. Lianshan said, "This is a formation. In the formation, use divine power to maintain the flow of spiritual energy and create a world of its own." I sighed at the wonder. I and Lianshan were traveling around the cities in Guangya and saw many murders by demons. Lord Qingshu was slaying demons in the city. The brother and sister had a very good relationship. You shall guess that Zhao Ruwei had been in love with Guang Han for a long time. Lianshan also laughed. "When did you start gossiping like this?" Lu Zhenglan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Are the 10 gods also so gossipy?" Ruo Jianwei frowned and said secretly, "Zhao Ji and Guang Han both came from Zhuoguang Mountain." One day Lianshan woke up from a dream. His face was pale, and you asked worriedly why. Lianshan said nothing, and stayed in the room for 3 days and 3 nights, studying the astrolabe he carried with him. Later Lianshan came out, with a worried look on his face. "And you also worried," Lianshan sighed and said, "Jiuzhou is in danger." Lianshan asked you if he had any important things with him to carry Yu's divine power. You smiled and said, "I and you are at home all over the world, and the only thing I have with me is the unfinished scroll in my hand." Lianshan lowered his head and said nothing for a while, saying, "If one day you die like a mortal, will you be afraid?" Yu Ruo felt something and replied, "Everything in the world will come to an end, let alone me. Matters of life and death are just clouds and smoke. Now that I know it will end, what should I be afraid of?" Lianshan smiled and sighed. "You are the one who truly sees through this." Lianshan said that there was a way to solve the disasters in Jiuzhou. I asked him about it, and he said, "There is a constant, and there is a way." Yu Sui and Lianshan searched for the worldly gods in the 9 provinces. When the 4 of them saw this, they were secretly shocked. Lord Lianshan had actually foreseen the evil disaster thousands of years ago. What was the solution to the problem, he said. Yu and Lianshan were traveling in the western part of Kyushu, and they encountered dozens of empty cities on the road, which they thought were strange. Passers-by said, "Hundreds of years ago, a Taoist monk fell into a demon and killed all the residents in the city. He was eventually sentenced to death by Lord Yaoming on behalf of the Taoist sect. However, there has been no population in the city since then." The remaining 2 people then found Yao Mingjuan's dojo. Yao Mingjuan's real name was Yu Yuan, and he wore a sword in the dark day. He entertained the remaining 2 people with delicacies. Yu Guanji's conversation was extraordinary, and his spirit was high. However, Lianshan talked with him alone, and afterwards he said to Yu, "Yu Yuan's character is far inferior to yours." Yu Xiao said, "Everyone's human nature is different due to environmental circumstances. Why should you force it?" Lianshan showed his face and smiled. Everyone in the world said that the founder of Buddhism, Bodhisattva Sakyamuni, had transcended heaven and earth. I was very curious and wanted to find his traces. Lianshan said, "Sakyamuni became a god thousands of years ago. Years ago, there was no trace of it in the world. You didn't think so, so he made a bet with Lianshan. Lianshan laughed and scolded. Every time you lose a bet, you have to default on it. I won't bet with you. You felt helpless. You and Lianshan walked south to Tianju Mountain. There was a temple on top, and there were Buddhist practitioners in the middle. The two of them went up to the mountain to stay for a few days. Lianshan discussed Taoism with the master in the temple. Everyone has unique opinions, and I also have deep feelings. It is said that Adumbra Kasapa attained enlightenment and became a god under the Adumbra tree. At that time, all the golden Adumbra flowers on the tree behind him were in full bloom, and everyone who saw it was amazed. When the human being came to this world, I and Lianshan traveled in the southwest of Kyushu, and unexpectedly found traces of the venerable and the Adumbra tree in Urshi Mountain. Lianshan asked. Everyone in the world said that the venerable made a wheel when he became a god, extraditing thousands of dead souls to reincarnation together. I wonder if we too will be lucky enough to see it? Kasayapa replied, Bodhi has no tree, and the mirror is not a stand. When you have seen a wheel before, or perhaps there is no wheel in the world. Lianshan said, Your Majesty advised me not to be attached, but is there no attachment in your heart? Lianshan said, Although Kasayapa was a member of the Buddhist sect, he did not break through the world of mortals like Sakyamuni. You smiled and said, Your Majesty is also tired of the world of mortals. I don't know what is it that traps him. I feel a little itchy again. Lianshan said, Although I can't see it, the expression on your face at this moment must be that you deserve a beating. Ruo Jianwei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured, Yu Tanzun, Kasapa, wheel. Lu Zhenglan also frowned. There is no wheel in the world? So what happened to Du Hong? Can this Yutan lord speak human language? Yudu Mountain. Du Hong retracted his hand and stood up. In front of him, the entrance of the cave was filled with red light, and the space seemed to be fluctuating. He stepped into the cave. But in the cave that was originally empty, there was a golden formation operating at this moment, and a steady stream of power flowed to the center of the cave with the formation. Du Heng's eyes darkened. This was the power of a divine weapon. He looked at the huge ice coffin in the center of the cave and walked forward. He saw golden runes spreading around him, and he walked straight through the formation without any hindrance. A strange folding fan hangs above the ice coffin. The surface of the fan does not look like ordinary paper or silk, but has blue-green feathers. Du Hong leaned over and looked into the ice coffin, and saw a young man wearing silver armor lying inside. The man's face was calm and unconscious, and there was a mark like a peacock feather on his forehead. Du Hong raised his hand and gently touched the folding fan. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene changed suddenly. When he came to his senses again, he was already at the edge of a lotus pond, full of green lotuses in full bloom, and there was a faint fragrance. He looked up to the sky, and saw a bright moon in the sky, and a man hanging in front of the moon, his robes moving automatically in the wind, looking down at him from a high place. There are two people, one in the sky and one on the ground, looking at each other across the lotus pond. After a long while, Du Hong lowered his head and laughed lowly. Ha ha ha. Is this Feng Zhi's secret? He suddenly raised his head to look at the people in the sky, narrowed his eyes, and then said, It's all about the fan, the peacock feather. I know you. You are in Wuyu Mountain. Several people continued to look down and saw another record. The extreme south of Kyushu is called Juchio, where the demon tribe lives. Yu and Lianshan were walking on Juchio, and they were amazed to see the harmonious and beautiful life of the demon tribe, with their food, clothing, housing, and transportation being the same as that of ordinary people. When asked why, the demon clan all said, My clan, Kong Yin, unified the 9 hills, put down the rebellion, taught the clansmen how to be civilized, and everyone in the clansmen regarded him as a holy king. Kong Yin is one of the few people in the world who survived the catastrophe in a demon body and became a god. His strength is so powerful that there is no one who can match him in the world. The world calls him the first of the 10 gods. The sage king of the demon clan, Ling Xiaoi, said, however, Du Hong suddenly stepped forward and raised his hand to attack him. The power of the divine weapon on his body was fully displayed, and purple spells surged towards the man in the air. Kong Yin flipped his palm and a Juyuan fan emerged. The fan unfolded with a swish sound, and then he waved it in front of him, eliminating many spell attacks. At this time, Du Hong had already rushed in front of Kong Yin, and dozens of moves had passed between the two of them while their robe sleeves were flying. Du Hong raised his hand to block Kong Yan's blow, and then retreated to the lotus pond. He had already made a guess when he saw the scene in the cave, and now he confirmed his thoughts. Your soul is damaged, so Fengji collected the artifacts just for you. Kong Yin slowly landed on the water and said in a gentle tone, Yes, after the demon sealing war, my body and soul were severely damaged. It was Aji who repaired my body and placed it here, trying to repair my soul. Du Hong mocked, You are a god, and you want a demon to collect artifacts for you to restore your soul? He asked again, What is your relationship with Fengji? Aji is my subordinate. He is not a demon, but the leader of the Phoenix clan. After the demon sealing war, the demon clan withered away, and he is now the last phoenix in the world. Du Heng's eyes flashed coldly. Nonsense. Don't tell me you didn't notice the powerful demonic energy in him. Kong Yan's eyes showed sadness when he heard this. It's all because of me that he became like this. I owe Aji too much. Haha. Du Heng sneered. So you allowed him to go around snatching artifacts, even by any means? Everything he did was to restore my soul. Aji is not a cruel person by nature. Ha ha ha. Du Heng seems to have heard some joke. It's all for you. For you. Why? There was hatred in his eyes. Why would he drag everyone into Hades for you? Kong Yin was speechless, and Du Hengwu laughed to himself for a long time, then suddenly stopped his smile and looked at him and said, But it doesn't matter. I'll kill you first and then him, so you don't have to worry about any artifacts or souls anymore. Keep me company. Kong Yin looked at him and said calmly, You can't beat me, you have already tried. It doesn't matter. Du Heng didn't seem to care. You are just a god with a broken soul now, and I. There was a look of madness in his eyes. And I am a monster created by your dear subordinates to save you. Kong Yin hesitated and said, You now have both the power of wheel-turning and demonic energy in your body. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Du Heng smiled and said, Ha ha ha. You should ask your good subordinate what he did to get the power of the artifact. Kong Yin said, There is another connection among the 10 Directions artifacts. Sooner or later, they will all end up in one place. I will be responsible for what Aji did, but you really don't remember anything? Du Heng's eyes flashed coldly. What do you remember? Kong Yin stared at him for another moment, then said, There is something different in your soul. Didn't you notice it? Is there something strange about my soul? Du Heng murmured, and he laughed again after a while. Ah, you were talking about the formation that can refine people into artifacts. That is really a good thing, thanks to it. He said fiercely, Thanks to it. Now I am neither a human nor a Buddha, neither a god nor a demon. What does it matter if the soul is different? I don't know anymore. He pointed to his chest. What kind of thing is living here now? After Du Heng finished speaking, he stood up and attacked Kong Yin again. Kong Yin released the divine power in his soul and pushed Du Heng towards him. Even if he only had his soul, he was still stronger than Fengji. Kong Yin flicked his sleeves and pushed Du Heng back to the edge of the pool, sighing. It's Aji's fault that you are like this. I guess you must want to find a way to suppress the power of the artifact in your body. Du Heng was stunned for a moment, and then Kong Yin continued. I will point you to a clear path. On Urshi Mountain in the southwest of Kyushu, there is the answer you are looking for. But you have to promise me that after you find it, you will leave here and be with Aji. No more connection. Du Heng raised his sleeve to wipe away the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, You want to trade with me for this? I beg to differ. After I find a way to suppress you, I will come back and kill you. Kong Yan's expression turned cold when he heard this, and the pressure of the Saint Lord of the Monster Clan appeared, and he said calmly, If you still want to kill him, then don't blame me for being rude. Du Heng looked at him and said, Then let's all rely on our own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery in front of him changed again, and he was already back in the cave. Du Heng looked at the sleeping person in the coffin again, and then walked out of the cave. 6 years ago, Du Heng walked out of the desolate Shura Hall and walked slowly to a small stream. His robes were soaked with blood, both his own and others. The Bodhi string on his left wrist was stained with blood. He squatted down, carefully put the bracelet into the water, and washed it carefully. He washed it nervously over and over again, always feeling that there was still blood on it. He stared at his face reflected in the water, which was still stained with Suda's blood. The red blood made him look like an evil Shura ghost coming out of Hades. He suddenly realized that he would never be able to clean himself again. He looked at himself in the water, and the hot teardrops fell down without warning and hit the water. Demon, monster, madman, what exactly is living in this body? He only wanted to return to Jianwei as soon as possible, but at this moment he suddenly felt a little timid. If you meet him, are you still willing to see yourself now? Is he still willing to take this lunatic back to Kangwu Mountain? Will he still like me? I am afraid that I will break his heart. He has never realized so clearly that everything has completely changed. The little magic stick in Yingchuan City had long since died in the 36 years of refining the formation. The records in the ancient volume are still emerging. Yu and Lianshan spent decades visiting the Tin Gods. During this period, Lianshan told everyone to refine the corresponding artifact. You guessed that this might be a way to solve the disaster. In March of that year, Yu and Lianshan traveled to the far west of Kyushu. The two of them saw a dilapidated mountain gate on the bank of the West Sea. On a whim, I went into the mountain to take a look and found that there were only broken walls and ruins in the mountain. I found some records in it. It was written that this place was originally Yaoi Mountain, and it was the celestial sect of Ruchun, the first person in Kyushu to achieve Taoism and become a god. According to the records in the sect, Wuchun was an unparalleled genius in the Taoist sect with outstanding swordsmanship. At a young age, he used his sword to ask the sky and became a god. After that, Wuchun traveled around Jiuzhou with his sword, traveling around, and then gradually disappeared and hid from the world. People in the sect speculated that he might have died, and the teacher's sect's joy in traveling to the mountains also eventually declined. Yu and Lianshan met. Throughout his life, everyone lamented endlessly. Lianshan said, "He was so powerful, but eventually he died," and I sighed with sadness. Yushin agreed. Therefore, all things in the world will eventually perish, and we can't avoid them. I only hope that when I am alive, I can be carefree and have no regrets. I found a Buddhist scripture pavilion in the southeast of Jiuzhou and named it Longhuan. Lianshan asked me what I wanted to do, and he said with a smile, "I am a mortal who has become a god, but I am not as good as you. I have profound teachings and pass them on to later generations. I only like to travel throughout my life, so I will collect the anecdotes, classics of various schools, discussions by famous people, and the thoughts of the masters in books. It is still considered good. Leave some merit for future generations." Lianshan was moved, and Yufu smiled and said, "By then, you will be the first person to read my writings." The cause of the evil disaster was found to be that there was a demon who deliberately spread the evil spirit over the Kyushu. Wherever it passed, all things were demonized and not even a blade of grass grew. The evil disaster occurred one after another in the Kyushu. In the vast wilderness, all living beings were devastated, and mourners filled the fields in all directions. There are also many people in the immortal sect who have fallen into demons due to the intrusion of demonic energy. King Peacock Ming and his subordinates have found the source of the demonic disaster, and a war is inevitable. Ling Mao said. One night, Lianshan was walking alone in the courtyard, and Yushang, when I asked him what he was worried about, Lianshan said, "Disaster is coming, we cannot avoid it. If we don't succeed this time," Yushao said, "You have always said that even if we die, there will be descendants who will inherit our legacy. Those who cause harm to the world will eventually reap the consequences." In the 6th month, King Peacock Ming summoned his men, together with the other 10 gods and hundreds of immortal families, to fight the devil and his followers in the south of the 9 hills. On the first hill, he will be seduced by him into a fallen demon, and he will fight with his comrades with swords. The war lasted for 10 years, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the 10 gods refined the artifacts from the 10 directions and jointly sealed the devil. At the end of the scroll, it seemed that the person who wrote the book was not strong enough, and the handwriting gradually became scribbled, and the inner heart of the person who wrote it could be seen in the scroll. Anxiety and grief. Although the demon has been sealed, the demon clan is almost extinct. The vitality of hundreds of immortal families has been severely damaged. 6 of the 10 gods have fallen, 2 are seriously injured, and the whereabouts of the remaining 2 are unknown. The spiritual energy of Kyushu is seriously damaged, and it may be necessary to restore it to its peak. Thousands of years ago, before Lianshan died, he told you that the evil disaster had not yet been completely eliminated, and the true identity of the devil may not be simple. He had left a turning point with. There is still a connection between the artifacts of the 10 directions, but the key to completely solving the disaster, just waiting for the time to come. I also feel that my divine power has been exhausted, and this body and soul will eventually return to heaven and earth. Looking back on Yu's life, I didn't have many friends, but I was fortunate to have a close friend in Lianshan. Yu and Lianshan traveled together in Kyushu, and finally died together. There are no regrets in this life. The handwriting of the book has completely stopped at this point, but everyone has been there for a long time. Can't come back to reality. In the volume Tracing Back the Past, Lang Huanjuan's pen may describe the scenery he encounters, or record the people he meets, or narrate the trivial matters of life with his friends, or express his own opinions and insights on worldly affairs. Throughout the whole volume, it is as if he is following these 2 best friends. We traveled all over Juzhou together and witnessed the joys, sorrows, and joys of all sentient beings. Between the lines, one can get a glimpse of Lord Longhuan's open-mindedness and ease. Although he died with the end of the demon sealing war 1,000 years ago, his clear temperament still remains in the book. This man has passed away, but his character remains. After a long time, Lu Ju sighed. The friendship between Lang Wenjun and Lian Shanjin is really enviable. Zhu Feibai thought deeply for a moment and said, according to what is said in the volume, the evil disaster thousands of years ago has not been completely solved, and the connection between the artifacts of the 10 directions is the key. It seems that we still need to explore other artifacts and find the connection. In case. She turned to Ruo Jianwei and said, I want to go to Tianshu Terrace first to have a look at the divination. I wonder if I can ask the young elder Ruo to go to Longhuan Pavilion for me to have a look. Of course, if I see you nodding slightly, I am also very concerned about what Xie Zhenfen said before he died. There may be something fishy in Longhuan Pavilion now. Ruo Jianwei said to Lu Ju again, I searched for recording the world to solve my own doubts. Now that the doubt has been solved, I want to return the returning the world to Longhuan Pavilion. It would be better if Master Lu came with me. There are clues about the source of Du Heng's willpower, and he plans to go to Urshi Mountain where Yutin Lord is to investigate. Just when Lu had this intention, Lu Ju responded, I should go to Longhuan Pavilion in person to settle the matter of the mountain master stealing the artifact 300 years ago. After discussing where to go, they were ready to set off. When Ruo Jianwei was about to leave, Lu Zhenglan pulled him aside and said, Little Elder Ruo, you must have found clues about the wheel from Tracing Back the Past. Ruo Jian nodded slightly and said, Just leave this matter to me. Your right protector can rest assured. A Hong was in Yudu Mountain before, thanks to the right protector for taking more care of him. Lu Zhenglan smiled and said, With your relationship with Du Hong, there is no need to be so polite. Ruo Jianwei asked again, You know, right protector, where is a Heng? Lu Zhenglan was silent for a moment and said, He has returned to Yudu Mountain, but don't worry too much. Seeing the worried look on Ruo Jianwei's face, Lu Zhenglan quickly comforted him, saying that he went back this time to explore the secrets in Yudu Mountain, and he will come down the mountain soon. Ruo Jianwei looked at her, obviously not believing her. You said before that it would be difficult for him to go down the mountain. I'm going to find him. If you see a trace. Lu Zhenglan said hurriedly, No, little elder Ruo. Are you going to Yudu Mountain? This is unnecessary. I'm afraid you'll tear down the mountain for me. She sneered and said, I know you are worried about him. Why not do this? I will go back and ask him to come down for you. How about you go to Longhuan Pavilion first and then meet him? It's time for you to protect the Dharma. Ruo Jianwei cupped his hands towards her and said. Lu Zhenglan looked at Ruo Jianwei and Lu Ju walking away, and secretly cursed her for giving him another hard job. At this time, Zhu Feibai's voice sounded behind her. Lan, I am also going to Tianshu Terrace, so I will say goodbye to you here. Lu Zhenglan turned around and said with a hearty smile, "Farewell for now, Fei Bai. When I have my business here, I wonder if I can still come and listen to you? In the mountains and rivers, it is hard to find a true friend. I am always waiting for you." Clang. Lu Qingchuan swung his sword to block the attack of the person in front of him. Ever since he came out of Ruchun Mountain, he had been wandering aimlessly across the 9 provinces, occasionally picking up a knife to punish evildoers and hoeing traitors, and occasionally stopping to enjoy the mountains and rivers. But he had experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature and the impermanence of the world. During this period, Gu Han had been staying behind him from a distance. If he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, he would come out and show his face. The rest of the time, he was in a state of letting go. Calculating that it had been several months since he came down the mountain, Lu Qingchuan was actually a little homesick, but he was angry in his heart and refused to speak to Gu Han or submit to Luchun. He met these people in a small village. They all had strong demonic aura and were burning, killing, and looting in the village. Lu Qingchuan was a young man with a hot-blooded temperament, so he went up to them without any confusion. Only then did he realize that these people were quite powerful, and he was entangled by them for a while. He was originally weak on his own, but now that he has been fighting with these people for a long time, he is gradually unable to withstand them. Lu Qingchuan flashed his skills, and several other people gathered around him. His knife was still held in front of him, and he couldn't pull it out for a while. Seeing that the swords of several people were about to hit Lu Qingchuan, a clang was heard suddenly, and then a sharp sword energy swept across, instantly repelling the offensive of several people. When those people saw the help coming, they rushed to greet them. However, when they saw Gu Han holding a knife in his hand, his eyes shuddered, and then he swung the knife to resist the attack of several people. Several people saw that the other party was very powerful and wanted to increase their demonic energy. Gu Han noticed their intention, turned the sword in his hand, and used an Aishui Han with a move, killing several people in the blink of an eye. Lu Qingchuan stared blankly at Gu Han, who was standing among the corpses on the ground, taking back his drink of ice, unable to say a word. Gu Han didn't look at him. He only lowered his head to check the demonic energy on several people, and his brows gradually wrinkled. These people looked like they were from Lutai Mountain. Gu Han's voice was cold, and the demonic aura on their bodies was inconsistent with their cultivation. It didn't look like they had fallen into demons due to retrograde meridians. Lutai Mountain is a small fairy sect that practices swordsmanship. You mean, this demonic energy is not their own? Lu Qingchuan asked. Yes, this strong demonic energy is more like someone else forcefully instilling it into their bodies. Gu Han said. Lu Qingchuan had a cold war for no reason, as someone could use demonic energy to force a cultivator to become a demon. Things were not simple. Gu Han recalled that the number of demons he met along the way had obviously increased. He stood up and looked at Lu Qingchuan. Not to mention how these cultivators were led to fall into demons. How could they be able to do so without being noticed? Under such circumstances, if the demonic energy is injected into the bodies of so many people from the immortal sect, the guide is most likely to be someone from within Lutai Mountain. Lu Qingchuan's pupils shrank. What he saw today were the disciples of Lutai Mountain. Who knows if there are other immortal sections? He suddenly felt a little worried. Gu Han walked towards Lu Qingchuan and asked, "Nowadays, Kyushu is no longer peaceful. Come back with me, Qingchuan." Lu Qingchuan looked at him and said after a while, "Okay." Lu Ju and Ruo Jian were walking on the road. He thought about it for a long time and said to the people next to him, when the young elder Ruo was in Sangzhou City, he once said that Lord Kong Sang was led by the devil to become a demon. Is this convenient? This is the legacy of the evil disaster that was not completely resolved back then. That should be the case, Ruo Jianwei said thoughtfully. I learned from Kong Sangjin's memory that he was infected with demonic energy after the demon sealing war. So this demonic energy should be the backup plan of the demon back then. In recent days, there have been many people who have fallen into demons for no apparent reason in Kyushu. I was still a little confused at first, but now it seems that someone is deliberately guiding them. Lu Ju guessed. Yes, this approach is exactly the same as the evil disaster thousands of years ago. If Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, he thought of the formations he and Du Hong had entered in Huayin City and Jinyang City before. This formation made everyone in the city fall into demons. Now that he thought about it, it was inseparable from the evil disaster. www.liotagtkaidao. Net the demon should have been sealed by the Shifeng artifact 1,000 years ago. Otherwise Kyushu would not have a chance to breathe in the past 1,000 years. So what happened to the demon that was sealed now? It has been mentioned in the past that the artifacts of the 10 directions are the key to solving the evil disaster. Nowadays, the only force that is ruthlessly snatching artifacts in Jojo is Yudu Mountain. Yishu ran wildly in the woods. He finally slipped down from Zhuoguang Mountain, but because he went down alone and didn't know the way, he had to ask others for directions. As a result, he was dizzy and didn't know where he was going. He originally wanted to go to Kengwu Mountain, but after wandering around for a few days, he no longer knew the way at all. There was a leak in the house, and it rained all night. On this day, while wandering in the woods, he met several people with a strong demonic aura wrapped around their bodies. Those people looked at him like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yishu only resisted for a few times before he knew that he was no match for them. He ran away without saying a word, with people chasing after him. He ran out of breath, and his heart was full of despair. This was probably because he died before he left the army. Yishu was thinking wildly, without looking back, running hard. The person behind him was probably a little angry, and the demonic energy on his body was attacking him one after another. He didn't dare to look back, so he could only rely on his feeling to swing his sword to split the demonic energy coming towards him. After running for an unknown amount of time, Yishu felt that his legs were weak. At this moment, a road appeared not far away in front of him. He was overjoyed and gritted his teeth and rushed forward, hoping to meet someone asking for help. Perhaps God heard his inner voice, and there was actually a familiar figure walking on the road. At this time, several people behind him also chased after him. Yishu ignored his beating heart and shouted loudly to the person, "Protector Du, help!" The man stopped and turned around. It was Du Hong who had come down from Yudu Mountain. Yishu saw him stop, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. At this moment, a ray of demonic energy hit his ankle. His legs softened, and he slid forward. He was not stopped until Du Hong approached. He tripped over a stone and knelt down with a thud. Du Hong, there is no need to give such a big gift. Yishu devoured his food at the dinner table, trying hard to force himself to ignore the teasing look across the table. Only then did he realize what kind of giant Buddha he had found. God knows just now when Du Hong raised his hand to eliminate those people and smiled at him with a few drops of blood on his face, how much strength he used to hold back from shouting. Du Hong ordered the food, but Yishu couldn't care less. He wandered around the barren mountains for several days because he got lost, and finally had a good meal. However, Du Hong seems to be very skilled in ordering. Why are there so many sweet dishes? And he ordered but didn't eat it, so Yishu ended up eating it all. Yishu swallowed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs with tears in his eyes, and then heard Du Hong say from the opposite side, "Little Yi, if I remember correctly, you should have returned to Zhuoguang Mountain. Why are you here?" Yishu said softly, I came down the mountain secretly. Come down the mountain and deliver yourself to the devil?" Du Hong smiled. "What a loss. I was originally going to Kangwu Mountain, but I got lost." Yishu tried to save his image. Puff. Du Hong couldn't help laughing and said, "Kangwu Mountain is in the northeast of Kyushu, and Zhuoguang Mountain is in the southeast of Kyushu. How did you get lost and come to the southwest?" Yishu blushed. Du Hong laughed enough before he asked him, "What are you doing in Kangwu Mountain?" Yishu blushed and said, I'm going to see someone." "Oh." Du Hong deliberately lengthened his tone, as if you know and I know. Yishu lowered his head. After a while, Du Hong said in a serious voice, "I didn't say that. Little Yi, you can't catch up with my junior sister Ruajin like this. You have to learn to be smarter and bolder." Yishu raised his head and looked at him, nodded confusedly. Du Hong nagged for a long time like a matchmaker, and finally said, "How about this? I will accompany you to Kangwu Mountain." Yishu said doubtfully, "You go with me? So kind?" "Why?" Du Hong looked at him with a straight face. "You are only allowed to go to your Taoist Ruo, but I am not allowed to go to my Taoist Ruo." "But you weren't going to Kangwu Mountain, were you?" "No problem." Du Hong lowered his eyes and looked at the untouched plate of sweet, scented osmanthus cake on the table. I have changed my mind now. Yishu couldn't understand what he was thinking, but he only knew that he would not get lost again along the way. As long as Protector Du is more reliable, he thought to himself. At the end of his meal, Yishu couldn't eat any more. He put down his chopsticks and looked at the person opposite. Du Hong also looked at him. The two stared at him for a long time, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in Yishu's heart. Protector Du, Yishu whispered, it's time to pay for the meal. I didn't bring any money. Du Hong also whispered back to him. Yishu felt a chill in his heart. I lost my wallet. Du Hong then whispered, I thought you had money with you. I thought you had money with you. Yishu was a little crazy. No, you didn't bring any money. So how could you confidently order such a large table of dishes? What now? Yishu looked at the waiter walking towards them and asked worriedly. Du Hong frowned, his face solemn. There is nothing we can do. Yishu's heart tightened. He must not do anything to kill people, set fires, destroy corpses, and eliminate traces. Just listen to Du Hong continue. I will say 3 words later. Ari, you run away. Do you hear me? Before Yishu could react, Du Hong had already said, 3, 2, 1. Soon after, Du Hong picked up the confused Yishu and walked through the lobby. With the waiter behind him yelling and cursing, he climbed out of the window and ran out of the restaurant without looking back. Yishu was carried by the collar and followed Du Hong between the eaves. He felt like his stomach was churning, and the meal he had just eaten seemed to be knocked out by him. I regret it now, very much. In the southeast of Kyushu, there is a river named Jialing. On the banks of the Jialing River, there are mountains and mountains, and a 3-story pavilion can be seen vaguely among the trees. It is the Longhuan Pavilion that has been hidden for a long time. When Ruo Jianwei and Lu Ju arrived, there was a child sweeping the snow on the steps in front of the pavilion. The two stepped forward and explained their purpose. The child listened and said, Please wait here for a moment until I come in to ask for instructions. My master. The two chatted hurriedly, and the boy bowed to them and then entered the pavilion. The snow has just fallen in the mountains, and there is no sound of birds and animals. Occasionally, snow falls from the trees to the ground and makes a rustling sound. Standing in the mountains, one really feels far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, and feels independent from the world. After a while, the child came back and said to the two of them, My master invites you to come in and talk. After saying this, he made an invitation gesture to the two of them, and then walked in front and led the two of them into the pavilion. Longhuan Pavilion doesn't look big from the outside, but once you take a closer look, you'll find out what's going on inside. On the 4 walls of each floor of the pavilion are several layers of bookshelves, filled with books. There are several young men dressed as book boys who are going up and down next to the bookshelves, sorting various books. Ruo Jianwei and Lu Ju followed the child along the spiral staircase to the top floor. Lu Ju browsed the titles of books on the bookshelf and praised. I didn't believe it before, but now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know that Longhuan Pavilion has a profound heritage and is worthy of being a library that has been passed down from thousands of years ago. The 3 of them walked into a room on the top floor and saw a screen erected in the room, with a scene of mountains and rivers on it. A voice came from behind the screen. 2 guests came from afar. We apologize for Xie's illness. It would be rude not to come far enough to greet you. I saw a young man with handsome features slowly walking out from behind the screen. He was wearing a fox fur and holding a small heater in his hand. He had a bookish air about him, but there was a trace of illness between his eyebrows. Xie gave the 2 of them a scholarly salute, and the 2 of them hurriedly returned the salute to him. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Xie straightened up, couldn't help covering his mouth with his hands and coughed a few times, and then said, You two, please come with me. The 2 of them followed Xie around the screen and saw a small table behind the screen, with incense burning in the small stove above and a faint smoke rising from the stove. Xie asked the boy next to him to bring futons and tables for the 2 of them and also serve tea. The 2 thanked them before taking their seats. After Xie sat down, he put the heater in his hand on the table, drank a few more sips of tea, and said, Xie has heard about the names of Sect Master Lu and Elder Ruaxiao for a long time. I don't know what happened to the 2 of you here in the deep mountains and wild ridges. What's the point? Lu Ju said, It's Miss Xiejinfin of your pavilion who once told me about the old affairs between my master Fuyu Mountain and your pavilion. So Lu came here to apologize to your pavilion for this matter. Ah, it's Zhenfin. Xie Chun seemed to recall it for a moment before continuing. Yes, there is indeed a record in the pavilion. Lu Fuyu was originally from my Longhuan pavilion. He was stolen 300 years ago, and then leave Longhuan pavilion and set up your own business. However, artifacts can only be obtained by those who are destined and capable, so I have no intention of taking them back. It's just that this child Jinfin has a too serious temperament. Alas. He asked Lu Ju, I wonder where she is now. Lu Ju was silent for a moment, then Ruo Jianwei replied, Miss Xie is dead. How? Xie Chun looked very shocked. His energy and blood surged up, and he couldn't help but cough again, cough, cough, cough. I hope Master Xie Pavilion can express his condolences. Lu Ju said. Xie Chun finally stopped coughing and asked, What's wrong with her? How could it be? Ruo Jianwei told him about Xie Zhenfin's stay in Fuyu Mountain, and it seemed like it took Xie Chun a long time to listen to it. Accepting this matter, he sighed for a long time and said, Alas, it's my fault that I failed to stop her from going her own way, so she died innocently. Ruo Jian's slightly dark eyes were still staring at him. Does Pavilion Master Xie really think so? Then why did Miss Xie mention the Pavilion Master before she died? There was sadness in Xie Chun's voice. I don't know why Zhenfin mentioned me before she died. There was no news from her after she left the pavilion, and I didn't expect that she would steal the artifact. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and covered his face and coughed a few times. Ruo Jian looked at him for a while before looking away. Lu Ju said from the side, After all, Miss Xie died tragically in Fuyu Mountain because of the artifact. Naturally, I bear a certain responsibility. From now on, Mr. Lu will make the events of that year known to the world, fulfilling the girl's long-cherished wish. Xie Chun raised his head and saluted him and said, Here comes the head of Lao Lu. I wonder where he is now. Lu Ju replied, The divine seal of retrospection is already on the body of Elder Ruo Shao. Ruo Jianwei interrupted him and said, Since Pavilion Master Xie also said that those who are destined to get the divine artifact will get it, so I will keep it for you first. Lu Ju turned around and looked at him in shock, as if he didn't understand why Ruo Jianwei changed his mind. Xie Chun smiled and said, That's very good. It would be a lot of work for the young elder to worry about it. Ruo Jianwei replied calmly, It doesn't matter. Xie Chun lowered his head and took another sip of tea, then spoke again. Speaking of which, Xie also has something that he would like to ask Elder Ruo Shao to help me clear up. Ruo Jianwei looked at him and said, Thank you, Master. Please speak. Elder Ruo has been cultivating Taoism for decades, but I wonder what Elder Ruo's Tao is? Master once taught that practicing swordsmanship is to punish evil and eliminate evil in the world, and to protect the world with one's own way. No, no, Xie Chun still looked at him with a smile. This is your Master Ruo Guanshan's way, not your Ruo Jianwei's way. Ruo Jian was startled. Xie Chun asked again. For practitioners in the world, regardless of Buddhism or Taoism, if they practice to the end, they will either realize the Tao and become a god, or die like a mortal. If the young elder has not thought about that day, Ruo Jianwei thought for a while and said, Enlightenment is up to me, becoming a god is up to heaven, don't force it. Hee. Xie Chun smiled lowly. Little Elder Ruo was quite tolerant. I'm very curious. What do those who wholeheartedly cultivate and want to become gods seek? Is it supreme divine power, the same lifespan between heaven and earth, or just an answer? Xie Chun continued, In ancient times, only a few dozen people became gods. I wonder if they have realized what they wanted after becoming gods. When he said this, his expression was hidden behind the curls of cigarette smoke, making it unclear what he was thinking. Ruo Jianwei and Lu Ju talked with Xie Chun for a while, but Xie Chun was ill. Later, they saw that he looked a little sleepy and hurriedly got up and left. Xie Chun sent the two of them to the door. Today I talked with Elder Ruo Shao. Xie benefited a lot. I hope I will have the opportunity to invite the elder to come and talk about Taoism. Ruo Jianwei cupped his hands and said, I don't dare to take it seriously. After Lu Ju left Longhuan Pavilion, he asked the doubts in his heart. Why didn't Elder Ruo return the trace of life to him? I still care about what Miss Xie said before she died. Ruo slightly frowned and continued. And I always feel that there is a strange sense of disobedience in Xie. He had just checked and found that Xie had no spiritual power at all, but what this man said was strange. Is he really just a mortal? Xie walked back to the house alone and saw a man sitting on the futon, drinking tea by himself. Seeing him come back, the man said, "Why didn't you just take advantage of the situation and leave Su Shi behind?" "I have already said it." Xie expression no longer looked sick at this time, and he said coldly, "The power of the seal of retrospective has been released, and it is just an ordinary book to me now." The person sitting looked down at the tea in his hand, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Speaking of which, Xie walked to his seat and sat down, and then said, "Isn't our old alliance going to make big moves recently?" The man raised his head and looked at him. "You mean Fengji?" "Yes." Xie raised the teacup and slowly turned it around. "He didn't have enough manpower and asked us to help. How about it? It's time for you to show off your skills." He looked at the man with a playful smile on his lips. Jun Yaoming, in Tianshu Terrace, in the headmaster's mansion. Zhang Yi looked at the bamboo slips on the table with a worried look on his eyebrows. On it are the divination words in Ji Xian's latest decipherment of Taoism. Buddha is not Buddha, gods are not gods, and demons are not demons. She gently rubbed the jade pendant around her waist and murmured, "Trouble is about to happen." Yishu felt very speechless. After Du Hong took him away that day, he always felt that his conscience couldn't bear it. So he took Du Hong back to the restaurant, intending to make up for his mistake. As a result, the two of them were scolded by the boss. Finally, Du Hong said to the boss, "Good brother, you see how difficult it is for my two brothers to live outside each other. This time, the thieves robbed their wallets again, so they didn't pay you for the meal." As he spoke, he pinched Yishu, and Yishu hurriedly continued, "Ah, yes, we didn't mean to eat the king's meal." Du Hong said again, "We came back on our own initiative to compensate you. Please be kind and don't report this matter to the officials, okay?" Yishu also said, "We can do whatever you ask us to do." The two said a lot of good things again, and the boss's anger subsided a little. So the two of them ended up washing dishes in the restaurant for 3 days before the boss let them go. Yishu had a deeper understanding of Du Hong after this incident. Later on, he couldn't believe anything Du Hong told him along the way. However, it was not a solution for the two of them to have no money. As a result, under Du Hong's trick, Yishu started working in his old business with him again. Yishu held up a sign that said fortune telling and exorcism, with the corners of his mouth twitching, worried about his future. However, Du Hong seemed to be extremely skilled at being a magic stick, and he actually made a lot of money in one day. In fact, the number of demonic disasters seems to have increased a lot in recent days, so the two of them made a small fortune by slaying demons for people along the way. With the money, Du Hong began to take Yishu around in various cities, buying food, trinkets, rouge, jade toys, and the like from time to time. Yishu was carrying big and small bags and couldn't help but ask, "Protector Du, why do we have to buy so many things?" Du Hong was walking in front. When he heard the words, he turned around, folded his sleeves, and the old god said, "Little Yizi, you don't understand this. We are going to visit Kangwu Mountain, so of course we have to pay tribute to the two Ruozi. The Taoist priest and their master bought some good things. Dado, but there's no need to buy so many, right?" Those who didn't know thought they were going to the foot of Kangwu Mountain to get a betrothal gift. Du Hong went into another jade shop and picked out a jade pendant to wrap. He lost the jade pendant they bought for Ruoguanshan, so he had to recall the style of the jade pendant and buy a similar one. The two of them hurried on while shopping, getting closer and closer to Kangwu Mountain. When Yishu heard that it was coming soon, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He was about to see senior sister Ruojin. What should he say to her then? Yishu hesitated here. Du Hong looked more nervous than him. He kept asking him, "Little Yizi, do you think my clothes are still neat? Little Yizi, is my hair not messy? Little Yizi, have you got all the things we bought? Xiaoya, I can't find the jade pendant I bought. Please help me find it." "Oh no, I found it." Little Yizi. Yishu is going crazy again. Doesn't this person usually look lazy? Why is he acting like a mother-in-law at this time? In a restaurant in a small city in the southwest of Kyushu, A group of people wearing Xianmin costumes were sitting and discussing. There are signs of an increase in demons in Kyushu in recent days. I passed by Guangling City some time ago and heard that something happened in the city. There were several incidents of demons killing people. Don't mention it. It was even more serious when we passed Jinyang City. Guess what? What happened to Jinyang City? That whole city. I heard that someone had set up a formation and everyone in the city was dead. Incredible. What formation is so powerful? I don't know. In my opinion, Kyushu is no longer peaceful. A white-robed monk quietly listened to the discussion of several people at the next table. After a while, at the table Shang gently put down the money, stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Jingxi left the city, thought for a moment, and walked in one direction. After a while, he suddenly stopped. I saw a man sitting on a tree in front of me, wearing a cassock, holding a long knife, and smiling evilly. If anyone passes by here, they will be shocked by this scene. Two monks who looked like they were looking in a mirror were standing and sitting together. One had an indifferent expression on his face, while the other had a madness hidden in his smile, and they were facing each other faintly. Jingwu smiled and said, "Long time no see, big brother." Jingxi looked at the person on the tree and said in a calm tone, "Jingwu, hee, you still look like this. It's really disgusting." Jingwu said, taking out the maha in his hand and attacking Jingxi. Jingxi turned sideways to avoid his attack, raised his hand and waved a wave of powerful palm energy towards Jingwu's face. Jingwu swung his sword to cut away his palm energy and rushed to Jingxi. The two of them went back and forth, with one sword and one palm, and they were fighting hard to separate each other. Jingxi waved away Jingwu's sword energy with a palm. Jingwu raised the sword and withdrew. He stood not far away from him and sneered. "Your path of selflessness has made further progress. This time, which of the 7 emotions and 6 desires have you given up?" 1. Happy, angry, sad, fearful? He swung his sword forward again and said bitterly, "In order to be able to attain enlightenment and become a god, there really is nothing you can't give up." Jingxi raised his palm to block him, but his voice was still calm. "I want to attain enlightenment and become a god because I want an answer." Jingwu exerted force on his sword and shouted, "Is this answer so important? It is equally important as what you insisted on betraying Wuyu Mountain." Jingwu was suddenly speechless. He stared at the other person for a long time, took off the strength on the knife, and stepped back. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, Jingxi stepped forward and continued walking forward. "Where you go?" Jingwu asked behind him. "Jinyang City, Yudu Mountain." After Lu Zhenglan hurried back, he searched inside and outside the mountain, but there was no trace of Du Hong. She kicked the tree next to her hard and cursed. Fortunately, she was kind enough to come back and find Du Hong down the mountain for Ruo Jianwei. I'm afraid this kid would have gone down the mountain to find his old prime minister by himself. However, even Feng Zhi is not in the mountain, and not many of Yudu Mountain's subordinates are left. This is too unusual. Lu Zhenglan found a subordinate of Yudu Mountain who was left behind and asked, "Where did the leader go?" The subordinate was frightened by Lu Zhenglan's anger at this time and stammered, "Zhang." Lu Zhenglan was shocked. Luo Sheng sat under the tree and quietly wiped the sprite knife in his hand. After Feng Zhi led his subordinates out of Yudu Mountain, they divided into 2 groups. They followed Feng Zhi all the way north to Tianshu Terrace, while he and the other 3 masters of the demon sect who had joined Yudu Mountain led them all the way. Chishan Uefu. They were not far from Lushan Mountain now, and were waiting for the subordinates who had gone to inquire about the news to come back, so that they were ready to set off. Part of the reason why he became one of the leaders this time was that he told Feng Zhi about Du Hong and Ruchun Mountain, making Feng Zhi think that he was a reliable subordinate. Thinking of Du Hong and Feng Zhi, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Du Hong was right. Feng Zhi really didn't take him seriously. The leader just needed a loyal subordinate, and he was just the right one. Ultimately, it's because he's not strong enough. Haha, do you want to become stronger? Suddenly a cold voice sounded in Luo Sheng's ears. Who? He stood up with the knife in hand and looked around cautiously. I hear you. Do you want more power? The sound was like a maggot attached to the bone. Who is pretending? Why don't you show up and meet me? Ha ha ha. Fortunately, you are still a demon-fallen cultivator, and you don't know. The voice continued to say in a bad way, I am your deepest desire. I am your inner demon. Du Hong and Yishu walking on the road carrying big and small bags. Seeing that the gate of Kangwu Mountain was in front of them, the pace of the two of them slowed down in unison. Protector Du, Yishu swallowed and said, I'm a little nervous. Nervous? What are you nervous about? Du Hong replied, Have you seen the snow on the sweeping path at the door? He must be the Taoist priest who sweeps the snow. Go and talk to him later. Du Hong continued, saying that you want to find their elder Ruo Xiao and senior sister Ruo Jin. Oh no, what about you? Of course I'm here to cheer you up. Du Hong looked like it was natural. You are really promising. As they talked, the two walked to the gate of the mountain. Du Hong put the package in his hand into Yi Shu's hand without saying a word, then patted his back solemnly and said solemnly, Leave it to you, little Yi Zi. As he spoke, he pushed him in front of the Taoist priest who was lowering his head to sweep the snow. Yi Shu. The Taoist priest was startled, and then he looked up and saw a pile of packages in Yi Shu's hand. He hesitated and said, Excuse me, Taoist priest. This is… I am Yi Shu, a disciple of Zhuoguangshan. Yi Shu hurriedly said, I came here to find senior sister Ruo Jin and elder Ruo Xiao from Kangwu Mountain, and I also asked senior brother to go and report. After Yi Shu finished speaking this series of words, he dared to take a breath and found that his heart was beating fast. The Taoist priest looked at the young man in front of him and said suspiciously, Are you the only one? No. Yi Shu quickly turned around, but seeing Du Heng's figure behind him, Yi Shu looked around in confusion, and then saw Du Hong hiding behind a stone not far away. Du Hong saw his gaze, raised his hand to cheer him on, and then completely hid behind the stone out of sight. Yi Shu turned back, took a deep breath, and gave the Taoist an awkward yet polite smile. Yes, it's just me. The Taoist priest said to Yi Shu, Please wait, and went up the mountain. After a while, he saw a familiar figure walking up the mountain. Yi Shu couldn't help but be happy and shouted to the person, Senior sister Ruo Jin, little leaves? Ruo Jin's voice was also full of surprise. Why are you here alone? I came here specifically to see you. Yi Shu blushed as he spoke. Ruo Jin smiled and said, Thank you for coming to see me. Yi Shu almost felt like he was going to faint. Fortunately, he still remembered other things and hurriedly asked, Senior sister Ruo Jin, where is elder Ru? My senior brother has gone down the mountain, Ruo Jin replied. He should have gone to Fuyu Mountain with Master Zhu of the Yu Mansion and Lishan Mountain. Ruo Jin asked in confusion, What are you doing with your senior brother? It wasn't me. Yi Shu took her towards the stone. It was Protector Du He? There was no one behind the stone. Du Hong walked slowly and leisurely on the road. He couldn't tell whether it was because he was disappointed or something else, but he came to Kangwu Mountain with great joy and caution, only to find that he was nowhere to be found in the mountain. He didn't expect to meet Ruo Jianwei in Ruchun Mountain. He originally planned to go to Ruchun Mountain to finish his work and then go to Kangwu Mountain to have a look. Who knew it would be such a coincidence? Time is really an interesting thing. The person he misses all the time is right in front of him, but when he looks at that person's face that is now becoming colder and colder, he feels both joy and fear in his heart. Fortunately, his moon has never been covered with dust. He only took one look at it and felt that everything he had done in the past 50 years was worth it. After I met him, all my heart and eyes were filled with him. All I think about now is that he is happy and well. As long as he is by my side, I am not alone, and it doesn't matter no matter how hard things go. What was scary was that he tried his best to put on the same smile in front of that person as he had 50 years ago, but he knew that the heart under this skin was already riddled with holes. He was afraid that he would see himself like that, his true self, a complete madman. Iota Krotkaragyat, a Krotkara et he is changed. He only wants to return to him, but he knows clearly that they can never go back to the time 50 years ago. My old friend is like the moon, and his safety shines upon my heart. He joked with him, and joked with him as before. He was like a poor actor, trying to whitewash the piece, because he couldn't imagine what Jianwei would think and do when he discovered his true face now. He didn't want to be left behind again. Brother Du. Du Heng's memories were interrupted by a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Ruajin running to him panting. Brother Du, wait for me. Junior sister Ruajin? Du Heng said, why don't you stay on the mountain? Brother Du, you are here to see my senior brother, right? Ruajin didn't reply to him, but instead asked. Yes, my senior brother should have gone to Fuyu Mountain. Oh, aren't you going to find him? Brother Du, Ruajin said seriously. My senior brother has been looking for you. Du Heng looked at her blankly. I followed my master into Kangwu Mountain, and I saw that the senior brother was always going down the mountain. I asked other senior brothers what he was doing, and they all said that he was looking for artifacts. None of us knew why he was looking for the artifact, but I found out later that he was looking for someone. When he was on Kangwu Mountain, the senior brother was either practicing swordsmanship or meditating, and had almost nothing else to do. But I have seen him often staring at the Bodhi string on his wrist in a daze under the moonlight. I don't know what happened to you before, but senior brother has really been looking for you. I heard from other senior brothers that he has been looking for clues to the artifact like this for decades. Brother Du, I don't know, but my senior brother was always stern with us on the mountain, just like master. But since you followed him, his emotions have become much richer. Sometimes I even feel that he doesn't look like him anymore. The last time you left Sangzhou City alone, your senior brother was very sad when he woke up. So Brother Du, Ruajin's eyes are bright. Can you go find him? Don't let him be alone anymore. Okay, Du Heng spoke after a long while. His voice was choked with sobs. I'll go find him. I will. Go back to him. He won't be left alone again. The luckiest thing in the world is that I keep persisting and you never give up. Tianshu platform. Ji Xian is still deciphering the divination words in the palace, and now it has reached the most critical moment. Jiang Yi and other elders gathered in the headmaster's house and worked together to make a divination. What was the result? Jiang Yi asked. When he returned to the head, the elder who interpreted the hexagram had a worried look on his face, which was a sign of great danger. Jiang Yi's expression was hidden behind the gauze. He tightened his hand on the jade pendant on his waist and said for a long time, activate the gatekeeping formation and protect Ji Xian. After Ruo Jianwei said goodbye to Lu Ju, he went to Ershi Mountain alone. On this day, he was walking on a deserted trail when he suddenly felt something strange next to his ears and stopped. Your Excellency has been following you for the next few days. Will you finally show up today? He said coldly. There was an unexplained wind blowing around him. When Ruo Jianwei looked forward, he saw a man wearing a black robe whose face could not be seen standing not far in front of him. The man said, leave the artifact in your hand. As soon as the man in black robe finished speaking, he raised his hand to attack Ruo Jian. Ruo Jianwei's eyes flashed, and Zhao Yi unsheathed his sword behind him. He held the sword in his hand and blocked the blow. He said coldly, what do you want the artifact for? The man didn't answer. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, he took advantage of the situation and retreated. Then he made a weird formation with his hands and threw it at Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei was slightly startled. He had never seen this formation method before. However, he kept moving the sword in his hand, turned around, and the sword edge drew a bright sword light, fighting against the formation. The man in black robe stepped forward and raised his hand to attack Ruo Jianwei again. If he saw Wei Yujian resisting the formation, he turned sideways to avoid the blow. The formation that this person built does not seem to belong to any known sect in Kyushu. What is his purpose in snatching the artifact? Ruo Jianwei couldn't help but think of the battle to seal the demon mentioned in the past. Since the demon was sealed by the Shifeng artifact, if he wanted to break the seal, would he also need the Shifeng artifact? The man took advantage of Ruo Jianwei's dazzling moment, strengthened the formation again, and then waved his palm forward. Ruo Jian's pupil shrank, and he was still restrained by the formation. Seeing that he could not dodge the blow, he saw several talismans flashing out from the side and attacking directly towards the person's face. The man was startled and quickly stopped his attack and retreated. He saw a purple figure rushing forward, curling his fingers into claws and attacking the man in black robes with all his moves. Du Heng struck at the man in black robes with one move. The man couldn't dodge, and he pulled off the hood that blocked his face. revealing a face that looked quite ordinary but unfamiliar. Du Hong was stunned for a moment. The man seemed a little annoyed that his hood had been picked off, so he raised his hand and attacked again. But he saw Du Hong withdrawing and retreating. At the same time, he was making a seal in his hand, and then a series of spells struck at the formation that trapped Ruo Jianwei. With a bang, the formation was broken. If Wei Shang was about to raise his sword and step forward, Du Hong grabbed his waist. When Ruo Jian was slightly surprised, Du Hong had already picked him up, then moved his feet with his feet, and disappeared from the place in a few strokes. Du Hong gently placed Ruo Jianwei on the ground. Ruo Jian turned his back slightly and said in a calm voice, "Why are you here?" The last note brings a hint of joy that cannot be concealed in the future. Du Hong walked around to him and said with a smile, "Jianwei, didn't I tell junior sister Ruo Jin that I would come back to you? Didn't junior sister not tell you?" Ruo Jianwei was dazzled by his smile, turned her head to one side and whispered, "Then why are you here so late?" "Oops," Du Hong continued. "You ran too fast out of fear, so I had to run all over the country. I worked so hard to find you, and you don't even look at me when I see you," Du Hong said, and put his smiling face in front of Ruo Jianwei. His tone was very relaxed, but Ruo Jianwei felt a little distressed after hearing it, so he raised his eyes to look at the person in front of him, and saw a sly smile on the corner of Du Heng's mouth. Ruo Jianwei then remembered what this man had done just now, and in front of others. His face suddenly darkened, and then he raised his hand to press the man's face, which was getting closer, and walked forward with a flick of his sleeves. Ruo Jin took a few steps and then realized that no one was following him. He stamped his feet rather irritably, then returned to the original place, took Du Heng's hand and urged, "Go faster." Du Hong let him pull him, and the smile on his lips grew wider. Zhu Feibai was walking on the way to Tianshu Terrace when suddenly a figure fell in front of her and staggered towards her. The man ran up to Zhu Feibai and finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell down. Zhu Feibai was startled and hurriedly helped him up. He saw that the man was wearing clothes from Qishan Yuefu. Zhu Feibai's heart sank slightly, and while injecting spiritual power into the man's body, he asked, "Can you still hold on? What happened in the mansion?" The man's blood-stained hands grabbed Zhu Feibai's sleeve and said, "Master of the mansion, leave me alone. Go back to Lushan. Demon Gate." Halfway through, he suddenly stopped breathing and grabbed his sleeve. His hands also let go and fell to the ground feebly. Zhu Feibai's pupils shrank. Outside Tianshu Terrace, the troops from Yudu Mountain had surrounded Tianshu Terrace. Fengji frowned slightly as he looked at the illuminated gate guard formation. After a while, the subordinates who went to explore the formation came back and replied to him. "Report to the leader, this mountain protecting formation is quite mysterious, and my subordinates cannot figure it out." Fengji's eyes narrowed. His subordinates felt the murderous aura in him and did not dare to raise their heads. They knelt on the ground tremblingly. After a long while, Fengji slowly said, "Since it can't be unlocked, then force it open." As soon as he finished speaking, his dark golden eyes glowed with golden light, and then a powerful aura spread out from his body. The subordinate only felt a wave of heat pass by, and was knocked over a few feet away without any defense. Not only the people around him, but even the Tianshu platform who was far away felt it. This huge power belonged to the strong men of the demon clan. A huge phoenix shadow slowly emerged behind Fengji. The phoenix looked up to the sky and chirped, then spread its wings and rushed straight towards the gate guard formation of Tianshu platform. Everyone heard a loud bang, and there was a tremor all around, and they saw that there was a crack in the formation that covered the Tianshu platform like a cover. At the same time, several elders who were responsible for maintaining the gatekeeping formation in Tianshu platform felt a violent shock of spiritual energy, and some with lower cultivation levels could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? The gatekeeping formation has been reinforced by generations of gatekeepers, so there should be no problems. Who is coming? How could someone be so powerful? I saw the disciple guarding the door hurriedly reporting back. Reporting to the elders, the person coming is Fengji of Yudu Mountain. A shadow of a phoenix appeared on his body, and then he bumped into the gate guarding formation. It's actually Fengji. Isn't Fengji a demon cultivator? What happened to Phoenix? Phoenix? Monster Clan? Aren't the Demon Clan almost extinct? How could there be such a powerful character? One of the elderly men murmured. Feng Ji, Feng. It's him. It's him. According to some records in Tianshu Taizhong and passed down from generation to generation, under the throne of King Peacock Ming, the holy king of the Demon Clan, there was a capable subordinate who was the leader of the Phoenix Clan. His strength was second only to King Ming among the Demon Clan. He accompanied King Ming to fight everywhere, and finally put down the rebellion within the Yao clan and unified the Juqiu, which was regarded as a good story for a while. Zhang Yi frowned and said, since he was once a subordinate of the 10 gods, why is he now the leader of the demon sect? I don't know, but if it were in his heyday, we might not have a chance of winning. Don't panic, Zhang Yi said coldly. Reinforce the formation. Several people followed the leader's orders and injected spiritual power into the formation again. In the main hall where the artifacts are stored in Tianshu Terrace, Jixin is still sitting there, concentrating on deciphering the divination words in the divination. He had entered a state of trance and was completely unaware of what was happening around him. Occasionally, there were several huge vibrations in the hall, and the surrounding disciples used their skills to protect the central artifact and Jixin. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a vibration like a mountain falling apart. The hall could no longer hold up, and several large rocks on the top fell down covered with sand. The hall was in chaos, with the disciples dodging in a hurry, and some still insisted on protecting the artifact and Jixin. Jixin seemed to have reached a critical moment. Big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he murmured, trouble has arisen. Trouble has arisen from Jiuzhou. Feng Ji and others have already invaded Tianshu Terrace, and all the disciples have stepped forward. Facing the enemy, everyone was fighting in a melee, and everything in the Tianshu platform was filled with blood. Feng Ji flew across the chaotic battlefield and landed in front of Jiang Yi and the elders who had just been attacked by the formation. He said, where is the artifact? An elder barely straightened up and spat blood at him. Devil, you killed my innocent followers in Tianshutai indiscriminately. Don't even think about getting the artifact. Feng Ji's whole body became cold and he repeated, where is the artifact? Several elders calmed down, and Jiang Yi said coldly, no comment. After saying that, several people attacked Feng Ji together. Snort. Feng Ji said disdainfully, seeking his own death. But when he saw the red clothes flying, the powerful demonic energy wrapped around him and overflowed from his body, sweeping around, and several people were suddenly swept to the ground. Feng Ji raised his hand and pinched someone's neck. He narrowed his dark golden eyes and asked in the direction of Jiang Yi, where is the artifact? Jiang Yi stood up from the ground and stared at him coldly. The man he choked shouted, you, the devil, have harmed our disciples, and I want you to pay with your life. After saying this, he wanted to cause his own spiritual power to explode, and several people around him shouted, no. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank, and he saw Feng Ji using his hands to crush the man's throat just before he blew himself up. Warm blood sprayed on several people's faces. Jiang Yi's eyes turned red and he said, the devil pays with his life. As soon as she finished speaking, she and several elders worked together to create a killing array, trapping Feng Ji in it. Feng Ji frowned and was about to break the killing formation, but at this moment, something changed again. One of the elders suddenly burst out with strong demonic energy and then slapped Jiang Yi on the back. Cough. Jiang Yi was hit against the wall and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Several people around him were caught off guard. Feng Ji was stunned for a moment, then broke out of the formation and went straight back. The suddenly fallen elder wanted to attack Jiang Yi. Several elders stood in front of him. One of them shouted to Jiang Yi, Chief, we're holding him back here, and you go and protect Shinner and Taibu. Jiang Yi knew he couldn't delay and hurriedly ran towards the main hall. In the hall, Ji Xin came out of his trance. He seemed to have had a 1,000-year dream. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and he kept breathing heavily. Suddenly, the palace door opened with a bang, and Ji Xin turned her head towards the door. www.liotengtkaidao.net Shinner. Seeing Jiang Yi running up to him with all his injuries, Ji Xian slowly said, Master, I have solved the divination. Hand him over to the disciples on the side. Tianshu Terrace is no longer safe. Follow your junior brother and escape quickly. Ji Xian was hugged by her junior brother, with a confused look on her face. Master? Zhang Yi looked at him. This child has been under his sect since he was a child. Although he is the youngest, he is already the eldest disciple of the sect. Because of his extraordinary talent, he has been immersed in the art of divination and formation all year round. He is only 28 years old, but has not yet she had been out of Tianshu Terrace and didn't understand the various conditions of this world. How could she rest assured? She looked at Ji Xian's pale face, ruthlessly tore off the jade pendant from her waist, stuffed it into Ji Xian's hands and said, Xianer, Master, I can't accompany you anymore. Follow your junior brother. Take this jade pendant and go to Wuyu Mountain to find Lu Ju. Did you hear that? Ji Xian seemed to understand something and nodded silently. At this time, Fengji's figure appeared at the door. Zhang Yi finally touched Ji Xian's hair, pushed the disciple and said, Run. After saying that, she turned around resolutely and headed towards Fengji. The main hall collapsed behind her. The stars in the hall overturned, and the gravel fell, covering up the two people's escape. Ji Xian's head was always facing in the direction of Zhang Yi. He was lying on his junior brother who was much older than him. The silk cloth that covered his eyes all year round was wet with tears. Du Heng was pulled along the street by Ruo Jianwei, and questions popped up one after another. Jianwei, where are you going? Why did that person stop you just now? Jianwei, I'm a little tired. How about we take a rest first? Jianwei, aren't you hungry? Let me treat you to dinner. Jianwei. If Jianwei didn't reply to him and just kept walking forward, Du Heng kept asking questions, attracting passers-by's glances. Ruo Jianwei was finally annoyed by him and couldn't stand it anymore. She turned to look at him and asked coldly, Are you rich? It's really soul torture. Du Heng was choked to the point of speechlessness and was very depressed for a while. Ruo Jianwei took him to a restaurant anyway, and while waiting for the food to be served, he said, I want to go to Urshi Mountain. Du Heng was stunned for a moment and then heard him continue. You go with me. Du Heng said, You are the mountain. You. I learned from the past that the mountain you are is the place where you Tanzun practiced. Maybe I can unlock the secret of why you have the power of turning the wheel. Du Heng closed his eyes and thought for a moment, as if he didn't want to talk more, and then mentioned another thing and said, Retrospecting? Yes, Ruo Jianwei looked at him, and the trace of life is now on me. He told Du Heng about his trip to Wuyu Mountain and Longhuan Pavilion. When the food was served, Du Heng raised his chopsticks and put some vegetables into Ruo Jianwei's bowl and said, I didn't expect that the origin of Su Shi's origin has such origin. Ruo Jianwei looked at the table full of familiar meals and the opponent's skillful movements and suddenly felt a little dazed. He continued, Yes, and the history of the past is worth exploring. The records about the battle between the 10 gods and the demon seal demon can also be found in it. Let people know more about things that happened thousands of years ago. By the way, you said that the artifacts of the 10 directions are connected to each other? Well, that's certainly true between the 3 artifacts I've seen. Du Heng lowered his head and thought for a while. Then Ruo Jianwei looked at him and asked, What's wrong? Du Heng seemed to think about it for a long time, and then slowly said, I saw one of the 10 gods in Yudu Mountain. If you see Wei, you will be shocked. Peacock King. Du Heng told Ruo Jianwei that there was another connection between the artifacts that he heard from Kong Yin in Yudu Mountain. Of course, the causes and consequences of his exploration of the cave and some conversations with Kong Yin were omitted. Ruo Jianwei couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Kong Yin's statement further confirmed that the function of the artifact is not simple. Well, although I don't know what the formation used by Fengji to repair the soul is, it is indeed done with the help of the power of the artifact. Du Heng's tone seemed quite calm. Iota Krotkara Gyut, a Krotkara et with the help of the power of the artifact. If he saw Wei's heart aching, he raised his head and looked to the opposite side, and even blurted out to ask that person how he survived every time he cut his heart and took blood. But he saw Du Heng reaching for a piece of sweet, scented osmanthus cake, put it to his mouth, and said with a smile, Is this rice not to your taste? Why are you frowning all the time? Come here, eat a piece of sweet cake. Ruo Jianwei looked at his smile, opened her mouth and took a bite of the sweet, scented osmanthus cake. The pastry is soft and melts in the mouth, half sweet and half bitter. Later in the evening, the two found an inn to stay. Ruo Jianwei entered the room, raised his hand to summon Su Shi, and handed the scroll to Du Heng. Du Heng took it and put it on the table. The two sat side by side and unfolded the scroll. A white light glowed in the trace, and the words inside gradually appeared. Ruo Jianwei followed Du Heng and read it again. At the end, his brows furrowed slightly. Strangely, the records in this volume seem to have changed compared to the last time. Oh, are there any records that are different? Du Heng asked. Ruo Jianwei recalled something and pointed to a place. Du Heng looked in the direction he pointed, and suddenly reached out and lightly touched the line of text. A faint purple light emerged from his fingertips and then disappeared into the text. The text changed again, turning into a complete sentence, and appeared in front of the two of them. That is the last record about the Demon Sealing War. Something went wrong in the Demon Sealing War. Although our 10 gods successfully sealed the demon Ningxuan with the artifacts from all directions, there are betrayers among the 10 gods, or they may be used by Ningxuan. Therefore, Lian Shan once said that Ningxuan may break out of the seal in hundreds of years. Lian Shan has left divination words in Taibu, which foretells the fate of Kyushu. I also left clues here. If the future generations are destined, they will be lucky. Seeing this record, please remember. Those who seal Ningxuan are also sacred weapons, so those who break the seal are also sacred weapons. Lian Shan has already anticipated this situation, so he has left another formation in the 10 directions sacred weapons. Demon Head Ning. The demonic energy and resentment in Xian's body is extremely deep. We want to know about his past, but we can't. However, there is no pure demonic disaster in the world, so Ningxuan's identity before he fell into the devil is not simple. This passage is both suggestive and somewhat obscure, but the two of them were secretly frightened. Ruo Jianwei said in deep thought. When I read it earlier, the records about the results of the Demon Sealing War in the volume were relatively general. I originally thought that this was because Lord Longhuan was at the end of his strength when he wrote this paragraph, so he wrote it in a hurry. Now it seems that it is a cover-up. Du Heng asked, Has Master Zhu ever tried Li Hui? We have tried it, and if we find a clue, we first use Li Hui to arouse the resonance of Su Shi, and then found Su Shi, but Li Hui has no effect on changing the content. Du Heng looked at his fingertips and his eyes narrowed slightly. Was it because it was a wheel? It seems that this Yutanzin is not simple. No matter what, Ruo Jianwei stretched out his hand to cover Du Heng's hand, looked at him and said, looking at the current situation, there should be clues left by Yutanzun in the mountain. If we go to investigate, we may be able to know the relationship between Zhuanluan and the secret of the 10 Directions artifact formation. While resting, Du Heng quietly pushed open the door of Ruo Jianwei's room and saw that the man had fallen asleep on the bed facing inside. There was still a space outside the bed and a lamp was still burning in the room. He curled his lips silently, walked into the room gently, took off his outer robe and leaned over to blow out the lamp. Du Heng lay on the bed and turned sideways, hugged Ruo Jianwei from behind, looked at the back of the man's head, and whispered, "Good night, Jianwei." Ruo Jian opened his eyes slightly and looked at the wall. With his back pressed against Du Heng's chest, he could even feel the steady heartbeat of the person behind him. He closed his eyes again. When Ruo Jianwei woke up the next day, he found that he and Du Heng were lying face to face, with his hand on the other person's waist. With this unsatisfactory hand, he probably knew why Du Heng said that he took the initiative to throw himself into his arms. Ruo Jian raised his eyes slightly and looked at the person in front of him. Du Heng was still asleep. His eyelashes trembled slightly with his breath, his face was peaceful, and the sun shone on his silver hair, glowing softly. Ruo Jianwei's eyes fell on his too thin and shallow lips, and she slowly moved closer. He almost held his breath, and nervously and decisively moved his lips closer. Du Heng's shallow breath sprayed on his face, and he felt that his ears were hot. Just when Ruo Jianwei's kiss was about to fall, he saw that the person in front of him suddenly couldn't hold it in and laughed softly. Du Heng opened his eyes, with a smile in his gray eyes, and looked at Ruo Jianwei, whose ears were red. Ruo Jianwei's face darkened, and he suddenly distanced himself from Du Hong, pulled the quilt with his hand to cover the other person's head, and then angrily passed him and got out of bed. Du Heng's muffled laughter came out through the quilt. Ruo Jianwei was combing his hair in the room, and Du Hong revealed his two eyes from under the quilt, looking at his back intently. Wait a little longer, he thought. When I find a way to suppress him, I will tell him everything. At that time, if Jianwei is still willing to accept him. After their reunion, he was pleasantly surprised by Jianwei's change in attitude towards him, but also timid about this closeness. In the past, Hong could put everything he had and his love in front of Jianwei, and he was fearless. Today, Du Hong is still willing to love him unreservedly, but is afraid to let Jianwei see all the truth about himself. He wanted to return the original Hong to him. Inside Tianshu Terrace, there are ruins. This sect, which had stood tall in Kyushu for thousands of years, was finally unable to withstand the powerful attacks of the demon sect. The leader followed the elders to fight until the last moment and fell on the land where they had been living. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the lucky survivors fled in all directions. Feng Zhi stood among the corpses on the ground, stroking the artifact he had won with a dark expression on his face. In fact, the reason Tianshu Tower ended up like this was not only the siege of Wuyu Mountain, but also the reason why some disciples suddenly fell into demons, causing fellow disciples to kill each other. There was something fishy, Feng Zhi thought. These people had been forcibly planted with demonic energy, a method he was all too familiar with. This demonic aura is even stronger than his own. Looking at the ancient and modern Kyushu, only the demon Ningxuan from thousands of years ago has survived. As for why he chose to guide the people of Tianshu Terrace to fall into demons during the siege of Wuyu Mountain, Feng Zhi narrowed his eyes slightly. The reason was obvious, and it was to put the blame on Wuyu Mountain. But it didn't matter. Feng Zhi looked at the divination in his hand. He had already obtained the divine weapon, and that was his purpose. After a while, a subordinate came to Feng Zhi and said, "Back to the head. Some disciples have fled from Tianshu Terrace. Do you want to send someone to hunt them down?" "No need." Feng Zhi put away the artifact and replied, "Tell the people of Wuyu Mountain to retreat." He is not addicted to this kind of bullying killing game. Everything he does is for a purpose, for that person. Feng Zhi raised his feet and walked towards the way he came. Zhu Feibai traveled all night and finally arrived at the foot of Qishan Mountain. She saw that the beautiful scenery of the past was shrouded in black evil energy, and her heart became more and more uneasy, and she flew towards the mountain. In the UFO of Qishan Mountain, corpses lay everywhere. It was too horrible to see. The second master of the palace, Zhu Yun, still led the remaining disciples and elders to support him hard. They are all practitioners who are good at musical instruments, and most people from the demon sect are good at close combat such as swords, so the UFO people are always at a disadvantage in a fight. After a while, several more disciples were killed by the demon's sword. Zhu Yun formed a circle with the elders and protected the rest of the disciples in the circle, and then each held a musical instrument and played the music of repelling the enemy in unison. The Tao method practiced by the Yueshan UFO is to use music to infuse spiritual power to achieve the effect of breaking formations and killing enemies. Hearing the fierce music, many demons were affected and their offensive slowed down. However, those with higher cultivation levels were less affected. One of the demon sect masters still insisted on coming forward with his sword and seriously injured an elder. Suddenly the music became chaotic, and everyone in the UFO was attacked. Seeing that the defense was broken, everyone was hopeless. At this moment, he heard the sound of a piano, and then the sound wave carried powerful and pure spiritual power to repel the attacking demons. Both parties looked towards where the sound came from, and saw Zhu Feibai standing on the eaves of a roof, holding a long Chonghua Qin, raising his hand and making 3 more sounds. Zhu Yun was overjoyed, and all the disciples in the mansion shouted, "It's the master of the palace! The master of the palace is back!" Very good. The people of Wuyu Mountain were forced to retreat for a distance. Zhu Feibai fell from the house, guarding everyone in the mansion behind him. He stared coldly at the intruder in front of him and said, "Why did the people from the demon sect invade our Yueshan UFO for no reason?" Huiying said, Please ask the master of the palace to hand over the artifacts hidden in your palace. He is the master of Jueying Hall and one of the leaders of the demon sect that besieged Qishan Mountain. Delusion. Some disciples shouted at them. You killed my disciples in Qishan and still wanted the artifact. It's really shameful. Zhu Feibai didn't say anything. He just looked at the person in front of him coldly. Lin Mei, the master of Meishin Hall, narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, "It seems that Master Zhu is unwilling to hand over the artifact, so don't blame us for being rude." After saying that, he waved his hand and the demon sect disciples attacked again. Zhu Yun led all the elders to meet the enemy, but he saw Zhu Feibai standing at the front, turning up his sleeves and infusing strong spiritual power with the strings of the piano. Then cold music poured out from his fingertips, only a few clanking sounds were heard, and in the blink of an eye, several people who wanted to the demon who came forward to attack was killed on the spot. Luo Sheng was shocked when he saw this scene. He had already heard that the master of the Ufu mansion in Lushan Mountain had a high level of cultivation. He didn't expect that he could kill a demon cultivator who was not too low in level of cultivation directly through the sound of the piano. The opponent was difficult to deal with. Lin Emo and Chang Feng, the leader of Wu Feng Hall, looked at each other. Then several people changed their physical skills. Hui Ying, Chang Feng, and Luo Shang led half of the troops to besiege Zhu Feibai. Lin Emo led the remaining men to continue the attack on Ufu. The rest of the people, although Zhu Feibai was very accomplished in piano cultivation, Lu Shou was not good at close combat. In addition, many people took turns attacking her alone. She also suffered a lot of injuries and gradually became unable to support herself. Luo Sheng responded to the spiritual attack in the sound of the piano while saying, "I wish the palace master to be in charge alone, but he is already in decline. I would like to advise the palace master to hand over the artifact as soon as possible." Zhu Feibai didn't answer. She took a few steps back, and then the divine seal on her forehead flashed, summoning Li Hui to float in front of her. And then her hands moved across the strings at the same time, and the sound of the piano surged around like a rushing river and sea. Everyone who attracted the siege was stunned. As Zhu Feibai changed his fingertips, the sound of the piano poured out with the power of the artifact, shocking everyone present. Seeing the besieging people being repulsed by the music, they heard Lin Mei's vicious voice coming from behind Zhu Feibai. "Does Master Zhu still want to save the lives of the people in the mansion?" Zhu Feibai was startled, turned around and saw that the people from the demon sect had subdued the disciples and elders, and Lin Emo was restraining Zhu Yun with a sword in front of his throat. The sound of the piano suddenly stopped. Zhu Feibai said, "Let them go." A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mei's lips. "Please also wish the master of the palace to hand over Li Hui." Zhu Feibai's hands clenched instantly, and he said after a while, "You let them go first, and then I will." But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chang Feng, who was on the side, took advantage of the confrontation between Zhu Feibai and Lin Mei, and quickly rushed behind Zhu Feibai, swinging his sword to cut him off. There was a clang, and a long knife was seen lying between Chang Feng and Zhu Feibai. Chang Feng's knife could no longer press down even half an inch. Chang Feng looked along the long knife, and a sassy figure came into view. His pupils shrank. "Lord Protector of the Right?" Lu Zhenglan used her strength to push away Chang Feng's knife, then protected Zhu Feibai's back and said, "No one can touch her." Both sides were stunned for a moment, and after a while, they heard Hui Ying's voice. "I don't know what the Right Protector means." "Oh?" Lu Zhenglan stood with a long sword in front of her. "I didn't explain it clearly," I said. She showed a slightly evil smile. "I've covered this person." The faces of the people in Yudu Mountain changed when they heard this, and Luo Sheng said, "We are here to seize the artifact on the orders of the master. I also asked the Right Protector not to embarrass my subordinates." "Difficult?" Lu Zhenglan glanced at him. "It seems I haven't done anything yet." Seeing that she had made up her mind, the others said no more. Chang Feng said, "In that case, don't blame your subordinates for being rude." After finishing speaking, the people who had previously besieged Zhu Feibai rushed up again. Lu Zhenglan held the knife in his hand and shouted, "Come on!" Then he faced him with a sword. Zhu Feibai also plucked the strings again to match Lu Zhenglan's sword skills. Yu Zhenglan's sword was fierce and powerful, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Zhu Feibai's piano sound also became more and more urgent. The two of them cooperated seamlessly, and in a blink of an eye they had the potential to suppress him. Lu Zhenglan leaned back to avoid Chang Feng's blow, and then stabbed the opponent's heart with a backhand knife. Chang Feng fell straight down before he could react. Seeing this, Luo Sheng and Huiying both restrained their attacks and became more cautious. Lu Zhenglan stepped back and stood back to back with Zhu Feibai. She raised her hand to wipe the blood around her mouth and said, "I'll deal with this. You go and save the disciples in your mansion." Zhu Feibai knew that he could not wait long, so he thanked her and followed the path that Lu Zhenglan had made to meet Lin Mei, who was not far away. When Lin Imo saw Zhu Feibai coming towards him, he felt cruel. The sword blade made a cut on Zhu Yun's neck and said, "Does the Lord Zhu not care about his little brother's life or death?" Zhu Yun endured the pain and shouted to Zhu Feibai, "Sister, please leave me alone." Zhu Feibai looked at his appearance, and her heart ached. She held Li Hui in her hand and approached Lin Mei, saying, "Put him down, and I will give Li Hui to you." Lin Mei felt happy when he saw her gradually approaching. But at this moment, Zhu Feibai turned his hand and flicked Li Hui, and his fierce spiritual power went straight towards Lin Mei and the demon who had subdued the disciples. Lin Mei couldn't dodge and was hit back a few steps. Zhu Yun took the opportunity to escape from the restraint and ran to Zhu Feibai. Zhu Fei rolled his eyes with concern. "Ah Yun, are you okay?" "I'm fine, sister." After Zhu Yun finished speaking, he realized that he felt pain on his body. Zhu Feibai hurriedly stretched out his hand to heal his wound with spiritual power. At this moment, something changed again. Among the disciples who had gained freedom, one of them suddenly changed his eyes and raised his palm to attack Zhu Yun. When Zhu Feibai saw this, he didn't think too much and stood up in front of Zhu Yun. He received the slap and was hit against the wall behind him. Li Hui fell to the ground and was quickly picked up by the disciple who was full of demonic energy. "Sister Feibai." Zhu Yun looked at Zhu Feibai, who fell in the ruins, and ran towards that place dragging his injuries. Lu Zhenglan swung his sword to sweep away the person in front of him. Regardless of the swords of those around him, he flew to Zhu Feibai's side and carefully helped up the unconscious man. When the demons saw that they had obtained the artifact, they no longer wanted to fight and withdrew from Qishan one after another. There were only corpses on the ground and the shocked UFU people. Zhu Yun ran up to Lu Zhenglan, watched her gently put her sister on her lap, and asked anxiously, "How is my sister?" Lu Zhenglan looked at the black demonic energy emerging from Zhu Feibai's wound, frowned and said, "She was possessed by demonic energy." Zhu Yun panicked. "Why? Why is there a demon in the house? What's going on? Wasn't the attack just now a trick by you people from Yudu Mountain?" "No." Lu Zhenglan's eyes were full of murderous intent. The demonic aura on the attacker just now was stronger than that of Yudu Mountain. Zhu Yun's mind was in chaos. Who else? What should I do now? I don't know the identity of the other person yet, but judging from the skills at the wound, I'm afraid that person's cultivation level is higher than mine. Zhu Yun became even more panicked. "Don't panic." Lu Zhenglan stood up, hugged Zhu Feibai, and said to Zhu Yun, "You first rectify the survivors in UFU, and I will take your sister to seek medical treatment." Zhu Yun looked at her, inexplicably feeling reassured, and nodded in agreement. "Please stay out of the way." On the street, a young Taoist priest dressed in white and holding a long sword was flying between the eaves. Not far in front of him, a cultivator exuding black demonic energy was running away. The cultivator looked injured and looked quite embarrassed. He ran for a moment on the house, then fell to the ground and continued to run away. He also swung his sword to attack the pursuers from time to time. During his movements, he bumped into many objects placed on the roadside. Stall. But he saw a young man wearing a lavender robe and a white hoodie running out from the side and tying up behind him, warning people on the street to get out of the way. The fallen cultivator turned another corner and continued running forward regardless of bumping into an old man carrying a pole. Duheng stopped and helped the old man who fell to the ground and asked with concern, "Old man, are you okay?" Ruo Jianwei passed behind him and pursued the demon in front. The old man was supported by Duheng and said repeatedly, I'm fine. Thank you very much, young master. He leaned over and picked up the pole that had fallen on the ground. Du-hung saw the contents of his basket and suddenly said, Old man, do you want to sell this? Exactly. Then I'll buy one. Du-hung said and fished aside. Only then did he realize that Ruo Jianwei was chasing the person. He said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't bring any money. It doesn't matter. The old man looked at him with a smile and said thank you for helping him. I'm up, he said and handed a rabbit-shaped lantern to Du-hung. Ruo Jianwei chased the man through several streets again, while brandishing his sword to resist the man's attack. He seized the opportunity and threw Zhao Yi straight towards the demon. The opponent couldn't dodge and was stabbed in the back, slowing down his pace. Ruo Jianwei sheathed his sword in his hand and was about to catch up with the man, but the demon suddenly became fierce and turned around to fight with him with his sword. While the two were fighting, everyone around them hid aside. Du-hong, who followed, quickly built a barrier to protect everyone. But at this moment, a little boy ran from the other side of the street, holding a candied hawes in his hand, unaware of what was happening ahead. Everyone's hearts tightened as they saw a sword energy from the demon swinging straight at the little boy. If Jianwei saw it, it was too late to stop him. At the critical moment, a purple figure floated past. The sword energy hit a shelf, while Du-hung held the little boy in his arms and landed safely aside. The little boy clutched the candied hawes in his hand tightly and stared blankly at the person in front of him. The white gauze floated up, revealing a pair of smiling phoenix eyes. Ling Mao said that Ruo Jianwei took advantage of the demon before he could react, stepped forward to capture him, and headed out of the city. Du-hung put the little boy on the ground, and then the child's mother ran over and held the boy in her arms, saying to Du-hung, Thank you, sir, for saving me. Then he said to his child, Why don't you thank this big brother quickly? The little boy still didn't understand the current situation, but he thanked Du-hung obediently. He raised the candied hawes in his hand in front of Du-hung and said, Please eat. Du-hung knelt down and touched his head gently and said, I don't want to eat. Please eat quickly. The boy still persisted, looking at him with big eyes. Please eat. The mother also said, Master, please take it quickly. Well, Du-hung smiled and said, In that case, can I trade this with you? He said, and put the rabbit lantern he just got in front of the boy. As expected, the child was attracted by the lantern. He stuffed the candied hawes into Du-hung's hand, and then held up the lantern with his two little hands. Du-hung stood up, said goodbye to the mother and son, and then left the city with the candied hawes. Ruo Jianwei was already waiting outside the city. Du-hung looked left and right, but there was no sign of the devil. Ruo Jianwei knew what he was thinking and said, That demon is dead. Du-hung asked, Didn't you mean to ask something from him? That was my original plan. Ruo Jianwei frowned as he spoke, but even though the demon was wearing the robes of the immortal sect, he was already unconscious and only knew how to attack blindly. The demonic energy on his body was also unusual. It looked like someone had deliberately planted the demonic aura and led him to become a demon. This demonic aura is so strong, even worse than Feng Zhi's, that it's hard not to think of the demon Ningxuan from thousands of years ago. Du-hung approached Ruo Jianwei, and Ruo Jianwei saw that he had his hands behind his back and was wondering when he saw the other party mysteriously take out a candied hawes on his back. Ruo Jianwei looked at the person in front of him and said helplessly, How old are you now? Don't be so disgusted with Jianwei, Du-hung said, bringing the candied hawes to Ruo Jianwei's mouth. This was given to me by the child I just rescued. He winked at the other party. Immortal Lord Wuyu has worked hard to eliminate the devil. Ruo Jianwei never expected that 50 years later, he would actually share a candied hawes with Du-hung. Ruo Jianwei slammed the door with a dark face again, leaving Du-hung alone in the room rolling with laughter. The people in the inn were confused as they watched the cold-faced Taoist priest walk quickly to the lobby, sit down alone, and ask the waiter for a cup of herbal tea. His whole body was exuding the cold air of keeping strangers away. Ruo Jianwei took a big sip of herbal tea, but still felt irritated. What on earth is Du thinking? Although he still took care of and teased her as before after they reunited, but every time he wanted to go further, the other person was the first to avoid him. If it really doesn't work, Ruo Jianwei thought angrily while drinking tea, He would deal with the person first, and then pack him up and take him back to Kingwu Mountain. Jinyang City. Jingwu walked on the empty street, looked at the man in front of him and asked, "What are you here to see?" Jingxi walked in front, observing the layout of the houses on both sides of the street from time to time. Hearing the words, he replied, "Formation. What's so interesting about the formation?" "The formation has been broken." "No," Jingxi replied. "Although the formation has been broken, the purpose of the person who set it up is still unclear." "When did you become interested in this kind of thing?" Jingwu walked to the other side and mocked. Jingxi's expression did not change, and he said calmly, "This formation is similar to the one I saw not long ago." Entering the battle again, Ruo Jianwei and Du Hong were walking on the street, looking at Xiao Yu, who was the same as yesterday, and they suddenly realized this. Ruo Jianwei was holding an umbrella. Du Hong stretched out his hand to catch the falling raindrops and asked doubtfully, "Why do you always encounter formations recently?" No one knew the answer to this question. The two of them looked at the people coming and going around them, speechless for a while. After a long while, Du Hong slowly said, "I have always been curious. What will happen if someone enters the formation without knowing it, or fails to break the formation successfully?" Ruo Jianwei followed his gaze and couldn't help but wonder. After being stunned, Du Hong continued, "Now that I see this dear man, I finally understand." Not far from them, there was a cultivator selling things in front of a stall. He was the same cultivator who was almost killed by Du Hong, who had lost control of his demonic energy in Sangzhou City. The two of them walked up to the man. Du Hong took off his melee and greeted the man. "This Taoist priest, do you still recognize me?" The man raised his head. His face seemed stunned for a moment, but he said, "What do you two want to buy?" Du Hong said, "Don't you have some other reaction? This makes me look very embarrassed. How can a murderer chase after his victim to identify him, even though he attempted murder?" Ruo Jianwei said, "Does the Taoist really not remember us?" The cultivator looked at him doubtfully. "You two and I are strangers, and besides, I'm not a Taoist priest." Ruo Jianwei was startled and asked, "Who is your excellency?" "Oh, me." The man scratched his head and said, "I am Zhou Laosen from the north of the city, selling some goods here." The two looked at each other strangely, and Du Hong asked again, "How is the situation at your home?" He added, "We have no intention of offending you. If you don't want to, forget it." "It's okay," the man said with a smile. "My parents are both at home. My wife is virtuous, and my two children are well-behaved and sensible. It can be said that we are in harmony." It seems that this man completely regards himself as a city dweller. The two left the stall, Du Hong said. Ruo Jianwei speculated. Maybe he tried to break the formation, but failed. When the formation was repaired, he replaced the city dweller who disappeared as a monster. This formation is too weird. Du Heng's eyes darkened. Speaking of it, setting up such a large formation must consume a lot of resources. Based on my understanding of the formation, when someone breaks the formation, the person who set up the formation will never sit and wait for death. Ruo Jianwei understood. "You want to?" "That's right." Du Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. "Let's lead him out." Jingwu followed Jingxi to the west of Jinyang City. Jingxi looked up at the plaque with the words Wang Fu written on it and walked into the courtyard. The mansion was still hung with red silk and red paper cuts, but there was no one, which made it look a bit strange for no reason. Jingwu leaned on one side with a long knife in his arms, watching Jingxi explore around the courtyard and go around to the backyard. After a while, Jingxi came out of the backyard again, but his steps were a little heavy. "Ha! Hypocritical," Jingwu said disdainfully in his heart, but he followed Jingxi out of the mansion. The two came to the city lord's mansion again. Jingxi looked up at the newly renovated attic at the door and the plaque without an inscription on it, thinking about it. What's going on? Jingwu couldn't help asking. Jingxi didn't say anything, but just walked straight into the mansion to observe carefully. Jingwu was bored and waited at the door. After a while, he saw Jingxi coming out again. "Judging from your expression, you must have discovered something. Tell me about it," Jingwu said to Jingxi's expressionless face. "My guess is right," Jingxi said in a deep voice. "This formation is similar to what I saw in Ruchun Mountain before. It extracts the spiritual energy of the people in this city and gathers it in one place through the formation. Then, it uses this formation to reverse the spiritual veins in the city, so that the spiritual energy in the city is sharply reduced, and the devilish energy is overflowing, causing the whole city to fall into the devil. Meng Li used the entire Ruchun mountain as a large formation in order to gather the spiritual energy of the entire mountain to revive Lord Gomeng. Therefore, the big cypress tree is the main formation as the gathering place of the spiritual veins, absorbing all the spiritual energy. However, this formation uses the entire city as a large formation, but it is to destroy the spiritual veins in the city and transform the spiritual energy into devilish energy. When a cultivator falls into the devil normally, it is because the meridians of the whole body are reversed, so that the spiritual energy of the whole body is transformed into devilish energy. The same is true for the spiritual veins of a piece of land. If the spiritual veins are reversed, the spiritual energy of the entire land will be transformed into devilish energy. Therefore, the main array in the city is for nothing else but to gather the extracted spiritual energy and then use this power to reverse the flow of the spiritual vein. So, Jingwu was secretly shocked when he heard it. Is this array to reduce spiritual energy and increase demonic energy? Jingxi nodded and said, if it is only one place, it may not be obvious. If there are multiple such arrays in Jiuzhou at the same time, then I am afraid the entire Jiuzhou will be invaded by the demonic energy. At this time, a voice sounded behind the two of them. Master, your reasoning really makes me admire you. The two turned around and saw a young man dressed as a scholar standing not far away. But Xietzin looked at them, and a somewhat evil smile appeared on his lips. Since you two know the purpose of this formation, I can't let you leave here alive. After he finished speaking, a strong pressure appeared, and a thick black demonic energy suddenly burst out from his body. Du Hong and Ruo Jianwei broke through two formation eyes in a row and came to the stall of the cultivator before. Du Hong looked at the man and said helplessly, this Taoist priest, it seems that we have a deep fate. Zhou Laosan raised his head and looked at the two of them and said, what do you want to buy? If you don't buy anything, Du Hong looked at him and smiled. We are here to take your life. The man had a look of surprise on his face. We have never met before. Why do you want to take my life? Have you really never seen us? Ruo Jianwei said in a cold voice. You said you have been living in the city. Then can you explain why you are wearing the clothes of a cultivator? I don't remember? Then let's change the question, Du Hong continued. Do you remember why you put on this dress this morning? This. You said you have a pair of children. Then do you remember what the meaning of your names is? Are you really living in this city all the time, Taoist priest? Who are you? No. The man covered his head, looking like he was in great pain, and demonic energy continued to overflow from his body. I am Zhou Laosan. No. The man raised his head, and his face was gradually covered by black energy. No. Who am I? Ruo Jianwei saw that he had signs of demonic energy bursting out again. So he withdrew and retreated, and then turned around and transformed into countless sword lights surrounding the man. Du Hong said coldly on the side, you are not Zhou Laosan. Zhou Laosan is dead, and you are dead too. The man paused for a moment, then let out a shrill scream, and then his whole body twisted and completely turned into a monster. Ruo Jianwei's eyes were stern, and he controlled the sword light to stab him. The rain stopped at some point. With a loud bang, the formation suddenly collapsed. In the space vibration, Ruo Jianwei and Du Hong caught a glimpse of a black shadow passing by quickly and hurriedly chased after it. The man's footwork was swift, and the two looked at each other. Du Hong nodded, then raised his hand and made a gesture, and several spells attacked the person in front. The other party turned around and swung his sword to cut the spell, but Du Hong took the opportunity to summon the wheel spell, which entangled the man's body and blocked his escape. Ruo Jianwei drew the sword in his hand, and made a sword flower in his hand while walking, then quickly stepped forward and raised the sword to chop the man on the head. With a clang, the man raised his sword to block Ruo Jianwei's attack. With just this one move, Ruo Jianwei knew that this man was the one who attacked him and stole the artifact in Songzhou City. What was even more shocking was that the sword in his hand was the baidi that Kongseng Jun had been looking for. Ruo Jianwei asked coldly, who are you? Why are you holding Baidi? The man said nothing, and used his hand to force Ruo Jianwei's Zhaoye away and attacked Ruo Jianwei. Ruo Jianwei raised his sword to take his fierce move. At this time, Du Hong had already rushed behind the man, bent his fingers into claws, and went straight to the black robe hood on his head. But the man seemed to have eyes on his back, lowered his head to avoid Du Hong's attack, and swept his sword horizontally again, forcing Du Hong back a few steps. At this time, Ruo Jianwei waved his sword forward again, and Du Hong attacked again. The two cooperated seamlessly and attacked from the front and back. Ruo Jianwei's swordsmanship was open and closed, and Du Hong's moves and techniques were varied, surrounding the man in the middle. The man had to defend himself left and right, and was quite embarrassed. Du Hong summoned the wheel spell again to attack the black-robed man. The man waved his sword to block it, but Ruo Jianwei's move of Solitary Peak Shining Moon had arrived behind him. The black-robed man was unable to dodge and was injured by the sword intent. He crashed straight into the wall. The two fell in front of the man and saw him standing up from the ruins, holding the White Emperor in his left hand, with a red mark flashing on his forehead, and he actually summoned a long sword in his right hand. When they saw the long sword clearly, they were both surprised. What he held in his right hand was actually the Dark Day, which was also a 10 Directions artifact. This man was using two artifacts at the same time. The man swung his sword with both hands, and the powerful sword energy attacked the two. Du Hong pinched his fingers to resist, and Ruo Jianwei took the opportunity to step forward and fight against the man's two swords. The black-robed man was very good at using his two-handed sword. The two had to work together to deal with him. However, the man's attack became more and more fierce, and every move was aimed at the vital point. The two were secretly surprised and became more cautious in their moves. Ruo Jianwei made a false move, and the man's sword approached his chest, but he changed his body and cleverly dodged the sword, while swinging his sword straight to the opponent's face. But at this moment, the man's sword changed momentum and stabbed another sword straight into Ruo Jianwei's left calf. Ruo Jianwei's attack stagnated, and the tip of the sword could no longer get closer. The man drew his sword and tried to turn around, but Du Hong took this opportunity to attack him from behind and pulled off the black-robed man's hood, revealing his face hidden under the hood. Ruo Jianwei's leg was bleeding, and he had to use his sword to support himself to barely keep himself from falling. Du Hong turned to the other side and looked at the man's slightly angry face. Suddenly, a name came to his mind. Lord Yao Ming Yuan? After he said this, he was also surprised for a moment, and then he saw Yu Yuan struggling to get out of the encirclement of the two people and took the opportunity to escape. Du Hong quickly walked to Ruo Jianwei, squatted down to check his injuries, looked up and asked, "Does it hurt?" Ruo Jianwei pursed his lips and shook his head silently. Du Hong lowered his head again, while using the power of the artifact to heal him, and said, "It should be pierced in the bone. I'm afraid you can't walk for a while." Ruo Jianwei opened his mouth and said, "Nothing." Du Hong interrupted him, "Don't show off." He bandaged Ruo Jianwei's wound, turned around and faced him with his back. "We must find a clinic to get some medicine for the wound. Come, I'll carry you." His tone was more gentle than ever. Ruo Jianwei lowered her eyes and looked at him. The rain started again, and the umbrella had been thrown away somewhere long ago. Both of them were soaked. Du Hong ran in the rain with Ruo Jianwei on his back. Ruo Jianwei was behind him, looking at the silver hair of the person in front of him wet by the rain. Rainy days, injuries, life and death, running wildly. Everything seemed to be a reappearance of the scene 50 years ago. He suddenly couldn't tell the difference. For a moment, he was in a trance and returned to that day. He said, "You said you would take me back to Kangwu Mountain. You can't lie to me." He replied, "I won't lie to you. I said I won't lie to you. I want to protect you and take care of you." In the drizzle, Ruo Jianwei hugged Du Hong tightly and said, "Ah Hong." Du Hong's voice came from the front. "Yes, I'm here. Le Zhenglan has told me what happened in the past 50 years. Du Hong's whole body suddenly tensed up. Ruo Jianwei felt his stiffness. He put his arms around Du Hong, put his side face against the back of his head, and whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm late. It must be painful for you to get so many injuries." Du Hong opened his mouth and tasted the cold rain. His voice was a little dry. I? His words were cut off in his mouth. The rain was still falling, and the surroundings were hazy, but he seemed to be unable to see or hear anything. A drop of rain flowed into his eyes along his forehead, and he stopped there in a daze. Time went back, everything was still, and they seemed to be still in the rain 50 years ago. Ruo Jianwei's kiss fell on his ear. Hung, come back to Kangwu Mountain with me. After a long while, Du Heng found his voice again. Jianwei, I. Ruo Jianwei reached out and groped and pressed his lips, stopping him from saying the next thing. If you don't refute, I will take it as your agreement, and you are not allowed to regret it. Du Heng never expected that it would be his turn to be tricked this time. Ruo Jianwei's head was leaning against his head, and her voice rang in his ears. Heng, I've been looking for you for a long time. I miss you so much. Those words were like soft clouds, gently wrapping Du Heng's tired heart. It was a tenderness that belonged only to Ruo Jianwei. Come back with me. Du Heng suddenly didn't want to care about so much. Jianwei had waited for so long. How could he bear to let him wait any longer? Yeah. He closed his eyes and replied softly. Ruo Jianwei kissed the tip of his ear again, and saw that Du Heng's ears turned red. Puff! His deep laugh came from behind Du Heng, making Du Heng's whole face red. Heng, how come I didn't know you would react so much after being kissed? So cute, Ruo Jianwei said, and reached out to pinch the other's hot face. Du Heng lifted him on his back and continued to run forward. His slightly shy voice was scattered in the rain. Jianwei, are you really the Jianwei I know? How can you tease people like this, and even use your hands and feet? Ruo Jianwei lay on his back and couldn't stop laughing. Jingwu raised his knife to block the evil spirit that attacked him, and his heart was shocked. This person's strength is stronger than the fallen Kongsang Jun he met in Sangzhou City before. Jingxi landed beside him, and the two looked at each other, knowing that they couldn't fight this time, and should find a chance to leave as soon as possible. Xietzin used his palm to gather the evil spirit again to attack the two. Jingxi used the infinite mind method to resist, and Jingwu took advantage of the two people's resistance and attacked Xietzin from the side. But Xietzin used palm method to fight Jingxi's moves while deftly dodging Jingwu's knife. He seemed to be quite familiar with the sword method. Jingxi and Jingwu joined forces, but they couldn't suppress Xietzin at all. Seeing that the other party had lost the patience to entangle with the two, and his moves became more and more fierce and left no room for maneuver, Jingwu couldn't help but feel anxious. Jingwu was hit again and took a few steps back. Just as he was about to move forward, he saw Jingxi stop his movement with his hand. Jingwu turned his head to look at the other party in confusion. Jingxi shook his head at him, and then said, Jingwu, use the infinite mind method. Jingwu was shocked. You want to join forces with me to use the 4 elements of emptiness? Jingxi looked at him steadily, and Jingwu confronted him silently. Xietzin's evil spirit attacked again, and Jingwu sighed and said, Good. Jingxi raised his hand to take this attack, and then made a seal in the air. At the same time, Jingwu held his sword horizontally in front of him. His eyes were stern, and when he turned around and swung the sword again, his sword technique was no longer as crazy and casual as before, but revealed a strong and solemn righteousness. The seal in Jingxi's hand fell, and he went towards Xietzin with the sword energy. Xietzin waved his sleeves to dissolve the sword energy, but saw that the sword energy suddenly dissipated around him, and then combined with the seal to form a barrier array around him. In an instant, the array actually made the people in the array lose all senses, as if they were in a void, which was the 4 emptiness in the infinite mind method. Even as powerful as Xietzin, there was a moment of trance. Jingxi and Jingwu seized the opportunity and ran out of the city. After Xietzin came back to his senses, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. It's the mind method of the Buddhists again. He forcibly broke the array with his demonic energy and rushed straight towards the fleeing people. Jingxi realized something was wrong while walking, and turned around to see Xietzin's palm going straight to Jingwu's back, and hurriedly raised his palm to take the blow. Xietzin was angry, so he hit harder, and Jingxi had just used a big move, and his spiritual power was weak. In this fight, he was knocked down several feet away. Brother! Jingwu's pupil shrank, and he hurried over to help Jingxi up. Jingxi's face was as white as paper, and the wounds on his body were emitting black gas. He barely spoke. Go. Go. Jing Wu picked him up, dodged Xietsin's attack, and ran out of the city. Xietsin chased for a while, and suddenly felt a little bored, so he simply stopped. Oh, forget it. That little Buddhist cultivator won't live long. Let them worry about it themselves. M.ZNGY he flicked his sleeves, turned around and walked towards the city. 3 figures fell not far in front of him, and Yu Yuan walked towards him with 2 subordinates. Xietsin looked at his appearance and couldn't help but mocking. I remember that Lord Yao Ming when he set up the formation. Why did he get so embarrassed? Yu Yuan snorted coldly, turned around and said, Mu Xiao. A subordinate behind him responded and stepped forward to hand over the seized artifact to Xie, and Xietsin took the Li Hui and said with a smile, Lord Yao Ming is really trustworthy in his work. Yu Yuan ignored his weird tone and said, I heard that Feng Zhi led people to destroy Tianshitai. Yes, he did something I wanted to do 1,000 years ago, so I have to thank him very much. Xietsin's tone was a bit light. Let me think about it. Why not tell him the whereabouts of Su Shi? Yu Yuan followed behind him, and his eyes sank when he heard the words, Ning Xian. You. How about me? Xietsin turned around, and the invisible pressure dissipated, and cold sweat gradually broke out on the bodies of the other people. He glanced at another subordinate behind Yu Yuan, and said to Yu Yuan with a hint of meaning, Just listen to my orders. I advise you not to do unnecessary things. The subordinate shuddered when he heard the words. If Ruo Jianwei was here, he would recognize that this person was the one who stopped him from robbing the artifact before. Du Hong came to the inn with Ruo Jianwei on his back and stayed there. He changed the wet clothes for both of them, put Ruo Jianwei on the bed, checked her injuries, and said, Although I have treated her with my divine power, you still need to apply some medicine to get better faster. You wait here for a while. I will go and ask the doctor to come. Du Hong stood up and was about to leave, but his sleeve was pulled by someone. He turned around, looked down and saw Ruo Jianwei's hand pulling his sleeve, and looked at her again. Ruo Jianwei sat on the bed, raised her head and looked at him steadily. You must remember what you promised me. You can't go back on your word. Du Hong looked into his ink-black eyes, slowly lowered his body, and said in a gentle tone, Well, I won't go back on my word. I will go back with you. They were very close at this time, their breaths entangled together, and they could no longer tell each other apart. Du Hong calmed down for a while before speaking. I will go and call the doctor first. You have a good rest. Ruo Jianwei didn't speak, just looked at him. Du Hong reached out to tidy up his messed-up clothes and said with a helpless smile, Okay, you are injured. Don't act rashly for now. He looked meaningfully at a certain part of Ruo Jianwei's body. Ruo Jianwei's face was full of anger, but he still raised his hand honestly and straightened Du Hong's collar that was torn open by him, and then replied, Okay. Du Hong chuckled, gave him a soothing kiss on the forehead, and then got up and left the room. After the doctor came to see him, he prescribed some internal and external medicines for Ruo Jianwei, and asked Du Hong to apply the medicine on time every day. Du Hong nodded and agreed one by one. People who practice Taoism have better physical constitution than ordinary people, and they will recover faster with spiritual power treatment. The old doctor stroked his white beard and said to Du Hong, in addition, You should go to the field less often these days. Since you are his Taoist partner, you will have to work harder these days. Ruo Jianwei lowered his head when he heard that, and his ears turned red. However, Du Hong took it for granted and thanked, and said goodbye to the old doctor. When Du Hong returned to the room, Ruo Jianwei had buried himself in the quilt and lay on his side, leaving only the back of his head and red ears exposed to him. Du Hong was quite amused. He sat by the bed and pinched the soft ears, saying, Jianwei, you have covered yourself with the quilt. What should I cover? The back of the head remained unmoved. Du Hong continued, The weather is so cold now. If I don't cover myself with the quilt and catch a cold, one of us will be injured and the other will be sick. Then who will take care of whom? In that case, we can only stay in bed, staring at each other, tears streaming down our cheeks, speechless and choking. Ruo Jianwei turned around and glared at him fiercely, then angrily gave him half of the quilt. For several days in a row, Ruo Jianwei stayed in the inn. Du Hong followed the doctor's instructions every day, boiled medicine and applied medicine for him, and went out from time to time to buy him some snacks and tell him about what he saw on the road. Ruo Jianwei leaned against the head of the bed and bent one leg. Du Heng sat on the edge of the bed, put his other injured leg on his thigh, and carefully applied medicine to him. He carefully applied the cool ointment to the wound, and wherever his fingertips passed, it brought a dense itch, which spread from his leg to Ruo Jianwei's heart. Du Heng lowered his head, and his silver hair fell on his shoulders. From Ruo Jianwei's angle, he could only see a vague profile, but he still greedily traced the other's outline over and over again, as if he couldn't see enough. The sun shone into the room, giving everything a golden edge, with tiny dust particles floating in the light. Time flies, but it's just a blink of an eye. That night, the full moon was in the sky. Du Heng removed the bandage on Ruo Jianwei's leg, took a closer look, and then decided, well, the scar has mostly disappeared. Jianwei, you can go out and walk around. Ruo Jianwei walked around the room a few times, looked at him, and said, there is no problem with movement. In fact, he secretly walked out a few days ago and thought he was fine, but Du Heng insisted that he stay in bed for a few more days. Sure enough, people who practice Taoism have good physiques. Du Heng pulled him back to bed, but it's late today, let's set off tomorrow. After all, they have been here for more than 10 days. Ruo Jianwei sat beside him, lowered his head, and said nothing. Du Heng got up to turn off the lights in the room. When he walked to the bed and bent over, suddenly a pair of hands climbed up and hooked his neck.